In this fantastical world where martial arts are experiencing a renaissance and fierce beasts roam freely, our protagonist, Zhongli, an otherwise ordinary young man, unexpectedly awakens a cultivation system with a 10,000-fold amplification. From that moment, he embarks on a path of defying fate and changing his destiny. Starting as an unnoticed high school student, he quickly rises to become a cultivation genius in the eyes of many, with his story filled with passion and defiance. Let's briefly recap part 1 of the plot. Zhang Li's journey in cultivation was not smooth. Initially, he was an average student with unremarkable vital energy, barely making a mark in martial arts simulation exams. However, with unwavering determination and a relentless pursuit of martial arts, Zhang Li began to show his extraordinary potential. A chance encounter led him to obtain a Clevel energy elixir, marking the first turning point in his cultivation journey. His strength skyrocketed in a short period, earning him the respect of his peers during martial arts practice classes through his impressive explanations and prowess. As Zhang Li's strength grew, so did his reputation. He became well known not only in school but also at the Nanha branch of Kangman, where he earned the admiration of many students as an instructor with mastery in the wild bull fist technique. He proved himself with his abilities and earned substantial rewards. In the weekly exams at Kangman, Zhang Li amazed everyone by defeating 3 opponents at once, showcasing his incredible combat skills. However, Zhang Li's true challenges were just beginning. During a battle with a beast warrior, he uncovered the existence of the 10,000 Beast Cult, an evil organization manipulating beast warriors and posing a significant threat to the Federation. Zhang Li realized that he not only needed to enhance his own strength, but also had to fight against these malevolent forces to protect humanity's peace. Through numerous battles and trials, Zhang Li's strength continued to break through limits. From a junior warrior to an intermediate warrior, and then to a senior warrior, his rapid progress left everyone astounded. He mastered powerful combat techniques like the Thunder Triple Slash and Frost Palm, and during a simulation exam, he made a name for himself with a vital energy level of 486.6, surpassing all his opponents to become a true peak warrior. Zhang Li's growth was not in isolation. He had loyal friends like Li Wanhe, the unwavering support of Su Yeye, and timely assistance from Xikong Yang. Their support and trust fueled Zhang Li's relentless advancement. However, Zhang Li's enemies were formidable as well. Zhao Lian, a prominent beast warrior, harbored jealousy and hatred towards Zhang Li. He orchestrated numerous plots to eliminate Zhang Li. In a life-and-death battle, Zhang Li, relying on his wisdom and courage, successfully defeated Zhao Lian, protecting his friends and upholding human dignity. As the story progressed, Zhang Li's influence expanded. He became a rising star in Kangman and began to make his mark in the Federation. His deeds inspired countless young martial artists, and his name became synonymous with strength. Zhang Li, a young man who rose from obscurity, is writing his own legend with his strength and determination. This concludes the recap of Part 1. If this is your first time experiencing this story and you're interested, please check the comments section or the playlist to start Part 1. Now, let's begin the plot of Part 2. Zhang Li's number is 0001. As expected, this number corresponds to the first cave entrance. Although each entrance is fair, the virtual space of the beast maze intelligently adjusts each trainee's path to prevent those with vastly different strengths from encountering each other too soon. Zhang Li was accustomed to the virtual space, while the surrounding trainees were both nervous and excited. The beast maze ahead resembled a colossal beast, its entrance like an open maw, awaiting prey to walk right in. The moment the countdown ended, everyone dashed in, racing against time. Zhang Li moved with lightning speed, disappearing into the dark cave in a flash. He activated his formidable chi and blood power, granting himself night vision. Above the cave, a group of 3-star elite beasts known as night bats eyed him menacingly. But Zhang Li was unfazed, as this level of threat was far from requiring his full strength. With a flash of his thunder wings, Zhang Li transformed into a black lightning bolt. His battle blade struck, leaving no bat unscathed. Limbs and blood splattered, and nothing could stand in the way of Zhang Li's path of slaughter. In the beast maze, skirmishes were everywhere. The deeper one went, the more formidable the beasts became. Weaker trainees were still struggling, while the stronger ones had already reached the 4th or 5th cave. For first-class and exceptional trainees, this was merely a warm-up. After all, they had yet to encounter beasts that had broken through to the general level. Duan Changqiu and others observed the trainees' performance via a large screen. The intelligence system and instructors were analyzing and scoring them precisely. Gu Shang's performance was particularly outstanding, catching Duan Changqiu's attention. Shaoli, Gu Shang is one of your trainees, right? I didn't expect he would break through to a mid-level warrior. He's quite promising. Li Shanhe beamed with pride. He's already on par with Zhang Li, maybe even a notch above. Instructor Gu's judgment was off, not choosing Gu Shang. Gu Xiaoyu stomped her feet in anger. Stop with the sarcasm. Zhang Li is way stronger than Gu Shang. Just wait and see. Li Shanhe was unconvinced. To him, as mid-level warriors, Gu Shang was definitely Jiang Li's nemesis. Suddenly, an assistant supervisor hesitantly spoke up. Huh? It seems Jiang Li is even more impressive than Gu Shang. What? Li Shanhe couldn't believe it. Could he be so unlucky that the two would face off directly? Everyone turned their gaze to see Jiang Li had already fought his way into the seventh cave, firmly in the lead. And in this cave, the first general-level beast had appeared. At that moment, Jiang Li's qi and blood surged explosively, causing everyone to gasp. This wasn't the aura of a mid-level warrior, it was that of a high-level warrior. Moments ago, everyone thought Jiang Li was a mid-level warrior, but he had quietly made a double leap, catching up with Xu Minger and Deng Bian. The supervisors of Qi Yin Military Academy couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In just 10 days, Jiang Li had advanced from a junior warrior to a high-level warrior. His qi and blood talent were simply extraordinary. At this rate, by the end of the training camp, Jiang Li might even ascend to the rank of Battle King. An 18-year-old Battle King, the thought alone was enough to make one's blood boil. Everyone simultaneously looked at Gu Xiaoyu. Had she known about this all along? Gu Xiaoyu was also surprised. She never expected Jiang Li to grow so quickly, but she remained composed, nodding slightly, appearing confident and assured. With everyone's eyes on him, Li Shanhe wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had just been boasting about Gu Shang, but now Jiang Li had caught him off guard, leaving him humiliated. Gu Xiaoyu let out a cold snort. The keen eye of the Qi Yin Blade King was not something to be doubted. After today, Jiang Li was destined to become renowned, and who could imagine that his astonishing journey was only beginning? For a moment, everyone was dazzled by Jiang Li. This young man was bound to leave a significant mark on this training camp. With his fierce qi and blood and ruthless blade techniques, he was set to become a legendary figure. Feeling the admiring gazes around her, Gu Xiaoyu was ecstatic inside, but outwardly, she remained calm and composed. No one knew how bewildered she actually was at that moment. But she had to admit, being looked at with such admiration by her colleagues felt absolutely wonderful. Gu Xiaoyu was floating on air inside, and her gaze towards Jiang Li grew even more affectionate. See, this is what my keen eyes can do. She couldn't help but smile, her entire being radiating with confidence. On the other hand, Li Shanhe was furious. He had always looked down on Gu Xiaoyu, and now being publicly humiliated, he was enraged. What's the big deal about jumping 2 levels? It's probably due to an unstable foundation and forced breakthrough. Not only will his combat power be lacking, but it might also hinder his future progress. Li Shanhe's words made the other supervisors hesitate. There had been instances in the past where some ambitious geniuses ignored their foundations, ultimately ruining their martial paths. But Jiang Li didn't seem like that kind of person, right? Duan Changqiu squinted his eyes, pondering. Based on his understanding of Jiang Li, he couldn't believe Jiang Li would be so reckless. As for Gu Xiaoyu, she let out a cold laugh. Forced breakthrough? Unstable foundation? What nonsense. She couldn't be bothered to respond. The facts would speak for themselves. This episode heightened the supervisor's attention towards Jiang Li. Even the much-admired Xu Minger and Deng Bian seemed to pale in comparison at this moment. Time ticked by. In the beast maze, many trainees had already exhausted themselves and returned. Most of them were eliminated by the 3rd or 4th cave. As they walked out of the equipment bay, their eyes were filled with disappointment. This was a real test of skill, with no excuses. Moreover, they hadn't even seen the other trainees before being eliminated. Oh my god, who is that? They've already reached the 12th cave. The eliminated trainees in the audience were stunned. On the big screen, Jiang Li was leading the pack with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the other 2 top-tier trainees were still struggling in the 11th cave, and the first-tier trainees were lagging far behind in the 8th and 9th caves. Duan Changqiu's eyes narrowed. On the screen, Jiang Li was dodging countless fierce beasts with terrifying speed. This cave primarily tested the trainees' agility. The rule was not to fight back, but to endure long enough to pass. And Jiang Li was breezing through it. He was using the Brank agility technique, Thunder Wing Flash, and judging by the completeness of the Thunder Wings, he had at least reached the minor accomplishment stage. Duan Changqiu was astonished. He clearly remembered that Jiang Li's profile listed only one agility technique, Step of the Wind. To have mastered another Brank technique to such a degree in just 10 days was incredible. Duan Changqiu had seen many talents, but a genius with Jiang Li's level of comprehension was rare. With this alone, it seemed inevitable that Jiang Li would become a war god in the future, perhaps even surpassing that title. Jiang Li's standing in Duan Changqiu's mind rose another notch. Time's up. Let the trainees encounter each other, Duan Changqiu ordered. The beast trial had already revealed the trainees' limits, and it was time to pair them appropriately. This weekly assessment wasn't just about speed. That would be too one-dimensional. To win, it was simple. Crush all your opponents. Following Duan Changqiu's command, The virtual space of the beast maze began to warp and transform. The previously disconnected passages started to align, like mechanical arms precisely interlocking. With the big data calculations from the intelligence system, there would be no more mismatches between warrior level and general level trainees. As Zhongli passed through the 12th cave, an intelligent prompt sounded. In the next cave, you will encounter other trainees. Prepare yourself. Only the victor may proceed. Zhang Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. According to the rules, whoever he met would at least be a first-tier trainee. Who would be the unlucky one? He chuckled and stepped boldly into the next cave. After a fleeting moment of darkness, the cave was brightly lit. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. That back figure was too familiar. Zhao Ziyan, Duan Changqiu, and the others turned their attention to Li Shanhe again, with meaningful looks. No one had forgotten that Zhao Ziyan was also under Li Shanhe's wing. The previous incident with Gu Shang hadn't even settled, and now another beloved student had run into Zhang Li. What terrible luck. Moreover, Zhang Li and Zhao Ziyan had a history. It was said that Zhao Ziyan was defeated in 2 moves last time. This reunion's outcome was obvious. Li Shanhe was utterly frustrated. If he didn't know that the trainee matching was determined by big data, he would have suspected someone was sabotaging him. He had hoped to make a splash with his 2 prize students in the weekly assessment, but it had turned into this. Zhao Ziyan, please don't get defeated in 2 moves again. Li Shanhe wanted to cry, feeling his face was about to be slapped swollen. On the other side, Zhao Ziyan's expression also changed drastically. The shadow of being defeated still lingered. Even though he had advanced to a mid-level general, he wasn't confident he could easily defeat his former self. Zhongli. Zhao Ziyan gritted his teeth. Damn big data. Matching him with this nemesis. Old friend, don't be nervous. Relax, my blade will be quick, and it won't hurt, Zhongli said with a sinister smile, slowly raising his battle knife. A majestic and domineering aura emanated from him, suppressing Zhao Ziyan's momentum. This was the calm composure of a master. This guy is stronger than before. Zhao Ziyan roared in his heart, his eyes locked on Zhongli, afraid to miss any openings. I can't lose again this time. With a furious shout, Zhao Ziyan launched an attack. His powerful blood energy infused into his long sword, and his Ling snake sword technique transformed into a nimble and sinister snake, striking straight at Zhang Li's throat. Don't want 2 moves? How about 1? Zhang Li smiled calmly. In an instant, an invisible giant blade appeared out of nowhere, shattering Zhao Ziyan's fighting spirit. Zhang Li slashed down, and the thunderous blade energy split the Ling snake sword chi in half, fiercely slicing into Zhao Ziyan's neck. With a snap, Zhao Ziyan's head fell. Even in death, he couldn't understand why. Despite his significant progress, he couldn't withstand a single move from Zhang Li. I told you, it would be quick and painless, Zhang Li said calmly, sheathing his blade. Zhao Ziyan's progress was expected, but he had already become much stronger. Who's next? Bring it on. Damn it. Zhao Ziyan crawled out of the energy chamber, his face as dark as liver. He punched the chamber wall in a fit of impotent rage. This can't be happening. I'm already a mid-level warrior. In his mind, the seemingly ordinary strike still haunted him. It was so simple, yet he couldn't avoid it. A deep sense of fear began to rise. Being defeated twice in a row, each time more miserably, had turned Zhang Li into his inescapable nightmare. Meanwhile, Duan Changqiu and the others struggled to suppress their laughter as they avoided looking at Li Shanhe's frustrated expression. Just after boasting, another prize student had been cut down with a single strike. The scene was undeniably amusing. Li Shanhe's face turned crimson with helplessness. Zhao Ziyan was one of the strongest students, second only to Gu Shang. How could he be called worthless? It could only mean Zhang Li was too monstrous, far exceeding the strength of an 18-year-old. Now, even with full confidence in Gu Shang, Li Shanhe dared not boast further. Already outmatched by Zhang Li, and seeing his mastery of swordsmanship, it was clear that Gu Shang stood little chance. All he could do was pray that Gu Shang could perform a miracle. As more students engaged in battles, the number of those eliminated increased rapidly. Even a powerhouse like Wang Daoyuan was finally defeated after 2 consecutive wins, though his performance was still commendable. Wow, Zhang Gu is still a beast. Wang Daoyuan exclaimed as he emerged from the energy chamber, glancing at the leaderboard. Zhang Li was far ahead, already at the 17th cave. Without artificial intervention, he might clear the challenge before encountering any opponents. Zhang Li's skills were too comprehensive. Whether it was swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, or movement techniques, he had reached the pinnacle. He navigated all restrictions with ease. Even if he were to lose the next few rounds, his speed alone would secure him a top 2 spot. Of course, the final rankings depended on overall performance. Like Zhao Ziyan, if only the timing of elimination was considered, he would fare worse than some extreme warriors. Fortunately, the intelligence system awarded extra points based on the opponent's strength. Time flew as the geniuses clashed. Duan Changqiu and the other supervisors watched in fascination, particularly impressed by the top students' performances. These kids are probably better than we were back in the day, someone joked. Duan Changqiu nodded frequently. Although Shu Minger and the others were young, they already showed the demeanor of champions. Their brilliant moves were astonishing, making one marvel at the new generation's prowess. This batch of students was truly remarkable. Shanhe, your Gushang is quite impressive, Duan Changqiu praised. Li Shanhe beamed with pride. Gushang had defeated 2 top-level students in succession. Though not as sensational as Zhang Li's defeat of Zhao Ziyan, it was still a dominant performance. People began to see him as the top student below the special class. If his vitality improved further, he might actually compete for the top spot. Gushang is exceptionally talented, though his background is not as good as Shu Minger and the others, Li Shanhe said confidently. But in terms of fighting talent, he's second to none. His mastery of swordsmanship is amazing, even to me. With time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Zhang Li comes from an ordinary family with fewer resources than Gushang, yet his vitality and skills are even stronger, Gu Xiaoyu interjected bluntly. Others suddenly realized that Zhang Li's achievements were even more astonishing given his background. The focus shifted from Gushang to Zhang Li. Li Shanhe gritted his teeth in frustration. This woman always found a way to undermine him. Gu Xiaoyu looked at the screen triumphantly. Ever since Zhang Li had defeated Zhao Ziyan with a single strike, the intelligence system seemed to have re-evaluated his strength and stopped matching him with opponents. Zhang Li advanced smoothly, now nearing the 24th cave. That's the 4th to last cave, and 4-star general-level beasts are appearing, Zhang Li murmured, licking his lips as he slashed down the giant beast before him. For a high-level warrior like him, these enemies were mere playthings. What lies ahead? Could there be king-level beasts? Excitement surged within him. Although he might not be able to handle such a level now, trying was always good. True heroes fear no challenges. Almost simultaneously, all students finished their current challenges. In the entire beast maze, only 4 remained: Zhang Li, Gushang, Shu Minger, and Deng Baiyan. 3 special class students, and 1 top-level student who had made it this far. The rest were eliminated, left to watch from the stands. Duan Changqiu and the other supervisors straightened up. They all knew that the top 4 were set, and the real showdown was about to begin. Based on both progress and combat performance, no one could challenge their positions. But the rankings among the top 4 were still undecided. The top 3 would receive the most generous rewards. Who would claim the crown was eagerly anticipated. Each candidate had their supporters, all performing incredibly well. Li Shanhe's students naturally supported Gushang. Seeing him make it to the top 4, the top 3 seemed within reach, and they were ecstatic. Brother Gushang is a genius in swordsmanship. Fighting above his level is like a game to him. Zhang Li might be a high-level warrior, but so what? He might not come out on top. They dismissed not only Zhang Li but also Shu Minger and Deng Baiyan. Fighting above his level? Why don't you ask Zhao Ziyan next to you if Gushang can defeat him with 1 strike? Wang Daoyuan retorted disdainfully. If Zhao Ziyan were a unit of measure, what were they boasting about? Yeah, stop talking and show us in the arena, others chimed in. Li Shanhe's group turned red, rendered speechless. They knew how strong Zhang Li was, and saying Gushang would definitely win was just empty boasting. Now exposed, all they could do was hope for a miracle. Want to see the truth? Just watch. Wei Zihong pointed at the screen with a grin. The screen showed the 4 being separated into 2 groups, Shu Minger against Deng Baiyan, and Gushang against Zhang Li. Damn, talk about bad luck. Just after boasting, Gushang faces Zhang Li. This is a reverse jinx, someone wailed, wishing they could slap themselves. But the match was set, and all they could do was fix their eyes on Gushang, praying for a miracle. Otherwise, how could they face anyone after letting their brother down? Zhang Li had no intention of showing mercy. The stronger the opponent, the greater his desire to defeat them. As for those not even worthy of a warm-up, they could keep watching him dominate. This exam would show everyone what true genius and the path of a king looked like. Who do you think among these 4 can enter the next cave for the final showdown? Duan Changqiu looked at the 4 top students before him with a face full of satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, an assistant supervisor said, Shu Minger and Deng Baiyan are quite evenly matched. It will depend on their performance in the moment. But between Gushang and Zhang Li, it's definitely Zhang Li. Gu Xiaoyu confidently took over the conversation. As the person who knew Zhang Li best, she firmly believed that Zhang Li surpassed his peers from every angle. While Gushang was excellent, he was still far behind Zhang Li. Careful your words don't come back to bite you, Li Shanhe snorted. Though he knew Gushang's chances were slim, he still had to stand up for his student. Just as he finished speaking, Li Shanhe's expression stiffened, as if a herd of horses had trampled over him. Gushang's voice rang out clearly from the projection. Zhang Li, you're strong. I admit I'm not your match. Li Shanhe wished he could howl at the sky. Just after retorting Gu Xiaoyu, his beloved student had delivered a blow to his pride. The feeling was indescribable. Gu Shang's action undoubtedly added some intrigue to the competition. Everyone stole a glance at Li Shanhe's darkened face, stifling their laughter, and turned their attention back to the screen. Xu Minger and Deng Buyin had already started their match, but Gu Shang and Zhang Li had yet to make a move. Backing down before the fight? That's not like you. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow, surprised by Gu Shang's concession. In his memory, this swordsman had always been sharp and unyielding. Gu Shang shook his head. After sensing the unrestrained aura of a high-level warrior emanating from Zhang Li, he knew he had no chance of winning. Even in a match against someone of the same level, the outcome could be uncertain, let alone against someone a level higher. It's not fear, but self-awareness. Gu Shang's expression was calm, his fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Admitting someone is better isn't shameful. It allows me to fight without burden. Our sword styles are similar, both relentless. But I've never seen such a powerful sword intent in a peer. How about we settle this with our swords? This was a heartfelt challenge from a genius swordsman, a testament to his confidence. He admitted his overall strength was inferior to Zhang Li's, but he had unwavering faith in his swordsmanship. Zhang Li instantly understood Gu Shang's intention. This was a challenge to test their mastery of the sword. Was he afraid? Of course not. Laughing heartily, Zhang Li's voice was filled with arrogance and dominance. Gu Shang had never been defeated, but neither had Zhang Li. Every time he faced his peers, he had always been overwhelmingly superior. You want to test my sword? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Li's eyes gleamed with confidence and sharpness. Never defeated? Then let me show you what defeat tastes like. Dare to ask if I'm afraid? There's nothing I wouldn't dare. Gu Shang's eyes sparkled, understanding the meaning behind Zhang Li's words. He longed for defeat, to temper his sword through this loss. His sword was incredibly sharp, but also resilient. Come on, Zhang Li. Let me witness your sword. The two shared a mutual understanding. In the next instant, without moving a muscle, they unleashed an overwhelming sword intent towards each other. It was clear they didn't intend to fight physically but to decide the outcome through their sword intent. All their understanding of the sword was contained within this intent. This unique battle, though not as thrilling as a life-and-death struggle, was equally breathtaking. A single misstep could leave an indelible scar on their future path of cultivation. This showed their immense confidence in their swordsmanship, believing they were second to none. Their sword intents clashed, forming two invisible giant swords that collided fiercely in the void. Gu Shang's sword stemmed from his passion and love for the sword. He devoted himself entirely to swordsmanship, making his sword intent pure and sharp, capable of cutting through anything. Zhang Li's sword, derived from the thunderous world annihilation slash, combined with his indomitable martial spirit, was domineering and filled with a heavy sense of destruction, as if to crush all obstacles. The sharp sword and the domineering sword clashed, causing ripples to spread in the void. As the two locked eyes, it felt like they were in a battlefield in the void. The students in the audience looked puzzled, wondering why the two hadn't moved for a while. But those who had touched the threshold of intent were utterly shocked, standing up involuntarily, exclaiming, "No, they've already started. They're competing with their sword intent." The knowledgeable students gasped, sweating profusely. Just from observing their control over intent, it was clear how far they had progressed on this path, far beyond the ordinary students. Even Xu Minger and Deng Buyin might not have reached this level. Everyone was astounded. The supervisors were equally surprised. They hadn't expected Gu Shang and Zhang Li to have such profound understanding of intent. It seemed their comprehension far exceeded the other two. At this rate, breaking through to Battle King might not even be a hurdle for them. However, these two are quite bold. Duan Changqiu shook his head. If they get hurt by the sword intent and leave a shadow on their martial hearts, it could affect them for life. No matter, their wills are as firm as rocks. They won't be so easily shaken. Duan Changqiu spoke with growing admiration in his eyes. But in the next moment, that admiration turned to shock. On the screen, Zhang Li suddenly took a step forward, his sword intent surging by threefold. Gu Shang's expression changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength, barely managing to increase his sword intent by threefold. Veins bulged on his forehead. This was his limit. Master level, the assistant supervisors exclaimed, some even standing up involuntarily. What they were witnessing was unbelievable. On the other side, Zhang Li was unstoppable. That step was just the beginning. The real show was just starting. The so-called mastery level means truly commanding one's presence, not only acting at will, but also amplifying one's aura. Under Gu Shang's astonished gaze, Zhang Li moved as if taking a leisurely stroll. With one step, his blade's momentum surged. With the second step, it increased by threefold. By the third step, it continued to rise. It seemed endless. Zhang Li stood with his hands behind his back, eyes confident, each step elevating his presence further. At this moment, Gu Shang was utterly overwhelmed. Jiang Li's blade force was like a towering giant, crushing everything in its path with unmatched dominance. Gu Sheng felt his own blade trembling, his spine nearly bending. Boom! With a terrifying bang, Gu Sheng could no longer hold on, his blade force collapsing. He was blasted away, covered in blood. Even the blade's aura could kill. He looked at Jiang Li in shock mastery level, perfected blade technique. As a swordsman, he knew all too well what this meant. I lost, Gu Sheng admitted with difficulty as he struggled to stand. His eyes showed defeat, but also defiance. I will chase you until I defeat you. Jiang Li looked at Gu Sheng with admiration. He was a pure swordsman, with a resolute martial spirit, somewhat similar to himself. But chasing him? Impossible. Better find another target. Chasing me will only lead to despair. Jiang Li shook his head calmly. You will see me disappear into the distance, never to be reached. This wasn't mockery, but a statement of fact. I will follow you until the day you vanish. Gu Sheng responded with determination. Suit yourself. Jiang Li shrugged and walked away. Watch out for Shu Minger, she's no ordinary opponent. Gu Sheng shouted after him. Jiang Li waved dismissively, his eyes confident. Who could be more challenging than himself? Even if she had hidden cards, he surely had more. In the audience, Duan Changqiu and others gradually calmed their shocked expressions, but the aftershocks lingered. Mastery level, perfected blade technique. Xiaoyu, you really know how to hide your talents. Duan Changqiu smiled wryly. To reach such heights at a young age, Jiang Li was simply unbelievable. Gu Sheng still needed arduous training to touch the realm of the Battle King, but Jiang Li had already reached perfection. For him, becoming a Battle King was just a matter of time. Gu Xiaoyu looked at her colleagues' stunned faces, feeling secretly proud but pretending to be indifferent. It's just mastery level, who doesn't have that? Big sister, how can our mastery level compare to his? You're just making us look bad. The deputy supervisors glared at her with grievances. Gu Xiaoyu felt great inside but maintained a calm exterior. She was also very shocked. She knew Jiang Li had reached mastery level, but she didn't expect him to improve so much in just a few days. This guy was simply a monster. Thinking this, she couldn't help but look at Gu Sheng with a bit of pity. Losing wasn't shameful, the opponent was just too strong. Gu Sheng was already a peerless genius, even surpassing Shu Minger and Deng Bian in some aspects, but against Jiang Li, his brilliance was completely overshadowed. In fact, everyone present thought so. Gu Sheng was already astonishing, but Jiang Li was even more extraordinary. The crowd was in awe, turning their attention to the battle between Shu Minger and Deng Bian. Although Jiang Li and Gu Sheng's duel seemed lengthy, it was actually a flash of lightning. Once Jiang Li got serious, it was a crushing victory. At this moment, Shu Minger and Deng Bian's fight had just entered a heated phase. True to their reputation as top talents, both of their blood energies remained at the level of high-ranking warriors, with no signs of weakness. Their combat techniques were imaginative and unrestrained, leaving the audience in awe. In comparison, their duel was even more visually impactful. Bang! Shu Minger kicked a stone pillar behind her, breaking the massive column that was several feet thick. The boys gasped, instinctively covering their vital areas. If that kick landed on someone, it would break bones regardless of how tough they were. In terms of combat technique and wisdom, Shu Minger and Deng Bian were leagues ahead of their peers. Their back-and-forth exchanges were fast-paced, captivating the audience. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. The two were evenly matched. At this rate, it would come down to who exhausted their strength first. The strength of the descendants of the war god families was truly terrifying. One could only imagine how powerful the direct descendants were. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but glance at Jiang Li. Perhaps he could compete with those direct descendants? At this moment, Jiang Li was quietly waiting. From the intelligent systems prompt, he knew he was waiting for the final victor to compete for the weekly exam champion. Who would it be? He couldn't help but be curious. Just then, the battle between Shu Minger and Deng Bian took a subtle turn. The two clashed fists and retreated dozens of feet. Deng Bian said firmly, Minger, your stamina is not as good as mine. If we keep fighting, you'll inevitably exhaust yourself first. Why not concede? Shu Minger wiped the sweat from her forehead, her heroic spirit evident. She shook her head, Brother Deng. Your strength is impressive. I wanted to defeat you with the same level of cultivation, but it seems I'm still a bit short. In that case, let's end this battle early. Her tone was regretful, but also full of respect. Deng Bian's strength was indeed extraordinary, handling even higher-level battles with ease. She was indeed slightly inferior. Hearing her words, Deng Bian's face changed dramatically, sensing an ominous feeling. Outside the arena, Duan Changqiu and others were equally shocked. In the next moment, an even more formidable aura erupted from Shu Minger. Peak warrior. Her cultivation was far beyond what it appeared, having reached the peak warrior level. These kids, each one hides better than the last. Duan Changqiu shook his head with a wry smile, deeply impressed. The deputy supervisors exchanged astonished glances. These youngsters were truly unpredictable. Now, Shu Minger would undoubtedly crush Deng Bian, leaving no suspense. Deng Bian's eyes were filled with bitterness as he looked at her in disbelief. Minger, you. Shu Minger smiled gently. Brother Deng, don't be discouraged. It's not that my talent is stronger than yours. It's just that the Shu family places greater importance on me and has given me some treasures. Resources make a difference, but they are nothing to boast about. She wasn't complacent but genuinely acknowledged Deng Bian's strength. Deng Bian smiled bitterly. On the path of cultivation, there's no luck. Being able to obtain resources is already part of your ability. Fine, I concede. Even at the same level, he could only win with a stamina advantage. Now that Shu Minger was a peak warrior, continuing to fight would be undignified. Deng Bian was not one to be a sore loser. Keep working hard. I will celebrate your victory. Shu Minger nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Brother Deng, I will give it my all. With the blood energy of a peak warrior and her talent for battling at higher levels, she was confident in claiming the weekly exam's first place, facing no more opponents. Let that Zhongli witness the brilliance of the Shu family's genius. Shu Minger turned out to be a peak warrior. This news spread like wildfire, leaving all the students in utter shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Who would have thought that the school beauty, Shu Minger, had been hiding such immense power? Even Deng Bian, who had always been full of confidence, could only admit defeat with a heavy heart. Suddenly, many students found themselves overwhelmed with mixed emotions. They were merely advanced warriors, while Shu Minger had already reached the pinnacle, a difference as vast as the sky and the earth. Back in high school, they had been prodigies in their own right. But now, in the training camp, they had become just average. The disparity was hard to swallow. As discussions buzzed around, someone couldn't help but wonder aloud, who do you think will top the weekly exam? Zhang Li and Shu Minger both seemed formidable. A student under Li Shanhe's tutelage confidently replied, it has to be Shu Minger. The gap between an advanced warrior and a peak warrior is enormous. Didn't you see Deng Bian concede so easily? No matter how strong Zhang Li is, he's only slightly better than Deng Bian. There's no way he can compete with Shu Minger. Immediately, someone countered, that's not necessarily true. Zhang Li has profound mastery in the art of momentum. Even if his vitality is slightly inferior, he still has a chance. It's too early to tell who will win. Huh, are you suggesting Zhang Li can challenge a genius like Shu Minger? That's absurd. Just wait and see. The students were divided, each firmly holding their own opinion. Most supported Shu Minger, not only because of her impressive combat prowess, but also because many of them idolized her. The world of fanboys is one you might not understand. Even the overseeing instructors couldn't help but join the discussion. An assistant instructor analyzed, in my opinion, Shu Minger is destined to win this time. Although Zhang Li's swordsmanship is exceptional, and he has a chance for an upset, Shu Minger's boxing skills are equally formidable. Another person argued, not necessarily. Mastery-level sword momentum and perfected boxing skills are not to be underestimated. They can bridge the gap in levels. Besides, both of their combat skills are evenly matched. The outcome will depend on their performance in the moment. Opinions varied, and even the insightful Duan Changqiu couldn't determine the winner. He thought to himself, without a real fight, no one can predict the outcome. After all, combat is never just theoretical. Even Gu Xiaoyu couldn't resist chiming in. Who knows if Shu Minger has any hidden trump cards? If she does, Zhang Li's chances might be less than 30%. Li Shanhe smirked at this. Do you think Zhang Li doesn't have any hidden skills either? This statement made everyone speculate. Could Zhang Li have a secret weapon? As the showdown approached, all eyes were on them. The two prodigies finally faced off, sparks flying. So it's you. From the first day at the camp, I knew you were extraordinary. Shu Minger looked at Zhang Li, a flash of admiration crossing her face. Zhang Li nodded. A peak warrior? No wonder even Deng Bian was defeated. I didn't expect you to be the dark horse of the training camp. Truly impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized his words were poorly chosen and silently cursed at himself. Shu Minger's face darkened, and she shouted, you scoundrel, take this. Before her words had even faded, she launched a frost fist attack, sharp and unstoppable. Her gloves were surrounded by a frosty aura, even more terrifying than the frost palm Zhang Li had learned before. Clearly, Shu Minger was a master of ice techniques. Fine, let me see what you've got. Zhang Li shouted, raising his battle sword. He struck with a move like splitting a mountain, aiming directly at Shu Minger's gloves. Thunderous sword energy clashed violently with the frosty fist, causing the cave to echo with roars. The aftershocks hit the pillars, causing continuous collapses. The sheer power was truly terrifying. Zhang Li's blood boiled, his eyes burning with battle intent. His fight with Gu Shang had been merely a contest of sword momentum, failing to satisfy him. Now that Shu Minger had revealed her true strength, She was finally a worthy opponent. Shu Minger was equally astonished. How could his vitality be so pure? In their previous clash, not only did she fail to gain the upper hand, but she also seemed to be at a disadvantage. If it weren't for her exceptionally strong vitality counteracting her weakness, she might not have been able to withstand it. Could it be? A bold thought crossed her mind, but she dared not believe it. Fight on. Shu Minger's eyes filled with determination as she charged again with her fists. Her boxing technique was an incredibly fierce level combat skill, perfected to its peak. Her punches were imbued with bone-chilling frost, unstoppable and invincible. Zhongli fought with exhilaration. He didn't unleash his ultimate mastery-level sword momentum, relying only on his exceptionally pure vitality. After long and arduous training, he needed a thrilling life-and-death battle to release his pent-up pressure. He let out a long roar, his sword moves becoming even more fierce. With the battle sword in hand, his thunderous wings flickered, moving at a speed that left Shu Minger trailing behind. Although Shu Minger had perfected a level boxing technique, making her an unparalleled genius, she still couldn't match Zhongli, who seemed like a reincarnated devil king. Zhang Li's vitality, nearly 3 times purer than that of an average person, displayed earth-shattering power. Even if his level was slightly lower, he could still crush his opponent with brute force. And Zhang Li hadn't even used all his trump cards, relying solely on his vitality and swordsmanship to suppress Shu Minger completely. At that moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone witnessed the absolute difference in power. Taking a step back on the long path of cultivation, the importance of opportunities and fortune far outweighed innate talent. Because Zhongli had the fortune to comprehend life and death, he could elevate his strength to an unimaginable level in a short time. This was the manifestation of being favored by the heavens. In the ensuing battle, Zhongli dominated, giving Shu Minger no chance to turn the tide. Soon, this thrilling showdown came to an end, with Zhongli emerging victorious once again. This defies all logic. The students stood there, dumbfounded and in disbelief at the scene before them. They had expected a close match, perhaps with Shu Minger having a slight edge, or at least a balanced fight. But to their utter shock, Zhongli was dominating with overwhelming force. Even Deng Bian, who had always looked down on Zhongli, was left speechless. Trembling, he voiced his bold guess, a special constitution. It has to be a special constitution. Immediately, Duan Changqiu and the other supervisors stood up, their eyes gleaming with realization. They knew that such an extraordinary purity of blood and energy was beyond the reach of ordinary people and could only be attributed to a special constitution. Duan Changqiu was ecstatic, his blood boiling with excitement. He proclaimed that Zhongli, with his special constitution, was destined to surpass his peers and achieve greatness beyond measure. Such a prodigy, with the potential of a war god, was only at the beginning of an incredible journey. The deputy supervisor couldn't help but feel envious. Even though he was already a top-tier warrior, surpassing Zhang Li seemed only a matter of time. They speculated that either Zhang Li's special constitution had been overlooked in his childhood tests, or that it had awakened only after he reached adulthood. The exact nature of his constitution would require further detailed examination. Another deputy supervisor lamented, "It's a pity it's just a blood and energy type special constitution. If it were attribute-based or comprehension-based, it would be even better." It turned out that different types of special constitutions varied greatly in potential. While the blood and energy type was extraordinary, it was still slightly inferior to the attribute-based or comprehension-based types. Duan Changqiu chuckled, "A blood and energy type special constitution is already rare. Our alliance will surely gain a powerful warrior in the future. This is cause for celebration." In recent years, the frequency of beast disturbances had increased, although the general public knew little about it. Even a war god-level warrior's true combat strength was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Meanwhile, inside the beast maze, Shu Minger was in shock, muttering, "You have a special constitution?" Zhang Li, though confused, did not let his guard down. To him, battle knew no gender, only friend or foe. "What are you talking about?" He slashed Shu Minger away with a single strike and swiftly pursued her with his lightning wings. He intended to take advantage of her weakened state to finish her off. "You don't even know about your own constitution?" Shu Minger's face turned pale as she saw Zhang Li's relentless approach. She struggled to fight back, but was once again sent flying, spitting out blood. This had happened multiple times already. Zhang Li suddenly understood. The changes in his blood and energy, triggered by the enhancement of his soul strength, had been mistaken by Shu Minger for a special constitution. He didn't bother to explain, as the secrets of the heaven ascending technique were not to be casually revealed. Zhang Li coldly declared, "I don't care if it's a special constitution or not. But if this is all you've got, you might as well concede now." He had lost interest and decided to end the fight quickly. Hearing this, Shu Minger's expression changed drastically. Zhang Li's battle knife erupted with intense lightning, forming a terrifying blade aura. The familiar technique appeared once again: Thunder Dragon Strike. Boom. With the added power of the blade aura, this strike's force was unprecedented. Layers upon layers of thunderous blade energy surged forward, like a world-ending thunder dragon, exuding a terrifying momentum. Though in despair, Shu Minger refused to give up without a fight. She leaped into the air, unleashing dozens of frost punches to form an impenetrable defensive circle. However, against the thunder dragon's blade energy, it was all futile. In just a breath's time, the seemingly unbreakable frost punches were effortlessly shattered. The thunder dragon's blade energy followed, targeting Shu Minger with no escape. Buzz. In an instant, the thunder dragon's blade energy dissipated, leaving only a streak of lightning piercing through Shu Minger's chest. In the blink of an eye between life and death, Zhongli spared her the agony of being sliced to pieces. Winning was enough. Shu Minger's body disintegrated into light particles, and the scene fell silent. Zhongli had won. Everyone was too stunned to speak. From start to finish, the battle had been a one-sided crush, with Shu Minger unable to fight back even once. Such a champion was undoubtedly deserving of the title. After a long silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. Zhongli is too strong. He's not even human. Minger might be a prodigy, but Zhongli is just a monster. He might as well be kicked out of the human race. This title belongs to Zhongli. Everyone else can fight for second place from now on. I propose we call Zhongli God Jiang. From now on, my life goal is to catch up to God Jiang. Even the top-tier students couldn't help but be impressed. Zhang Li's performance was so dazzling that they felt left in the dust. The gap between a genius and a prodigy was far wider than the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. Qin Tianhen and Zhao Ziyan both smiled wryly, abandoning any thoughts of surpassing Zhang Li. Only Gu Shang still had a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. He silently vowed, "Even if I can't see your back, I will never stop." Despite his defeat, his path of the blade had subtly advanced. Many students looked at Zhang Li's figure, akin to a war god, with eyes full of admiration. This was the highest respect for a powerful warrior, and Zhang Li had solidified his unshakable position in the training camp. As everyone was still immersed in the thrilling battle, a student suddenly exclaimed, "Look, God Jiang is going to continue the challenge. Is he aiming to clear the entire beast maze?" Clearing the beast maze? This news spread like wildfire among the trainees, causing an uproar. Instantly, all eyes were glued to the big screen, closely watching every move Zhang Li made. After defeating Shu Minger, without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the next cave, as if everything was under his control. I heard from the instructor that the final guardian of the beast maze is a Quasiking-level beast, the twin-headed fiery bird. Someone gasped, their voice trembling. A Quasiking-level beast, meaning its body had reached the king level, but had not yet awakened its unique abilities. Even so, such a creature was far beyond the capability of ordinary warriors to contend with. The trainees were abuzz with discussion, most doubting Zhang Li's chances. Zhang Shun is strong, but this seems like a long shot. Maybe he could pass if this came up in the next weekly exam, but for now, it's highly unlikely. Yeah, we can't even touch a feather, but at least Zhang Shun has a shot at a direct confrontation. In contrast, Wang Daoyuan and the others had full confidence in Zhang Li. They knew this man was capable of creating miracles. Even Shu Minger shook her head slightly, fully aware of Zhang Li's true strength. She surmised that if Zhang Li relied solely on his pure qi and blood, he might pose a threat to a Quasiking-level beast, but defeating or even killing it seemed impossible. The threshold to clear in a level-up challenge, especially at the extreme warrior level, was a daunting 5,000 calorie gap. Unless Zhang Li had a hidden ace up his sleeve. This thought startled Shu Minger, making her smile wryly. Could it be that she had developed PTSD from Zhang Li? If such a powerful individual was still holding back, it would be truly monstrous. The supervisors were also in heated discussion, placing high hopes on Zhang Li, wishing he could create a miracle and clear the beast maze in one go. Section Chief Duan Changqiu asked with a smile, "What do you all think? With Zhang Li's pure qi and blood, combined with his mastery of the great accomplishment blade stance, can he succeed?" Li Shanhe, usually sharp-tongued, analyzed seriously, "It's difficult. If it were an ordinary Quasiking-level beast, Zhang Li might have a slim chance. But the twin-headed fiery bird excels in flight, giving it a natural advantage and putting it in an unbeatable position. Zhang Li's odds are slim." The deputy supervisors nodded in agreement, finding Li Shanhe's assessment to be spot on. "Looks like the congratulatory gift prepared by the chief supervisor won't be needed," someone teased. Duan Changqiu could only smile wryly and shake his head. He admitted that the gift was initially meant to boost the trainees' morale, never expecting anyone to actually reach this point. This cohort of trainees was indeed exceptional, especially Zhang Li, who was simply extraordinary. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up with a hint of meaning. Chief Duan, I think you should prepare to bleed a little. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Xiaoyu knew Jiang Li's strength inside out and was aware that he had yet to reveal all his cards. At least, he had only used one of his 3 perfected level combat techniques, the thunderous world-destroying slash. Thus, she was more confident than anyone else. In her view, defeating a Quasiking level beast was not an impossible feat. Gu Xiaoyu's words were like a bombshell among the supervisors. Duan Changqiu quickly asked, Xiaoyu, does Zhongli have another trick up his sleeve? Gu Xiaoyu smiled mysteriously and said, I know, but I'm not telling. Let's see how anxious you all get. The supervisors were instantly exasperated, wanting to strangle this little devil. Duan Changqiu glared at Gu Xiaoyu, then focused intently on the screen. Her words had piqued everyone's curiosity to the maximum. Could it be that Zhongli really had a trump card? At this moment, Zhongli was unstoppable, dominantly slaying the penultimate 5-star general-level beast. Though this beast was exceptionally fierce, it was like a toy in Jiang Li's hands, being split in two with a single strike. The trainees gasped, feeling that this scene was hundreds of times more forceful than when Jiang Li had subdued Shu Minger. Jiang Li, however, was unimpressed and clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. This 5-star general-level beast, though seemingly formidable, was no match for Shu Minger and couldn't satisfy him. Hopefully, the next opponent would be more challenging. At this moment, Jiang Li exuded dominance, his fringe hair fluttering slightly, his black eyes gleaming with a captivating aura. So cool! A girl whispered in awe. Just then, the AI voice suddenly announced, Trainee Jiang Li, you are about to enter the final stage of the beast maze. The Guardian is the Quasiking level beast, the twin-headed fiery bird. Do your best and fulfill your mission. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes flashed with fierce battle intent. A Quasiking level beast? Perfect. King level is too strong. General level is too weak. Quasiking level is just right. I was getting bored. Now this will be fun. He licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with madness, making everyone's hearts pound. They realized that while Jiang Li might seem carefree, he was a true battle maniac when it came to fighting. He never feared any strong enemy and was always eager for a challenge. Jiang Li quickened his pace, swiftly crossing the final barrier. Before him lay a vast platform. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed several pitch-black caves encircling the platform, each with a 100-foot-long thick iron chain extending to the platform. The chains were made of some unknown material, appearing extremely sturdy. Looking down, he was forced to retreat by a wave of intense heat. Beneath his feet was a sea of blazing magma. A fall would mean certain death. What a dangerous place. Zhang Li muttered, I heard this beast maze is modeled after the SS-level danger zone, the Beast Denver. I wonder how perilous the real Beast Den must be. With this thought, his eyes grew even more serious. Logically, numerous warriors should emerge from the caves to battle the Quasiking level beast. However, due to the special rules of this assessment, Zhang Li was the only one to reach the end. Now, he had to face the Quasiking level beast alone, with no backup. Where is this beast hiding? Zhang Li tensed up, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Yet, the vast platform was empty, with no sign of the beast. He silently gathered his true energy, his wings sparking with lightning, and his body shot across the iron chain like a bolt of lightning, heading for the platform. Just as he was about to step onto the platform, a terrifying aura erupted from the magma below. A crimson pillar of fire shot up, aiming straight for Jiang Li. The twin-headed fiery bird had been lurking beneath the magma, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The onlookers gasped in unison. The two-headed flame bird truly lived up to its reputation as a Nurking-level beast, displaying cunning tactics like ambushes and sneak attacks. Deng Bian and the others wore grave expressions, silently contemplating how they would handle such a situation. In the face of such a sudden assault, they would likely sustain severe injuries. Could Jiang Li turn the tide? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. A blazing pillar of fire shot skyward, seemingly about to engulf Jiang Li. However, Jiang Li remained calm and unmoved. With a powerful soul and keen perception far beyond the ordinary, he had long noticed the subtle signs beneath the magma. He had merely pretended to be unaware to lure the beast into revealing itself. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Jiang Li's back flared up, his speed increasing to match that of lightning. Skimming the edge of the fire pillar, he landed lightly on the platform. Accompanied by two eerie screeches, a fiery red figure slowly rose from the lava, appearing before Jiang Li. It was a massive two-headed bird. Its entire body was crimson, its wings spanning several dozen feet, making it even more terrifying than the previous golden-winged demon eagle. The most striking feature was its two menacing heads, each eye spewing intense flames. Molten lava dripped from its body, sizzling on the ground and emitting a pungent odor. Truly, it was a beast born from the lava, radiating ferocious might. Zhang Li's mind raced, recalling information about this type of beast. An adult was a true king-level entity, and this one was likely not yet fully grown, hence its near-king status. The two-headed flame bird wouldn't allow Zhang Li time to think. The left head abruptly shot a concentrated fire pillar straight at Zhang Li's face. The beam of fire was highly concentrated and powerful, enough to seriously injure a peak warrior. In the spectator area, the students were all visibly shaken. Such a powerful attack could easily obliterate most trainees. At that moment, Zhang Li burst into laughter. Excellent! Let me experience the might of a flying beast. Facing the incoming flames, Zhang Li clenched his left fist, unleashing a powerful punch. In an instant, to everyone's shock, a fiery red force burst from his fist, shattering the fire pillar into fragments. This was Zhang Li's newly mastered grade combat technique, the gravity flame punch, which he had already perfected. This technique was formidable on its own, but at full mastery, it could condense into a fiery punch, becoming nearly unstoppable. For a long time, Zhang Li had primarily used thunder-based techniques, making everyone almost forget he possessed a fire attribute. A second fully mastered grade combat technique. This guy is a monster. When did he exchange for it in the training camp? Why didn't I know? Duan Changqiu was shocked, turning to Gu Xiaoyu. Gu Xiaoyu shrugged innocently. I'm not sure, probably 3 or 4 days ago. Why? She feigned ignorance, but inside, she was ecstatic. The expressions on these old guys' faces were priceless. Mastering a grade combat technique in just 3 or 4 days. That's just absurd. The supervisors exchanged glances, questioning their reality. They had already been amazed when Zhang Li achieved minor mastery of the Thunder Wings in 10 days. Now, 10 days seemed insignificant compared to mastering a technique in 4 days. Duan Changqiu suddenly had a revelation and blurted out, could it be that Zhang Li has also fully mastered the Thunder Wings? Gu Xiaoyu nodded slightly, causing everyone's jaws to nearly drop. This wasn't just a surprise. It was a shock. The difficulty wasn't in mastering a grade combat technique, but in doing it in just 4 days. 4 days. For most, that time wouldn't even suffice to scratch the surface. Yet Zhang Li had perfected an advanced grade technique. He must have some legendary talent for comprehension, combined with his extraordinary vitality. A deputy supervisor muttered, realizing the gravity of his words and quickly falling silent. But the others, hearing this, felt enlightened. If Zhang Li indeed had such monstrous talent, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Stop speculating. We'll find out during the admission physicals, Duan Changqiu said, waving his hand, though he seemed somewhat pained. Looks like I'll have to give him that gift after all. Despite his words, he felt an inexplicable joy. With such a prodigy in the alliance, giving him 10 or even 100 gifts would be worth it. On the screen, a fierce battle had erupted. After shattering the fire pillar with a punch, Zhang Li dropped all pretense and went all out. The thunder wings on his back expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 10 feet, with faint lightning patterns appearing on the surface, exuding a terrifying aura. Zhang Li let out a battle cry, lightly tapping the ground with his toe, and soared into the sky, propelled by his thunder wings, charging at the two-headed flame bird. His right hand raised a battle knife, slicing through another fire pillar with a blade of thunder. The blazing blade then struck the flame bird. Sparks flew, but its wings, seemingly made of steel, only lost a few feathers, leaving its flesh unscathed. Zhang Li remained unfazed, his battle spirit blazing and his killing intent evident. Laughing wildly, he raised his knife again. One strike isn't enough? Then let's try another. And so, strike after strike, Zhang Li fought with fervor. His thunder blade was unstoppable, cutting through the flame bird's wings. With the perfected thunder wings, his speed even surpassed the beast. Gradually, the flame bird's steel-like body couldn't withstand the relentless blade strikes, starting to bleed. It screeched in pain, its eyes showing a hint of fear. As for Zhang Li, apart from some disheveled hair, he remained unscathed. Any attacks he couldn't dodge were deflected by his armor. Thunder Dragon Strike. Zhang Li roared, his domineering blade aura locking onto the flame bird. With a step on his thunder wings, he performed the perfected thunder wings flash, temporarily hovering in midair. Then, layers of thunderous blade energy converged, forming a fearsome thunder dragon, charging at the flame bird. This Thunder Dragon Strike, which Zhang Li had long mastered, was now even more powerful, its execution more imposing than when he first learned it. Minger trembled, her eyes filled with shock. Having faced this move directly, she knew its power. And now, this Thunder Dragon was even more formidable, truly terrifying. Seeing this, the students were all fired up, their excitement palpable, as if they were on the battlefield, fighting the beast themselves. The scene was so immersive that they lost themselves in it. As Zhang Li finally unleashed his finishing move, everyone instinctively stood up, eyes glued to the screen, not wanting to miss a moment. They held their breath, wondering, would Zhongli secure victory with this strike? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Thunder Dragon Blade Chi surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, aimed directly at the double-head flame bird, as if to consume everything in its path. However, the double-head flame bird was no ordinary creature. If it were so easily defeated, it wouldn't be worthy of its Quasiking Beast title. With a loud screech, the double-head flame bird soared high into the sky, rising dozens of feet in an instant. Then, its right head finally moved, spewing a stream of blue flames that merged with the red flames from its left head, creating an even more terrifying force. In a flash, the pillar of fire expanded several times, intertwining blue and red flames burning fiercely, clashing heat-in with the Thunder Dragon Blade Chi. The resulting explosion shook the entire cave. Zhang Li's expression changed slightly, but he wasn't surprised. The previous battles had been too easy, clearly not the true strength of a Quasiking beast. This display was more like it. In fact, the simultaneous fire pillar attack from both heads was a nascent form of the innate ability of a king-level beast, something not just anyone could master. As a knowledgeable and resourceful individual, Zhongli was well aware of this. He had been prepared, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. The student's emotions fluctuated with the battle, but Zhongli remained calm and composed. With a light tap on the iron chain, he soared higher, like a great rock spreading its wings, rushing straight into the sky. Thunder Dragon Break. A second, then a third Thunder Dragon Blade Chi shot out, forming a triangular formation, resembling the descent of a thunder god, controlling the elements with a flick of a wrist. Zhongli, barely out of breath, was clearly far from his limit. The students watched in awe, unable to believe their eyes. The frequent use of level battle techniques without any sign of cooldown showcased Zhang Li's astonishing vitality and high affinity with elemental particles. Did he really have no weaknesses? Duan Changqiu and others were even more speechless, exchanging shocked glances. Zhang Li's relentless attacks left the double-head flame bird overwhelmed. The red and blue flame pillar it had painstakingly gathered was instantly torn apart. Then, waves of dense Thunder Dragon Blade Chi surged forward, tearing flesh and scattering feathers. This time, the double-head flame bird was truly in dire straits. The students watched with bated breath, eager to witness the moment this prodigy created history. Who would have thought that a Quasiking beast would be defeated by a mere youth? Such a feat would be something to boast about for a lifetime. However, someone didn't want this show to end so soon. It was Duan Changqiu. Watching Zhongli, who still seemed to have energy left, he felt a burning curiosity. He wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight without seeing Zhongli's limits. So, he ordered, simulate the evolution process of the double-head flame bird. The crowd gasped in shock. A king-level beast? This was pushing Zhongli to the brink. Gu Xiaoyu stood up abruptly, shouting, "Supervisor, this is unfair." To her, Duan Changqiu was just refusing to honor his promise, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Duan Changqiu smiled wryly and explained, "Xiaoyu, you still have such a fiery temper. Don't worry, the reward isn't going anywhere. I just want to see Zhang Li's limits. Aren't you curious too?" Hearing this, the others understood. Zhang Li had indeed amazed them today, and they also wanted to see him struggle a bit. Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, unwilling to say more. She, too, was curious about Zhang Li's true strength. And so, unbeknownst to Zhang Li, the difficulty of the battle suddenly increased. Confident that his Thunder Dragon Blade Chi would be enough to slay the beast, he continued his relentless assault. The flame bird's cries echoed continuously, its wings in tatters, and its vitality severely depleted. Zhang Li calculated that one more powerful strike would finish it off. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this moment was destined to be recorded in history. Unmatched by peers, fighting a Quasiking beast alone. What a legendary feat. The students' blood boiled with excitement, ready to cheer for Zhang Li's victory. But unforeseen events always occur. At this critical moment, the magma beneath the platform suddenly erupted, sending massive columns of molten rock straight into the flame bird. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The nearly defeated beast's aura surged, rapidly approaching its peak. No way, this beast can heal itself? Zhang Li's face darkened, sensing something amiss. Was he being played? The students looked towards the supervisor's seat, seeking an explanation, but there was no response. Gradually, they realized the truth. So that's it. The instructor was deliberately testing Zhang Li's limits. But this was too much, wasn't it? Could Zhang Li handle another round? Worry was written all over their faces. The most shocking part was yet to come. The continuous flow of magma not only healed the double-head flame bird's injuries, but also triggered its evolution. The two heads began to merge, and it was clear that they would soon become one. Zhang Li knew this was bad news. If the red and blue flames combined, the beast would become a true king-level entity. At that point, defeating it would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. I don't have much time. I need to end this before it fully evolves. If anyone thinks they can control me, they'll regret it. Jiang Li's anger burned, hating this gamble to the core. His battle intent surged, and the lightning on his battle blade flared wildly. This was his response, his counterattack. Thunder Dragon Strike. This attack carried Jiang Li's fury, unstoppable, even surpassing his limits. With a deafening roar, the blade's energy dragon surged forward amidst the crowd's eager gaze, colliding fiercely with the fiery bird, sparks flying everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed through the cavern. The blade's energy was ferocious, instantly wounding the fiery bird, which had just begun to heal, leaving it blood-soaked and severely injured again. Feathers scattered, bones exposed, a gruesome sight. But it wasn't enough. Columns of magma, like a fountain of life, continuously healed the fiery bird's wounds. Its aura fluctuated, sometimes falling, sometimes rising, growing even stronger. How the hell do I fight this? Jiang Li's brows furrowed, eyes wide open. This isn't 2 lives against 1. It's countless lives against 1. He slowly descended, coldly staring at the arrogant beast. The 2-headed fiery bird was now bathed in a sea of flames, the left head devouring the right, gradually merging into one. Its eyes gleamed with a taunting light, as if saying, "Come on, hit me if you can." Clearly, this cunning beast had seen through Jiang Li's predicament. It wanted to humiliate him, to vent its rage. "You shameless creature." Jiang Li gritted his teeth, his chest boiling with anger. He soared into the sky once more, using his thunder wings, charging at the fiery bird. This time, he didn't choose Thunder Dragon Strike, but unleashed the deadly move of Gravity Flame Fist Crimson Flame Fist Imprint. Buzz. With a light tremor, a huge crimson fist imprint formed, glowing with terrifying light, exuding a powerful oppressive force. "Suppress," Jiang Li shouted, and the gravity effect on the fist imprint suddenly increased several times. Yes, the essence of Gravity Flame Fist lies not only in flame, but also in gravity. What Jiang Li had used before was just a prototype, but this punch showed its true power. Boom. The crimson fist imprint, like a divine hammer from the heavens, smashed onto the fiery bird. It let out a piercing scream, its massive body plummeting, severing the columns of magma. The foreign fire attribute began to interfere with its evolution, making it restless. But Jiang Li was exhilarated. "So you like playing with fire, huh? Today, I'll let you have your fill." He threw punch after punch, the crimson fist imprints continuously striking, fiercely suppressing the fiery bird. "Still mocking me? Still want to evolve? Dream on." Boom, boom, boom. One fist imprint after another flashed by, pinning the fiery bird to the ground. Jiang Li's affinity with the fire element was as strong as with the thunder element, thanks to his powerful soul. Others, unaware of the truth, thought he was extraordinarily gifted. The trainees were so excited they almost screamed. With Jiang Li performing like this, victory was within reach. Even Duan Changqiu leaped from his seat, joy evident in his eyes. "Good lad, keep it up. Show me your limits." His appreciation for Jiang Li grew, even considering more generous rewards. At this moment, under the barrage of dozens of crimson fist imprints, the fiery bird was gravely injured. Its wings were broken, unable to fly. The magma columns connecting it were completely severed. It was enveloped in intense flames, from itself, the magma, and Jiang Li's infusion. With a final roar, the 2 heads finally merged into one. Yes, it had evolved. Without Jiang Li's interference, it would have become a true king-level beast, crushing everything. Even now, severely wounded, if it could dispel the interference and complete the last step, it could still turn the tide. Roaring in rage, its single eye filled with ferocity, an incredibly terrifying power gathered in its mouth, red and blue interwoven, 100 times more frightening than before. This was the true innate ability of a king-level beast, and if released, Jiang Li would surely die. At this life-and-death moment, Jiang Li closed his eyes. He focused on his soul's power, nearly 3 times stronger than an ordinary person's, granting him unparalleled abilities. Thump, thump, thump. He heard his own heartbeat. The particles of thunder and fire attributes in his blood were wildly agitated. "Fuse for me," Jiang Li murmured, slowly raising his battle blade. Everyone watched in astonishment. This was clearly the starting move of Thunder Dragon Strike, but there was no thunder forming at the blade's tip. Instead, strands of purplured blade energy were frantically gathering. What was going on? Oh my god, is Jiang Li trying to fuse thunder and fire elements? That's impossible. Elemental fusion isn't something a warrior level can achieve. Did he get the idea from the fiery bird? The trainees were utterly shocked, their mouths agape. Duan Changqiu was almost fainting. This was too insane. Pushed to his limit, Jiang Li pulled off such a stunt. With his sharp eyes, he could see Jiang Li was improvising. This kid really had some skills. Cut. Zhang Li's eyes snapped open, filled with ferocity. His veins bulged, even oozing blood. Clearly, the elemental fusion technique was putting immense strain on his body. If not in a virtual space, this would have killed him on the spot. Zhang Li knew he had only one chance. One strike to decide life and death. Buzz. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a terrifying purpler blade energy swept across the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. The momentum, the pressure, it was heart-stopping. It surged towards the fiery bird with unstoppable force. Fear flashed in the fiery bird's eyes. Its evolution ended here. The innate ability it had painstakingly prepared was forced back. It was a step too slow. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the cavern, shaking everyone to their core. Slowly, the dust settled. A massive crater appeared on the ground, filled with raging thunder and fire. The fiery bird was gone, only a few broken wings remaining, proof of its existence. Zhang Li was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. This strike had drained him, his power reaching even king level. He staggered, barely holding on. Congratulations, trainee Zhang Li, for clearing the beast cavern. The AI's voice suddenly announced. Hearing the long-desired words, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Li's lips. In the virtual world, his body turned into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. In the training camp, after a moment of dead silence, a tsunami of cheers erupted. Everyone was shouting, calling out the name that made them proud. Zhang God. Seeing the body of the firebird turn to ash under the combined forces of lightning and fire, all the trainees leapt to their feet in excitement. They raised their fists and shouted at the top of their lungs. Jiangshan! Jiangshan! Jiangshan is amazing. That strike was absolutely stunning. Jiangshan truly lives up to his name. From now on, he is my idol. The trainees buzzed with chatter, still savoring the thrilling moment. The final challenge in the beast maze was a roller coaster of twists and turns. In the nick of time, Zhang Li turned the impossible into reality, slaying the firebird just as it was evolving into a king-level beast. Jiang Gu is as incredible as ever, Wang Daoyuan remarked, clicking his tongue in admiration. He and Su Xingqian had always had immense faith in Zhang Li ever since his spectacular performance in the mock exams. Zhang Li had become synonymous with miracles in their eyes. Gu Shang clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. Even if he knew he could never reach Zhang Li's level, he was resolved to give his all and never stop striving. Deng Bian and Xu Minger exchanged a wry smile, finally shedding their former arrogance. Zhang Li's prowess truly set him apart from the masses, unmatched by anyone. The light sound of footsteps echoed from the virtual chamber, and Zhang Li's figure appeared before everyone. He had been ejected from the chamber after his virtual world demise. All eyes turned to him, filled with intense admiration, leaving Zhang Li slightly puzzled. Then, the thunderous cheers made him realize he must have accomplished something extraordinary. He smiled silently, thankful he hadn't given up and had fought to the very end. Only through relentless battles could one temper their will and elevate their soul. Under the gaze of everyone present, the young figure exuded an extraordinary aura, hinting at a future powerhouse. The room fell silent in awe. Such promising youth. Duan Changqiu sighed deeply. Zhang Li's performance had shattered his expectations time and again, destined to be remembered by all warrior kings. At this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses us all. A deputy supervisor joked, his tone a mix of pride and lament. The ever-flowing river pushes the waves forward, an eternal truth. This is good. The student surpassing the master is what keeps our alliance thriving. The elders paved the way for the younger generation to carry the torch. May all our successors be as outstanding. An elder beamed. While Zhang Li shone brightly, the performances of Gu Shang, Xu Minger, and others were also commendable, bringing joy to everyone. Let's go, or these youngsters will explode with excitement, Duan Changqiu said with a smile as he stood up. The supervisors walked out under the expectant gazes of the trainees. The weekly exam was over, and it was time to announce the rankings and distribute rewards, the most anticipated moment for the trainees. After all, who wouldn't want to see what their hard work had earned them? Seeing the eager expressions of the trainees, Duan Changqiu decided not to keep them in suspense. His booming voice filled the air. Your performance in this week's exam was extraordinary, making us instructors very proud. You have not let us down, showing dedication and hard work. Therefore, we have decided to increase the rewards for this week's exam by 20. Cheers erupted from the trainees, echoing through the sky. Long live Supervisor. Old Duan is amazing. Old Duan, I promise I won't throw trash in front of your door anymore. Laughter and promises filled the air. Duan Changqiu chuckled. Of course, some trainees performed exceptionally well, and I believe everyone has an idea of who they are. I announce that this week's exam has a tie for third place. Gu Shang and Deng Bian. Second place goes to Xu Minger, and the top spot belongs to none other than Zhang Li. Instantly, all eyes focused on Jiangli, filled with respect and admiration. This prodigious talent deservedly took the crown. Trainees, the path of cultivation is long, and we've only taken the first step. I hope you will continue to work hard and stay true to your goals. Only by enduring hardship can you rise above others. One day, you will be grateful for your efforts now. In the next weekly exam, I hope to see new faces at the top. Chief, you can't be serious. With Jiangshan around, who can take the top spot? Competing for second place seems more realistic, a trainee joked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Jiangli had already secured his place at the top, likely to remain there until graduation. Duan Changqiu shook his head with a smile. Young people should always have dreams. He then added, the points rewards will be sent to your accounts shortly. Additionally, due to Jiang Li's exceptional performance in clearing the beast maze, he will receive a special reward. Jiang Li, come to my office later. Before he finished speaking, Duan Changqiu felt a burning gaze on him. He chuckled inwardly. This kid is hooked. As the supervisors walked away, the trainees' curiosity surged like a flood. A special reward? What could it be? Perhaps Duan Changqiu's secret techniques? Or a large sum of points? Maybe some rare treasure? Speculations and discussions abounded, everyone envious. But they knew this honor was earned through Jiang Li's hard work. Envy alone was futile. Jiang Li, filled with anticipation, couldn't help but rub his hands. A reward from a battle emperor was no small matter. Duan Changqiu had even increased the Firebird's difficulty, which couldn't go unaddressed. In a level combat skill book should be the minimum. Jiang Li had guessed that the Firebird's final mutation was a trap set by the supervisors to test his limits. Had he not remained calm and discovered the secret of attribute fusion during the beast's evolution, he might have failed. But the rewards were substantial. Previously, Jiang Li had tried to fuse the lightning and fire attributes without success. These attributes were too powerful and hard to control. Now, he had some insight, though he couldn't yet use it freely in reality without risking backlash. But Jiang Li was not discouraged. With the path clear, all that remained was dedicated practice. Soon, this move would become his trump card. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Li moved swiftly. After greeting Wang Daoyuan and the others, he headed toward the supervisor's office. Full of confidence and charisma, he was a figure that naturally drew admiration. This was the first time Jiang Li had been this close to Duan Changqiu. Although this middle-aged man was technically in his prime, his white hair and crow's feet betrayed a sense of weariness. Jiang Li knew that with the vitality of a battle emperor, such signs of aging shouldn't appear. Clearly, this man had an extraordinary story. Duan Changqiu was also observing Jiang Li. The young man exuded vigor and had deep, piercing black eyes that couldn't be ignored. Duan Changqiu thought to himself, he reminds me of my younger self. He gestured for Jiang Li to sit, his face full of approval as he reminisced about the boy's impressive performance. Jiang Li, however, remained composed and joked, we both look great. Duan Changqiu laughed heartily, growing even more fond of Jiang Li. This young man had not only extraordinary talent, but also a personality that resonated with him. What do you think of the current state of our alliance? Duan Changqiu asked suddenly after his laughter died down. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow in thought. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. I once thought that after centuries of accumulation, our alliance's strength far surpassed that of the beasts, and it wouldn't be long before we could reclaim our ancestral land. But as I delved deeper into the martial arts world, I realized things are far more complex than they seem. Oh, what makes you say that? It seems your views differ greatly from the common folk. Duan Changqiu's eyes flashed with a probing look. Seeing this, Jiang Li became even more convinced of his suspicions. He straightened his back and spoke with a firm, unwavering tone. Firstly, there's the malignant presence of the beast sect. I fought them and know firsthand the extent of their madness. The atrocities they've committed in the shadows are countless. Secondly, there's the issue with the training camps. From what I know, these camps only started about 5 years ago. The immense resources being poured into them indicate how desperate the alliance is for talent, and they need it fast. This shows that our alliance's situation is far from the optimistic view held by the masses. It might even be precarious. Jiang Li met Duan Changqiu's gaze unwaveringly, boldly voicing his speculation. In truth, this had been a nagging doubt in his mind for a long time. What was really going on with the alliance? Why did it feel so urgent? Duan Changqiu sighed deeply. Remarkable insight for someone so young. You've managed to grasp the bigger picture from just those scattered clues. Indeed, the alliance's situation is dire. In short, the beasts are making a comeback. Jiang Li felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. This news was astonishing. For centuries, after several Godder warriors had subdued the divine beasts, the alliance had enjoyed an era of peace. Now, the beasts dared to strike back? I know what you're thinking. The content in books isn't always the whole truth. With your current perspective, You must have realized that those warriors from the past were no ordinary battle gods, right? Duan Changqiu revealed another shocking secret. Zhang Li's emotions surged. He had long suspected that the training camp, with its hundreds of battle kings as instructors, indicated that such experts were not rare within the alliance. Following this ratio, the number of battle gods should be significant, not just a handful. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, above the battle god, that's where your true pinnacle lies. Duan Changqiu's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. He sighed, thinking that if he hadn't been injured, he might have been able to compete at that level. Shaking his head, he continued, "You were mistaken about one thing. The training camps didn't start 5 years ago but 10. It's just that in recent years, they've been more prominent. 10 years ago, the beasts that had been in a stalemate with our alliance suddenly launched a fierce attack, and many powerful new species emerged. Our century-old foundation struggled to withstand this assault. The danger level in the wilderness has increased several times compared to before. Many territories that we had painstakingly reclaimed have fallen again, becoming havens for the beasts. Even more frightening is their unprecedented rate of evolution. Last year alone, 4 new SS-level wilderness zones were added." Zhang Li was utterly shocked. An SS-level zone meant that it housed beasts surpassing the god ear. For in 1 year was terrifying. No wonder the alliance was sparing no expense to cultivate talented young individuals. Zhang Li suddenly understood. They had no choice. Duan Changqiu spoke earnestly. These resources don't appear out of thin air. If we continue to deplete our century-old reserves at this rate, we'll be exhausted within a decade. The implication was clear. If the alliance couldn't maintain its strength, extinction was imminent. Because of this, there was heated debate within the alliance. One faction advocated for concentrating resources on a select few to delay the inevitable. The other believed in casting a wide net to quickly and efficiently select talent. After all, time was of the essence, and hoarding resources only to fall to the beasts would be absurd. Zhang Li fell silent, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. 10 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. If geniuses like Song, Yu, Lei, and Yu from the past reappeared, perhaps there would be hope. Zhang Li, I have high hopes for you. Talents like you are the hope of the alliance. That's why I'm being so open with you. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Duan Changqiu's words were heartfelt. He genuinely wished for the prosperity of humanity and the longevity of the alliance. The weight on Zhang Li's shoulders suddenly felt immense. He had never regarded Duan Changqiu as an elder, let alone a mentor. At this moment, a deep sense of respect welled up within him. "Supervisor, I understand," Zhang Li responded softly, his voice full of determination. Though the pressure was immense, he was not discouraged. 10 years? I won't need that long to settle everything. Zhang Li asked himself. For the alliance that had been his home for 18 years, for all the familiar faces his schoolmates at the first martial arts high school, the grocers at Jejia Supermarket, the gamers at Tiandi Internet Cafe, Uncle Li, Aunt Wan, could he bear to see them disappear? No. If not, then give it your all. In an instant, Zhang Li found a new reason to train. He had every confidence in himself. "Supervisor, I won't let you down." The clarity in his eyes and his unwavering resolve left Duan Changqiu momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Duan Changqiu burst into hearty laughter. "Good. Excellent. I knew I wasn't wrong about you." The sense of relief was palpable, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This was the passing of the torch, a continuation of a spirit. "With your promise, I can confidently entrust this to you." Under Zhang Li's eager gaze, Duan Changqiu solemnly took out an ancient scroll. On its cover were 5 bold characters, 9 transformations of the divine demon body. Zhang Li's eyes widened with shock. 9 transformations of the god-demon body, what a powerful and imposing name. Could this be the reward Supervisor Duren prepared for him? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Duan Changqiu began to speak slowly, his tone tinged with reluctance. He gently stroked the cover of the ancient book, his eyes filled with hesitation. It turned out that this reward had been meticulously considered and revised numerous times before he finally decided on this body-refining combat technique. "This is an ancient combat technique I discovered in a secret realm during my youth. As you know, our alliance's martial arts foundation originates from the ancient legacies unearthed in these secret realms. The 4 great warriors of the past integrated and perfected martial arts, leading to our current glory. Yet, even so, the value of ancient combat techniques cannot be underestimated. In my view, today's martial arts are but the dim remnants of our ancestors' brilliance." Zhang Li was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected it to be an ancient combat technique focused on body refinement. Duan Changqiu continued, "Ancient combat techniques are notoriously demanding, with incredibly high comprehension difficulty, but their power is equally astonishing. This 9 transformations of the god-demon body is a rare gem among ancient texts, requiring extremely pure blood energy to cultivate. which suits your physique perfectly. Unfortunately, I only possess a fragment of it, with just the first 3 transformations. Even so, mastering these 3 would be enough to make you peerless. Even the first transformation alone would make your physical body as strong as a typical battle king. With that, he solemnly handed the ancient scroll to Jiang Li. Years ago, Duan Changqiu had also wanted to practice this method, but his mediocre talent left him with only regret. Now, he placed his hopes on Jiang Li, full of expectations. Work hard and don't let my efforts go to waste. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with determination, eager to dive into the training. Just the first transformation could rival a battle king. The power of mastering all 9 was unimaginable. Even with just the first 3 transformations, the strength of ancient martial arts was evident. Ancient martial arts were truly extraordinary and unbelievable. Jiang Li couldn't help but marvel. Most martial artists nowadays used blood energy, similar to internal energy. While blood energy could enhance the physical body, its limits were finite. Only by specializing in body refinement could one achieve a physical form surpassing that of fierce beasts. He knew that a body-refining faction was emerging within the alliance, though it had yet to become widespread. Duan Changqiu nodded in agreement. You have exceptional talent. If you ever find the complete 9 transformations of the god-demon body in a secret realm, you might just revive the glory of ancient martial arts. Jiang Li nodded repeatedly. However, for now, secret realms were still out of reach. It was better to focus on the present. Go ahead, and don't slack off in the coming days. Keep up the good work. Understood. Jiang Li replied solemnly, filled with gratitude toward Duan Changqiu. Even a fragment of this text was invaluable, and Duan Changqiu's willingness to part with it showed how much he valued Jiang Li. Watching Jiang Li's departing figure, Duan Changqiu felt a heavy burden lift from his shoulders. He murmured to himself, "Old friend, I found a worthy successor for you. You can rest in peace now." Late at night, in his dormitory, Jiang Li sat cross-legged, eagerly unrolling the ancient scroll. It had been a long time since he'd seen a paper book, and it took him a moment to adjust. As he delved into the text, his astonishment grew. The 9 transformations of the god-demon body was profound and meticulously crafted. Each transformation represented a metamorphosis of the physical body, and achieving all 9 would grant an indestructible god-demon physique. According to the text, the first transformation could rival a battle king, the second a battle emperor, and the third a battle god. Coupled with refined blood energy, the results would be unimaginable. Jiang Li took a deep breath, his blood boiling with excitement. This far exceeded his initial expectations. He had only hoped to enhance his defense a bit, but now he had obtained an invaluable treasure. However, the cultivation process was incredibly arduous, requiring immense resources and relentless effort. No wonder it was an ancient relic. Fortunately, he had a photographic memory, quickly comprehending the text. Yet, truly mastering the first transformation would take time and effort. The resources required alone would deter most martial artists. The greatest challenges of the 9 transformations of the god-demon body were twofold: comprehension and cultivation. Comprehension was easy for Jiang Li, but cultivation was a different story. It required using pure blood energy to temper the body and ultimately refining it with the blood of fierce beasts. Jiang Li calculated that in 10 days, the next weekly exam would take place, and the 3-leaf serpent blossom would mature. It would be the perfect opportunity to enter the wilderness and hunt fierce beasts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He hadn't forgotten Zhang Xiaoyan's mention of this. He was curious about who might be targeting him from the shadows. He was no longer the weak boy he once was. His growth would surprise anyone plotting against him. In the coming days, how much could his cultivation progress? With the 6,000 points from the last exam, the expected gains from the next one, and his intense training, breaking through to an elite warlord would be a piece of cake. More excitingly, he might even perfect the first transformation of the 9 transformations of the god-demon body. Though he couldn't claim to rival a battle king, his physical strength would significantly improve. Additionally, he had high hopes for the ascending heaven gate technique. Since acquiring it, Jiang Li had been tirelessly training, on the brink of a breakthrough. Once achieved, his soul strength would quadruple, and his blood energy would become even purer. While others struggled with challenging higher-level opponents, Jiang Li grew stronger with each battle. And let's not forget, instructor Gu Xiaoyu had promised him an A-level combat technique. Reflecting on his progress, Jiang Li couldn't contain his excitement. Without a doubt, his strength was about to skyrocket. This period of intense training would elevate him from a quasi-king to a true king. The exact extent of his power would depend on his cumulative efforts. Training. Jiang Li could hardly wait. Previously, he had lacked resources and training methods, but now he faced the challenge of having too many to choose from. It would take time to fully absorb and integrate them. He sat cross-legged, first focusing on the ascending heaven gate technique, then sensing the particles of lightning and fire attributes. At his current rate, in 2 days, he would accumulate enough to break through. A bottle of grade energy fluid would ensure his success. After completing each training session, Zhongli felt immensely satisfied. The sense of solid progress was exhilarating. He stepped out of the training room, realizing it was already late at night. The A-level combat technique wasn't going anywhere. He could seek out instructor Gu Xiaoyu for it tomorrow. The next day, the training camp resumed its intense and fiery atmosphere, even more fervent than before. During the weekly assessment, the brilliant performances of numerous young prodigies left everyone in awe, especially Zhang Li's outstanding display, which not only commanded respect but also ignited a competitive spirit among his peers. If such a talented individual could work so hard, what excuse did they have not to strive? After the combat skills class, Gu Xiaoyu casually said to Zhang Li, "You, come with me." Zhang Li's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was likely a sign that she would be teaching him an A-grade combat skill. Under the envious gazes of Du Zicheng and others, he hurriedly followed Gu Xiaoyu. Soon, they arrived at Gu Xiaoyu's private quarters. Zhang Li couldn't help but marvel at the superior treatment the instructors received. Just as he was lost in thought, Gu Xiaoyu's calm voice interrupted, "Come in, and close the door." Zhang Li's face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in horror, "Instructor, didn't we agree not to sell ourselves?" Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and snapped, "Go to the training room, it's quieter there." "What are you thinking about at such a young age?" Zhang Li chuckled. "If the instructor has that intention, I wouldn't mind." He knew Gu Xiaoyu's words were unintentional, and he just wanted to lighten the awkward atmosphere. As expected, the tension dissipated immediately. Zhang Li eagerly examined the training room, which was 10 times larger than his dormitory. Amazed, he heard Gu Xiaoyu say with a smile, "Like it? Train well, and when you reach the level of a battle king, you can apply for one too." Zhang Li's excitement deflated at her words. By the time he became a battle king, he would have long gone to Jiangnan Martial Arts University for further studies. What use would he have for this training room then? Gu Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction, finally seeing Zhang Li humbled. She then turned serious. "Let's get to the point. As promised, since you topped the weekly assessment, I'll teach you an A-grade combat skill. Do you want to learn blade techniques, movement techniques, or leg techniques?" Zhang Li's eyes lit up. "Can I learn all of them?" "In your dreams." Gu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "Each combat skill costs 20,000 points, even at a discount. Do you think I'm offering free meals?" Zhang Li quickly waved his hands. "I'll choose blade techniques." 20,000 points were better than killing him. Gu Xiaoyu, known as the Scarlet Flame Blade Queen, would be a fool not to learn from her. "I knew it. Fortunately, I was prepared." "Listen carefully." Gu Xiaoyu cleared her throat and began. "I have 2 prized blade techniques, Flame Fury Blade and Scarlet Flame Circular Blade. Have you heard of them?" Zhang Li's expression turned serious. "Please instruct me, instructor. When it comes to cultivation, I will do whatever it takes." Gu Xiaoyu nodded, her eyes filled with approval. "The Flame Fury Blade focuses on offense, its sharpness comparable to your Thunder Destruction / second form. Master it, and even a battle king won't be a match. At its peak, it can even slay a battle emperor with a single stroke. As for the Scarlet Flame Circular Blade, it excels in defense. Master this technique, and even a battle king will find it nearly impossible to break your defense. It offers both offense and defense, with immense power. I suggest you learn this blade technique to compensate for your defensive weaknesses. Besides, once you're at the university, you can learn the latter half of Thunder Destruction / making you invincible." Clearly, Gu Xiaoyu had given this a lot of thought. However, Zhang Li had his own plans. He always believed that the best defense is a good offense, which was contrary to Gu Xiaoyu's philosophy. Moreover, with the 9 transformation divine demon body, for protection, defense was no longer an issue. "Thank you for your suggestion, instructor, but my mind is made up. I aim for the Flame Fury Blade, for no other reason." Gu Xiaoyu was infuriated. Despite all the convincing words, this kid still insisted on his own way. She snorted coldly, "Suit yourself." Then she began to remove her armor. Zhang Li was bewildered. Hey, hey, didn't you say you'd teach me blade techniques? What are you doing? Stop talking nonsense." Gu Xiaoyu glared at him. "Change into lighter clothes. It's necessary for the training." She removed her heavy battle armor, leaving only a close-fitting vest. Zhang Li finally understood it was to facilitate observing her moves. He sighed in relief, thankful that the instructor hadn't asked him to undress in public, or he'd be a laughingstock. But then he realized that Gu Xiaoyu's meticulous instruction was a privilege not granted to just anyone. Most would be lucky to get a combat skills video, let alone hands-on teaching. Touched, Zhang Li sat up straight, focusing intently on Gu Xiaoyu. Her blood energy circulated around her, glowing brightly. The blade in her hand gleamed with a cold light, flames dancing. "Watch closely." With a sharp shout, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes turned fierce, and a violent blade aura filled the room. She began to slowly demonstrate the flame fury blade techniques. Though her movements were slow, Zhongli could still sense the overwhelming killing intent within. Each strike was precise, mastering the fire attribute's essence. The blade's edge burned fiercely, instilling fear in anyone who witnessed it. Huh! Gu Xiaoyu shouted, and the blade's tip gathered a massive flame, forming a blade glow about an inch long. This was the ultimate move of the Flame Fury Blade Flame Burst. Unlike the overwhelming dominance of Thunder Dragon Break, this blade glow seemed unassuming but contained a world-destroying power. Zhongli could tell just by feeling it that this move was incredibly powerful, far beyond ordinary blade techniques. How about it? Strong enough? Gu Xiaoyu proudly dispersed the blade glow, looking at the stunned Zhongli with satisfaction. Finally, she had managed to impress him, regaining some pride. Yeah, it's quite challenging. Zhongli nodded honestly. He wasn't being modest. He was genuinely impressed. Without Gu Xiaoyu's demonstration, it would have taken him days to figure it out. But now, with this example, he was confident he could master it on the spot. In that case, I'll demonstrate a few more times. Watch carefully. Gu Xiaoyu beamed, finally feeling like a mentor. But before she could relish the moment, Zhongli timidly spoke up. Instructor, I think I've already got it. What? Gu Xiaoyu froze, waves of shock crashing in her heart. He learned it already? Didn't he just say it was challenging? She tossed the blade to Zhongli. Show me. Let's see how good you are. She thought to herself, if he's bluffing, I'll break his legs. But as Zhongli demonstrated, Gu Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically. She couldn't believe her eyes. This kid replicated her moves perfectly, down to the last detail. Even the final flame burst, though lacking full power, was already taking shape. It wasn't until Zhongli sheathed the blade that Gu Xiaoyu snapped out of it. She stared blankly at the blade in her hand, speechless. Am I dreaming? He mastered an A-grade combat skill from just one demonstration, even surpassing me? Compared to how much effort I put in back then? Instructor, did I pass? Zhongli asked with a sheepish smile. Gu Xiaoyu weakly waved her hand. Yes, you passed. Just leave me alone. I need some time alone. Time flies. Ever since Gu Xiaoyu taught Zhongli the Blazing Fury Blade, he has completely liberated himself. Gu Xiaoyu bluntly said she didn't want to see him for a while and told him to stay out of her sight. Zhongli was more than happy to comply, setting his own training schedule and living a fulfilling life. Morning, Gajiang. The trainees greeted Zhongli with respect and admiration. He had earned this through his own efforts. In the recent weekly assessment, Zhongli once again took the top spot, performing even better than before. The most terrifying part was that he wasn't even using his full strength. Everyone had given up on competing for first place. With Zhongli around, securing second place was already an achievement. Now, Deng Bian, Xu Minger, and Gu Shang were fiercely competing for the runner-up position, none willing to fall behind. Some even spotted Gu Shang practicing his swordsmanship like a madman in the training field late at night. Zhongli shook his head slowly, watching the crowd flow towards the martial arts arena, feeling as if such scenes no longer concerned him. Your lives, my dream, he muttered to himself, turning in the opposite direction. This guy had the privilege of moving freely. His daily routine was well-structured. Sensing attribute particles in the training room in the morning, practicing the Blazing Fury Blade and tempering the 9 transformations of the God-Demon body in the afternoon, and studying the Heaven Ascension secret art and honing his blade skills in the virtual space at night. He was busy but content. Having topped the weekly assessments twice in a row, Zhongli earned a lot of free training time. His imposing figure could be seen all over the training grounds. People respected him not only for his extraordinary talent and diligence, but also because, despite being exceptional, he was approachable and willing to share his knowledge. Who wouldn't like such a remarkable person? Zhongli had long adapted to the daily routine of the training camp. Of course, he also knew the importance of balancing work and rest. Playing cards was one of his favorite pastimes. After trouncing Wang Daoyuan and his 2 novice friends, he even invited Gu Shang, Xu Minger, and others to join. Initially, they were confident, hoping to win back some pride in a game of cards. But it wasn't long before they left quietly. Monster! They all exclaimed in unison, promptly kicking Zhongli out of the game. It was the day after the second weekly assessment. Zhongli was training as usual, downing a bottle of great energy liquid in one go, feeling his blood and energy surge. He was in high spirits as he listened to the system's continuous notifications. Ultimate War General. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Zhongli's lips curled into a smile. And it wasn't just the initial stage. His blood energy had reached over 6,000 calories. Compared to the first weekly assessment, he was many times stronger. Zhongli was confident that, even without considering his other hidden strengths, his blood energy alone could rival or even defeat a beginner war king. Just as he was about to continue his rigorous training, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from Li Wanhe. Zhang Li was a bit surprised. Since coming to the training camp, he occasionally chatted with Li Wanhe, but it was rare for the latter to call him proactively. He knew Li Wanhe didn't want to disturb his training. After the Zhang Xiaotian incident, Li Wanhe had changed a lot. Wanhe, long time no see. You look well, Zhang Li said, smiling at the radiant face on the screen. It wasn't just a polite remark. It was a heartfelt observation. He could clearly see that Li Wanhe's mood had improved significantly. Li Wanhe smiled slightly. Brotherly, thanks to your constant supply of spiritual medicine, it won't be long before this little white dragon makes a comeback. His rare attempt at humor made Zhang Li overjoyed. The two chatted and laughed, exchanging banter. When Zhang Li mentioned that there was a deputy supervisor in the training camp named Li Shanhe, they both laughed heartily, joking that he must be Li Wanhe's long-lost uncle. Wanhe, rest assured, I now have the strength of a war king. It won't be long before I find a spiritual treasure that can heal your blood core. Trust me, Zhang Li promised firmly. Li Wanhe, however, waved his hand with a smile. Brotherly, I trust you, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've never blamed you for this. Besides, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. He seemed genuinely at peace with his situation. Actually, I called you this time for another reason. My health has improved a lot recently, so I plan to travel around the country for a while, to clear my mind. I'll be alone for some time. Just wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry. Sounds good. If you need money, just let me know and I'll cover it. Zhang Li said, understandingly. Then I really would be a parasite, wouldn't I? Don't worry, traveling doesn't cost much. I can even do some odd jobs. Li Wanhe laughed heartily. After a few more words, the call ended. In Nanha City, Li Wanhe stared at the dim screen, muttering to himself, able to fight a war king already? Brother Li is truly extraordinary. Xiaogan, do you think I can catch up to him? A rebellious voice echoed in his mind. Ganyi always delivers. Look, your blood core is already repaired, even stronger than before. That kid over there doesn't look simple either. But don't worry, we have our advantages. Feeling the surging power within him, Li Wanhe's eyes flashed with joy. After spending some time with the remnant spirit of the bronze bell, Xiaogan, he found that although this spirit had a sharp tongue, it was decent at heart. It just had a habit of making sarcastic remarks. Once we find another fragment in the next secret realm, you can start cultivating that heavenly demon transformation. Then, Ganyi will take you to dominate the myriad beast sect. Xiaogan shouted arrogantly, if we don't crush that damn myriad beast sect, I won't be gone. Li Wanhe punched the bronze bell, laughing and cursing. Xiaogan, don't get cocky. Let's get moving. Stop dawdling. All right, let's go. On the other side, Zhang Li shook his head with a smile. Seeing his good friend finally come out of the shadows, he felt relieved. The once melancholy Li Wanhe had been a source of concern. Now, Zhang Li felt a sense of peace. Suddenly, his vision brightened, and he felt his soul breaking through its shackles, reaching an unprecedented level. Joy filled his heart as he realized that the second stage of the heaven ascension was within reach. Zhang Li had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Once he broke through, he could immediately apply to leave the training camp and go collect the three-leaf serpent birth flower. With this goal in mind, Zhang Li closed his eyes, focusing all his energy on his cultivation. Zhang Li sat cross-legged. In his mind, a golden staircase rose from the ground, waiting for him to climb. After a period of intense cultivation, he had already mastered the first level of the ascending heaven gate secret technique to near perfection, and the pressure he felt had significantly lessened. He knew this was because he had nearly perfected the first level. However, this time, perhaps because he was on the verge of a breakthrough, the pressure on the golden staircase increased tenfold. Zhang Li felt as if he had returned to the initial painful struggle of cultivating ascending heaven gate. He gritted his teeth, endured the excruciating pain, and moved forward step by step. His soul would occasionally shatter, but then reassemble. Zhang Li's eyes shone brightly, even emitting a golden glow. This was a sign of his soul's strength skyrocketing. He kept encouraging himself, persist, persist. This breakthrough depends solely on me. After such a long time of cultivation, Zhang Li's will had become as strong as steel, far from the naive young boy he once was. Finally, he reached the top of the staircase and leaped. In an instant, countless golden fragments burst forth from the depths of his soul, and his soul's strength surged from level 3 to level 4. The second level of the ascending heaven gate secret technique had been successfully broken through. Zhang Li stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Unlike the usual fatigue after training, he felt refreshed and full of energy. A cool sensation flowed through his mind, a sign of his soul's transformation. The numerical leap might seem insignificant, but in reality, it was a world of difference. With his eyes closed and his mind focused, Zhang Li discovered that he could perceive everything within 100 meters with incredible clarity, even more so than with his naked eyes. The previous vague sensations were gone, replaced by a clear and transparent insight. Undoubtedly, within a 100-meter combat range, his combat power would significantly increase. Even better, with the enhancement of his soul, Zhongli could easily conceal his aura fluctuations. Even a strong warrior like Duan Changqiu would have difficulty seeing through his cultivation. His understanding and affinity with attributes also improved dramatically, to a remarkable extent. At this rate, he was confident he could master the flaming fury blade in no time. The mere thought of it filled Zhongli with excitement. But the good news didn't stop there. Along with his soul's transformation, his vitality also experienced a qualitative leap, as if reborn, reaching a new level of purity. The surging energy coursed through him, and Zhongli was intoxicated by it. He clenched his fists, convinced that his vitality could now rival that of a battle king. If not for the slight deficiency in attribute particles, he would be a true battle king with 6,000 calories of vitality. Now, if I face the fiery bird again, let it evolve all at once. I'll still turn it into a bald eagle. Zhongli thought to himself with a satisfied smile. He was confident that his combat power had reached the level of a battle king, though the exact rank would only be revealed in actual combat. However, he estimated that an intermediate battle king should be within his reach. Unfortunately, even with this breakthrough, he still couldn't enter the beast pearl. As soon as his soul ascended, he eagerly tried to communicate with it, but only received a faint response, still unable to step inside. The thought of the fierce beast blood within made Zhongli drool. It seemed he needed to continue cultivating and strive to reach the 3rd level soon, at which point he would surely be able to enter the pearl. The Blood River world and the Heaven Gate realm were both dream cultivation paradises for him. Zhongli was in no hurry. He understood that haste makes waste. Reaching the 2nd level of the ascending Heaven Gate secret technique was already a significant achievement. He needed to focus on studying and accumulating strength to advance further. He walked to the window and looked outside. His surge in strength had come to an end. Now, it was time to train in the wilderness. According to the information he had received, the 3-leaf serpent flower would mature in the next few days. Although it was only a level spiritual herb, its slight effect on improving physical constitution made it a must-try for Zhongli. Zhongli was confident in his strength. Even if he couldn't win, he was sure he could retreat safely. To his enemies, he was just an insignificant warrior. They wouldn't deploy a battle emperor or battle god to kill a mere ant, would they? He wanted to see who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The next morning, Duan Changqiu saw Zhongli and was slightly surprised. You want to go to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts? Zhongli nodded and said, that's right. Uncle Duan, you know that if I want to advance the 9 transformations divine demon body, I need to temper it with fierce beast blood. Moreover, absorbing fierce beast blood greatly benefits my cultivation speed. Over the past few days, Zhongli's relationship with Duan Changqiu had improved significantly, with the latter occasionally giving him pointers on his cultivation, for which Zhongli was immensely grateful. Kid, you've only been cultivating for a short time, and you're already thinking about fierce beast blood? I think you're just bored and want to get some fresh air, Duan Changqiu teased, tapping Zhongli's forehead with a knowing look. Zhongli smiled wryly and didn't argue. He didn't intend to deceive Duan Changqiu. He was indeed after the 3-leaf serpent flower, but hunting fierce beasts and tempering his body was also a crucial goal. Without enough fierce beast blood, the progress of the 9 transformations divine demon body would be severely hindered. He had already spent a lot of points to achieve his current results. Now, the 1st level was about to reach small success, at which point he could rival a battle king. And once it reached great success, he could contend with a peak battle king. However, the cost was indeed high, which was why Zhongli decided to hunt personally. Seeing his determination, Duan Changqiu didn't stop him. He knew that a sheltered environment couldn't produce towering trees. Besides, according to the training plan, the trainees would eventually have to fight fierce beasts, and Zhongli was just slightly ahead of schedule. Training in the wild is good. With your current skills, even encountering a king-level fierce beast won't be too dangerous. Just be cautious in the nearby wilderness. Nothing should go wrong, Duan Changqiu pondered. How about this, stay a few more days. Skip the next weekly assessment to avoid crushing the other trainees' spirits completely. As for points, I'll arrange a task for you. The fierce beasts you hunt will go to the training camp, and you won't be shortchanged. Zhongli was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. During his reign at the training camp, the trainees' enthusiasm for training had never been higher. But for other geniuses, having a supreme figure hanging over them was quite stressful. After some discussion, Duan Changqiu gave Zhongli a green light. Weekly assessment points no longer satisfied him, but hunting fierce beasts was a win-win situation. Off you go, kid. Remember to come back before the monthly assessment. It's important. Duan Changqiu repeatedly reminded him as they parted. Zhongli chuckled and promised not to be away for too long. As Zhongli stepped out of the training camp, Zhao Lian awoke leisurely from the energy pod filled with green liquid atop a towering mountain. A beast warrior stood respectfully by his side. What is it? Zhao Lian, his sleep disturbed, couldn't hide his irritation. The beast warrior nervously reported. Sir, you instructed us to inform you when the three-leaf snake flower near Mingling City's A-class wilderness zone was about to mature. I'm here to remind you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lian suddenly remembered. It seemed he had indeed set this plan in motion. Thinking of Zhang Xiaotian, that useless fool who couldn't even handle a high school student, made him grit his teeth in anger. His desire to kill Jiangli had only grown stronger. Last time, during the mock exam, it was this kid who ruined everything, even causing Zhang Xiaotian's death. Jiangli was truly Zhao Lian's nemesis. Let's go. Follow me. I want to see how a mighty general can overturn the heavens under my hand. Zhao Lian sneered, full of confidence. Now that he had fully recovered, his strength had significantly improved, almost on par with a titled warlord. He understood the principle of exerting full effort even against a small opponent, and he wouldn't let Jiangli underestimate him. However, just as he was eager to act, the beast warrior cautiously interrupted him. Sir, you absolutely cannot go now. The headquarters is urging you to come quickly. You've been selected for the current batch for the 10,000 Beasts Blood Pool. Zhao Lian was overjoyed upon hearing this, his face breaking into a wide smile. Really? Excellent. 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 He repeated the word excellent 3 times, unable to contain his excitement. The 10,000 Beasts Blood Pool was no ordinary thing. Soaking in it would surely elevate his power. Zhao Lian had worked hard for this opportunity, even going so far as to curry favor with the 12th Elder. Congratulations, sir. After bathing in the blood pool, becoming a redrobed elder is just around the corner. The beast warrior's eyes were filled with reverence. In the 10,000 Beasts sect, a beast master's power was comparable to that of a warlord, and a redrobed elder was a true war emperor. Given Zhao Lian's current level, enjoying the benefits of the blood pool would make breaking through to war emperor nearly certain. Zhao Lian was over the moon, finding everything pleasing to the eye. Once I become an elder, I'll definitely deal with that scoundrel Sikongyang. As for Jiangli, he pondered, weighing his options. This opportunity was too valuable to miss, far more important than chasing down Jiangli. Still, Zhao Lian didn't want to let Jiangli off so easily. Letting that kid get away would be disgraceful. After a moment of thought, he instructed, contact the Mingling City branch immediately. Tell them Zhao Liano, the future redrobed elder, orders them to handle this matter on my behalf. Yes, sir. The beast warrior went off to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Jiangli was unaware that his actions had indirectly prevented the mastermind from coming after him personally. At that moment, he was busy testing his low-altitude gliding skills. This was typically a skill exclusive to warlords, but Jiangli had mastered it early due to his exceptional chi and blood quality. Bang! He kicked off the ground, shooting into the air like an arrow. As his chi and blood surged, his descent slowed, allowing him to fight midair for a brief period. Coupled with the divine skill, Thunder Wing Flash, Zhang Li's eyes gleamed as the wide thunder wings unfolded behind him. In an instant, his previously slow descent turned into a second leap skyward. Not bad. This could catch my enemies off guard in battle. Zhang Li was quite pleased, landing lightly and conserving his chi and blood. He had left the training camp far behind, gradually making his way into the heart of the A-class wilderness zone. An A-class wilderness meant that king-level beasts resided within, and not just one or two. Even though Jiangli was confident, he knew better than to underestimate the danger. It would be suicidal. After all, this was his first time venturing into such perilous territory. Caution was paramount. He activated his sky tracker, heading towards the location of the three-leaf snake flower. The surrounding scenery gradually changed from ruins to a primeval forest, with fewer and fewer traces of human civilization. Along the way, Jiangli encountered several beasts, none of which reached the general level. Not wanting to waste time, he effortlessly killed a few troublesome creatures, treating it as a warm-up. Roar! A deafening beast roar caught Jiang Li's attention. His eyes lit up as he spotted a massive beast, about 8 feet tall, tearing apart another beast's carcass, blood and flesh flying everywhere. On closer inspection, it was a 5-star general-level beast, the blue-striped python tiger. Finally, a worthy opponent. Roar! The blue-striped python tiger noticed Jiang Li and let out a low growl, dropping the mangled carcass from its mouth, its eyes filled with wariness. Jiang Li hadn't concealed his presence, making it clear to the beast that he was not friendly. Come on, let's see what you've got. Jiang Li smiled, further enraging the python tiger. Limited in intelligence and provoked, it charged at him with claws bared, full of fury. A 5-star general-level beast was comparable to an extreme war general. In the past, Jiang Li would have had to put in some effort. But now, it was merely a matter of seconds. Jiang Li, however, didn't want to end the fight too quickly. He wanted to test the power of the 9 transformations of the divine demon body. Feeling the overwhelming strength surging through his flesh, a wicked fire simmered within him, demanding release. Although his cultivation hadn't yet reached the minor success of the first transformation, he was confident that his physical strength was no less than that of a peak war general. The recent extravagant spending had not been in vain. Putting away his battle knife, Zhongli clenched his fists and charged at the blue-striped python tiger. Boom! His fist, wrapped in red flames, struck the tiger's head with terrifying force. The blue-striped python tiger, eyes wide with shock, didn't even have time to react before being knocked senseless by the blow. Bang! Its thick fangs snapped, and the beast let out a pitiful howl. Zhang Li's fist remained unscathed, as tough as great alloy. The 9 transformations of the divine demon body was a comprehensive refinement, not only boosting physical strength but also reaching the pinnacle of defense. Just activating his gravity flame punch was enough to humiliate a 5-star general-level beast. Haha, this is exhilarating. Come on, let's go again. The thrill of close combat made Zhang Li's blood boil. Having caught a live target, he wasn't about to let it go easily. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed through the forest. Zhang Li was in high spirits, while the python tiger was in utter misery. In no time, most of its fangs were shattered, its body a bloody mess, looking like a pile of mush. The fear and despair in its eyes were unmistakable. To the beast, this human was a reincarnated god of death, and it only wished for the torment to end quickly. Boom! With a final, mountain-crushing kick, the blue-striped python tiger finally succumbed, its eyes showing a hint of relief. Zhang Li touched his nose, wondering if he had been too brutal. Looking at the tiger's carcass, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the wilderness zone was different. The blood of such high-level beasts would have cost a lot of points in the training camp. He plunged his hands into the tiger's body, activating the 9 transformations of the divine demon body, technique to absorb its essence. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped his body, exuding a hint of malevolence. Initially, Zhang Li had found this blood-soaked cultivation method unsettling, but over time, he had grown used to it. Good and evil were 2 sides of the same coin. It all depended on the cultivator's choices. The crimson light continuously refined his body, and Zhang Li felt his strength soaring. After a long while, the essence was fully absorbed. Feeling the surge in his physical power, bringing him closer to the minor success of the first transformation, Zhang Li was ecstatic. It seemed this trip was worthwhile. At this rate, his physical body might advance to king level before his cultivation did. Surveying his surroundings, he felt as if treasures were waiting to be discovered everywhere. Onward to the 3-leaf snake flower. After collecting the valuable parts of the python tiger, Zhang Li activated his movement technique and sped towards his destination. The journey through the wilderness zone had just begun, and countless challenges awaited this spirited young man to conquer. The branch of the Wansho sect in Mingling City is situated deep within an unnamed valley adjacent to the wilderness, hundreds of meters underground. The Wansho sect has always preferred establishing their bases in the heart of the wilderness, as they are considered public enemies, hunted by all. Setting up camp near human settlements would be asking for trouble. Even if they had to choose the outskirts of a city, they would bury themselves deep underground to avoid detection. It's said that the headquarters of the Wansho sect is located in the core area of an SS-level danger zone. Brother, Zhao Lian, the new rising star in our sect, just sent a message requesting our help, reported a lean beast warrior respectfully to the tall and burly figure in the branch hall. The Mingling City branch of the Wansho sect was a third-rate place within the sect, controlled by 3 brothers, Wu Zhixiong, Wu Jichao, and Wu Zhicheng. Wu Zhixiong had the cultivation level of a high-level battle king, while the other 2 were only at the mid-level. The speaker was Wu Jichao, the second brother. Zhao Lian, the one who merged with the Thunder Beast's bloodline and is about to be selected for the next batch of the Beast Blood Pool. Wu Zhixiong slowly turned around, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. The blood pool is only accessible to the chosen elite, and Zhao Lian's luck had certainly turned for the better. That's him. If everything goes well, his future is limitless, and he will undoubtedly secure a position as a Red Elder. He might even advance further into the ranks of the 12 elders. Wu Zhicheng, the youngest brother, quickly added. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Such a person could not be underestimated. What does he want us to do? Wu Zhixiong asked with interest. Wu Jichao replied. It's simple. He wants us to eliminate a high school student named Zhang Li. This person's cultivation is approximately between a high-level battle general and a peak-level battle general. Zhao Lian wants us to ambush him near the 3-leaf serpent flower and wait for him to take the bait. That's it. Wu Zhixiong frowned. Could it be a trap? You're overthinking it, brother, Wu Jichao shrugged. But Zhao Lian did specifically mention that this person has a significant background and advised us 3 brothers to act together to avoid any mishaps. As soon as he finished speaking, The three of them burst into laughter, full of disdain. A mere battle general level brat, and he needs us three battle kings to handle it? Zhao Lian must be out of his mind. How much trouble can a high school student cause? Is he supposed to defy the heavens? Zhao Lian just got lucky with the Thunder Beast's blood. The brothers mocked Zhao Lian, making him sound completely incompetent. Wu Zhixiong waved his hand to stop the ridicule. Enough. Let's give this future Red Elder some face and consider it an investment. Besides, we can seize the three-leaf serpent flower along the way, making it a profitable trip. Second brother, take a few men and go. Understood. Wu Jiqiao accepted the order and left, unable to hide the contempt on his face. Meanwhile, Zhongli was immersed in the joy of hunting fierce beasts and cultivating the 9 turns divine demon body. The essence of the blood and flesh of the beasts allowed him to progress rapidly, enhancing his strength. With a swift kick, Zhang Li's leg gleamed with bright silver light, shattering the attacking leopard beast. This was his newly learned Blevel leg technique, moon-severing kick. After consulting Duan Changqiu about the 9 turns divine demon body, Zhang Li exchanged for this leg technique from the combat technique library, aiming to enhance his close combat abilities comprehensively. Currently, his mastery of the moon-severing kick was at its peak, its power rivaling his gravity flame fist. Along with the flaming extreme saber, Zhang Li had perfected 4 Blevel combat techniques, making his skills increasingly proficient. With his nearing mastery of an A-level combat technique, Zhang Li was no longer the helpless figure he once was. Even without a blade, he could fight 100 enemies and sweep through armies. After finishing his usual routine and absorbing the essence of the fierce beasts, Zhang Li felt his physical strength surging, bringing him immense joy. With a constant supply of beast blood, his progress in the 9 turns divine demon body was astonishingly fast. In just a short time, his physical strength had matched his blood energy level, comparable to a peak-level battle general. This was the 8th fierce beast of the general level that Zhang Li had slain. He was just one step away from achieving the first minor accomplishment of the divine demon body, which would grant him an indestructible body comparable to a battle king. Unfortunately, breaking through this last level is incredibly challenging. Despite the abundant beast blood in my body, achieving a breakthrough before the monthly exam seems unrealistic. Zhang Li lamented as he looked at the beast corpses. Although he hadn't reached the ultimate state, his current physical strength and blood energy, combined with the flaming extreme saber, made his combat power terrifyingly strong. The location of the 3-leaf serpent flower is not far. It's time to conceal my presence and move stealthily, Zhang Li planned. His recently evolved soul power was enough to hide his tracks and deceive even battle kings. This was his secret weapon that gave him confidence. Zhang Li wasn't worried about someone else getting to the flower first. The mastermind behind the trap wouldn't sabotage their own plan. Lying in wait and observing the situation was the best strategy. With his mind made up, Zhang Li avoided the beasts along the path, holding his breath and sprinting towards the location of the 3-leaf serpent flower. At the same time, not far from Zhang Li's destination, a young man with a spear was battling a fierce beast. This 4-star general-level behemoth was rare, but it couldn't withstand the young man's relentless attacks and was retreating step by step. If anyone saw such a young person with the potential of a peak-level battle general, they would be shocked. Even in the renowned Shenlong training camp, only geniuses like Zhang Li could compare, leaving others like Xu Minger and Deng Buyan in the dust. With a swift and precise thrust, the young man drove his spear into the beast's head, his eyes cold and commanding. He was Ji Chuan, born into a prestigious family, raised in luxury, and enjoying all the splendor life had to offer. Now that I, Ji Chuan, have reached the peak-level battle general, and my family's Blevel spear techniques are perfected, with the A-level techniques nearing completion, who among the younger generation of the Federation can claim to be above me? Ji Chuan thought proudly. As a scion of a wealthy family, his perspective was unique, and his demeanor was always imposing. I heard the Federation started some training camp to recruit so-called elite students, but it seems there aren't any impressive figures there, he sneered. To him, the resources of the training camp were nothing compared to those of noble families. No wonder most noble children looked down on it, preferring to train at home. Of course, the 5 great schools were an exception. They offered resources and opportunities that even someone like Ji Chuan coveted. Many ancestors of noble families had graduated from these schools, leading to their later success. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan clenched his fist. Although he was an ordinary person, his exceptional talent in spear techniques was on par with those with special physiques. I must continue to strive. I aim to break through to the Battle King level before enrolling, so that even among the noble children and geniuses, I will stand out. The 5 great schools' new students had to be at least peak-level battle generals to apply, a standard set by noble families for admission. Ji Chuan's goal was set. Now it was up to his performance. Only through battle can I hone my spear skills and reach new heights. Ji Chuan muttered to himself as he stepped forward. Suddenly, A piercing screech echoed from deep within a cave. During his intense fight, he had unknowingly reached the entrance. Another general-level beast? Perfect timing. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, Ji Chuan, driven by a rush of adrenaline, charged into the cave towards the source of the sound. He didn't notice the cold, watchful eyes fixed on him, following his every move. As his figure disappeared into the cave, a faint whisper was heard. Second leader, is this the guy? Is he Zhongli? Asked a man with a sullen expression, his tone full of uncertainty. In fact, Wu Jichao had led his men to ambush this spot 2 days ago. Although he outwardly dismissed Zhao Lian's concerns as overblown, his cautious nature meant he took no chances. Now, sensing the formidable aura of Ji Chuan, he was shocked. This guy's no mere high-level warrior. Our intel must be wrong. Turning to his men, he ordered, this person is very likely Jiang Li. Who would have thought a young upstart could possess such skill? No wonder Lord Zhao Lian is so eager to eliminate him. Given a few more years, he could become a major threat to our sacred sect. Let's quietly follow him. Let him battle the serpent beast first. This will both test his true strength and reveal any hidden abilities he might have, Wu Jichao said confidently, feeling in control of the situation. Even though he was a mid-level battle king, capable of crushing Ji Chuan easily, he believed that caution was never a bad idea. The beast warriors nodded in agreement, holding their breath as they listened to the roars of the serpent beast echoing from the cave. Sharing a knowing glance, they silently crept toward the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan was enthusiastically fighting the serpent beast. This 5-star general-level beast was clearly stronger than the last one he faced, making it an excellent opponent to hone his spear skills. What thrilled him even more was the sight of a budding purple flower on the cave wall, nearly mature 3-leaf serpent flower. Destiny favors me. I truly am a child of fortune, he thought, delighted. To encounter such a rare treasure while merely hunting a beast was surely a sign of a bright future and prosperous martial destiny. With his alloy spear in hand, Ji Chuan moved like the wind, unstoppable. His spear shadows formed an impenetrable barrier, repeatedly wounding the serpent beast. Though they were of the same level, Ji Chuan's innate talent set him apart. As a direct disciple of a warrior god household, it would be a disgrace if he couldn't fight above his level. What did it matter if he was an extreme warrior? Ji Chuan's strength was enough to crush the 2-headed flame bird he had faced before, and he was likely on par with Jiang Li during their first weekly assessment. The serpent beast opened its jaws wide, spewing a corrosive, poisonous mist. Ji Chuan deftly avoided the deadly trap using his mysterious footwork. He shouted, "Beast, if you don't submit, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before he finished speaking, his spear erupted in brilliant golden light, the intense killing intent at its tip making Wu Jichao, hidden in the shadows, shiver. That's an A-level spear technique, and he's quite skilled with it. Good thing I was cautious, or I would have been in trouble, Wu Jichao thought, a cold smile forming on his lips, confident of victory. In a swift move, Ji Chuan pierced the serpent beast's head with his spear, ending the battle with a thunderous strike. He exhaled deeply, feeling exhausted. A-level spear techniques consumed a lot of energy, but the sight of the dying beast filled him with joy. With the beast defeated, it was time to claim his prize. Although the 3-leaf serpent flower wouldn't help him break through to the Battle King level, it would certainly enhance his cultivation and vitality. Just as he relaxed, a sudden sense of danger jolted him like a thunderclap, making his hair stand on end. In the next moment, a barrage of fierce attacks came at him, the most terrifying being an ice fist that seemed to freeze the very air. Ambush! Ji Chuan's mind raced. I've been set up. He wondered, do these bastards have no shame? Sending a Battle King to deal with a mere general-level warrior, and using such sneaky tactics. Unbelievable. He cursed himself for being so careless. How had he not noticed his surroundings? His recent success in the wilderness had made him complacent, and now he was paying the price. In this critical moment, Ji Chuan cleared his mind, focusing his energy. His blood surged as he used his family's secret technique to boost his combat power instantly. This was the heritage of the Ji family. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, this technique allowed him to roam the wilderness with confidence. However, the cost was significant. With a loud bang, his spear emitted a dazzling golden light, stunning the beast warriors. Wu Jichao thought, this kid hit his trump card well. Good thing I was prepared. Another earth-shattering explosion followed, and Ji Chuan was sent flying, crashing into the cliff wall, his internal organs churning. Even with his secret technique boosting him to the Battle King level, he couldn't withstand the combined assault of a mid-level Battle King and several warriors, resulting in severe injuries. Beast sect? Ji Chuan's heart sank as he recognized his attackers. There was no escape. Even at his peak, he couldn't win, let alone now while injured. The confined cave was a trap. Damn it, how did the beast sect target me? Is there a traitor in the family? He was furious, hoping it was just a coincidence. Wu Jichao laughed heartily, feeling triumphant. This was too easy. The rewards promised by Lord Zhao were as good as his. Kid, you must be Zhongli, the one who offended Lord Zhaolian. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Yeah? You deserve to die. The other beast warriors jeered, hating the young man who dared to defy them. Ji Chuan was baffled. What? They think I'm Zhongli? Who's Ji Chuan then? He was enraged. Damn it. Zhongli is your father. Your whole family is Jiang. He realized they had mistaken him for someone else, making him a scapegoat. Still talking back? Go argue with the king of hell. Wu Jichao's face twisted with malice as he launched an attack. His body radiated a chilling aura, his ice fist tearing through the air. Compared to him, Shu Minger's ice techniques were child's play. Ji Chuan's face paled as he struggled to block with his spear. The clash of metal was deafening, shaking his teeth. Wu Jichao's punch bent the sturdy alloy spear before snapping it back, the force sending Ji Chuan flying. He spat blood, hearing the crack of his bones. I'll fight you to the end. Ji Chuan gritted his teeth, crashing to the ground. As he struggled to rise, he noticed a pair of innocent eyes in the shadows. A silent figure stood there, perfectly hidden. If not for sheer luck, Ji Chuan would never have noticed. Seriously? Another one? Ji Chuan cursed his luck. How could he be so unfortunate? Even in the most unassuming corner, there was another enemy. The man wasn't anyone else but Zhongli. He had arrived even earlier than the group of beast warriors. Originally, he planned to strike them down when the opportunity arose, not caring if their leader was a mid-level battle king. To Zhongli, they were nothing more than ants. However, he reconsidered and thought it might be worth observing their schemes to possibly uncover the mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, he concealed his presence and hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Thanks to his soul being 4 times stronger than that of an average person, even the snake beast couldn't detect him, let alone Wu Jichao. What happened next, however, caught Zhongli by surprise. Ji Chuan accidentally stumbled into the cave and inexplicably took the blame for him. It was then that he learned the true culprit was Zhao Lian. It was Zhao who had used underhanded tactics during the simulated exam. Ji Chuan caught a glimpse of Zhongli and was initially stunned. Then, realization dawned on him, and his face turned ashen. Could this guy be Zhongli? The one who made me take the fall? He nearly wanted to rush up and bite him. Although it was a misunderstanding, anyone in his position would find it hard to swallow. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse. Ji Chuan quickly calculated. The immediate priority was to turn the crisis into an opportunity. Zhongli was clearly hiding his true strength, which was unfathomable. But for so many experts to be lying in wait, he must not be an ordinary person. Joining forces might offer a chance for survival. With this thought, Ji Chuan suppressed his anger and subtly signaled Zhongli. Zhongli understood. Although he could easily kill the opponents in a heated fight, why not save some effort if possible? He gripped his long blade, ready for action. Ji Chuan charged forward again with his spear. Boom. He was blasted away but got up again. Boom. He was knocked down again but stood back up. This repeated several times. Zhongli silently praised Ji Chuan's resilience, noting that he was like an indestructible shield. Under Ji Chuan's distraction, Wu Jichao slowly closed in within 30 feet of Zhongli, completely exposing his back. Wu Jichao grew increasingly frustrated with Ji Chuan's tenacity. As a battle king, being unable to subdue a mere battle general was humiliating. He roared in fury, transforming into a bare-head figure with sharp claws and bristling fur, clearly ready to go all out. If you know what's good for you, just die quietly. Having me, Wu Jichao, kill you should be an honor. Wu Jichao sneered, a terrifying ball of icy light forming between his claws, exuding a chilling aura. A glint of joy flashed in Ji Chuan's eyes. Wu Jichao's focus was entirely on him, playing right into Zhongli's hands. Die! Wu Jichao roared, and the light ball in his claws rapidly expanded to the height of a person in the blink of an eye, its momentum terrifying. His eyes were filled with madness and satisfaction. But in that split second, a powerful sense of danger enveloped him, piercing his heart and making him shiver. His smug expression instantly turned to panic. Crash! A dazzling purple lightning bolt sliced through the air, aiming straight for Wu Jichao's back. Though the lightning blade was only half a yard long, it was incredibly condensed, like a thunder dragon descending from the heavens. This was Zhang Li's refined version of the Thunder Dragon Strike, an improvement he made while studying the flame burst. Although it lacked the original's wide area of effect, its single-target damage was exceptional. Ji Chuan was dumbfounded, unable to believe that someone his age could unleash such a devastating attack. The aura was clearly at the king level. Moreover, Zhang Li's composure and precision made Ji Chuan's own forced king-level power seem laughable in comparison. Could Zhang Li also be a prodigy from a warrior family? This thought gave Ji Chuan a glimmer of hope. Wu Jichao's face changed drastically. The blade's edge alone made him feel like he was about to be dismembered. In a panic, he tried to turn the icy light ball to block it. But Jiang Li's attack was a feint. With the boost from his lightning wings, he shot forward, his long blade slashing relentlessly. Boom! The earth-shattering clash echoed through the cave, sending shockwaves that made the walls tremble. The other beast warriors were thrown off balance, struggling to stay on their feet. Wu Jichao's chest was split open by a horrifying wound, blood gushing out, with electric sparks crackling at the edges, almost cutting him in half. He stared at Jiang Li, eyes filled with fear. Fool, the one you're looking for is me. Jiang Li emerged, his blade exuding a terrifying aura as he spoke calmly, sending chills down everyone's spine. You're Jiang Li? Then who is he? Wu Jichao asked, bewildered. Just an unlucky guy, Jiang Li replied with a helpless smile. He already told you he wasn't, but you wouldn't believe him. Wu Jichao was both ashamed and enraged. His arrogance had led him to fall for a trap, wasting time and nearly costing him his life. Even more infuriating was that Jiang Li had seized the initiative, almost killing him with one strike. Damn Zhao Lian. He kept saying this was just a battle general. This is clearly king-level power. If I had believed him, I would be dead by now. Wu Jichao cursed inwardly, his eyes darting around. Thankfully, he had brought reinforcements. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. What are you standing around for? Attack! He shouted at his subordinates. The beast warriors rushed at Jiang Li. Wu Jichao sneered at Jiang Li, saying, Boy, don't get cocky. That was just a sneak attack. Let's see you do it again. As he healed his wounds, he calculated. Jiang Li might seem exceptional, but he was probably just a peak battle general. That astonishing strike was likely his trump card. It was impossible for him to replicate it so soon. Let these small fry deal with you first. Once I'm healed, I'll take care of you myself. Wu Jichao fumed as he pulled out a vial of potion, downing it in one gulp. Instantly, his wounds began to heal, and his vitality surged. Jichuan struggled to his feet, wanting to help Jiang Li. But in the next second, both of them were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Who exactly is this guy? Jiang Li let out a cold laugh, his blade aura soaring to the sky, pure energy roaring around him. With a casual gesture, he pointed several times in quick succession. In an instant, the world changed. Thunder Dragon Strike. Thunder Dragon Strike. Thunder Dragon Strike. Thunder Dragon Strike. Four bolts of lightning blade energy followed one after another, each as powerful as the previous fatal strike, charging at the beast warriors. Can't do it again? Then how about 4 more times? Jiang Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke with deliberate enunciation. Beast warriors, leave none alive. Wu Jichao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just a moment ago, he was feeling smug, thinking Jiang Li wouldn't be able to unleash that astonishing ultimate move again. To his shock, he was proven wrong in an instant. This wasn't just one strike, it was 4, one after another. Even more terrifying was that Jiang Li showed no signs of fatigue. Could it be that this guy had no cooldown period? Ji Chuan was equally stunned. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to encounter a monster among his peers. This was a label others usually used to describe him. For a moment, Ji Chuan felt a mix of emotions, finally understanding the complex feelings others had when they looked at him. While the two were merely shocked, the group of beast warriors was utterly terrified. Facing the fierce storm of blade energy, each one turned pale with fear. The 4 dragon-shaped blade energies twisted and coiled, nearly filling the entire cave. Boom! The beast warriors let out desperate howls, but against the overwhelming blade energy, it was all in vain. With Jiang Li's current bloodline quality, using the Thunder Dragon Slash to kill a group of low to mid-level warriors was as easy as pie. After one round of attacks, the beast warriors lost 30 of their numbers. After another round, another 30. Screams echoed through the cave as they stepped over their fallen comrades, desperately pushing forward. Finally, someone broke through the encirclement and charged at Jiang Li. This beast warrior, eyes blood-red, aimed to vent his fear. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Li's exposed neck and swung his claws, anticipating a spray of blood. But the expected scene didn't occur. The beast's claws landed on Jiang Li's neck as if hitting a piece of leather, leaving only a few white marks. The sense of powerlessness made him question whether his weapon was made of plastic. That's all you've got? Trying to tickle me? Even old man Zhang next door has more strength than you. Jiang Li smirked. The beast warrior was terrified. In the next instant, a giant footprint filled his vision. Bang! Jiang Li kicked, driving the man's head into his chest. Even a porcelain doll isn't this fragile, he muttered, noticing another beast warrior attempting a sneak attack. You want to tickle me too? The man was scared out of his wits, shaking his head and retreating. Stay away. You monster. You devil. Devil? Jiang Li chuckled, delivering a whip-like kick that split the man in half. To him, even high-level beasts were mere playthings, let alone these weaklings. Ji Chuan swallowed hard. This wasn't a human. It was a full-fledged demon. He had initially planned to settle scores with Zhongli later for causing him so much trouble. But now, he silently swallowed that thought. Sorry for disturbing you. Seeing Zhongli handle the entire situation, Jichuan felt at ease. He sat down cross-legged to heal. They could deal with the leader later, giving some face to a mid-level war king. With this plan in mind, Jichuan began to circulate his spiritual energy to recover. Wu Jichao's face turned pale. He had hoped his men could at least tire Zhongli out, buying some time. But in just a few breaths, his subordinates were either dead or incapacitated, utterly defeated. These useless fools. What did they eat all day? Looking at the human-shaped demon, Wu Jichao shivered. Such a terrifying physique. It's like he's invincible. Am I the real fake here? Seeing the situation was dire and Zhongli guarding the cave entrance, escape seemed impossible. A king-level warrior, trapped like T-Sit was a bitter irony. With no other choice, Wu Jichao decided to go all out. He frantically swallowed various pills, watching his wounds heal rapidly. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay. Little did he know, Zhang Li's keen eyes missed nothing. With a glance, Zhang Li's attacks became even more ferocious. Blade energy flew wildly, sealing the beast warrior's screams within the cave. In an instant, with the last head rolling to the ground, the cave fell into an eerie silence, broken only by faint groans, indicating Zhang Li had intentionally left some alive. Did Zhao Lian send you? Zhang Li asked calmly, looking at Wu Jichao. Why didn't he come himself? If Lord Zhao wasn't about to be promoted to Red Elder, do you think you'd still be causing trouble here? Wu Jichao retorted, revealing crucial information despite his evasiveness. Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback. He remembered Zhao Lian being severely injured by Sikongyang and assumed he was still recovering, not expecting him to have a chance at becoming a war emperor. But he quickly regained his composure. No matter how fast Zhao Lian advanced, Zhang Li was confident he could surpass him. Even if Zhao Lian became a war emperor, Zhang Li would make him beg for mercy in due time. Trying to buy time? Zhang Li sneered. Not a chance. Before his words even faded, his lightning wings flashed, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, bringing him within striking range of Wu Jichao. Wu Jichao's face changed, feeling a chilling sense of dread as if a ghostly wind had locked onto him. Zhang Li's terrifying speed was beyond ordinary. Although he had only recovered 80, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Roar! He roared to the sky, his bear-like face twisted in rage, and threw a heavy punch to his left. The bear claw collided with the battle blade, sparks flying, blinding everyone. Wu Jichao felt a tremendous force, filling him with dread. Known for his bear beast bloodline, his strength was unmatched. Yet now, he found himself losing in a direct clash, which was unbelievable. Zhang Li, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. The 9 transformations of the god-demon body had given him steel-like bones, and his pure bloodline rivaled that of a king, boosting his strength to the extreme. He was overwhelming a mid-level war king with sheer power. One strike followed another. Zhang Li's blood boiled, his body enveloped in a strange blood-red glow, resembling a demon god. Boom! Blue-purple lightning crackled around his blade, relentlessly whipping Wu Jichao's body, tearing it apart. Zhang Li's blade technique was nearing perfection, his mastery of combat skills advancing to a higher level. These factors combined made his overall combat power truly terrifying. Wu Jichao grew increasingly desperate. At first, he thought he was caught off guard, leading to his current predicament. But now, he realized that even at his peak, he would struggle against Zhang Li, only avoiding such a miserable state. Such a monster. And you tell me he's only at the general level? Damn you, Zhao Lian, for pushing me into this pit, Wu Jichao cursed, struggling to fend off Zhang Li while inching towards the cave entrance. He had decided to retreat. Who knew if Zhao Lian would send more reinforcements? He needed to escape this demon and confront Zhao Lian immediately. But Zhang Li was not about to let him off so easily. Trying to escape? Not a chance, he sneered, his figure flickering as he launched a fiery punch into the air. With his soul undergoing another transformation and his power steadily increasing, the finishing move of a perfected grade battle technique had now become a routine attack for him. Wu Jichao felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Speed was never his forte, and now, hindered by both the blade's momentum and the gravity punch, he was slower than a tortoise before Zhang Li. Swish! Zhang Li's blade flashed, striking directly on the bloodied scar on Wu Jichao's back. Blood spurted out, reopening the wound that had just begun to heal. Following up with a sweeping kick, Zhang Li sent Wu Jichao stumbling backward, his bones creaking under the pressure. Ji Chuan watched in astonishment, almost questioning his own reality. A mid-level battle king, being utterly dominated by a young upstart? And judging by his age, he seemed just as young as Ji Chuan himself. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, He hoped he was dreaming. Yet, the deafening roars and the burning bruises on his legs reminded him that this was all too real. A wave of defeat washed over Ji Chuan, and he slumped to the ground. At this rate, there was no need for him to intervene. He would only be a hindrance. But who on earth was this young man? Ji Chuan had heard of most of the young talents from the southern war god families, but had never seen anyone like this. Could he be a descendant of some forbidden lineage? The thought made Ji Chuan gasp in shock. Beings above war gods were bound by certain restrictions and rarely involved themselves in mortal affairs. But then he shook his head. It didn't seem likely. Perhaps he was a specially trained individual by the Federation? That would make sense. Though his blood energy was not as strong as Ji Chuan's, his combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people. Ji Chuan grew more convinced of his theory. The battle intensified. Zhang Li unleashed a devastating leg strike aimed at Wu Jichao's eyes. Wu Jichao staggered, nearly falling, and his face paled in terror. Desperately, he activated the frost power in his bloodline, conjuring an ice shield in front of him using the inherited abilities of a king-level beast. With a loud crash, Zhang Li's leg collided with the ice shield, shattering both simultaneously. But Zhang Li's real attack was still to come. A dazzling strike, enveloped in lightning, pierced through the ice shield, blinding Wu Jichao. His eyes turned into a bloody mess, a horrifying sight. Wu Jichao roared in agony, sensing a danger far greater than before, but unable to pinpoint its source. He flailed his claws wildly, punching the air, nearly dragging the observing Ji Chuan into the fray. Zhang Li showed no mercy, bringing his blade down with brutal force. With a dull thud, Wu Jichao's wails were cut short as his massive bare head flew into the air, severed from his body. The headless corpse collapsed with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. Looking at his fallen opponent, a gleam of satisfaction flashed in Zhang Li's eyes. Unknowingly, his combat strength had reached new heights. The once invincible beast master was now another soul claimed by his blade. And this wasn't even his full power. Zhang Li was confident that even a high-level battle king would struggle against him if he went all out. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. Zhang Li's expression changed. Even with his steel-like body, being buried here would be disastrous. He quickly shouted to Ji Chuan, "Can you move? If so, get out of here now." Ji Chuan nodded frantically and dashed towards the cave entrance. Zhang Li, however, sprinted towards the location of the tri-leaf serpent birth flower. This was his goal. He couldn't leave empty-handed. With his lightning speed, he was sure to retrieve it before the cave collapsed. With a loud crash, a massive rock fell beside Zhang Li, creating a gaping hole in the ground. Ignoring it, he kept his eyes fixed on the faint purple glow on the cliff. Just as he was about to reach for it, he let out a delighted cry. Hidden behind the collapsing wall were two more purple flowers, identical to the first. 3. There were actually 3 tri-leaf serpent birth flowers. If not for Wu Jichao causing the cave to collapse, he might have missed these 2 precious flowers. Zhang Li laughed heartily. "Wu Jichao, you really are a great guy." He quickly picked the 3 flowers, wrapped them carefully, and stored them safely. But then, another tremor shook the cave. Zhang Li's smile faded. If he didn't leave now, he might really be buried alive. He quickly grabbed an injured minion and dashed out of the cave. Outside, Ji Chuan was anxiously looking around. Why hadn't Zhang Li come out yet? Could he really be trapped inside? Although Zhang Li had caused him some trouble, it was mostly a misunderstanding. Zhang Li had saved his life and spared his dignity. Ji Chuan wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure emerged from the dust. Ji Chuan felt a weight lift off his chest, but he maintained a calm demeanor, as if he hadn't been worried at all. Zhang Li smirked inwardly. His keen soul perception had seen through everything. This kid might be a bit slow, but he wasn't ungrateful. Before he could speak, a deafening crash came from behind. Turning around, they watched as the cave collapsed into a pile of rubble. They exchanged a look of relief. If they had been a moment slower, they might have perished, even as battle kings. "Ji Chuan, at your service." "I am eternally grateful for your help," Ji Chuan said after a brief silence, eyeing the young man before him. He couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Li's striking appearance, even more impressive than his own. Zhang Li waved off the gratitude with a smile. "No need for thanks. You were dragged into this because of me. I'm Zhang Li. This place isn't safe anymore. How about we find a quieter spot to talk?" The recent battle had made quite a commotion, likely to attract more beasts, possibly even king-level ones. With the tri-leaf serpent birth flowers in hand, Zhang Li had no desire to continue fighting. They found another hidden cave, quickly dispatching the low-level beasts inside to use it as a temporary resting place. Zhang Li tossed the captive aside and instructed Ji Chuan, "Keep him alive. I have questions for him later." Then he walked to the back of the cave and sat down cross-legged. 3 tri-leaf serpent birth flowers. Such rare treasures made him eager to start refining them immediately, eager to see what improvements they would bring. Initially, Zhongli thought there was only one three-leaf serpent blossom, but to his surprise, there were three. This unexpected bounty filled him with uncontrollable joy. The three-leaf serpent blossom is not only beneficial for advancing a warrior of the warlord level, but also slightly enhances the user's physique. Among grade treasures, it is considered the cream of the crop, rivaling even some grade elixirs. If Zhongli could refine all three blossoms, his innate potential would improve, and he could break through the limits of a warlord. Such a significant opportunity was naturally something Zhongli longed for. Taking a deep breath, he began to adjust his state of mind. Of course, Zhongli didn't fully trust Jichuan. However, with his soul strength being 4 times that of an average person, he could constantly monitor Jichuan's actions even while absorbing the elixir. Any unusual behavior from Jichuan would be immediately detected, ensuring Zhongli's safety. This also served as a test to see if Jichuan was trustworthy. Jichuan, noticing Zhongli refining the blossoms so openly, was moved. This kid trusts me that much? He was pondering this when he saw Zhongli shove all 3 purple blossoms into his mouth and swallow them whole. Wow, 3 at once? Isn't he afraid of overloading himself? Jichuan thought, but then he remembered Zhongli's extraordinary physique and felt relieved. Only someone with such an abnormal body would dare to be so reckless. Putting aside his envy, Jichuan focused on treating the severely injured beast warrior and his own wounds. Although the three-leaf serpent blossom was incredibly valuable, Jichuan, who grew up in a family of war gods, was used to seeing various rare elixirs and herbs. Despite his yearning, he wouldn't act against his conscience. As soon as Zhongli swallowed the blossoms, they melted in his mouth, turning into a sweet liquid. His powerful soul detected no unusual movements from Jichuan, raising his opinion of him even further. He then fully absorbed the juice of the blossoms. Instantly, an immense energy burst forth inside him, amounting to at least 3,000 calories. Such a vast amount of energy would be unbearable for anyone else, but thanks to the 9-turn divine demon body technique, Zhang Li's organs were extraordinarily resilient. This ancient combat skill was indeed extraordinary, likely beyond Duan Changqiu's imagination. Zhang Li began to absorb the pure energy. Compared to ordinary energy liquids, the essence of the blossoms was far superior. After the initial pain of his meridians expanding, all he felt was the exhilarating rise of his cultivation. Boom! His powerful blood surged through his meridians like a roaring river, startling Jichuan. He could clearly sense Zhang Li's aura rising at an astonishing rate, surpassing his own within moments. This guy is beyond extraordinary. As Zhang Li continued to absorb the energy more smoothly, a mysterious force began to flow into his body, making him ecstatic. Is this the secret of the three-leaf serpent blossom's ability to enhance physique? He carefully guided the energy to permeate his entire body, hoping to maximize his potential. With his 10,000-fold amplification system, even a slight improvement in his aptitude would yield remarkable results. However, as more and more strange energy flowed in, Zhang Li frowned. What's going on? Why isn't my physique changing? Is the change too subtle to notice right away? He was puzzled, deciding to wait until the full effects of the blossoms manifested before verifying. Calming his mind, Zhang Li focused on his cultivation. The cave fell silent, each person engrossed in their tasks. One absorbed energy, while the other meditated. About 15 minutes later, a silent explosion occurred. Jichuan opened his eyes to see Zhang Li with eyes wide open and a look of joy. Zhang Li felt the surging vitality within him, having just broken through the peak of the warlord level, accumulating over 9,000 calories. Just a few hundred more, and he could touch the threshold of the War King level. At that point, if his attribute particle concentration was adequate, he could break through at any time. Even if he didn't, Zhang Li was now transformed, confident in his ability to defeat high-level War Kings. But soon, Zhang Li's joy faded as he realized his physique hadn't improved. He closed his eyes again and began practicing the guiding technique under Jichuan's puzzled gaze. After a few initial moves, he abruptly stopped, leaving Jichuan baffled. Is this some new technique? Zhang Li opened his eyes, looking troubled. What's going on? Is my aptitude so poor that even the three-leaf serpent blossom can't improve it? Or can nothing in this world enhance my physique? If it's the former, I can still have hope, as difficult as it may be. But if it's the latter, a shadow crossed his heart. This would mean his talent was forever stagnant. Sure, with his 10,000-fold amplification, he could still outshine his peers. But what if he met someone with better aptitude someday? Would the amplification be as effective then? Zhang Li had his doubts. It might seem like overthinking, but he preferred to be cautious rather than miss an opportunity. He had hoped that one day, with the help of elixirs, he could break through his limits and use the amplification as a springboard, achieving an astonishing level of cultivation. At that time, he could potentially end the beast rampage on the barren star and search for his parents and aunt. But reality gave him a harsh slap. Although the 10,000-fold amplification was sufficient for now, it might not last long. System? Zhongli called out tentatively. The mechanical response came immediately, gradually putting him at ease. Host need not worry. Your physique will remain fixed due to the system binding. However, the amplification is not static. As your cultivation advances, the system will upgrade to 100,000-fold, million-fold, or even 10 million-fold amplification. What? 10 million-fold amplification? Zhongli gasped, then said helplessly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I worried for nothing." The mechanical voice remained emotionless. Host did not ask. Zhongli, all right, you win. But soon, a smile spread across his face. His previous concerns were now unnecessary. In a way, the system itself was like his special physique. Suddenly, Zhongli was struck by a thought. Could the system actually be his inherent talent? His mind raced, but he quickly dismissed the idea. If that were true, why would it manifest as a system? There must be more to the story, something beyond his current understanding. For now, he needed to focus on cultivation and continuously improve his strength. Zhongli tucked this thought away and walked towards Ji Chuan. More precisely, he walked towards the beast warrior beside Ji Chuan. He needed to extract some information about Zhao Lian and these beast warriors. Soon, the beast warrior began to let out heart-wrenching screams that made one's hair stand on end. Ji Chuan's gaze towards Zhongli turned eerie. He hadn't expected Zhongli to be skilled in interrogation techniques. Zhongli, however, remained indifferent. With his 10,000 times amplification system, he learned everything at lightning speed. In his spare time, he had picked up some practical skills for emergencies. Seeing the beast warrior on the brink of death, Zhongli shoved a healing potion into his mouth to keep him alive a bit longer. He still had use for him. At this moment, the beast warrior looked at Zhongli as if he were a demon in human skin. Zhongli ignored him, silently contemplating the information he had extracted. The foremost name was Zhao Lian. According to this guy, Zhao Lian was a top-tier member of the Beastmasters, with a cultivation level comparable to Instructor Gu Xiaoyu. If it weren't for his current need to enter the beast blood pool for refinement, he might have come to hunt Zhongli himself. Thinking of this, Zhongli's eyes grew colder. Zhao Lian had orchestrated Zhang Xiaotian to cripple his brother and was now plotting to take his life. Did he think Zhongli was an easy target? Zhao Lian, remember this? Don't think you can act with impunity just because you're about to advance. Next time you dare to meddle, I'll make sure you don't come back alive. Zhang Li's killing intent surged. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could leap to the rank of Battle King. Breaking through a few more minor realms, even slaying a battle emperor would just be a matter of time. For now, he needed to collect some interest first. He glanced at the barely breathing captive on the ground and turned to Ji Chuan with a smile. "Buddy, interested in taking on a big job?" Ji Chuan's heart pounded. He had witnessed Zhang Li's interrogation just now. He understood the implication of Zhang Li's words. Stammering, he asked, "You mean?" Zhang Li smiled grimly. "That's right. How about we take down this branch of the Beast Masters?" Ji Chuan was terrified, staring at Zhang Li in shock. He had heard clearly that this branch had two battle kings, one high-level and one mid-level, not to mention hundreds of battle generals. Just the two of them, two battle general-level rookies? Wasn't this a suicide mission? He swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. The young man before him had such audacity. Where did his confidence come from? What? Scared? Zhang Li shot him a sidelong glance, his confident demeanor stirring waves in Ji Chuan's heart. Somehow, he felt a stirring of excitement. Reason told him this was a suicide mission, but a fire burned in his chest, urging him to take the plunge. What? Just going to sit here and take it? Don't you want revenge? Zhang Li sneered. At these words, Ji Chuan's mind exploded. The scenes flashed back. Wu Jichao's mocking laughter, the humiliation of every mouthful of blood he had swallowed, all vividly replayed. At that moment, he could no longer hold back. The young master who had been pampered all his life had never suffered such indignity. Tolerate it? Impossible. He jumped up, gritting his teeth. Damn it, I'm all in. Big brother, tell me, how do we deal with them? At this moment, Ji Chuan completely submitted to Zhang Li, utterly admiring his fearless courage. Zhang Li laughed heartily. Good. We fight, no questions asked. I'll take the high-level Battle King, and you just keep the mid-level one busy. Don't worry, I'll make them pay in blood. Hearing Zhang Li's bold words, Ji Chuan trembled, not with fear, but excitement. Though they hadn't known each other long, he had an inexplicable belief that Zhang Li could do it. If Zhang Li could take down a mid-level Battle King, why not a high-level one? Deal. The mid-level Battle King is mine. As long as I'm breathing, I won't let him help the high-level one. Ji Chuan pounded his chest, making a bold promise. As the direct heir of a battle god family, he had the confidence. Wu Jichao had ambushed him before, and he had still held his own for a while. Now, prepared and armed with secret techniques, Tangling with a mid-level battle king would be a piece of cake. Then let's leave no one alive. The two young men laughed heartily, feeling like they had met a kindred spirit. Zhongli patted Ji Chuan's shoulder. I'll help you heal. Tonight, when it gets dark, we'll go and crush those bastards. In the Beastmaster's mingling city branch, Wu Zhixiong's burly frame seemed cramped in his chair. He asked impatiently, Old Third, why isn't Second Brother back yet? It's been so long. Wu Zhiqing frowned. Second Brother sent a message earlier saying he had ambushed the target. But there's been no news since. Could something have gone wrong? Wu Zhixiong waved his hand dismissively. Impossible. Just a little battle general level brat. What trouble could he cause? Most likely, Second Brother finished the job and went off to fool around with his men. He's usually sharp, but he always messes around at crucial times. He shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with his brother. Wu Zhiqing was about to speak when he heard a mechanical beep. Honored Beastmaster, there's a call from headquarters. Would you like to answer? Wu Zhixiong raised an eyebrow. Answer? The screen immediately displayed Zhao Lian's face. Wu Zhixiong plastered on a fawning smile. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Zhao. Such a rare guest. Soon you'll be a red-robed elder, and I'll have to watch my step around you. Outwardly flattering. Inwardly he held nothing but contempt. Zhao Lian, who had just arrived at the Beastmaster's headquarters, was waiting to be summoned for the blood pool ritual. With some time on his hands, he calculated the days and realized the three-leaf serpent flower should be maturing, prompting him to inquire. You're too kind, Wu Branchmaster. I just got lucky. If you get the same opportunity, becoming an elder is just a matter of time. Zhao Lian's smile was laced with hidden malice as he got straight to the point. I wonder if there's any progress on that matter I entrusted to you a few days ago? The unresolved issue with Jiang Li left him uneasy, feeling an impending doom, which led to this inquiry. Wu Zhixiong pounded his chest confidently. Rest assured, Zhao. I never fail in my tasks. My second brother, a mid-level battle king, has already taken a team to deal with this Jiang Li. A mere battle general level brat is no match. Relax, Zhao. Why don't we chat for a bit? My second brother should soon bring you that kid's head. Zhao Lian felt slightly relieved, finally showing a hint of a smile. He was about to say more when a piercing alarm sounded, followed by a deafening explosion from Wu Zhixiong's end. Wu Zhixiong's face turned pale, leaping to his feet. He shouted, Old Third. What's going on? Wu Zhiqing stammered. Someone's attacking us. Someone's attacking us? Wu Zhixiong's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked, Is it the swordbearer? Wu Zhiqing quickly accessed the base's surveillance system, and his tone grew increasingly strange. On the monitor, Jiang Li and Ji Chuan were seen dragging a beast warrior into the base, slaughtering every beast warrior in their path. Zhao Lian, watching this unfold through the shared screen, was taken aback and asked sternly, Wu, didn't you say your brother had already set an ambush for Jiang Li? How is he here? Wu Zhixiong's face burned with embarrassment. He had just boasted in front of Zhao Lian, only to be proven wrong instantly. Frustrated and angry, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry, Zhao Lian. It's just a small mishap. Since these two dare to barge in, they won't leave alive. Third brother, go capture them and bring them to Zhao Lian. But Zhao Lian quickly intervened. Wu, Jiang Li is no ordinary opponent. It's best if you all go together to avoid any unforeseen complications. Though Wu Zhixiong was reluctant to act personally, Zhao Lian's words left him no choice but to agree. With a hearty laugh, he and Wu Zhiqing headed toward Jiang Li's location. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Ji Chuan were wreaking havoc inside the base. With a flash of thunderous blade energy, beast warriors were sliced in half. A golden spear strike pierced through another beast warrior's skull. The remaining beast warriors, faces full of fear, were utterly helpless against these two young men. Suddenly, a commander-level beast warrior arrived. Seeing the carnage, he roared in fury, Who are you? How dare you trespass in our beast sect's branch? Before he finished speaking, dozens of fire god cannons aimed at Jiang Li and Ji Chuan and opened fire. Flames erupted, and the scene turned terrifying. Jiang Li and Ji Chuan exchanged a glance, both visibly alarmed. Fire god cannons were powerful weapons of the Federation, and their presence here indicated someone within the Federation was colluding with the beast sect. Enraged, Jiang Li darted to the side of a beast warrior and punched, using his flaming fist to counter the cannon fire. Ji Chuan, not to be outdone, swept his spear, cutting down another group of beast warriors. Boss Jiang, where are those two battle kings? Could our intel be wrong? Ji Chuan asked, finishing off the last beast warrior with a spear thrust. Jiang Li shook his head slowly. The intel is accurate. Whether they come or not, we'll force them to show up. As he spoke, Jiang Li's expression shifted. He shouted, Move, and quickly unfurled his thunder wings, pulling Ji Chuan back. With a thunderous explosion, a laser beam pierced the spot where they had just stood, leaving a gaping void. Even the sturdy alloy was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black hole. Without Jiang Li's earlier warning, Both would have been critically injured by the sudden attack. Still shaken, Ji Chuan cursed angrily, "Damn Federation! Even the Thunder Serpent Beam is in the beast sect's hands." Zhang Li fixed his gaze at the end of the corridor, where two powerful auras were approaching. A towering figure, over 3 meters tall and exuding an oppressive presence, came into view. High-level Battle King Wu Zhixiong and mid-level Battle King Wu Zhicheng. Zhang Li said coldly, "No wonder they dared to raid our mingling branch." Wu Zhixiong was shocked that Zhang Li had evaded the Thunder Serpent Beam but quickly sneered. "Zhang Li, you dare walk into the lion's den? You're courting death." His eyes gleamed with savage intent, ready to pounce and tear them apart. Despite the imposing threat, Zhang Li merely chuckled without a trace of fear. After all, he had withstood the pressure of 100 battle kings. What was one high-level battle king to him? "So, you're that dumb bear's brother, Wu Zhixiong?" Zhang Li mocked. "You look just as stupid." His words struck a nerve, and Wu Zhixiong's face contorted in rage, hitting him right where it hurt. Originally, Wu Zhixiong thought there must have been some mistake that prevented his second brother from stopping Zhang Li. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is Ji Chao?" Before he finished speaking, Wu Zhixiong's muscular body began to expand. With each step he took, his form grew larger, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zhang Li sneered. "That dumb bear? I killed him, of course." "Impossible." Wu Zhixiong roared. "My brother is a battle king. You? Dream on. Trying to provoke me? Congratulations, you've succeeded." In the next moment, Wu Zhixiong's body swelled and transformed into a beast. He now stood over 20 feet tall, with a terrifying bare head and limbs turned into sharp claws, his aura reaching its peak. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Lian cursed in anger. "Useless. Just go in for the kill already. Stop wasting time." He was extremely anxious. Seeing Zhang Li's performance, though not as strong as his own now, the speed of his growth was alarming. If it weren't for the imminent opening of the beast blood pool, he would have killed the boy himself. Wu Zhixiong finally launched his attack, his massive body moving like a mountain, yet surprisingly agile. He lunged at Zhang Li with a burst of speed, the stench of blood filling the air. Zhang Li's expression tightened. An advanced battle king was no ordinary opponent. He roared, pushing his 9-turn god-demon body to the limit. A flash of blade light met Wu Zhixiong hidden. Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan understood, his eyes filled with battle intent. He said to Wu Zhicheng, "Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, he won't get through." Before he finished speaking, Ji Chuan activated his family's secret technique, his aura surging, breaking through to the Battle King realm. The four figures clashed fiercely, their weapons tearing through the air, quickly turning the underground base into a battlefield of ruins. In the distance, the beast warriors watched in fear. These two young men had both unleashed Battle King level power, leaving them utterly outmatched. Zhao Lian watched through the screen, his face dark and grim. This scene was eerily similar to the past. He could only watch as Zhang Li fought more fiercely, with no way to intervene. How is this possible? How did he reach Battle King's strength so quickly? Zhao Lian nearly screamed. On the battlefield, the situation grew increasingly tense. Though Ji Chuan was barely holding off Wu Zhicheng, his resilient spear techniques kept his opponent cautious. Meanwhile, Zhang Li was astonishing everyone. Despite being a mere general, he was holding his own against an advanced battle king. Surging vitality coursed through Zhang Li, his body seemingly enveloped in a shroud of blood and energy. His punches and kicks were as powerful as those of a true battle king. Coupled with his nearly perfected physique, it was truly fearsome. Bang! A bare paw struck down, but Zhang Li's left fist, blazing with intense flames, caught it firmly, only forcing him back a few yards. His robust body could withstand such impacts. Zhang Li's eyes burned with fighting spirit, his blade aura soaring, having perfected his blade technique to its peak. At that moment, he finally had the potential to step into the realm of blade intent. If he could comprehend it, ascending to Battle Emperor one day would be within reach. The terrifying blade aura swept across, the Thunder Dragon blade energy raining down like a storm, engulfing the battlefield. Wu Zhixiong was shaken. Such an aura shouldn't appear on a general. He had come to realize that Zhang Li's strength was nearly equal to his own. If Zhang Li advanced any further, breaking through to Battle King, he might not be able to defeat him. "Give me back my brother's life." Wu Zhixiong went berserk, his beast blood boiling, his form growing even larger, his coarse fur glowing with a yellow light, forming a natural armor. Boom! A heavy punch sent shockwaves through the air, the sound of explosions echoing, sending Zhang Li flying. "Yes, that's it. Kill him!" Zhao Lian exclaimed in excitement, clenching his fists. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Zhang Li quickly flipped back up, his thunder wings flashing, flying out of the underground base into the valley outside. He's trying to escape. Stop him! Zhao Lian shouted in panic. Wu Zhixiong seemed to hear his thoughts, letting out an angry roar. His massive body leaped like a cannonball, shooting out of the cave. But Zhongli wasn't trying to escape. He felt the underground space was too confined, limiting his movements, so he moved the battle to the open valley. Wu Zhixiong landed heavily, his roar shattering the surrounding rocks. You little brat, it's too late to run now. Pay for my brother's life. Zhongli sneered, his right hand gripping the blade, which grew hotter, the thunder light fading, replaced by intense flames. Run? You're mistaken. Zhang Li's fighting spirit soared. He thought to himself, I'll use you to refine my Inferno Fury blade. In the next instant, fierce flames erupted from the blade, vast and overwhelming, as if to consume everything. Even the distant forest seemed to catch fire. Blazing Fury Blade is an 11-level combat technique passed down by the Crimson Flame Blade King, Gu Xiaoyu. Ever since Zhang Li acquired this technique, he has practiced it diligently every day. Now, he has mastered the Blazing Fury Blade, giving him the confidence to challenge a high-level battle king. At this moment, endless flames erupted from Zhang Li's blade. His aura surged instantly, causing Wu Zhixiong to turn pale with fear. How is this possible? Wasn't that his limit just now? Wu Zhixiong sensed something was amiss. Let's go again. Zhang Li laughed heartily, his blade pointing skyward. The perfected blade technique, combined with the blazing fury blade, was terrifying in power. Slash. Caught off guard, Wu Zhixiong was slashed on the arm by Zhang Li, blood splattering and instantly evaporated by the flames. This kid, how is it possible? As a mere battle general, he managed to master an 11-level combat technique to such an extent? Wu Zhixiong was shocked, feeling the domineering blade was a life-threatening force. Roar. Facing a life-and-death crisis, Wu Zhixiong let out a thunderous roar, his body swelling as he fully transformed into a beast. Seeing those beastly, irrational eyes, Zhang Li shook his head and thought, how pathetic, to fall so low in the pursuit of power. Boom. A massive bear paw smashed down, forcing Zhang Li to dodge temporarily. Unfortunately, sometimes wisdom is the greatest power, Zhang Li sneered, his body soaring upwards. His long blade slashed out, flames whipping across Wu Zhixiong's back. Each slash drew blood, and Zhang Li continued this relentless attack. Roar. Wu Zhixiong's eyes turned blood red, emitting an enraged roar that shattered nearby rocks and trees. This attack was the innate ability of the Earth Demon Bear Roar. Unfortunately for him, he faced Zhang Li, whose soul strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. The soul-tearing impact felt like a gentle breeze to Zhang Li. Perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment when Wu Zhixiong was immobilized, Zhang Li slashed twice more, the fiery blade energy exploding inside Wu Zhixiong's mouth. Howl! Wu Zhixiong let out a cry of pain, blood splattering as his body was severely injured in multiple places by the explosions. At this moment, Ji Chuan's breathless voice came from underground. Boss Jiang, are you done yet? I can't hold on much longer. Bang! Ji Chuan was kicked away by Wu Zhiqing, crashing heavily to the ground. As Wu Zhiqing was about to help his brother, Zhang Li shouted, Ji Chuan, move aside. Surrounded by blazing flames, Zhang Li prepared the ultimate move of the Blazing Fury Blade, the Blazing Fury Explosion. Buzz! A fiery blade light, only 2 inches long, shot into Wu Zhixiong's body, followed by boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the massive bear body was blown apart, turning into several chunks of bloody flesh. The high-level Battle King had fallen. No! Wu Zhiqing cried out in grief, his face covered in blood as he reached out for his brother's falling remains. Meanwhile, in the underground base, Zhao Lian grew increasingly uneasy as the shared visual feed was lost. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed, and Zhao Lian hurriedly asked, Wu Master? Thud. 2 large heads rolled to his feet. It was Wu Zhixiong and Wu Zhiqing. Zhao Lian's face turned pale with horror as he heard Zhang Li's calm voice. Were you referring to him? Zhang Li disdainfully nudged the heads on the ground with his toe. Even the mighty warlord Wu Zhixiong fell under Zhang Li's blade, so Wu Zhiqing was naturally no match. Under the combined assault of Zhang Li and Ji Chuan, he quickly met the same fate as his elder brother. All 3 brothers had fallen. Ji Chuan, exhilarated, looked at Zhang Li with newfound admiration. As a descendant of a family of war gods, he never thought he would be conquered by someone his own age. At this moment, Zhao Lian stared at the 2 severed heads for a long time before exhaling deeply. Remarkable. Young man, I truly underestimated you. Zhang Li looked at Zhao Lian coldly. Although it was their first direct confrontation, the enmity between them was already irreconcilable. I regret not coming in person, Zhao Lian said calmly, though his eyes betrayed his deep remorse. If I had known you would grow this strong so quickly, I would have come even if it meant giving up my spot in the beast blood pool. Zhang Li sneered. If you don't kill me today, you will die by my blade another day. A mere war emperor if you have the guts. Hide in the beast sect forever, or I will hunt you down. Such bold words from a war general left no room for doubt about their credibility. Ji Chuan internally applauded. Zhang Li is truly ruthless. To dare claim he will wipe out the beast sect, only someone as fierce as him would say that. Zhao Lian flew into a rage. Fine, very well. You dare threaten me? Even if you reach the beast sect headquarters, what will you use to kill me? Then I'll destroy the entire beast sect, Zhang Li replied calmly, though his tone carried waves of murderous intent. Zhao Lian was shaken by his resolve and roared, "Don't think killing a high-ranking warlord makes you invincible. Foolish boy. You can't imagine how vast this world is. Want to kill me? Let's see who dies first." With that, he angrily cut off the communication. In the beast sect headquarters, Zhao Lian vented his fury, a purple whip shadow destroying everything in the room. Damn Zhang Li. He must not be allowed to grow any further. Zhao Lian gritted his teeth, quickly formulating a plan. The beast blood pool, Xikonyang, internal allies, various schemes took shape in his mind. Next time, I won't give you a chance to survive. Zhao Lian's eyes were filled with malice, viewing Zhang Li as a mortal enemy. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and Ji Chuan had begun looting the beast sect's branch. Boss Zhang, you really are ruthless, daring to say you'll storm the beast sect headquarters. Ji Chuan praised sincerely. Zhang Li laughed heartily, patting Ji Chuan's shoulder. There's no ruthlessness about it. We succeeded this time thanks to your help. Come on, let's reap the spoils of war. The two quickly cleared out the remaining beast warriors, leaving only a few alive to interrogate about the location of resources. Led by a war-level beast warrior, Zhang Li and Ji Chuan arrived at a massive alloy door. With a slight exertion from Zhang Li, the man trembled in fear and opened the door access. Click, click. As the door opened, a strong smell of blood wafted out. What met their eyes were rows of crystal-clear transparent columns, filled with the essence blood of fierce beasts. Zhang Li's eyes lit up with joy. Just by the aura, he could sense that the lowest grade was the essence blood of war-level fierce beasts, and the central columns contained king-level essence blood. Seeing this enormous treasure, only one thought filled Zhang Li's mind: jackpot. This time, we've hit the mother lode. With the blood essence of these fierce beasts at hand, Zhang Li's 9 revolutions divine demon body is poised to advance to the king level. The first revolution's breakthrough is within reach. Ji Chuan smiled and said, Boss Jiang, since you need this blood essence, take it all. I'll check elsewhere. The treasures of the beast sect must be more than just these. With that, he dragged a beast warrior towards another direction. Zhang Li, on the other hand, couldn't wait to rush into the blood essence vault, knocking out the guards and tossing them aside. He reached out and pierced a crystalline pillar, causing a surge of blood essence to gush out. Zhang Li immediately activated his 9 revolutions divine demon body, beginning to absorb it frantically. Soon, the entire blood essence vault turned into a massive vortex of blood, with Zhang Li at its center, appearing as if a deity reborn in blood. It's starting. Zhang Li closed his eyes and focused, fully operating the 9 revolutions divine demon body. Blood light swirled around him, beginning to temper his flesh. As the immense blood essence flowed into his body, he felt a swelling pain, but compared to the imminent transformation, this pain was insignificant. Time slowly passed, and as the blood essence dwindled, the blood light around Zhang Li grew even more radiant. The breakthrough was within reach. Buzz. Zhang Li's body reached its limit, and the blood light accelerated, as if it intended to incinerate everything. Zhang Li let out a cry of pain, feeling as if countless blades were slicing through him. Yet, the determination in his eyes remained unwavering. At this moment, he was at the threshold of life and death. If he couldn't endure it, all his efforts would be in vain. Break through for me. With Zhang Li's roar, the blood light around him burst into brilliance, and his aura suddenly stabilized. A primal aura emanated from him, causing Ji Chuan, who was training in another room, to feel a sense of dread. It's done. Zhang Li exclaimed with joy. The first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine demon body is a success. Now, relying solely on the strength of his body, he could rival an ordinary battle king. Before breaking through to the second revolution, there were no more bottlenecks. He only needed to continuously absorb blood essence to keep advancing. Zhang Li clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his flesh and blood, which was profound and heavy, unlike anything he had felt before. A slight stomp of his foot caused the entire blood essence vault to tremble faintly. If someone were to strike him with a blade, it might not even leave a scratch. This 9 revolutions divine demon body is truly heaven-defying. Zhang Li praised inwardly. Such comprehensive evolution had multiplied his combat power and survivability many times over. Even when his blood essence was exhausted, he could still dominate the battlefield with his muscular body. I must find the subsequent techniques of this cultivation method. How can I stop at just the third revolution? Zhongli resolved to prioritize this goal. The absorption wasn't over yet. Seeing the remaining third of the blood essence, Zhongli wasn't about to let it go to waste. He closed his eyes again, continuing to temper his body. After a long while, when not a drop of blood essence remained in the vault, Zhongli finally pushed open the door, satisfied. At that moment, a roar resounded through the underground chamber. Beasts! Absolute beasts! It was Ji Chuan's voice. Zhang Li's heart tightened, and he dashed out like a shadow. Soon, he saw Ji Chuan standing at the doorway, looking extremely pained and cursing incessantly. Ji Chuan, what's going on? Zhang Li quickly approached to ask. Ji Chuan seemed oblivious, continually muttering the word, beasts. Zhang Li frowned and looked inside the room. The next moment, he felt a surge of anger, his eyes turning red with fury. The sight made him tremble with rage, wishing he could tear those beast warriors apart. These monsters are utterly depraved. Zhang Li gritted his teeth, looking at the scene inside. It was a living hell. No wonder Ji Chuan had lost his composure. Inside the door was a laboratory. In each transparent energy pod, various deformed creatures were soaking. What was chilling was that these monsters still retained human features. The cult of beasts was conducting inhumane human experiments. One by one, living beings had become sacrificial victims to their perverted experiments. Some of the young had pale faces with shoulders grotesquely raised as if sprouting extra heads. Some infants were covered in tentacles, looking hideously terrifying. Some pregnant women had their abdomens cruelly cut open and were implanted with unknown carnivorous plants, and some young girls and burly men were bizarrely fused together. The horrifying scenes spoke volumes about the madness and brutality of this laboratory. These beasts, can they even be called humans? Zhang Li clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Ji Chuan turned his head, his face as white as a sheet. Boss Zhang, from now on, whenever I see a beast warrior, I'll kill one. What about these poor souls? Ji Chuan choked out after a long pause, looking at the people before him, who, though still breathing, had become mere walking corpses. Zhang Li fell silent as well. After a moment, he made a decision. Let them be free. If they had a choice, I believe they wouldn't want to end up like this. They interrogated a prisoner and learned that these test subjects were innocent civilians abducted from various places by the cult of beasts. This thought enraged Zhang Li, making him wish he could immediately annihilate the cult of beasts. Let's go. Zhang Li sighed, swung his blade, and in an instant, a sea of flames engulfed everything that shouldn't have existed. Whoa! Just then, a sharp alarm echoed through the underground. Detected that the base commander has not reactivated the command within 24 hours. Determined that the base has fallen. Self-destruct sequence will initiate in 30 seconds. Zhang Li and Ji Chuan exchanged a glance. Despite their reluctance to leave the remaining resources, survival was the priority. 30, 29, 28. With the countdown sounding, they left the prisoners behind and sprinted toward the exit without looking back. Just as they escaped the valley, a series of explosions erupted, shaking the ground. Roaring flames consumed everything behind them, burying the evil evidence forever. After a long silence, Ji Chuan spoke. Boss Jiang, what's your plan now? Zhang Li replied, I will hunt fierce beasts in this wilderness and continue my training. The first stage of the 9-turn demon god body is almost complete, and my vitality is nearing the king level. With a bit more effort, I should break through to the battle king level before the monthly exam. Ji Chuan nodded. I need to return home and aim to break through to the battle king level before school starts. By the way, which school did you get into, Boss Jiang? What a coincidence. I got into Jiangnan Martial School. Zhang Li smiled in surprise. Then we'll be schoolmates. Please take care of me, Boss Jiang. Ji Chuan said joyfully. Of course, of course. They exchanged a smile. Though they hadn't known each other long, their shared battles had forged a deep bond. Watching Ji Chuan leave, Zhang Li smiled slightly. This friend was worth making. With a determined look, he resumed his training, aiming for the Battle King level. He set off again, full of fighting spirit, vowing to reach the peak. In the wilderness, a fierce battle was underway. Amidst the dense, primeval forest, an iron-backed silver tiger roared as it launched an attack on Zhang Li. This was the third king-level beast Zhang Li had encountered in recent days. Even in this A-level wilderness, king-level beasts were not common and were never easy to come across. Roar! Unable to contain itself any longer, the iron-backed silver tiger made the first move. Ever since Zhang Li's 9-turn divine demon body reached the first minor completion, his deterrence against beasts had significantly increased, making even king-level beasts unable to withstand him. The silver tiger was a special breed among tigers, with a body that was entirely silver and incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, Its sharp claws and fangs were right in front of Jiang Li, exuding a strong scent of blood. Bring it on. Jiang Li advanced instead of retreating, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. By continuously hunting fierce beasts, he honed his combat skills and further refined his divine demon body. The first minor completion was just the beginning. Now, his blazing extreme blade technique had reached a refined state, only a step away from perfection. It's your honor to be the stepping stone for my perfected blazing extreme blade. With a loud shout, Jiang Li's battle blade transformed into a fiery dragon, charging towards the silver tiger. Clang! Blade met claw, sparks flew, and the silver tiger let out a painful roar. At this moment, Jiang Li's physical body was truly at a king level, making even an ordinary strike incredibly powerful, let alone when using the blazing extreme blade. Facing a mere 2-star king beast, Jiang Li felt some pressure, but it was far from insurmountable. Boom! He punched out, his fist carrying the force of a mountain. Even though the silver tiger's claws gleamed with innate bloodline power, they couldn't budge Jiang Li's fist in the slightest. With his body reaching the first minor completion, it was indestructible. The iron-backed silver tiger was completely suppressed, powerless to fight back. But Jiang Li wasn't in a hurry to take its life. Such a sparring partner was hard to find, and he wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend the essence of the blazing extreme blade. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Gradually, Jiang Li wielded his blade purely by instinct, flames dancing at the blade's tip, wildly consuming everything. Unbeknownst to him, he had entered a state of profound insight. The iron-backed silver tiger grew increasingly terrified, sensing an unprecedented power, a force that seemed to tear at its very soul. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's blazing extreme blade was improving by leaps and bounds, and even his proud blade momentum began to transform. An inexplicable power was brewing, that was blade intent. Evolving from the blazing extreme blade was the blazing flame blade intent. It's known that blade intent is the mark of a sovereign. Once comprehended, it significantly eases future breakthroughs to the battle emperor level. Now, Jiang Li was steadily progressing towards this milestone. Finally, a surge of violent heat burst from Jiang Li's body, mixed with an unstoppable sharpness. The perfected blade momentum he once prided himself on now seemed dull in comparison to this new power. Half-step flame blade intent. If Gu Xiaoyu were here, she would be astounded. She was revered as the Scarlet Flame Blade King precisely because of her mastery of this half-step blade intent. At this moment, Jiang Li had matched her in the comprehension of blade intent. Of course, half-step blade intent is no trivial accomplishment. It's the essential path from blade momentum to blade intent, and the most challenging step. After this, further progress would come naturally. After a long while, Jiang Li finally awakened from his epiphany. Looking closely, he saw that the iron-backed silver tiger was already dead, its body covered in countless blade wounds. I actually comprehended it. Jiang Li was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that one moment of epiphany would not only perfect his blazing extreme blade, but also grant him the half-step blade intent. Such an opportunity was rare and invaluable. Of course, without years of diligent practice, there would be no foundation for such an epiphany. Jiang Li felt a myriad of emotions. Now, my combat strength has reached a new level. With the perfected blazing extreme blade and the half-step flame blade intent, Jiang Li was full of confidence. Even the bottleneck in his blood energy cultivation now had a new breakthrough point. All that's left is the attribute particles. Once the particle concentration meets the standard, I can break through to the Battle King level. Jiang Li was determined. When that time comes, with both his blood energy and physical body reaching the king level, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Then, he would have the confidence to confront the beast sect Hedon. After absorbing the essence of the iron-backed silver tiger, Jiang Li's 9-turn god-demon body had made significant progress. This cultivation technique is quite mystical, with each turn divided into minor and major achievements. Only at these 2 points are there bottlenecks. At other times, one simply needs to continuously absorb essence to refine and advance. Once the 9-turn reaches major achievement, my physical body will rival that of an ultimate battle king. While I'm still in the wilderness, I need to hunt more fierce beasts, Jiang Li decided silently. From then on, he hunted even more diligently. Out of 24 hours, he only spent 4 hours recovering his stamina. The rest of the time was devoted to either hunting fierce beasts or practicing combat techniques and understanding elemental particles. With the support of a 10,000-fold amplification system and his relentless effort, Jiang Li's progress was astonishing, almost as if blessed by the gods. One night, Jiang Li was meditating in a cave. Since his soul strength had reached 4 times that of an ordinary person, his absorption rate of thunderfire particles was astonishingly fast. If he didn't have to balance 2 attributes, he might have already broken through to Battle King. It's happening. Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes, filled with joy. The purple and red particles in his core were boiling and shining brightly, signs of an imminent breakthrough. He was well prepared, consuming a large amount of high-energy food and beginning to circulate his guiding technique. Massive amounts of energy surged through his meridians, transforming into powerful energy dragons that eventually converged at his core. Boom! With a thunderous roar, under the influence of his half-step blade intent, Jiang Li's energy began to transform. His blade stance, already perfected, now soared even higher with the support of his half-step blade intent. His bottleneck melted away like spring ice, with no resistance at all. Suddenly, it felt as if an inexplicable force from the heavens and earth was being drawn towards him. His energy, already comparable to that of a novice battle king, became even purer. Boom! Columns of energy shot skyward, forming towering pillars of blood-red light. Nearby fierce beasts, sensing an overwhelming presence, fled in terror. The transformation continued smoothly, thanks to Jiang Li's deep foundation. His breakthrough was almost effortless. Finally, as the last trace of energy was purified, the towering pillars of light gradually dissipated. Battle King. I finally reached Battle King. Jiang Li had far exceeded his initial goal. He had only hoped to barely reach Battle King by the end of the training camp, but now, with a week left, he had already achieved it. Maybe I can go even further. Feeling the surging power within him, Jiang Li was full of determination. He was now a bona fide dual king realm expert, with both his energy and physical body at the king level. His combat strength was immeasurable, even to himself. If I face Wu Zhixiong again, I can easily defeat him, Jiang Li thought to himself. Whether I can rival an ultimate battle king remains to be seen. It's important to note that as one advances, challenging higher levels becomes increasingly difficult. Those who reach the pinnacle or the ultimate level are exceptional individuals. Without his half-step blade intent and the flame extreme crazy blade, Jiang Li wouldn't dare claim he could defeat an ultimate battle king. However, no matter what, Jiang Li was no longer the same. Even the once unreachable sword master Sikong Yang now seemed within his grasp. When I enroll, I must visit the sword pavilion and obtain the remaining chapters of Thunder Annihilation. Jiang Li vowed silently. The Thunder Annihilation slash, once his invincible technique, could no longer keep up with his progress. He needed more top-tier combat techniques to maintain his overwhelming power over his peers. Fortunately, there was still some time left in the training camp, enough for him to acquire another one or two A-level techniques. Thinking of this, Jiang Li stretched lazily, a satisfied smile on his face. This trip to the wilderness had indeed been fruitful. I'll hunt for another 2 days, then return to the training camp for the monthly exam. He was about to meditate when his communicator suddenly beeped. Sister Xiaoyu? What's going on? Jiang Li answered, surprised. In the video, Gu Xiaoyu, clad in black armor, looked both stern and anxious. Jiang Li, the monthly exam has been moved up. Return immediately. Jiang Li felt a twinge of surprise. Something seemed unusual. Hearing Gu Xiaoyu's words, Jiang Li was startled. Sister Xiaoyu, what happened? Why the sudden early monthly exam? Gu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, since yesterday, beast tides have erupted all over the Federation. The situation at the junction of Jiangnan, Beishan, and Dalian provinces is particularly severe. Our training camp received orders to provide immediate support. I have to leave right away. Someone will explain everything to you when you return. In any case, you need to come back as soon as possible. With that, Gu Xiaoyu hastily ended the communication. Why so many beast tides all of a sudden? Is the myriad beasts cult behind this, or are the fierce beasts launching a full-scale attack? Jiang Li frowned, feeling Gu Xiaoyu's tension even through the screen. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. If the fierce beasts were truly initiating a decisive battle, it would not bode well for him. Even as a battle king, his strength was insignificant on a Federation-wide scale. To turn the tide, one would need the power of a battle god. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. For now, the only option was to return to the training camp as quickly as possible to understand the situation. Without hesitation, Jiang Li sprinted towards the camp. With the help of his perfected Thunderwing Flash and his Battle King level vigor, Jiang Li's speed was astonishing. Within a day, he had reached the training camp. However, the sight before him left him stunned. The training camp was empty, devoid of the usual bustling trainees. Only the occasional patrolling soldier gave a semblance of human presence. In just one day, everyone had been deployed, indicating the gravity of the situation. Jiang Li quickly made his way to the central area, eager to gather information and head to the front lines. Along the way, he finally encountered a few trainees who had stayed behind for various reasons. Seeing Jiang Li, they were visibly relieved. Jiang Shen, you just got back too? Do you know what's going on with the beast tides? One of them spoke up. From what I know, beast tides have suddenly erupted all over the Federation in the past 2 days, with the most severe ones reaching its level. S level? Zhongli gasped. This level of beast tide meant the appearance of numerous divine-tier beasts, something the Federation hadn't seen in a century. No wonder the response was so swift, even mobilizing special recruits. The person continued, fortunately, several powerful figures have already gone to suppress the tides. However, over here, the beast tide has reached S level. The camp supervisor has led all the instructors into the heart of the beast tide to investigate the cause. We trainees must assist in the defense and prevent the tide from breaking through the lines. Yes, we must not let them breach the defense lines. The consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone echoed in unison. In the face of crisis, humanity has never lacked the courage to unite as one. Several Black Eagle fighter jets were already waiting. Seeing this, everyone quickly boarded. In the cabin, the AI immediately began broadcasting the latest intelligence. Currently, the situation at Southern Military Base 131 is critical. The beast tide began its assault at dawn the day before yesterday. Initially, there were only king-tier beasts, but by 5 a.m., the first emperor-tier beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, appeared, elevating the tide to S level. Under the lead of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Base 131 was nearly overrun, but thanks to the timely arrival of the Ice Slayer Battle Emperor, Duan Changqiu, the situation was stabilized. Currently, the number of emperor-tier beasts has increased to 3. To uncover the cause of the beast tide, the Ice Slayer Battle Emperor and others have ventured into the wilderness to intercept the remaining emperor beasts. Our primary task is to hold the line and await the return of the battle emperors. Please ensure your safety while engaging the enemy. Surviving this ordeal will be your pass for the monthly exam. As the reports continued, Zhang Li's expression grew more serious. The screen showed beasts surging like a tide, filling the entire view. This scene left everyone's hearts in their throats. You can see countless ferocious beasts charging fearlessly as if driven by a higher power. All conflicts are cast aside, merging into a terrifying force. Ordinary and elite beasts are instantly reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the fire god cannons. Yet, the vacuum created by the blasts is quickly filled by the oncoming beasts, an endless and overwhelming tide. Even the general-level beasts can only stir slight ripples under the terrifying laser beams. Energy pillars burst through them, turning everything in their path into dust. Roar! A deafening roar shakes the sky. The true main force of this beast tide is the king-level beasts. With the emperor-level experts held off, they pose the greatest threat to the defense line, especially the fierce flying beasts. A blazing bird dives down, spewing red and green flames, instantly turning a group of soldiers into charred remains. Fortunately, a battle king steps in to minimize further losses. Scenes of such intense battles are everywhere. Heavy weapons are incredibly effective against beasts below the king level, but they fall short against the king level beasts. Only human warriors of the battle king level can match them. The bloody scenes deeply shock every trainee. As soon as the fire god cannons and laser cannons unleash their first wave of attacks, it's their turn to join the life and death struggle. Even classmates from the training camp are fighting bloodily, igniting a fervent spirit. At this moment, no one is shrinking back in fear. The blood of the Federation is fully awakened. They were born to protect humanity's last sanctuary. Thank goodness Uncle Duan and the others intercepted most of the Emperor-level beasts in the wilderness. Otherwise, Base 131 alone could never hold them off. Zhang Li takes a deep breath, suppressing his agitation. He must conserve his strength and be ready to step up when most needed. At Military Frontline 131, Wang Daoyuan and his team fight fiercely, their strength reaching the battle general level. Yet they still seem insignificant against this beast tide. Luckily, they are on the fringe, where general-level beasts are fewer. Not sure if Jianggu has made it back. We didn't have time to notify him, Wang Daoyuan says, smashing an elite beast's head with a punch and wiping his sweat. Don't worry, I heard from Du Ziqing that Instructor Gu has already contacted Jianggu, Su Xingchen pants. That's good. The wilderness is too dangerous now. If a beast tide breaks out there, Jianggu will be in trouble, Wei Zihong says, killing another beast. Hang in there, brothers. This wave will pass soon, Gu Sheng encourages. The team is covered in wounds and greatly exhausted, but there's no room for slack. Around them, countless comrades are fighting shoulder to shoulder. Elite recruits, military soldiers, independent martial artists. Despite their different backgrounds, everyone shares one goal at this momento: defend Base 131 to the death. The beast tide is relentless, and the fight between warriors and beasts is a primal struggle for survival. Countless casualties and bloodshed paint the wilderness in the most gruesome colors. Finally, a beast's roar pierces the sky, signaling a retreat. The beasts leave behind a field of corpses and retreat like a receding tide. Damn beasts, coming and going as they please. Wang Daoyuan curses, shaking with anger. In such a short time, several familiar comrades have fallen, fueling his desire to tear the beasts apart. These beasts clearly have a purpose, like they're trying to distract us. Su Xingqian calmly analyzes. Exactly, I feel the same. This beast tide is suspicious. It's necessary for Supervisor Duan to investigate thoroughly. Wei Zihong agrees. No matter what, it's beyond our control. Our priority is ensuring that the defense line at base 131 doesn't fall. Gu Shang concludes. With that, the team drags their weary bodies back to camp, seizing every moment to rest. Everyone knows the beast tide is far from over, and they must remain vigilant. Night falls and searchlights sweep the area constantly, fearing any beast might slip through. After a day of fierce fighting, the warriors finally catch their breath, ravenously replenishing their strength. However, the respite is fleeting. Just as everyone begins to relax, the base's alarm blares without warning. Wee-wee, the shrill alarm pierces the night, red lights flashing, waking everyone from their slumber. Emergency alert. The beast tide is attacking again. All warriors, prepare for battle. In just a few short hours, the second wave of the beast tide is upon them. Can the human warriors withstand the ferocious onslaught of the beast horde once more? Under the cover of night, the ferocious beasts launched even more frenzied attacks. Wave after wave, they came with unstoppable force, catching all the warriors off guard. Damn it, the intervals between the beast waves are getting shorter. Do these creatures never rest? Hurry, reinforce the defenses, we can't let them breach the line. The warriors cursed and fought more fiercely. Fire cannons and laser beams swept through the darkness, but under the cover of night, human casualties were even more severe. Wang Daoyuan and his team fought valiantly but were gradually pushed back. If it weren't for Gu Shang's razor-sharp blade energy supporting them, they might not have held out much longer. Suddenly, Gu Shang looked up in horror at the night sky. A colossal figure was diving through the clouds with terrifying momentum. A king-level beast, the four-winged demon eagle. The four-winged demon eagle was no ordinary king-level beast. It was a rare variant. It excelled in stealth and swift attacks. Even two-star king-level beasts might not be its match. Screech. The demon eagle let out a piercing cry, its eyes glinting with cruel light. Beasts of this level had begun to develop intelligence, far beyond mere brute strength. Its massive body swooped down like a fighter jet. Its four wings gleamed with deadly black light, slicing through dozens of warriors in an instant, leaving blood and flesh flying everywhere. Facing the sudden assault of the king-level beast, the surrounding warriors were gripped by terror. Wang Daoyuan and his team felt as if they had plunged into an ice pit, with the breath of death looming close. Fortunately, the demon eagle was only momentarily interested and didn't linger on them. Instead, it charged straight toward the rear. No, that beast is trying to break through our defenses. Gu Sheng's face changed color. Without hesitation, he grabbed his blade and gave chase. The four-winged demon eagle was incredibly fast, far beyond human capability. It was on the verge of breaking through the encirclement and leading the beast tide into the heartland. At that moment, a Black Hawk fighter jet appeared on the distant horizon, with a flash of lightning under its wings. Boom! A dazzling laser beam shot straight at the four-winged demon eagle, lifting everyone's spirits. The power was enough to severely wound a king-level beast. However, just as the beam was about to hit, the demon eagle deftly rolled and narrowly dodged, then lunged at the fighter jet. Instantly, everyone's hearts sank. The jet was doomed, and its destruction seemed inevitable. Could it be that after fighting to the death for so long, they would fall to a single beast? In the midst of their despair, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky from the jet, like a god descending from the heavens. What is that? Oh my god! That move, it's Jianggu. Jianggu is here. Wang Daoyuan and his team were moved to tears. During the first weekly assessment, Zhangli had already shown Nurking-level strength. Now, after so much time had passed, he must have grown even stronger, capable of turning the tide. Students from other provinces were confused but equally awestruck by the earth-shattering scene. Zhangli stood on the jet's wing, his gaze as sharp as lightning. He shouted, "Beast, prepare to die." Before his words faded, thunder wings unfolded behind him, carrying the power of wind and lightning. He soared toward the demon eagle like a mighty rock. In the darkness, the young man drew his blade, its edge glinting ominously. His overwhelming aura filled the air as he stood poised to slay the beast. As everyone held their breath, Zhangli struck with his blade, unleashing lightning and thunder. At that moment, the heavens and earth seemed to pale in comparison. Boom! The ferocious blade energy erupted like a torrential flood, slashing directly towards the four-winged demon eagle with unstoppable momentum. Now, Jiang Li's Thunder Annihilation Slash had reached a state of perfection, hinting at transcendence. With the acquisition of the second part, his power would soar to new heights, like a tiger with wings. Crackle! Blinding lightning danced along the blade's edge, transforming into bolts of thunder that instantly struck the demon eagle's wings. This can't be happening? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The ferocious blade energy had actually severed one of the demon eagle's wings. The massive wing, dripping with foul-smelling blood and flesh, fell to the ground, igniting a frenzy among the surrounding beasts. A king-level beast, defeated under Jiang Li's blade. This level of power was beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Holy crap! Did Brother Jiang just break through to the Battle King level? This is insane. Wang Daoyuan almost shouted himself hoarse, utterly stunned. Even Gu Shang couldn't contain the surge of excitement in his heart. He continued to slay the beast silently, setting Jiang Li as his lifelong goal, vowing to follow in his footsteps. Who is this person? To possess such cultivation at such a young age. Warriors who didn't know Jiang Li were all amazed, thinking that even the geniuses of Beishan and Dalan provinces paled in comparison. Screech. The four-winged demon eagle let out a heart-rending cry, a wail of excruciating pain. Its massive body tumbled in the air, clearly struggling to adapt to the imbalance of losing a wing. Jiang Li seized the moment, spreading his lightning wings and landing proudly on the demon eagle's back, exuding an aura of dominance as if he were commanding the beast. The demon eagle thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off, but Jiang Li countered each move with a strike. The beast turned its head sharply, spewing a dark beam, only to have it shattered by the ferocious thunder dragon blade energy. This battle had everyone's hearts in their throats. From afar, Battle King level warriors were rushing in from all directions. Just a bit longer, and the tide would turn. Hang in there, young man, just a bit longer. Many silently cheered for Jiang Li. Strangers though they were, he was everyone's hope at this moment. Meanwhile, Base 131 was swiftly adjusting its defenses, and the situation was gradually improving. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching the aerial duel. The young man stood on the demon eagle's back, each move brimming with incredible power, steadily gaining the upper hand. Could it be? Could he really do it? Someone murmured, eyes filled with anticipation. In the next moment, as if confirming everyone's suspicions, Jiang Li's eyes sharpened, his blade intent soaring to the skies, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of absolute kill. The immense thunder dragon blade energy converged at the tip of his sword, harboring unstoppable force. He seized the perfect moment, and as the demon eagle stiffened, he struck. Swish! A purple flash cut through the air, striking the demon eagle's neck with lightning speed. The head of the king-level beast fell to the ground, blood spurting several meters high. For a moment, the entire field fell silent, utterly speechless. Everyone stared, mouths agape, at the scene before them, minds blank. Is this real? A young man actually killed a king-level beast? And judging by his age, he must be just out of high school. This is monstrous. Could he be some kind of monster disguised as a boy? This is unreal. The geniuses of Beishan and Dalan provinces were filled with envy and resentment, realizing just how far they lagged behind this young man. Meanwhile, the students from Jiangnan province wore proud expressions. How about that? Shocked by Jiang God's prowess? This is the top genius of Jiangnan province. For years, they had been overshadowed by Jiang Li, but now, they could finally hold their heads high, their pride soaring to the skies. Bang! With a resounding crash, the massive corpse of the demon eagle hit the ground, its foul blood splattering far and wide. Jiang Li stood tall, exuding a murderous aura that kept everyone at bay. The surrounding beasts let out fearful growls, attempting to flee, only to be cut down by bolts of lightning, their carcasses littering the ground. Jiang Li raised his head and let out a long howl, his battle blade dripping blood, his heroic figure akin to a deity descending to earth. Kill! He roared a single word, his voice shaking the mountains and rivers, inspiring awe. From this moment on, the horn of humanity's counterattack had sounded. The beasts would have no chance of recovery. Above the horizon, several hearty laughs echoed. Good job, kid. You've got some skills. Soon after, several figures descended slowly. They were the war kings left to guard the base. Previously, most of the war kings had been taken by the war emperors deep into the wilderness, leaving only a few to hold the line. Seeing the sudden attack by the four-winged demon eagle, everyone had broken out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Jiang Li arrived just in time, killing the beast with overwhelming force and preventing the defensive line from being breached. Jiang Li looked closely and recognized one of the figures as the bald instructor, Wang Daoyuan's master. The bald instructor laughed heartily. See? I wasn't exaggerating. This kid is the top prodigy from our Jiangnan training camp. The other war kings gave thumbs up and praised Jiang Li. To slay a king-level beast at such a young age was truly extraordinary talent. Not exaggerating. You were being modest. One war king laughed. The bald instructor beamed with pride at this remark. All right, everyone. The beast tide hasn't receded yet. This is no time for chit-chat. Once we win this battle, we can talk all we want, the leading war king reminded them. Immediately, they all put away their smiles and became serious. Zhongli, keep it up. Once the beast tide is over, we'll all treat you to a drink. The war kings gave Zhongli a knowing look before heading off to their respective posts. As for Zhongli, he adapted on the fly, rushing wherever reinforcements were needed. Charge! With Zhongli's encouragement, the human warriors began their counterattack. The battlefield, which had been pushed back by the ferocious beasts, quickly turned in their favor. Lightning flashed across the sky, and where the thunder dragon blade's energy passed, everything turned to scorched earth. The general-level beasts were as fragile as paper before Zhongli. Thunder Dragon Strike! Thunder Dragon Strike! The fierce blade energy swept across the battlefield, reducing hundreds of beasts to dust in an instant. The scene was utterly terrifying. Not only that, but Zhongli's extraordinary physical prowess played a crucial role. No matter how intense the battle or how great the energy expenditure, his 9-transformation divine demon body kept him constantly revitalized, never knowing fatigue. This guy is a monster. The other war kings watched in awe. They couldn't dream of reaching such intensity, always needing to guard against sneak attacks and fearing their vitality would deplete. But Zhongli moved like the wind, invincible. Apart from direct hits to vital points, any other attack seemed to have no effect on him. For a moment, all eyes on the battlefield were on Zhongli. His figure, wielding the thunder blade, looked like a god descending to earth, invincible among the beasts. Countless times, warriors on the brink of death were saved by Zhongli at the last moment. The ferocious thunder blade energy cut through everything, turning hundreds of beasts into fragments in an instant. Who on earth is this young man? The surviving warriors looked at Zhongli's retreating figure with gratitude and admiration. Though they were strangers, they vowed to thank him in person if they survived. Zhongli, however, did not slack off for a moment, constantly rushing to the most dangerous parts of the battlefield. Wherever the threat was greatest, that's where he went. He knew very well that every strike he made could ease his comrades' pressure and save more lives. With great power comes great responsibility. Zhongli embodied this principle with his actions, living up to the training camp's investment and the expectations of his mentors. With Zhongli's assistance, the tide of the battle turned dramatically. The once unstoppable beasts began to retreat, leaving a landscape littered with their corpses. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the rear of the beast horde, and then the beasts retreated like a tide. Clearly, their leader was enraged by the failure of their plan. But the human warriors were relentless, pursuing their victory and engaging in another bloody battle. Finally, as the sky brightened and the sun began to rise, the dawn of victory shone upon base 131. We won! We won! Everyone cheered, some even crying tears of joy. This night had been too long, too harrowing. Zhongli finally let go of his burden, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Even with his physique, such intense fighting had pushed him to his limits. He couldn't remember how many beasts he had slain, only that by the end, he had become a killing machine. Looking around at the smiling faces of his comrades, Zhongli couldn't help but smile as well. All the effort had been worth it. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a soldier approached quickly, saluting respectfully. Lord Zhongli, our commander, Major General Rentiency, request your presence. These words immediately revitalized Zhongli's weary spirit. The soldier saluted, his gaze toward Zhongli full of admiration. During this beast tide, Zhongli first slew the 4-winged demon eagle with a single strike, saving a critical defense line. He then charged into battle, putting out fires on various fronts, slaying all invaders, and saving countless warriors' lives. At this moment, Zhongli's name was known by everyone. The soldiers present held him in high esteem. Age, status, and gender were irrelevant. Only strength and achievements mattered. Facing the admiring looks around him, Zhongli accepted them calmly, feeling that he deserved this respect. The highest-ranking officer wants to see me? Zhongli was puzzled. He was new here and didn't know much about the lieutenant general. The lieutenant general didn't say why, but it's probably to discuss the next steps in our defense, the soldier replied, shaking his head. There was no doubt that Zhongli's performance had completely won over Rentiency. Let's go then. Zhongli declined the soldier's assistance. Though tired, he could still walk on his own. Other trainees watched Zhongli leave with envy. Being summoned by the highest-ranking officer was a great honor. Zhongli's strength and accomplishments had received the highest recognition. Soon, Zhongli, led by the soldier, arrived at a conference hall. As he stepped through the doors, countless eyes turned to him, filled with admiration and awe. Seated inside were military leaders and the station battle kings. At the head of the table sat a stern middle-aged man, Lieutenant General Rentiency, the commander of Base 131. The large screen was looping footage of Jiang Li's battlefield prowess. Thunder Dragon strikes decimated beasts, while his occasional flame extreme blade attacks were devastating, drawing gasps of amazement. Beast attacks like wind blades and fireballs hit Jiang Li but seemed to do no more than scratch an itch, his muscular body acting like natural armor, deflecting all damage. This kid is a monster. He fights fiercely and can take a hit. One of him is worth 100 soldiers. Jiangnan province has produced an extraordinary talent. I was skeptical when old Duan praised him, but it turns out he was being modest. Brother Rin, you must make good use of him. This kid might just turn the tide of the entire war. The leaders were full of praise, their eyes brimming with joy. With such a human weapon on their side, repelling the beasts no longer seemed like a distant dream. Jiang Li, with a calm demeanor, strode up to Ren Tianxi and bowed. Jiang Li, Special Training Camp of Jiangnan, reporting to Lieutenant General Ran. Ren Tianxi laughed heartily, patting Jiang Li's shoulder. Good. A hero at a young age. If it weren't for you, our defense line would have fallen. Jiang Li, you have performed a great service. Jiang Li smiled modestly. You flatter me, Lieutenant General. Defending against beasts is our duty as warriors. Being nurtured by the Federation, it is my responsibility to contribute. These words made everyone even more impressed with Jiang Li. Such ability at a young age, yet humble and composite, was truly rare. Good. Good. Come, have a seat. Ren Tianxi beamed, pulling Jiang Li to sit beside him. This was a tremendous honor. Even the elite Battle Kings only had seats in the front row. The Battle Kings didn't mind. Jiang Li deserved this, both by merit and by skill. Ren Tianxi switched the display to a map showing the distribution of the Beast Tide's attacks, his tone growing serious. Gentlemen, we are facing a formidable enemy, so I will be direct. The Battle Emperors instructed us to hold the line at all costs. Therefore, we must be prepared to fight to the death. Recent attacks have shown that the beasts are not only becoming more ferocious, but also more cunning. There is undoubtedly an intelligent leader behind them. Today's four-winged demon eagle was a wake-up call. The beasts are not mindless. They know how to ambush, avoid our defenses, and target key positions. Ren Tianxi's expression was grave as he declared, if it weren't for Jiang Li's timely intervention today, the consequences would have been dire. But we can't always rely on miracles. We must adapt. This was the theme of the strategy meeting. They had assumed the beasts would only charge blindly, but it turned out they were biding their time and planning. Now that their true nature was revealed, there was no room for underestimation. Our research suggests the best response is to form a special operations team. Ren Tianxi said decisively. This team will consist of skilled battle kings, not tied to fixed defenses, ready to swiftly reinforce any breach. In essence, a battlefield rapid response unit. The room lit up with this proposal. With such an elite force, handling the cunning beasts would be much easier. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Lieutenant General Ren's plan was indeed thorough and flawless. Unexpectedly, Ren Tianxi turned to Jiang Li with a smile. Jiang Li, would you be willing to lead this special operations team? Jiang Li was stunned. Was he being asked to become the leader of the rapid response unit? At that moment, Jiang Li was a bit stunned. He had assumed Ren Tianxi had called him for something else, but it turned out he wanted him to lead a special operations team. This was no ordinary task. Ren Tianxi continued, actually, I've been planning to form this special ops team for a while now, but I couldn't find the right person. Until you came along, and I knew the time was right. On the big screen, Jiang Li's heroic figure from the battlefield flashed again. Lightning wings flickered behind him as he swiftly moved across the entire battlefield in mere moments. Jiang Li, your speed and agility are exactly what a special ops team leader needs. More importantly, your combat skills are remarkable. I suspect you can already rival a peak battle king, can't you? The crowd erupted in astonishment. After all, Jiang Li had slain a 1-star king-level beast, a creature even tougher than an ordinary 2-star king beast. His strength was undeniable. Jiang Li nodded sheepishly. Though he wasn't sure of his own limits, he didn't fear a peak battle king in an unknown fight. As for an ultimate battle king, that would have to be determined in combat. Seeing this, the crowd's admiration grew even stronger. To become a battle king at 18 was already extraordinary, but now, he could challenge ranks above his own. Such talent was rare in the entire Federation. Ren Tianxi didn't dwell on Jiang Li's extraordinary physique and endurance, which were evident to all. He solemnly removed his military cap and saluted Jiang Li. In any case, from every angle, you are the perfect choice for the special ops team leader. I know this mission is extremely dangerous and requires you to maintain high-intensity combat, but for the sake of Base 131, please take on this heavy responsibility. This was a soldier's request, not a command. Jiang Li felt his blood boil as he saw in Ren Tianxi the countless soldiers silently defending their homeland. Faced with such a dedicated officer, Jiang Li had no reason to refuse. I won't let you down. Thank you for your trust, General. I will give it my all. As long as I have breath, no beast will break through our defenses. Ren Tianxi was overjoyed and heavily patted Jiang Li's shoulder. Good. With your word, I am relieved. The heavy responsibility of the special ops team is now yours. I will send the team roster and mission details to your terminal later. Treat this seriously. Jiang Li nodded vigorously. He understood the weight of his responsibility but was never afraid. His immense strength gave him full confidence. Everyone present looked at him with admiration. Although Jiang Li was young, his actions commanded respect from all. Ren Tianxi added, by the way, the base will fully support the special ops team. Whatever you need, just ask. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Really? Would I lie to you? Ren Tianxi laughed heartily. Jiang Li immediately started counting on his fingers. Well, first, I need an A-grade combat knife, then an A-grade battle armor. My current knife is almost worn out. Oh, and a few A-grade combat techniques, scrade if possible. Energy liquids, 2 bottles are good, but 3 would be great. Stop. Hold on. Ren Tianxi nearly dropped his jaw. Kid, do you think I'm the president of the Federation? If I had that authority, I wouldn't be here suffering. In the military, the allocation of Battle King level resources was strictly controlled to prevent corruption. To obtain them, one had to earn merits through actual combat and completing missions, much like currency in the military. Seeing Jiang Li's disappointment, Ren Tianxi scratched his head and came up with a compromise. However, during special times, you can advance your merits. As the team leader, you should be able to get a considerable amount, enough to exchange for some of what you want. The combat knife and armor are standard, no need to spend merits. As for A-grade combat techniques, forget about scrade, the entire base doesn't have that authority. Just settle for one A-grade technique. Plus, a bottle of energy liquid should do. Regarding the guidance technique, I remember your training camp has a thunder guidance technique we provided. If you still have points, you should be able to exchange for it. Jiang Li's face lit up. Although not all his requests were met, this was enough to significantly boost his strength. With this equipment, his upcoming battles would be much easier. Clenching his fist, he resolved that in these dire times, having chosen to step up, he would charge forward, never retreating an inch before the beasts. Jiang Li vowed to crush the beast tide and restore peace to the land. Hearing Ren Tianxi's words, Jiang Li felt deeply grateful. Although it was all for the sake of defending the base, the general was genuinely thinking of him. Including the training camp points and the calculation showed he was doing his utmost. General Ren continued, don't think these rewards are too little. This is just the basic treatment for being the captain. The merits from hunting beasts will be counted separately. Once the beast tide subsides, you can exchange the remaining merits for other resources. Jiang Li nodded repeatedly. With such generous terms, it would be ungrateful to ask for more. In a level combat skill, a bottle of energy liquid and the thunder guidance technique were enough to significantly enhance his abilities. General Ren, Jiang Li promises not to let you down. Jiang Li responded firmly, his confidence soaring. With this bottle of energy liquid, as long as the attribute particles meet the required concentration, he could immediately advance to a mid-level Battle King. And at his current training speed, it wouldn't take more than 7 days. The meeting that followed was focused on how to resist the beast tide. From firepower deployment to personnel allocation, Ren Tianxi's military prowess was evident. No wonder he could hold this position. His combat skills might not be top-notch, but his ability to lead troops was exceptional. After the meeting, Jiang Li declined several invitations from other Battle Kings to join their drinking sessions with a smile. He was eager to exchange resources and had no time for leisure. Moreover, even if it wasn't for that, he needed to seize every moment to train. While the progress of other Battle Kings had plateaued, Jiang Li was different. For him, rapid improvement was not unusual. Jiang Li first found Wang Daoyuan and advised them to stay close to him during actions, possibly saving their lives. Then he returned to his room for secluded training. Friends are friends, but now is not the time for catching up. Surviving the crisis came first. As the Special Operations Team captain, Jiang Li naturally had his own room. He sat cross-legged and laid out all his new treasures. The A-level energy liquid wasn't immediately useful, so Jiang Li carefully stored it away, waiting for the right moment when the attribute particles matured. As for the 2 discs, one was the thunder guidance technique, and the other was an A-level movement skill, Flash Thunder Escape. This was different from Thunderwing Flash, which focused on gliding. Flash Thunder Escape emphasized speed moving as fast as lightning, and this was exactly what Jiang Li needed. Thunderwing was fast, but not fast enough. If he could master Flash Thunder Escape to perfection, or even to an artistic level, his speed could increase several times. On the battlefield, he would be unstoppable. In comparison, learning another blade technique seemed less significant. For now, the Flaming Fury blade was more than sufficient. Thus, Jiang Li trained tirelessly, racing against time to become stronger. Time was life. Woo! The piercing alarm blared through the base again, signaling another wave of the beast tide. After days of hardening, Everyone was used to it and responded calmly. They picked up their weapons, put on their armor, straightforward and efficient. Compared to the initial panic, their formations were now much more stable. However, this stability came at a heavy cost. At least several thousand lives had been lost, many of them battle kings. It was now the sixth day of the beast tide. After the initial 2 days of intense bombardment, the subsequent days saw medium-scale beast attacks enough to keep humans from resting but not enough to retreat easily. The beasts were relentless yet strategic. It almost seemed as if they were deliberately stalling for time. Zhongli felt that the beasts' actions had a deeper meaning, especially the leader hidden among them, who was particularly cunning. He had always wanted to root out that leader but had no leads. Kill. Slaughter these beasts. The battle cries echoed across the battlefield, but Zhongli was no longer surprised. One had to admit, human adaptability was truly remarkable. He stomped the ground and leaped into the air, observing the battlefield from above. His heightened perception, thanks to his quadrupled soul strength, made him more attuned to detecting danger. Just then, he saw a battle king entangled with a king-level beast. As the spear was about to pierce the beast's head, a king-level snake beast suddenly lunged from behind. Hiss! The snake's forked tongue flickered, exuding a foul stench. This type of beast was best at ambushes. Its sudden attack would be hard for even a battle king to avoid. Many of the fallen warriors had died from such sneak attacks. Damn it! Despair flashed in the battle king's eyes, followed by resolve. He gave up on defense, determined to take the beast down with him. Better to die fighting than to die alone. However, the expected pain of venomous fangs piercing his heart never came. Instead, a purple flash streaked across the battlefield, appearing beside him in an instant, slashing the snake beast in two. Zhongli, the battle king, was overjoyed, as if seeing a savior. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Impressive. No wonder they call you our firefighter. With flash thunder escape mastered, Zhongli's speed was now extraordinary. Unless it was an inevitable death situation, he would save anyone in danger if he was present. Many battle kings owed him their lives. Gradually, the title, Battlefield Firefighter, spread far and wide. Wherever the purple flash appeared, there was hope for life. Zhongli smiled at the battle king and then soared into the air again, heading deeper into the beast tide. His eyes were sharp, searching the beast horde for the hidden mastermind. This time, he was determined to succeed. Zhongli had been observing for several days. The beast lurking in the shadows was unusually cunning. It appeared to always be at the rear of the pack, giving commands to retreat, but in reality, it mingled with the other beasts, hiding its presence in some way. It watched humans from the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Zhongli moved swiftly across the battlefield, contemplating the beast's hiding place while fulfilling his duties as the Special Operations Team captain. A flash of purple light, and the thunder blade pierced through the head of a ferocious beast, saving team member Deng Qiu'er. She was also a highly skilled battle king, and should have handled the situation with ease. How could you be so careless? Zhongli asked with a frown. If he hadn't been nearby, Deng Qiu'er would have been torn in half by the beast. Deng Qiu'er, still shaken, thanked him while expressing her doubts. Thank you, Captain. I don't know what happened. I suddenly lost focus. Maybe I'm just exhausted. The Special Operations Team had only 20 members, each highly capable, but even they couldn't withstand the continuous high-intensity battles. Zhongli had to split them into 2 groups to take turns, barely holding the line. Of course, none of them could match the captain's extraordinary stamina, seemingly an endless source of energy. Seeing Zhongli's furrowed brow, Deng Qiu'er thought he was blaming her for being reckless and quickly said, Captain, don't worry. I'll go rest immediately and won't push myself. But Zhongli was concerned about something else. With Deng Qiu'er's strength, she shouldn't have lost focus unless someone was interfering. Sister Deng, think carefully. Did you experience any mental disturbances? Zhongli asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Deng Qiu'er widened her eyes. Now that you mention it, I did feel strangely tired and couldn't concentrate during the fight. If you hadn't pointed it out, I might have overlooked it. Hiss. Everything became clear. No wonder the battle kings had been falling one after another in recent days. There was a high-level beast secretly targeting them. Sister Deng, go assist the others. Leave this to me. Understanding his intent, Deng Qiu'er immediately retreated. With the captain's strength, he certainly didn't need her holding him back. Watching her leave, Zhongli sneered. From the vast sea of beasts to this small area, the mastermind had nowhere to hide. He channeled his soul power, scanning every corner of the battlefield repeatedly. Meanwhile, bolts of lightning flashed through, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Finally, Zhongli's eyes narrowed. Found you. Swish. A crimson blade light shot through the air, slashing towards a seemingly inconspicuous beast of general rank. The scorching flames instantly cleaved it in half, and at that moment, a tremendous aura burst from the corpse. A blood-red light shot into the sky, colliding fiercely with the blade energy. Three-tailed blood fox. Zhang Li's eyes were sharp as he stared at the figure. Compared to the massive ordinary beasts, its half-meter size was indeed tiny, but its overwhelming aura was far superior. At this moment, the blood fox's three tails glowed with a mesmerizing light, showcasing its unique innate ability. This was a rare 4-star king-level beast, even stronger than some 5-star beasts. So it was you causing all this trouble. Zhongli shouted angrily. Hearing this, the three-tailed blood fox bared its teeth with malice. It possessed intelligence comparable to humans, otherwise, it couldn't have commanded such a large beast horde. Although the earlier flaming blade had startled it, it didn't cause any substantial harm. Instead, it provoked its ferocity. Having toyed with humans for so long, being discovered by a mere human was infuriating. With a sly grin, the blood fox turned and fled deeper into the beast horde. Think you can escape? No way. Zhongli snorted coldly, chasing after it. You are the mastermind behind this beast tide, and today, I will bring you to justice. Peace will return to the land. On the battlefield, a flash of blood and a streak of lightning were wildly chasing each other. Whoosh! Zhang Li's speed had reached its peak, and the distance between him and the three-tailed blood raccoon was shrinking rapidly. The lightning flash technique of the Grandmaster realm erupted in full force, with a speed comparable to lightning. Zhang Li drew his blade and slashed, sending a thunderous blade aura roaring towards the blood raccoon. The blood raccoon, who had been smug moments ago, suddenly changed its expression. It hadn't expected this human to catch up so quickly. It waved its three blood tails, and a flash of blood light met the thunder blade Hedon. Boom! The blade aura and blood light exploded simultaneously, sending shockwaves rippling outwards, turning everything in their path to scorched earth. Luckily, this clash occurred deep within the beast horde. Otherwise, human warriors would have been caught in the crossfire. Seizing the moment when the blood raccoon paused, Zhongli flashed and blocked its path. The lightning on his blade faded, replaced by rising flames. The thunderous blade aura was perfect for pursuit, but now that the blood raccoon was cornered, it was time for the flame extreme mad blade to take the stage. Gore! The blood raccoon growled lowly, its eyes flashing with ferocity. As a natural-born king, how could it allow itself to be toyed with by a mere human? It, the three-tailed blood raccoon, was born extraordinary, destined to be a future ruler. But now, being chased like a rat by a human, it was utterly unwilling. Roar! With a roar, the blood raccoon turned into a blur and vanished from its original spot. With a bang, its claws clashed fiercely with Zhang Li's fist, forcing him back several steps. This strength? Zhang Li was shocked. Despite its small size, the blood raccoon's explosive power far exceeded his expectations. Even his god-demon body, which had reached the first stage of minor achievement, suffered a hidden loss from this strike. The blood raccoon was equally astonished. How could a mere human possess such a formidable physique? It was unbelievable. Even more terrifying was that its proud mental attack had no effect on this young man, as if it had struck a steel wall. Though both were shocked, their movements didn't slow. Zhang Li's battle blade ignited with flames, slashing towards the blood raccoon with such ferocity that it made its fur stand on end. For a moment, blood light and blade aura intertwined, shaking the heavens and earth. The sheer intensity of the clash opened up a vacuum zone on the battlefield, where all but king-level beasts dared not approach. From a distance, the human camp noticed the commotion. Ren Tianxi shouted frantically, "Quick! Quickly! All battle kings near Jiangli, rush to support immediately. This battle concerns the survival of base 131. At all costs, we must take down that damned beast." Hearing the command, the battle kings abandoned their current opponents and dashed towards Jiangli's direction. To capture the enemy's leader first once the blood raccoon was slain, the beast tide would collapse, giving base 131 a chance to breathe. However, the cunning blood raccoon would not sit idly by awaiting death. It howled skyward, alerting all king-level beasts. They roared madly, forming a barrier to desperately block the human warriors. In an instant, the battlefield's dynamics changed dramatically. What was initially a defensive stance for humans now turned into a desperate struggle to break through. And all of this centered around the battle between Zhang Li and the blood raccoon. A trace of panic flashed in the blood raccoon's eyes. While it was confident in killing Zhang Li, if it delayed too long and got surrounded by other battle kings, its fate would be sealed. It immediately decided to retreat, no longer willing to fight, and fled with all its might deeper into the battlefield. "You're not getting away." Zhang Li pursued relentlessly, slashing out blade auras that forced the blood raccoon to dodge left and right, drastically slowing its speed. "Take this." He gathered all his strength and unleashed the flame extreme burst. A mere half-inch blade light seemed like 1,000 cuts, enveloped in overwhelming flames, rushing towards the blood raccoon. The terrifying momentum made it feel a deep sense of despair. At this moment, the blood raccoon regretted its earlier decisions. If it had fought with all its might from the start, it wouldn't be in this dire situation. But it had chosen to toy with this human, leading to its imminent defeat. Seeing the blazing blade light approaching, the blood raccoon let out a piercing shriek. The three tails on its back suddenly burst into a brilliance 100 times brighter than before. Then, one of the blood tails snapped off, turning into droplets of blood mist. In that split second, the blood raccoon's speed increased severalfold. This was its trump card, its last desperate gamble. The three-tailed blood raccoon would now become a two-tailed blood raccoon. In Jiang Li's shocked gaze, the three-tailed blood lynx burst forth with a blinding red light, its speed suddenly increasing several times, leaving a deep bloodstain in the void. With just one sprint, it covered hundreds of meters. This was the blood lynx's innate divine ability. Each of its three blood tails could burn once, each time boosting its speed several times. Moreover, the burned-out blood tails could regenerate, making it truly terrifying. Boom! The half-inch blade light from the flame burst missed its mark, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The overwhelming heat wave engulfed the surrounding fierce beasts, creating a vacuum area of 100 meters in diameter on the battlefield. The blood lynx glanced back, heart pounding. If it had been hit by that terrifying blade energy, it would have been dead already. One had to admit, even a mere beginner battle king could possess strength comparable to an ultimate battle king. This human was a serious threat that had to be eliminated. The blood lynx calculated in its mind, while continuing to sprint towards the back of the beast horde. 1,000 meters away, many battle kings saw this and were immediately anxious. Captain Jiang, stop it. Don't let that beast escape. Charge. Block it. If this cunning beast managed to escape, capturing it again would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They would be left to contend with these beasts, and who knew how long base 131 could hold out. Everyone gave their all, desperately chasing after it. Jiang Li was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. From above, the battlefield looked like a scene from a nightmare. A blood-red light in the lead, followed closely by a purple gleam, then a group of battle kings, and the relentless pursuit of king-level fierce beasts. The originally chaotic skirmish had formed a giant arrowhead due to the blood lynx's escape, with Jiang Li and the blood lynx at the tip. A heart-pounding chase had begun. Jiang Li was at his wit's end. His current speed was at its peak, but he still couldn't match the blood lynx. 500 meters, 600 meters, 800 meters. Seeing his prey getting farther and farther away, Jiang Li was frantic. Faster! Faster! Catch up! He had fought the blood lynx before and knew how cunning it was. If it escaped this time, who knew what trouble it would cause next? Jiang Li's blood surged within him, even pushing the potential of his 9-turn divine demon body to its limits, all in an effort to gain a bit more speed. Meanwhile, the blood lynx, seeing the relentless pursuit, grew a bit cruel. It slowed down deliberately, intending to lure Jiang Li into a trap for a decisive kill. Chase me, keep chasing. Soon, it will be your doom. Its blood-red eyes were filled with malicious calculations. At this moment, Jiang Li was incredibly anxious. He was giving it his all, but could barely keep up with the blood lynx. If only he were a bit faster. As if responding to his thoughts, a golden hue suddenly emerged in Jiang Li's soul. His mastery of Thunder Wing Flash and Flash Thunder Escape surged in his mind like a tidal wave. Buzz! Invisible waves rippled through his sea of consciousness, and countless inspirations flooded his brain in an instant. With the catalyst of the 10,000-fold amplification system, Jiang Li broke through. Flash Thunder Escape, perfected. Moreover, it perfectly merged with Thunder Wing Flash, reaching a whole new level. At that moment, Jiang Li was almost ecstatic. This sudden burst of inspiration was a godsend. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li, already incredibly fast, saw his speed soar several times more. With his thunder wings spread wide, he looked like a god descending from the heavens, leaving trails of purple light in his wake. And he was speeding towards the blood lynx at an unimaginable pace. The blood lynx shuddered in fear, no longer feeling at ease. It widened its eyes in disbelief at Jiang Li's sudden increase in speed. Its remaining two blood tails ignited again, turning into a piercing blood light with a swish. But this time, Jiang Li didn't get left behind. Instead, he closed in relentlessly, unstoppable. How is this possible? How? The blood lynx's heart trembled. Its blood tail technique was something even some emperor-level beasts found hard to match, yet now, a human had caught up to it unbelievable. It knew that its frontal combat strength wasn't outstanding among its peers. It relied on a unique mental shock technique to contend with 5-star king beasts. But against Jiang Li, this move was useless. In other words, without its mental shock, the blood lynx was no different from an ordinary 4-star king beast. Despite its threats to kill Zhongli, it knew deep down that it wasn't his match. If caught, death was certain. The life and death chase continued. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Zhongli was getting closer and closer, while the blood lynx was at its wit's end, with no more blood tails to burn. Though the battle kings in the distance had been left far behind, they could faintly see Zhongli closing in, and they were so excited they almost jumped for joy. Captain Jiang, you're amazing. Catch that beast. Just hold it, we're on our way. This time, we must end this nightmare. However, in Jiang Li's eyes, there was only killing intent. Hold it? I'm going to kill it. A thunderous blade energy surged forth, unstoppable, aiming to bring the blood lynx to justice on the spot. This ruthless beast had to be exterminated today. With a spread of thunder wings behind him, Jiang Li's speed reached an incredible limit as he combined Flash Thunder Escape and Thunder Wing Flash. He was almost as fast as some battle emperors. This was terrifying, considering even the three-tailed blood lynx had to ignite its blood tails to reach such speeds. But now, its three tails were burned out, leaving it unable to match such astonishing speed. Facing Zhongli, it was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As the terrifying blade aura approached step by step, the three-tailed blood lynx's fur stood on end, and a look of madness crept into its eyes. It knew that its only chance of survival was to hold out against Jiang Li's fierce onslaught until its beast allies could encircle him and turn the tide. As long as it didn't foolishly expose its back to Jiang Li, it might still have a chance to live. But it never expected Jiang Li's speed to be so unpredictable. Within just a few breaths, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning, appearing on the right side of the three-tailed blood lynx. His battle blade raised high, thunder materialized into a tangible force, striking the lynx's fur with a vicious blow. Blood splattered instantly, skin and flesh torn apart. One strike followed another. Jiang Li's attacks were like a relentless storm, giving no room to breathe. At this moment, the once proud 4-star king-level beast was reduced to being kicked around like a ball by a mere human teenager. His lightning-fast speed was utilized to the fullest, and his powerful soul perception made his movements flawless. The three-tailed blood lynx was in complete panic. It had hoped to hold out longer against Jiang Li until its allies arrived, but it never expected this human to be so formidable. In just one exchange, it was already cut to a bloody mess. Damn it, who's the real beast here? In desperation, the three-tailed blood lynx mustered all its strength, its eyes glowing with a strange light. It was about to unleash its final trump card, an overload of mental shock. This attack, if used on an ordinary battle king, could leave them in a daze or even turn them into a complete idiot. But Jiang Li was no ordinary person. With a soul strength 4 times that of a normal person, he easily withstood the lethal blow. With a hum, the invisible wave touched his faint golden soul and dissipated like water hitting a cliff. Jiang Li merely shook his head as if he had heard a mosquito buzz. Trying that again? I told you it won't work. Jiang Li smirked coldly, seizing the moment of the lynx's stunned reaction. He merged with his blade once more, sending a fiery blade aura filled with immense anger straight at the three-tailed blood lynx. With a loud crash, the three-tailed blood lynx was slashed away again, its body falling and creating a large pit upon impact, ravaged repeatedly by thunder and fire. Even a beast like it couldn't withstand such destruction. Even the battle kings watching from afar gasped in shock. How could a mere junior battle king so easily hunt down a 4-star king-level beast? They finally realized that this young battle king was no ordinary talent but a complete monster. Kill the three-tailed blood lynx, and these beasts will be nothing but scattered sand. Brothers at any cost, by Jiang Li sometime. The battle king's eyes turned red with fervor, and they charged towards the beasts with unyielding spirit. Jiang Li, however, slightly smiled, his half-step fiery blade intent glowing with unprecedented brilliance in his hand. 10 breaths? No need. 1 strike is enough. Inferno burst. The scorching blade aura, accompanied by overwhelming battle intent, swept across the heavens and earth, dyeing half the sky blood red. The ground was torn to pieces by the continuous roar. In the midst of this utter destruction, the three-tailed blood lynx let out its final, desperate cry before being reduced to ashes, leaving no remains. At that moment, both humans and beasts alike were awestruck by the sight of the blade-wielding youth under the crimson sky. Jiang Li took a deep breath, surveying the brutal scene on the battlefield. At that moment, the battle kings were left speechless, staring in disbelief as the sky turned blood-red from the blade aura. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. This can't be. A few of the extreme battle kings muttered, their voices trembling, eyes filled with incredulity. That kid Jiang Li actually comprehended blade intent, right after breaking through to the battle king realm? This is outrageous. Even our revered Red Flame Blade King took centuries to achieve this at the extreme Battle King level, and now her disciple has surpassed all expectations. The onlookers were overwhelmed with a mix of envy, jealousy, and awe, nearly tangible in the air. Comprehending intent was a crucial step towards the Battle Emperor realm. These veterans had struggled at the extreme Battle King level for decades, their yearning for intent reaching its peak. They would sacrifice everything, even their lives, for the slightest grasp of it. And now, a mere youngster had left them in the dust, mastering the legendary blade intent. How could they possibly come to terms with this? The beasts, too, were thrown into unprecedented panic. Without the mental control of the three-tailed blood lynx, they were like a disorganized rabble, incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Even the usually arrogant king-level beasts were trembling, terrified of being targeted. After all, not even a 5-star king-level beast could withstand multiple battle kings simultaneously. Inside base 131, Ren Tianxi was so excited he could hardly speak, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. Amazing! Zhang Li is truly our base's lucky star. Quick, order a counterattack. We must annihilate these beasts. If not for his guards holding him back, he might have charged onto the battlefield himself. The order to counterattack swiftly spread across the battlefield. Everyone was awestruck by Zhang Li's heroic feat, and morale soared to its peak. Damn, Zhang Li is my hero. Captain Jiang is like a god of war. He deserves to be the top powerhouse of the Federation with his talent. The admiration for Jiang Li was palpable, and they were eager to fight alongside him. Kill! Jiang Li roared to the sky, leading the charge into the beast horde. Thunder and flame blade auras intertwined, leaving a trail of death and destruction in their wake. The beasts howled in terror, scattering in all directions with nowhere to hide. Without the three-tailed blood lynx's command, they were like lambs to the slaughter. The tide of battle quickly turned. Led by Jiang Li, the human warriors were unstoppable, like tigers descending from the mountains. King-level beasts fell one after another, scarcely 1 in 10 surviving. Jiang Li stood out, slaying more beasts than the combined total of the extreme battle kings. The battle lines pushed forward relentlessly, advancing over 100 kilometers in no time. Jiang Li finally reined in his horse, knowing that pressing further would lead to the Thunderclap Mountains, the beast's stronghold. Encountering an unseen emperor-level beast could spell disaster. Fortunately, the beast forces had suffered a severe blow and were unlikely to strike again soon. Base 131 was finally freed from its siege, though the beast tide crisis was not entirely over. Jiang Li felt a sense of urgency. He needed to break through quickly. Only by growing stronger could he face unknown dangers. Tonight, he resolved to advance to a mid-level battle king. Jiang Li was deep in thought about the next steps. Just then, a thunderous cheer reached his ears. We won! We won! The beasts have been driven back. Humanity will prevail. The jubilant shouts echoed, dispelling the grim and sorrowful atmosphere of the battlefield. After 6 days of intense combat, the warriors were utterly exhausted. At this moment, they desperately needed the joy of victory to cleanse their minds and bodies. Most wore expressions of relief and excitement, having survived the ordeal, while others fell silent after the cheers, some even weeping for fallen friends and family who couldn't witness this triumph. Zhang Li sighed, taking in the scenes of the war's aftermath. Yes, humanity had won, but the cost was steep. War was never a fairy tale. It had always been this way through the ages. When faced with the beasts, humanity had no choice: either they perished, or we did. Coexistence was not an option. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes grew more determined. I will put an end to all this. Zhang Li vowed silently. Then, activating his thunder wings, he transformed into a streak of purple lightning and sped towards the base. Along the way, every warrior who saw the lightning stood at attention and saluted, their eyes filled with respect. They knew it was Zhang Li, a young hero only 18 years old who had achieved countless feats. On the battlefield, his figure darting through the fray had saved many lives. This respect he had earned. Feeling the gazes of admiration around him, Zhang Li was moved. Though he never sought any reward, at this moment, he was more certain than ever that his efforts and sacrifices were worthwhile. Humanity might have its dark sides, but it also held light and hope. Amidst the solemn gazes, Zhang Li finally returned to the military base. Ren Tianxi had already been waiting at the gate with numerous soldiers. Seeing Zhang Li and his comrades, Ren Tianxi gave a solemn salute and shouted, "Welcome our heroes home." Salute. Shua. The uniform salute shook the hearts of all the warriors, bringing tears to many eyes. Ren Tianxi gripped Zhang Li's shoulder, his eyes filled with excitement. Zhang Li, you've done well. You exceeded everyone's expectations, even those of Emperor Duan. If he were here, he'd be proud of you. Zhang Li shook his head and said firmly but softly, "It's my duty." While Ren Tianxi busied himself arranging for everyone to rest, Zhongli quietly slipped away with a smile. He was never good at handling such loud celebrations. Besides, after such a fierce battle, he indeed needed a good rest. When Zhongli woke up the next morning, he felt refreshed. The continuous high-intensity battles had left him exhausted, and last night was the first time he had interrupted his practice of the Heaven Ascension secret technique. But now, he felt more energetic than ever. Stretching and feeling the dense elemental particles within him, Zhongli smiled. It seemed the hard-fought battles were not in vain. The particle concentration had reached the standard of a mid-level battle king, with even a bit to spare. Just as he was rejoicing, a soldier's respectful voice came from outside the door. Major General Zhang, Lieutenant General Ren requests your presence. Zhongli was taken aback, thinking, Major General? Are they calling me? Opening the door, the soldier was startled. His eyes filled with uncontrollable respect as he instinctively saluted. Zhongli quickly waved his hand, signaling for him to lead the way. Ren Tianxi's summons must be for a reason. From a distance, he heard Ren Tianxi's hearty laughter, surrounded by a group of battle kings, all smiling at him. Zhang, from now on, we should call you Major General Zhang. Ren Tianxi teased. Zhongli smiled faintly. Lieutenant General Ren, don't joke with me so early in the morning. I might not be fully awake and could get grumpy. Everyone burst into laughter. Ren Tianxi pointed at Zhongli with a smile. You rascal, do you think I'd lie to you? I have 3 pieces of news for you, 2 good and 1 bad. Which do you want to hear first? Zhongli was momentarily stunned, then shrugged. It's early, let's start with the good news to digest it better. Ren Tianxi, eating breakfast leisurely, said, the first good news is that starting today, you're an honorary Major General of the Federation. As the name suggests, Zhongli paused with his chopsticks, suddenly understanding. No wonder the soldier and Ren Tianxi addressed him as Major General. However, he didn't show much excitement, as he never cared much for such titles. And the other good news? Zhongli asked indifferently. Ren Tianxi shook his head helplessly. You really don't act like an 18-year-old. Anyone else would be over the moon to be named a Major General, but you just go oh? He sighed and continued, of course, being an honorary Major General is not just a title. It comes with an 80 discount when exchanging merit points for resources and the authority to mobilize base soldiers. This title is also related to the second piece of good news. Hearing merit exchange, Zhongli finally showed some interest, looking eager to listen. Seeing this, Ren Tianxi smiled slightly. You've been eyeing the follow-up techniques of the Thunderclap Annihilation Slash, haven't you? I've communicated with the sword bearers. The second part has already been exchanged for your merits, and the third part is also attainable. However, they have a condition that you need to decide on. Zhongli's eyes lit up. This was the news he truly cared about. He urgently asked, what's the condition? Ren Tianxi sighed helplessly and said, they have a condition. The third part can be exchanged, but only if Zhongli joins the sword bearers, so that's how it is. This is one way the sword bearers recruit talent. After all, the Thunder Destruction Slash is an S-rank top-tier combat technique, extremely rare throughout the entire Federation. Even top universities like Jiang'an Martial Arts University and Thunder Martial Arts University only have the first 2 parts of this technique. Although military merits and university credits are not interchangeable, obtaining the Thunder Destruction Slash directly from the sword bearers is undoubtedly the most convenient way. Zhongli couldn't help but smile at this. So, it aligns perfectly with his intentions. He had already planned to join the sword bearers, and this just makes it all the more appealing. Not long ago, his senior brother, Sikongyang, had promised that if he could break through to the War King level, he could join the sword bearers without any assessment. Now, he is indeed a genuine War King. With his current rate of progress, it might not be long before he secures a prominent position within the sword bearers and becomes a rising star. Although he couldn't get the third part of the Thunder Destruction Slash for now, having the second part would still make his training much more effective. A fierce determination surged within Zhongli. He silently vowed to master the Thunder Destruction Slash in the shortest time possible. At the same time, the breakthrough of the Flame Extreme Blade was also imminent. Once he fully grasps the essence of the Flame Blade, he would be unstoppable on the battlefield. Seeing Zhongli's lack of objections, Ren Tianxi nodded with a smile. He added that the sword bearers are actually quite a free organization. As long as members complete the required tasks each year, there aren't many constraints. As for the remaining merits, Zhongli could use them as he sees fit. Zhongli already had a plan in mind. He decided to use all these merits to exchange for precious energy liquids. After all, for warriors whose realms are not yet stable, energy liquids are still an important resource for cultivation. However, as one's realm advances, dependence on energy liquids decreases, and insights into attributes, momentum, and intent become the key factors determining strength. This is why some descendants from prominent families, despite having abundant energy resources, do not show particularly remarkable progress in their cultivation. If simply accumulating energy could make one a martial arts master, the martial arts world of the Federation would have long been monopolized by certain families. Fortunately, martial arts cultivation ultimately depends on personal insight and talent, giving even those from humble backgrounds a chance to rise. Reflecting on this, Zhang Li's joy gradually subsided as he recalled the bad news Ren Tianxi had mentioned earlier. Ren Tianxi's smile also faded as he took a heavy swig of strong liquor and said gravely, "The bad news is that there has been no contact from Duan Zhangwang's side. They've been in the Thunder Mountains for a whole week now. It seems they might have fallen into an ambush." Everyone present gasped in shock, their expressions turning serious. Although they had recently won a battle, losing several war kings and hundreds of war kings would still be a huge loss for the entire Federation. Zhang Li felt a sense of foreboding. This situation was eerily similar to when the Beast Sect ambushed the simulation exam site. He had inquired with Xikong Yang afterward and learned that blocking communication was a common tactic used by the Beast Sect. Clenching his fists, he asked gravely, "Are you saying that the Beast Sect is behind this again?" Ren Tianxi nodded solemnly, his tone heavy. Judging from the synchronized reports from various regions, this beast counterattack is different from the past. They don't seem to be launching an all-out assault, but are repeatedly harassing various defense lines, forcing us to continually deploy more troops. All signs suggest that they are intentionally causing greater casualties. Hearing this, everyone gasped again. This was highly unusual. Could it be that the beasts were running out of resources and trying to deplete ours through this method? A war king speculated. Ren Tianxi slowly shook his head. According to the Federation Research Institute's calculations, the territory currently occupied by the beasts is sufficient for them to thrive for another 200 years. There is no issue of resource scarcity. He then turned more serious. The Institute believes that they might be conducting a blood sacrifice. A blood sacrifice? Everyone was shocked. Just hearing the term sent chills down their spines. The purpose of such a ritual was unclear. It could be to elevate a particular beast, or to awaken some terrifying entity. But one thing was certain: humanity was facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Ren Tianxi concluded, "Our time is running out. In 3 to 5 years at most, the beasts will launch a full-scale counterattack against humanity. When that happens, the real disaster will begin." This statement, like a thunderclap, echoed in the operations room. Zhang Li too was silent, feeling a growing sense of urgency. Though the beast's intentions were hard to predict, it was certain that the first to suffer would be the most vulnerable civilians. For a moment, everyone was lost in their thoughts, no one speaking. Then, a straightforward war king broke the silence. 3 to 5 years, huh? I don't believe these beasts can turn the world upside down. Let them come, and I'll chop them to pieces. This somewhat crude remark eased the tension a bit. Yes, mere beasts, what can they do to us? After 1,000 years of spiritual revival, humanity is no longer the same as before. Moreover, with 4 peerless masters and the foundation laid by generations of sages, what do we have to fear? The crowd began to echo these sentiments, and morale started to rise. Seeing this, Ren Tianxi's face also lit up with a faint smile. There's no need to be overly anxious. These are just speculations. We'll deal with the future when it comes. For now, our priority is to find a way to support Duan Zhanhuang and his team. With these words, everyone became serious again and began discussing strategies. Just then, a communications officer rushed in. "Report, General, we've finally re-established contact with Duan Zhanhuang's team." Ren Tianxi immediately stood up in excitement, repeatedly asking for updates on Duan Zhanhuang. The barrage of questions left the reporting officer bewildered. He hurriedly explained that communication with Duan Zhanhuang was still being disrupted by an unknown force, and the information was incomplete. It would take an estimated 3 more days to establish full contact. Upon hearing that it would take another 3 days, the initial excitement in the room dimmed slightly, but soon everyone was reinvigorated. Establishing a signal was already a significant achievement. Over the next 3 days, they would give it their all to make contact with Duan Zhanhuang as soon as possible. Ren Tianxi immediately issued orders for the communications department to work around the clock, stressing the urgency of the situation. In life and death moments, time is of the essence, he admonished sternly. "Understood, General." The officer in charge of communications saluted and left with a serious expression. Turning to the others, Ren Tianxi said, "These 3 days, everyone must conserve their energy. We might be facing a fierce battle soon." The enemy's ability to encircle several battle emperors and hundreds of battle kings indicated formidable strength. The next battle would likely require the might of battle kings. Zhang Li felt a surge of fighting spirit. After bidding farewell to the others, he left directly. For others, 3 days might only be enough to adjust their state. But for Zhang Li, it was an opportunity to leap forward. Currently, his blood energy concentration had reached the level of an intermediate battle king, even surpassing it slightly, making it a perfect time for a breakthrough. What excited Zhang Li even more was that he had finally obtained the second part of the Thunder Annihilation Slash. With the foundation laid by the first part, he was confident that, despite the short 3 days, he could cultivate this technique to perfection. This was the immense advantage of having consecutive combat techniques. Zhang Li clenched his fist with determination, his eyes shining with battle intent. He strode towards the training area of the base, eager to begin his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Li began to absorb the continuous flow of energy within him. His entire body was surrounded by demonic energy, and a faint purple glow emanated from beneath his skin, indicating that he had reached a minor achievement in the 9-transformation demon god body. At this level of refinement, Zhang Li's physical strength had vastly improved. The tremendous energy of several hundred calories couldn't shake him in the slightest. Zhang Li tilted his head back and drank deeply, feeling the surge of power within him. As he practiced the thunder guidance technique, streaks of lightning coursed over his body, illuminating the dark training room. This technique naturally resonated with Zhang Li, making his progress doubly effective. The surging energy transformed into a torrent of blood energy, rushing through Zhang Li's body. However, he quickly regulated it with his superb guidance technique, filling his limbs and bones in an instant. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Zhang Li stepped into the realm of an intermediate battle king. For a genius like him, who had already grasped the essence of blade intent, such a minor breakthrough was almost effortless. As the energy depleted, Zhang Li opened his eyes, a smile of joy playing on his lips. He lightly clenched his fist, feeling the powerful energy coursing through him. From junior to intermediate, the blood energy of a battle king would double. This meant Zhang Li's already formidable endurance would reach new heights. Moreover, by Zhang Li's estimation, his current combat strength placed him among the top extreme battle kings. As for whether he could defeat Gu Xiaoyu, the Red Flame Blade King, Zhang Li felt confident. Although Gu Xiaoyu also possessed half-step blade intent and a perfected rank combat technique, Zhang Li's blood energy purity was superior. Additionally, his body, refined to a minor achievement in the demon god body, compensated for any disadvantage in blood energy quantity. Thus, while he might not yet overpower Gu Xiaoyu, Zhang Li was certain he wouldn't be defenseless in a fight. He nodded to himself, his eyes gleaming with confidence. 3 days later, when Zhang Li reappeared before everyone, they were stunned. Lightning energy crackled around him, and every movement generated a violent gust of wind. Several extreme battle kings volunteered to spar with Zhang Li. However, within just a few exchanges, they were forced into retreat by his overwhelming thunder blade intent, unable to counterattack. Seeing the shocking cracks on the ground, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, their respect for Zhang Li growing. His combat prowess had clearly reached a new level. Zhang Li stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing everyone, a confident smile on his lips. Yes, after 3 days of intense training, he had perfected the second part of the Thunder Annihilation Slash. With the advancements in his Flame Extreme Blade technique, Zhang Li's arsenal of skills had grown richer, giving him more trump cards. He looked forward to his performance in the upcoming challenges. As the crowd buzzed with shock and admiration, a sudden urgent communication blared in everyone's ears. It was an emergency summons from Ren Tianxi. Everyone, report to the conference hall immediately. We have news from Duan Zhanhuang. The long-awaited news from Duan Zhanhuang had finally arrived. Upon hearing Ren Tianxi's words, everyone was initially taken aback, but then they were overjoyed. Finally, there was news about Duan Zhanhuang. Although the signal was intermittent, just knowing Duan Zhanhuang's location was a huge relief. The crowd buzzed with discussion and quickly gathered in the conference hall. Ren Tianxi got straight to the point. According to the latest information, Duan Zhanhuang and his team are most likely trapped in the Thunder Swamp of the Thunder Mountains. The Thunder Mountains were the last known hideout of the remaining fierce beasts. Zhang Li said solemnly, since we've pinpointed their location, we should head out to support them immediately. There's no time to lose. Ren Tianxi nodded in agreement. He added, in recent days, the Howling Moon's Silver Wolf and other Emperor-level beasts have gone silent. They must be in a standoff with Duan Zhanhuang's team. If we act now, we can break this deadlock. All the warlords agreed enthusiastically, eager to take action. Ren Tianxi looked earnestly at Zhang Li. Major Zhang, you will lead this rescue mission. Apart from the necessary forces staying behind to guard the base, all other warlords will follow you. Zhang Li nodded firmly, his eyes filled with determination. He understood the importance of this battle. If anything happened to Duan Zhanhuang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Within half an hour, over 100 warlords, led by Zhang Li, set out for the Thunder Mountains in a grand procession. As they departed, countless warriors lined the path to see them off, cheering them on. Young talents like Gu Shang, although reluctant, understood that their current strength was insufficient. Following recklessly would only be a burden. They could only watch Zhang Li's retreating figure, cheering him on. Once, Zhang Li had been their peer, but now he was a highly regarded major, almost unrivaled even among the warlords. The group marched swiftly and soon reached the edge of the Thunder Mountains. There were no signs of the usual beasts, only the constant rumble of thunder, heralding an impending fierce battle. Zhang Li's sharp gaze pointed towards the thunder swamp. The group pressed on and quickly arrived at the swamp. However, to their confusion, while lightning flashed, there were no signs of battle. Could the information be wrong? Zhang Li had a sudden realization. Could it be that Duan Zhanhuang and his team are being concealed by some kind of formation? Everyone was enlightened by his words. If that was the case, breaking the formation would require an attack. The warlords were eager to showcase their skills. At that critical moment, Zhang Li suddenly sensed danger. He shouted, and a bolt of thunderous energy slashed towards a warlord's back. A thunder crocodile had been lurking behind the warlord, nearly succeeding in its attack. But this was just the beginning. In no time, countless thunder crocodiles emerged from the swamp, startling all the warlords present. Even more daunting was a massive iron-armored thunder crocodile at the rear of the group. Its body was covered in black armor, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce light, exuding an intimidating aura. Several extreme warlords gasped, knowing that while this beast wasn't emperor level, it was formidable. Zhang Li remained composed, a confident smile playing on his lips. Everyone, these mere 100 thunder crocodiles are nothing to fear. I'll handle the leader. With that, his battle blade emitted purple lightning, striking towards the iron-armored thunder crocodile. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Zhang Li let out a long, spirited cry, his blade crackling with thunder as it transformed into a purple light, slashing towards the iron-armored thunder crocodile. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the thunder swamp, a group of humans sat cross-legged in a dim, foggy space, trying to recover from their exhausted states. These were none other than Duan Changqiu, the Ice-Blade Battle Emperor, and his comrades. 10 days ago, they had ventured deep into the Thunder Mountain range to investigate the source of a beast tide, engaging in a life-and-death battle with a royal-level fierce beast. Unexpectedly, during a fight in the Thunder Swamp, they fell into a trap set by the Red Elder of the Beast Cult and were trapped by a powerful formation. Since then, the Beast Cult's beast warriors and fierce beasts had been harassing them intermittently, draining their energy. Taking advantage of the formation, the enemy could come and go as they pleased, attacking at will. This had been going on for 10 days. If not for Duan Changqiu's formidable strength, the damage would have been even worse. Yet even so, most of the Battle Kings were at their limits. Suddenly, Duan Changqiu and 2 other Battle Emperors opened their eyes simultaneously, sensing the battle fluctuations outside the formation. The other Battle Kings also opened their eyes, looking towards the 3 Battle Emperors. Is it reinforcements from the base? One of the Battle Kings couldn't help but ask, his voice full of anticipation. Our distress signal was just sent out, and the headquarters responded so quickly. It seems the external beast crisis has been resolved, another Battle Emperor said, his face lighting up with joy. Duan Changqiu nodded and said in a deep voice, no matter what, the final moment is upon us. Everyone, stay alert and don't let these evildoers exploit any more weaknesses. With these words, the Battle King's spirits were lifted. The hope of survival seemed to rejuvenate everyone. However, before they could catch their breath, a mocking voice suddenly echoed in the foggy space, causing everyone's expressions to change. There was no need to guess. The voice belonged to the Red Elder of the Beast Cult who had imprisoned them. Federal reinforcements? What a joke. Your federation doesn't have the luxury to bother with you right now, the Red Elder sneered. Duan Changqiu and his comrades' expressions darkened. Li Shanhe, standing nearby, was furious and shouted, coward, show yourself if you have the guts. Stop hiding behind these beasts. When the federal army arrives, you'll have no place to hide. The Red Elder laughed disdainfully. The federal army? Let me show you what your so-called reinforcements really are. As he spoke, the gray mist enveloping them began to dissipate. Through the gradually clearing scene, they saw a group of Battle Kings struggling against a horde of thunder crocodiles in the sky above the swamp. Among them were a few familiar faces. Isn't that Old Li and the others? They're the garrison from Base 131, someone exclaimed. Did the Federation really not send reinforcements? The hearts of the people sank. Without new Battle Emperors joining, the stationed Battle Kings alone couldn't turn the tide of the battle. Seeing their comrades fighting desperately in the distance, those trapped in the formation felt their hearts sink. Instead of reinforcements, it seemed these comrades were walking into a trap, becoming fodder for the beasts. What a disappointment. Your so-called reinforcements are nothing but this, the Red Elder gloated. I'll ask again, does anyone want to defect and join the Beast Cult? Especially you, Battle Emperor Duan. If you join us, you might even become a Red Elder. Ignoring the threats and temptations, Duan Changqiu kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield. So did his comrades from the Jiangnan Special Training Camp, like Gu Xiaoyu and Li Shanhe. Their eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, because they saw a familiar figure in the sky above the swamp, suppressing a ferocious ironclad thunder crocodile with unstoppable force. Is that Zhang Li? Almost everyone who recognized the figure exclaimed. Outside the formation, Jiang Li's thunder wings vibrated, his body moving like lightning with incredible speed. His battle blade swung with violent thunder, forcing the ironclad thunder crocodile to retreat, its beast armor slashed and bleeding. When did Jiang Li break through to the Battle King level? And judging by his prowess, he doesn't seem like just an ordinary battle king. The most terrifying part is that he's suppressing a Neroya-level fierce beast all by himself. His combat strength is probably stronger than the best among us. For a moment, the instructors from Jiangnan province were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. This kid had grown too fast, surpassing them in no time. Even the usually composed Gu Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. This young man was her student. Duan Changqiu laughed heartily. Excellent. He did not disappoint. With this kid around, the Federation's future is bright. His bold words drew the attention of the other two battle emperors. Who was this young man that Duan held in such high regard? Little did they know, the Red Elder of the Beast Cult was also secretly astonished. He had thought the humans were doomed, never expecting that a mere 100 thunder crocodiles would be beaten so badly by this group of battle kings. Even more surprising, the strongest ironclad thunder crocodile was nearly defeated by a young man not yet 20. Old Duan, who is that boy? Do you know him? The two battle emperors couldn't help but ask. A young man who had just stepped into the battle king level, yet could suppress a Neroya-level ironclad thunder crocodile. Such a sight was indeed rare. Duan Changqiu replied proudly, not only do I know him, but he is also a peerless genius from our Jiangnan training camp Jiang Li. At this moment, a spark of hope ignited in Duan Changqiu's heart. Perhaps Jiang Li's arrival would be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Everything was now within grasp. Jiang Li's presence was the best proof. Upon hearing Duan Changqiu's words, the two battle emperors and all the other battle kings were visibly stunned. The top talent of Jiangnan training camp? Does that mean this young man is only 18? An 18-year-old with combat prowess nearing that of an emperor-level warrior? It's simply unbelievable. Even the descendants of the warrior clans might not possess such extraordinary talent. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure moving with unrestrained energy, too shocked to speak. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that such a prodigious talent existed in the world. The astonishing scene left even the hidden observers, including the Red Elder of the Beast Sect and the fierce beasts like the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, utterly dumbfounded. The thunder crocodile horde they had meticulously arranged was supposed to be their trump card against humans. But now, not only were these thunder crocodiles failing to harm the humans, even the leading iron-armored thunder crocodile was being overpowered by a mere youth. It was simply preposterous. The Red Elder was furious and turned to the emperor-level beast beside him, demanding, "Where did this kid come from? How did you gather your intelligence?" But the Howling Moon Silver Wolf merely snorted in disdain, not bothering to look at him. "Stop pointing fingers. If it weren't for the leader's orders, you think you could command me?" To the wolf, beast warriors were just slightly stronger than ordinary humans, not worthy of being compared to true fierce beasts. Having been ordered around by the Red Elder for the past few days, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was already simmering with anger. The Red Elder trembled with rage, wanting nothing more than to crush this arrogant beast. But due to the leader's orders, he had to suppress his fury and refocus on the battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Li was oblivious to the fact that his performance had attracted the attention of multiple powerful factions. His mind was filled with only one thought: exhilaration. Initially, he had expected a tough battle, but once the fight began, Jiang Li realized that in the Thunder Swamp, a natural training ground, his strength far surpassed that of the iron-armored thunder crocodile. With each strike, his understanding of thunder deepened. Destruction, domination, and relentless forward momentum. This was the true essence of thunder. In a relentless onslaught, the iron-armored thunder crocodile was forced to retreat, covered in wounds, its fierce glare gradually replaced by fear. Meanwhile, Jiang Li's heart surged with immense joy. He could feel its second blade intent, the thunder blade intent, was about to emerge. For most warriors, comprehending a second intent was often more challenging than the first. But Jiang Li was different. His soul was more than 4 times stronger than the average person, free from such constraints. Moreover, with the foundation of the half-step flame blade intent and the second part of the thunder destruction slash, the thunder blade intent was just waiting for the right moment. And now, that moment had arrived. In the thunder-ravaged land of the Thunder Swamp. In truth, Jiang Li had initially trained in thunder-based blade techniques. So this time, he didn't need the same level of epiphany as he did with the flame blade intent. It was a natural progression, and he effortlessly mastered the thunder blade intent. In an instant, an unprecedented aura erupted from Jiang Li. His battle blade emitted a dazzling purple light, summoning a 1,000-foot thundercloud, its energy piercing the skies. This scene stirred the hearts of Duan Changqiu and the others, who all stood up, their eyes fixed on the purple thunder entwining around Zhongli. Yes, the half-step thunderblade intent was born right before their eyes. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. Zhongli comprehended the essence of the thunderblade in front of everyone's eyes. At that moment, all the humans trapped within the formation stood up in shock. It was hard to believe Zhongli was only 18, and the most astonishing part was, how long had it been since he broke through to the Battle King realm? Yet, he had already earned a ticket to the Battle Emperor level. Gu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a bitter smile. She recalled the hardships she endured to understand even a hint of the blade's essence. And now, Zhongli had effortlessly reached her level. But soon, a sense of pride welled up within her. After all, Zhongli was her student. Duan Changqiu and the other battle emperors trembled with excitement. It wasn't just because Zhongli had grasped the essence of the blade, but the combat prowess he displayed after comprehending it had already reached the battle emperor level. They had been trapped in the heaven-locking formation for 10 days, knowing that to break it from the inside required the strength of a battle god, while an external breach needed a battle emperor. Zhang Li's appearance gave them hope. Good boy, you really surprised your master. Duan Changqiu couldn't contain his joy and almost burst out laughing. Old Duan, Jiangnan province really produced a monster this time. Why don't we have such a genius in our province? The other two battle emperors were envious, wishing Zhang Li was their student. If Zhang Li became an unparalleled powerhouse in the future, they would also bask in his glory. All their hopes rested on Zhang Li. He had become the key to breaking the formation. The face of the red-robed elder from the beast sect turned even grimmer. He had intended to use the thunder crocodile to crush Duan Changqiu and the other spirits, but it backfired, reigniting their hope instead. This kid must not be left alive. He will become a great threat to our sect in the future. The red-robed elder was shocked. He knew what it meant for someone so young to comprehend the essence of the blade. At that moment, all eyes were on Zhang Li. Like a god of thunder, he unleashed his fury in the swamp, with fierce thunder blade chi roaring out. Though the armored thunder crocodile was ferocious, under Zhang Li's relentless onslaught, it could only roar in pain, covered in wounds. Thunder Dragon Strike. With a shout, Zhang Li launched a lifelike thunder dragon blade chi into the air, its sharp scales clearly visible. His mastery had reached perfection. The thunder dragon blade chi was unstoppable. Before anyone could react, the armored thunder crocodile was reduced to ashes in a flash, leaving only a pale skeleton that slowly sank into the swamp. Zhang Li reigned in his killing intent, his eyes filled with joy. In this thunderous environment, he felt at home, not only able to exert emperor-level combat power, but also comprehending the thunder blade essence, matching his earlier mastery of the flame blade essence. Now, he had mastered two types of blade essence. If Duan Changqiu knew, he would be even more astonished. After slaying the armored thunder crocodile, Zhang Li immediately joined the battle against the other thunder crocodiles. With his addition, the tide turned instantly. The thunder crocodiles, seeing their leader slain, lost their morale and fell one after another under Zhang Li's fierce attacks. The thunder crocodiles tried to escape deeper into the swamp, but Zhang Li blocked their path. He knew Duan Changqiu was trapped here and couldn't let them escape. Victory was within reach, and Duan Changqiu and the others were ecstatic, their fighting spirit soaring, ready to strike at a moment's notice, afraid of failing at the last moment. The red-robed elder and the silver wolf of Howling Moon looked grim. If the reinforcements killed all the thunder crocodiles, they would surely find the formation's core, rendering their efforts futile. The red-robed elder sneered, "Don't celebrate too soon. My heaven-locking formation isn't that easy to break. Even if that kid has emperor-level combat power, he might not find it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Li led the reinforcements straight towards the formation's core. Duan Changqiu mocked, "Is this what you mean by can't find it?" Clearly, Zhang Li has already discovered the core, not relying on luck. Everyone laughed, while the red-robed elder's face twisted in anger. He waved his hand and roared, "Attack! We've got nothing to lose." In an instant, the beast warriors and ferocious beasts swarmed towards Duan Changqiu, launching a final assault. The red-robed elder aimed to finish the battle before the formation was broken, at least heavily injuring Duan Changqiu and the others. Otherwise, with internal and external forces combined, they would surely be defeated. This formation isn't that simple. The red-robed elder's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he and the silver wolf of Howling Moon charged at Duan Changqiu. Outside the formation, the battle kings looked at the empty space and skeptically asked Zhang Li, "Major General Zhang, are you sure Battle Emperor Duan and the others are here?" Zhang Li was confident. During the chaotic battle, he had sensed a faint fluctuation. Though it was fleeting, he was certain it marked Duan Changqiu's location. It was the red-robed elder's slip when he let Duan Changqiu witness the thunder crocodile massacre. Without answering, Zhang Li slashed his blade. A thunder dragon blade chi crashed into the void, creating cracks in the invisible barrier. Buzz. The fierce blade energy of the thunder dragon clashed with the void, instantly dissipating, and ripples began to spread out layer upon layer. Clearly, this was the location of the formation. Brothers, charge together. The warlords were overjoyed and unleashed their power simultaneously. The moment they struck, the air above the Skylock formation whistled violently, smashing into the barrier with a fierce momentum. Multicolored energy exploded, and the ripples grew larger and larger, as if they were on the verge of reaching their limit. Zhongli and his comrades watched intently, their eyes filled with anticipation. However, despite the continuous tremors, the ripples never broke. Instead, they gradually stabilized. The expressions of the crowd changed. Over 100 warlords couldn't even break this formation. Zhongli took a deep breath, his eyes filled with grave seriousness. This is going to be tough. Inside the formation, Duan Changqiu was fighting two opponents at once, battling the red-robed elder and the silver moon howler wolf. Everywhere, emperors fought emperors, kings clashed with kings, causing the formation to tremble incessantly. The humans hoped Zhongli and the others would break in, while the beasts wished the formation would hold, or better yet, never be broken. Seeing that even 100 warlords couldn't break the barrier, Duan Changqiu and his companions felt a sinking feeling. The red-robed elder laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Duan Changqiu, your hopes are in vain. This Skylock formation can't be broken even by a high-level war emperor, let alone those little brats. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. Just accept your fate. The morale of the beasts soared, no longer worried about the barrier. They fought with all their might, aiming for a decisive victory. On the human side, spirits were crushed. Already weakened by 10 days of torment, their hope was fading, and they began to fall behind, with some warlords already perishing to the beasts. Gu Xiaoyu forced a beast away from Li Shanhe with a slash and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Her hair was matted with blood, giving her a more fierce appearance despite losing some of her previous freshness. Protected by Duan Changqiu, her condition was still manageable. Li Shanhe gritted his teeth. "I'm fine. Even if we can't break through, I'll take a few king-level beasts down with me." Seeing his comrades outside still fighting, a resolve for death filled his eyes. "Li Shanhe, don't give up. Even if they can't get in, we have to hold on until reinforcements arrive." Gu Xiaoyu tried to encourage him, though she knew it was unrealistic. Everyone was already at their limit, with no strength left to hold out for reinforcements. "Damn beast!" Gu Xiaoyu roared internally, slashing furiously, her blade skills even surpassing Jiang Li's. Li Shanhe shook his head with a bitter smile, determined to protect Gu Xiaoyu if possible. Her exceptional talent could make her a war god in the future, a great asset to the Federation. At that moment, everyone suddenly looked outside the formation. Jiang Li stood, surrounded by lightning, purple arcs of electricity dancing around him, unleashing the full power of the thunder particles in his blood. "Everyone, step back!" Jiang Li shouted. Though puzzled, the warlords chose to trust him and retreated. The next moment, everyone widened their eyes. Jiang Li let out a long howl, and the intent of his thunder blade shot skyward, gathering all the thunder particles. Boom! Thunder roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power was gathering, clearly Jiang Li's strongest attack. The warlords eagerly awaited this strike to break the formation. Yet Jiang Li did not immediately strike. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Jiang Li pointed his blade to the sky and roared, "Thunder, come!" He intended to use himself as a conduit to summon the endless thunder from above the thunder swamp. Jiang Li's eyes turned blood-red. He knew a single strike might not be enough, but if he could gather the thunder from the swamp, he could definitely break the formation. Colonel Jiang is insane. If he fails, he might get struck by the thunder himself. Such courage. Truly a rare talent. Watch closely, everyone. When Colonel Jiang strikes, we all attack the same point. Don't waste his effort. Both Duan Changqiu inside the formation and the warlords outside were deeply moved. This young man was risking everything to break the formation. Everyone knew the thunder in the thunder swamp was immensely powerful. Trying to control it was dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to serious injury or instant death. Jiang Li Gu Xiaoyu felt her heart ache. Duan Changqiu remained silent, tears glistening in his eyes. This young man was fighting desperately for them. "Ah!" Jiang Li roared continuously. As more and more thunder gathered, the sky above him turned into a sea of purple lightning. Boom! It felt like the sky was collapsing, the wrath of the thunder god descending for punishment. Luckily, my soul is strong. My affinity with thunder is high, and I have the thunder blade intent to control it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage this much thunder, Jiang Li thought. He wasn't courting death, he had a plan. At this moment, the gathered thunder reached Jiang Li's limit. His muscles tingled with electricity. Without the protection of his 9-turn divine demon body, he couldn't withstand the pressure. "Descend!" Jiang Li shouted, veins bulging. Instantly, the hundreds of terrifying bolts of thunder merged into one, forming a massive thunder dragon that violently crashed toward the Skylock formation below. The scene was breathtaking. The young man stood between heaven and earth, summoning thunder to form a dragon, attacking the invisible barrier like a storm. Brothers, don't hold back. As the terrifying thunder dragon formed from lightning dived towards the locking heaven array, Oldly and the other Battle Kings unleashed their ultimate moves. Instantly, energy waves even stronger than before surged towards the Thunder Dragon. Wherever the Thunder Dragon passed, ripples appeared in the void, signifying its earth-shattering power. In the face of this roaring lightning, both sides in the array involuntarily separated, hearts filled with fear. Duan Changqiu and his comrades clenched their fists, full of anticipation. The red-robed elder, however, wore a twisted expression, roaring madly, "It won't break. Hold it off." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Thunder Dragon finally collided with the transparent barrier of the locking heaven array, followed closely by the desperate attacks of the Battle Kings. Hundreds of terrifying energy waves exploded on the barrier, creating a deafening roar. First, the sound echoed through the heavens and earth, then came a deathly silence. The terrifying energy waves rendered everyone momentarily deaf, their vision spinning but hearing nothing. Like a calm water surface struck by a boulder, layer upon layer of ripples began to spread outward. The barrier of the locking heaven array trembled violently, at an unprecedented frequency. Crack, crack. As their hearing returned, Zhang Li's eyes widened. The transparent barrier looked like a piece of glass about to shatter, with cracks spreading visibly. Bang! With a final crisp sound, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the barrier of the locking heaven array shattered into countless light points, disappearing into the void. In the face of this world-shattering strike, the formidable defense of the locking heaven array was finally breached. It's broken. Major Jiang really did it. It's a miracle. Old Li and the other Battle Kings cheered thunderously, eyes full of joy. They looked at Jiang Li with awe and reverence. When everyone else had lost hope, it was this young man who stood up, risking his life to summon the lightning and turn the tide. Jiang Li met their reverent gazes with a faint smile. But he knew that breaking the array was only the first step. The real battle was just beginning. Hearing this, everyone quickly suppressed their joy and stared intently at the void ahead. The previously empty space began to distort, and one figure after another appeared before them. Duan Changqiu, Gu Xiaoyu, Li Shanhe. Zhang Li's heart leaped with joy as he saw familiar faces. They had arrived just in time. Duan Changqiu and the others looked at Zhang Li, eyes full of emotion. Once, he was a child they needed to teach, but now he stood on his own, stepping up at the most critical moment. Zhang Li, well done. Duan Changqiu laughed heartily, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the red-robed elder. Zhao, our fight is just beginning. With the addition of nearly 100 new Battle Kings and Zhang Li's Emperor-level combat power, the human side's strength instantly surpassed that of the fierce beasts. Duan Changqiu laughed, a terrifying aura gathering around him. With no more worries, he punched out, causing the void to solidify. The name, Ice Death Battle Emperor, was well-deserved. Kill. Wipe out these beasts, don't let a single one escape. Everyone roared in unison, launching a counterattack under Duan Changqiu's lead. The red-robed elder's face changed dramatically, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But seeing Duan Changqiu's murderous gaze locked onto him, he knew it was a fight to the death. Xiaoya, let's go together. The silver wolf Xiaoya's eyes flickered, initially wanting to flee, but the thought of the Beast King's brutality made that idea vanish. Its eyes gradually filled with madness as it turned into a silver light, charging at Duan Changqiu. The great battle erupted instantly, with the new Battle Kings quickly targeting their opponents, forming an overwhelming advantage. Kill! Zhang Li roared in his heart, rushing towards Gu Xiaoyu. Facing an Emperor-level fierce beast, Gu Xiaoyu was barely holding her own despite her Emperor-level combat power. In contrast, Zhang Li's true strength might not surpass Gu Xiaoyu's, but in the Thunder Swamp environment, he was far superior. Swinging his blade to summon thunder, his power was terrifying. The earlier Thunder Strike had given him a deeper understanding of lightning, making control easier. Just summoning a small portion of the thunder greatly boosted his combat power. Swish! Thunder merged with his blade aura, its speed increasing sharply. Zhang Li's unexpected strike left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the Emperor-level fierce beast. Worse, the thunder clung to the wound like a malignant tumor, continuously eroding it, causing constant pain. Roar! The Emperor-level fierce beast looked in terror at the approaching Zhang Li, abandoning Gu Xiaoyu and spewing a black beam of destructive energy. But Gu Xiaoyu was no ordinary warrior. Taking advantage of Zhang Li distracting the beast, her fiery blade aura surged, and she slashed down with a small knife. Inferno burst. The roaring flames engulfed the Emperor-level fierce beast, making it even more desperate. Under their combined assault, the once formidable beast was thoroughly suppressed. Zhongli and Gu Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, a silent understanding forming between them. Gu Xiaoyu never expected Zhongli to grow so quickly, even fighting alongside her and leading the battle. She felt a complex mix of pride and amazement, looking at the young figure beside her with a sense of unreality. The battle raged on. Zhongli and Gu Xiaoyu, like two sharp blades, fought seamlessly together, driving the fierce beasts into retreat. The Emperor-level fierce beast, covered in wounds, showed a hint of fear in its eyes. Sister Xiaoyu, the final blow, let's finish it. Zhongli laughed wildly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gu Xiaoyu was equally bloodthirsty. Li Shanhe had lost an arm saving her from this beast. She wouldn't let it live. Their minds connected, and two distinct blade auras soared into the sky, unleashing their ultimate attacks in the next moment. Inferno burst. Thousand Thunder Slash. For the first time, Zhongli unleashed the second form of his Thunder Annihilation Slash. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning gathered around him, forming over 1,000 thunderous blade auras. Each one held immense power, and more terrifyingly, they seemed to be connected, forming a unified whole. With a swing of his long blade, over 1,000 thunderous blade auras roared towards the Emperor-level fierce beast. Simultaneously, Gu Xiaoyu launched her strongest strike, resonating with Zhongli. The contrast between the small flame blade aura and the 1,000 thunder blade auras was stark, but both were equally terrifying. Naturally, with the environmental advantage of the Thunder Marsh, Zhongli's 1,000 Thunder Slash was undoubtedly superior. Boom! The overwhelming energy even drew the attention of Duan Changqiu from his distant battlefield. Under the shocked gazes of the redrobed elder and the howling moon's silver wolf, the Emperor-level fierce beast facing Zhongli and Gu Xiaoyu was engulfed by the surging blade auras. The razor-sharp energy continuously sliced through the beast's body, leaving it no chance to resist. The 1,000 thunder blade auras formed a massive blade formation, capable of splitting and combining at will, unstoppable in its might. Under this peerless assault, the roars of the Emperor-level fierce beast grew weaker until they vanished completely. Together, Zhongli and Gu Xiaoyu had slain their first Emperor-level fierce beast. Both the human camp and the beasts were shaken. An Emperor-level fierce beast was no small feat. During the Tindi siege, neither side had lost an Emperor-level combatant. Yet now, shortly after Zhongli and the reinforcements joined, they had already killed one. The implications were clear. The redrobed elder's face darkened, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. This kid is no ordinary talent. Looks like the Holy Beast sect's kill list just gained another name. Conversely, human morale soared. Duan Changqiu laughed heartily, proud of his decision to pass on the 9-turn god-demon body to Zhongli. The other two battle emperors were equally astonished. Though Zhongli had the advantage of the terrain, without his own formidable strength, even the best conditions would be useless. At this rate, Zhongli would soon catch up to these veteran battle emperors. Li Shanhe, the most gravely injured, was also overjoyed. The Emperor-level beast that had ripped off his arm was finally dead, and his vengeance was fulfilled. This boost in spirit unleashed even stronger combat power from him. As everyone marveled at Zhongli and Gu Xiaoyu's astounding achievement, Gu Xiaoyu asked with concern, "Zhongli, are you okay?" She had keenly noticed Zhongli's body trembling. Controlling the thunder in the Thunder Marsh was no easy task. Despite Zhongli's high affinity with lightning, the intense combat had taken a heavy toll on his body. If not for the tempering of the 9-turn god-demon body, he might have collapsed while breaking the formation. Zhongli forced a smile through the pain. "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoyu, I'm fine. Let's go support the other battlefields." Though his body screamed in agony, Zhongli gritted his teeth and persevered. His willpower had grown immensely. An additional Emperor-level combatant on the battlefield could often be decisive. Seeing this, Gu Xiaoyu suppressed her worries for the time being. Just as they were about to continue fighting, suddenly, roar! A thunderous beast roar echoed from afar, yet it felt as close as if it were right beside them. The terrifying sound wave seemed to act directly on their souls, causing everyone to shudder. Zhongli felt a chill down his spine, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. Just from this roar, one could imagine the ferocity of the beast. Was this an Emperor-level fierce beast? Or something even stronger? Others were equally shocked. The sudden roar was alarming. If such a beast descended on the battlefield, no one would come out unscathed. Duan Changqiu gasped, "Could it be the Forbidden Beast King?" In stark contrast, the beasts were initially stunned, then ecstatic. "The Beast King has spoken. It's the signal to retreat. Our mission must be accomplished." The Howling Moon's silver wolf was overjoyed. If the stalemate continued, even it might not survive. With that thought, the Howling Moon's silver wolf howled, spitting several sharp silver blades at Duan Changqiu, and then spun around, transforming into a streak of light as it fled. The redrobed elder was furious, cursing, "You treacherous dog! How dare you abandon me? Just you wait." But his hesitation sealed his fate, making him far unluckier than the howling moon's silver wolf. Duan Changqiu was not to be trifled with. He quickly perceived the change and roared, "Trying to escape? No way." 10 days of humiliation and rage erupted within him, turning into a murderous intent that vowed to annihilate his enemies. While the howling moon's silver wolf fled far, the redrobed elder had no escape. Duan Changqiu's speed surged, and in an instant, he was before the redrobed elder. He punched out, the terrifying ice energy freezing the air, causing the redrobed elder to spit blood repeatedly. The howling moon's silver wolf's retreat was like a signal horn, prompting the other emperor-level beasts to follow suit, abandoning the battlefield and fleeing. The tide turned rapidly, with the humans gaining the upper hand and their morale soaring. Kill. Slay these beasts and avenge our fallen brothers. The battle kings, eyes red with fury, sought to kill as many beasts as possible. No more holding back, only total annihilation would suffice. Zhongli was not one to fall behind. Ignoring his fatigue, he unleashed his full power, executing his most formidable attacks. In an instant, thunder roared in the sky, and all the thunder energy converged under Jiang Li's blade, terrifying to the extreme. The thunder blade aura was unstoppable, leaving no escaping beast unscathed. The king-level beasts suffered heavy casualties. With Jiang Li's terrifying speed and overwhelming attacks, any beast he targeted was doomed. The beasts' wails echoed, their numbers visibly dwindling. "Watch my final strike." Jiang Li's eyes shone like lightning, locking onto the distant redrobed elder. Taking a deep breath, he raised his long blade high, murderous intent surging, thousand thunder slash. In the next instant, thousands of lightning-infused blades struck the already gravely injured elder in red, leaving deep, bloody gashes all over his body. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Duan Changqiu pointed a finger, sending a highly concentrated beam of ice crystal that pierced through the void and punctured the elder's heart with terrifying force. The elder in red's demise signaled the end of the fierce battle. The sounds of combat gradually faded, eventually giving way to silence. Apart from a few ferocious beasts like the silver moon howling wolf that managed to flee, the rest of the beast tribe and their warriors were utterly annihilated. The human camp took only a few necessary captives, the rest were executed on the spot. Victory! Everyone was elated beyond words. What they had thought to be a death sentence within the Skylock formation had turned into a miraculous escape and a resounding triumph. All eyes turned to Jiangli, filled with admiration. Undoubtedly, the credit for this victory belonged to Jiangli. It was he who turned the tide and saved them all. Duan Changqiu strode over and gave Jiangli a heavy pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with genuine satisfaction. He laughed heartily. "Jiang, my boy, your uncle Duan knew you had it in you." Jiangli winced in pain. The repeated use of lightning had taken its toll on his body, even one as strong as his. He felt utterly exhausted and pleaded weakly, "Uncle Duan, go easy on me." The crowd burst into laughter, affectionately watching the grimacing Jiangli. Despite his extraordinary talent, he remained humble and approachable, earning everyone's genuine goodwill. After the laughter subsided, Duan Changqiu's expression grew serious. He walked slowly toward the barely breathing elder in red. He needed answers about the purpose of this beast tide, and the meaning behind those terrifying beastly roars. Meanwhile, far out over the Silent Sea, one of the four most dangerous places on the ancestral star, closest to Jiangnan province, a cataclysmic event was unfolding. The sky above the sea was filled with lightning and thunder, with blood-red bolts of lightning ravaging the sky. The terrifying power was enough to make even gods tremble. However, the true focus was not the heavenly punishment. At the center of the sky, a dazzling golden cocoon floated, radiating light. Within it, a young figure seemed to be sleeping, his forehead bearing what appeared to be a third eye. Occasionally, the third eye would open slightly, emitting a fearsome pressure that even the blood-red lightning seemed to shudder under. Not even the forbidden beast kings dared to meet its gaze. The surface of the golden cocoon was entwined with threads of blood-red, as if offering a sacrifice to some higher dimensional entity for protection. Gradually, the aura of the cocoon stabilized, merging with the earth and all living things. The blood-red lightning dissipated, and the dark clouds receded. With the final trace of blood-red vanishing, the golden cocoon quivered slightly and slowly sank into the depths of the Silent Sea. Roars echoed across the sky above the Silent Sea, as if welcoming their deity's arrival. When the Master awakens, it will be the time for our race to dominate the ancestral star. Humanity will become history. The beasts will ascend to the stars. A forbidden beast king roared, its voice shaking the heavens, fueling the fervent roars even further. Simultaneously, a similar scene was playing out in the other three dangerous zones on the ancestral star: the Labyrinth of Beasts, Tianwang Mountain, and Motyan Cliff. Though the golden cocoons housed different figures, the terrifying aura surrounding them was identical. The beasts' deafening roars foretold the end of human dominance and the dawn of a new era for the beasts. In Jiangnan Martial School, an elderly man with one arm was organizing books. Suddenly, he paused, looking toward the turbulent horizon as if sensing something. Ha! Those little brats dare to come to the ancestral star. Interesting. The old man's eyes were cloudy as he sighed. Self-reliance is the true path for humanity. We can't depend on others. With that, he shook his head and shuffled off in another direction. At this moment, the entire ancestral star was trembling. The beast tides that had been rampaging across various regions suddenly went silent. Base 131, thanks to Zhang Li's formidable support, was spared, but other places were not so fortunate and fell to the beasts. However, even the victorious beasts began to retreat to the wilderness, leaving the survivors puzzled and uncertain about what had just happened. Meanwhile, in a void near the Silent Sea, several powerful figures were in a tense standoff. Leading them was none other than Shui Wushang, the current grandmaster of the Kangman sect. The figures behind him exuded an aura even more intimidating than that of war gods. Opposing them stood a solitary figure, cloaked in black and wearing a half-metal mask, radiating an aura of mystery and immense power. Chu Xinghe, you've controlled the Holy Beast sect for years, always opposing the Federation. Do you truly intend to destroy the ancestral star now? Shui Wushang gazed at the fading blood-red lightning, a deep sense of foreboding weighing on him. As the Grandmaster of Kangman, he knew secrets beyond the reach of ordinary people. The blood-red lightning signified the ancestral star's rejection of foreign entities. The ancestral star is deep within the endless star sea, isolated from the world. Even the strongest humans couldn't find it. And now, extraterrestrial beings have arrived. They can't be here with good intentions. Chu Xinghe, what have you done? Do you think merging with their blood will make them see you as one of their own? Shui Wushang demanded, his tone severe. The masked leader of the Holy Beast sect merely chuckled disdainfully, his voice calm. Humans? Ha. I only seek a place in the stars. Why should I care about the lives of others? His laughter grew maniacal, his black cloak billowing in the wind. His aura was unfathomable and terrifying. Go ahead and prepare. Rest assured, a true war is coming soon. Don't count on humans from the stars. Do you think they are unprepared? This battle will involve no outsiders. We must rely solely on our own strengths. With that, the leader of the Holy Beast sect vanished, leaving behind only a trail of mad laughter. Shui Wushang and his companions stood there, their faces grim, speechless for a long time. Finally, Shui Wushang sighed deeply. Chu Xinghe, don't underestimate the resilience of humanity. Even with foreign invaders, we will not shy away from a fight. Go. Send the order to convene the SS-level Federal Council. Shui Wushang looked up at the starry sky, his eyes burning with determination. The ancestral star is about to undergo a monumental change. Now, the ancestral star was roiling with hidden currents, and an earth-shattering conspiracy was slowly unfolding. Yet, none of this had reached the ears of Zhang Li and the others at Base 131. At this moment, watching the elder in red suddenly drop dead, Duan Changqiu's expression turned ominous. It seems we'll have to wait for news from the Federation, Duan Changqiu said gravely. Gather the troops. We're heading back to the base. Zhang Li's eyes were filled with a heavy sense of foreboding. His intuition told him that the ancestral star was on the brink of monumental upheaval. Military Base 131, Duan Changqiu and his team had just returned, and Ren Tianxi, who had stayed behind, didn't even have time to say welcome before hastily notifying them to attend a high-level video conference. Apart from the three battle emperors and Ren Tianxi, no one else was qualified to attend. Zhang Li was deep in thought. The terrifying beast roar from earlier still echoed in his ears, haunting him. Upon returning to the base, he learned that at that very moment, the global beast tide had almost simultaneously retreated, an unsettlingly coordinated retreat. What exactly happened? Could that roar have come from an existence even more powerful than a divine beast? Zhang Li pondered but had no answers. He could only wait for Duan Changqiu and the others to finish their meeting. His intuition told him that things were far from simple. Zhang Li calmed his mind and closed his eyes to rest. After continuous battles and constant lightning summoning, he was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. No matter how strong a person is, they are not an indestructible machine. The returning battle kings also followed suit, meditating to recover and recharge. Unknowingly, Zhang Li fell into a deep sleep. He was awakened by the sound of light footsteps. It was Wang Daoyuan. Jiang, Brother Duan is looking for you. Jiang Li instantly appeared outside the door, his black battle armor stained with blood, exuding a menacing aura. Wang Daoyuan instinctively took a step back, then eagerly said, "Brother Jiang, you're awesome." He gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Li's feats had already spread throughout the base, breaking the Skylock array in a fit of rage, rescuing Duan Changqiu and his team, and teaming up with Gu Xiaoyu to slay a royal-level beast. Each act was astonishing. Wang Daoyuan reminisced about his past ignorance when he had challenged Jiang Li, feeling a surge of emotion. It seemed like ages ago. Jiang Li's rapid progress was unimaginable, making one feel a sense of time distortion. What would take ordinary people years, or even decades to achieve, he surpassed in just a few months. Seeing his friend's playful expression, Jiang Li smiled. The continuous battles had almost made him believe the world was nothing but a storm of blades and shadows. He playfully slapped Wang Daoyuan on the bald head and laughed. "Is Uncle Duan done with the meeting?" "Yes, I heard they've prepared a lot of rewards for you. With the merits you've earned this time, the Federation will probably reward you with a Black Hawk fighter jet. Don't forget to take us for a ride then." Jiang Li laughed heartily. "Of course. I'll head over now, and later, we'll gather for a celebration. School's starting soon, and we might not get another chance to meet." After parting with Wang Daoyuan, Jiang Li quickly arrived in front of Duan Changqiu and his team. Duan Changqiu was all smiles, and beside him stood a one-eyed, middle-aged man with a fierce aura, clearly just from a battle. "Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Zhong Hai, a 4-star sword bearer. You can call him Uncle Zhong," Duan Changqiu said warmly. Jiang Li was taken aback. He was no longer a novice, well aware that the status of a 4-star sword bearer was extraordinary, reserved only for the elite among the battle gods. "Greetings, Uncle Zhong." Jiang Li respectfully bowed. Though he had achieved some success, he knew his place in front of such a powerful battle god. Zhong Hai sized up Jiang Li, a rare smile breaking his stern face. As old Duan said, "A hero indeed. Calling you a prodigy is no exaggeration." Jiang Li bashfully smiled. "Uncle Zhong flatters me." Yet, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Who wouldn't like being praised by a senior, especially a battle god? Zhong Hai waved his hand. "No need for humility. I've heard about your feats. While you did leverage the terrain, your own strength is nearly that of a battle emperor. Without you, we might have lost dozens of battle kings. I was supporting base 256 and arrived late, but luckily you turned the tide. I heard Sikong Yang has already invited you to join the sword bearers. Don't forget to report after your studies. With your talent, earning a 2-star sword bearer title is within reach," Zhong Hai said, his eyes full of approval. Jiang Li nodded. Of course, once Jiangnan Martial School stabilized, he planned to join the sword bearers. Besides, the third form of thunder destruction / awaited him. Duan Changqiu nodded with a smile. Seeing his protege grow strong filled him with joy. To him, Jiang Li was like a personal disciple. "Jiang, once you're with the sword bearers, don't hesitate to seek help from Uncle Zhong," Duan Changqiu advised. "I will, Uncle Duan," Jiang Li replied gratefully, knowing Duan Changqiu was paving the way for him. Duan Changqiu sighed. "This old body of mine is no longer useful. The future rests on you young people. You've witnessed the beast tide. The beasts on our ancestral star are restless. You must train hard. Seize every moment, for time is running out." Jiang Li felt a heavy weight on his shoulders and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Duan, what caused this beast tide?" Duan Changqiu pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Even the Federation higher-ups haven't provided a clear reason. Just remember, within 6 months to a year, there will be great changes on our ancestral star. Of course, it's not all bad news. The Federation will likely spare no effort in nurturing your generation. You'll know more once you start school. Just make sure to give it your all and seize every resource to grow quickly." Hearing Duan Changqiu's words, Jiang Li felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. 6 months at the shortest, a year at the longest. He would have to give it his all, seizing every minute and second. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. In chaotic times, only the strong can change their fate and protect what they love. Duan Changqiu and Zhong Hai exchanged glances, pleased to see that Jiang Li was not deterred by the challenges, but instead more motivated. Duan Changqiu then shifted the topic with a smile. "There's another matter we need to discuss." Jiang Li's eyes lit up. Zhong Hai took out a black bracelet and said, "Thanks to Jiang Li, base 131 averted disaster. This is your reward." Jiang Li took the bracelet, examining it curiously. "What is this?" "Just drop a bit of blood on it, and you'll see," Zhong Hai said with a mysterious smile. Jiang Li did as told, and immediately felt a faint connection with the bracelet. "It's a storage bracelet," he exclaimed in delight. Duan Changqiu laughed. "What are you waiting for? Open it and see." Jiang Li eagerly activated the bracelet, linking with a mysterious space about 10 feet square, filled with neatly arranged items, the Federation's rewards for him. Overjoyed, he began to take out each reward, examining them carefully. The first thing that caught Jiang Li's eye were several bottles of enticingly gleaming Class A energy liquid. His breath quickened instantly. Just these bottles alone were enough to propel him to the rank of Battle Emperor. This meant that he only needed to concentrate on comprehending elemental particles next. Once the concentration of particles in his blood reached the required level, breaking through to Battle Emperor was just around the corner. After all, he had already grasped 2 half-step blade intents. As long as he fully mastered them, there would be virtually no bottleneck in his path to becoming a Battle Emperor. Give me another month. No, half a month, and I'll officially become a Battle Emperor. Zhang Li's heart surged with excitement and confidence. At this rate, within half a year, the title of Battle God would be within his grasp, and he might even surpass that. By then, no matter how chaotic things got on the home planet, he wouldn't be helpless. Next, he saw several containers of fierce beast blood, the lowest of which came from king-level beasts, with some even containing the precious blood of emperor-level beasts. Zhang Li carefully took out 2 items, and instantly, a bottle of energy liquid and a container of beast blood appeared in his palm. The performance of his storage bracelet was impeccable, with no delay in accessing items. Zhang, I know you absorb energy liquid at an astonishing rate, but don't rush things, Duan Changqiu kindly reminded him. Make sure the particle concentration in your blood reaches the required level, or even exceeds it, before attempting a breakthrough. Otherwise, an unstable foundation will be hard to rectify later, no matter how much time you spend. Zhang Li snapped back to reality and nodded firmly. Don't worry, Uncle Duan, I understand. He knew the importance of a solid foundation. Also, I noticed you're quite talented in cultivating the 9-turn divine demon body, so I swapped some energy liquid for fierce beast blood. It should be enough for you to break through to the 2nd level, Duan Changqiu added. Zhang Li was deeply touched by Uncle Duan's meticulous care. Zhong Hai's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, Old Duan, you even taught Zhang Li the 9-turn divine demon body? Duan Changqiu nodded resolutely. Zhang Li is the most suitable successor. Zhong Hai fell silent, seemingly lost in memories. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Well, you make the call. Although Zhang Li didn't fully understand, he could tell that Zhong Hai was now looking at him with even more seriousness. It seems this technique has quite a background, he thought. But since Duan Changqiu didn't elaborate, he wisely kept his doubts to himself. Uncle Duan always had his best interests at heart. After storing the energy liquid and beast blood in his bracelet, Zhang Li turned to the next reward, a black gold long blade. His eyes lit up instantly. With a mere thought, the battle blade landed steadily in his hand. The imposing and sharp blade exuded an aura of dominance, making it irresistible. Unlike ordinary glass battle blades, a light swing of Zhang Li's new blade unleashed a sharp blade aura that was several times more powerful than usual. This blade can amplify my blade aura by 50%. Zhang Li gasped in disbelief. A 50% increase meant what? With this blade alone, he was confident he could overpower Gu Xiaoyu Heiden. In other words, with this divine weapon, Zhang Li's combat power had already stepped into the realm of emperors. What a blade! Truly a divine weapon. Duan Changqiu, seeing Zhang Li's eyes sparkling with excitement, explained with a smile, ordinary battle blades are just sturdy and durable, at most resisting the blood aura erosion of their owner's level. But this one is different. It contains a large amount of rare black profound gold, amplifying blade aura by over 50%. Its toughness is unparalleled, so even when you ascend to Battle God, there will be no need to replace it. Zhang Li asked curiously, Black profound gold? I've never heard of it. Duan Changqiu replied, this metal is extremely rare and grows in special environments, often hidden in the wilderness. If you ever find enough black profound gold, you could even reforge this blade. Zhang Li was immediately enraptured. If the entire blade were forged from black profound gold, the boost to his combat power would be unimaginable. By the way, does this divine weapon have a name? You should name it. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Li said slowly, let's call it Black Moon, for its black hue with a hint of gold, resembling a new moon. As he spoke, he lovingly stroked the blade, unable to take his eyes off it. As a swordsman, he had a special affection for weapons. Among all the rewards, the Black Moon battle blade was undoubtedly his favorite. With it, he would no longer have to worry about changing blades with each breakthrough. Black profound gold, I must keep an eye out for it. Zhang Li silently noted the characteristics of the mineral. He didn't store the Black Moon battle blade in his bracelet, but instead replaced his usual blade with it. After his initial joy, Zhang Li turned his attention to the last reward, a uniquely designed small aircraft. What is this? A model aircraft? He asked uncertainly. Duan Changqiu and Zhong Hai both laughed. It's no model. This is a genuine blacklight aircraft. To be precise, it's the control core. Blacklight aircraft? Zhang Li was still a bit confused. Yes, it's a sibling model to the Black Hawk aircraft. However, it's more focused on speed and agility, with slightly less weaponry but perfect for solo operation. From now on, this aircraft is yours. When Jiangli finally stood before the blacklight aircraft, he was stunned. He used to envy Su Ye's luxury stretch flyer, but now he owned an even cooler and more impressive aircraft. The sleek black body, sharp yet smooth lines, exuded both flamboyance and restraint. The weapons on its sides, though not as powerful as laser cannons, were more than enough to annihilate ordinary battle generals. Which young man, full of vigor, wouldn't dream of such a ride? Guided by the control core, Zhongli began the pilot authentication process. The blacklight aircraft featured fully automatic driving, requiring no manual operation. Seeing his eagerness, Duan Changqiu laughed and said, "Go ahead and try it out. Don't hold back. Zhong Hai and I have some matters to attend to, so you can enjoy yourself." Zhongli didn't hesitate. In a flash, he was in the cockpit. Moments later, the blacklight aircraft shot into the sky like a dazzling streak of light. Its elegance surpassed even the Black Hawk aircraft by miles. At the base, Wang Daoyuan, Gu Shang, and others were chatting idly when they suddenly saw a black aircraft streak across the sky, leaving them gaping in shock. My goodness, did the Federation really give Brother Jiang a plane? Wang Daoyuan rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing it. Come on, let's go find Brother Jiang and get a ride. A few of his friends laughed as they opened their communicators to call Jiangli, their eyes filled with envy. As night deepened and days passed, the other warriors who had come to support gradually left, but Jiangli remained at base 131. After the intense battle, he needed some time to consolidate his strength through secluded cultivation. In the training room, Duan Changqiu and Gu Xiaoyu were assisting Jiangli with his physical training. This was a special method of cultivating the 9 transformations divine demon body. The terrifying cold could freeze the void, and the scorching flames could incinerate everything. These two extreme forces were skillfully controlled around Jiangli, occasionally appearing. The alternating cold and heat, the extreme contrast, was almost too much even for Jiangli's body, which was comparable to that of an intermediate battle king. The pain made his forehead veins bulge as he gritted his teeth to endure it without making a sound. This was laying the foundation. After this tempering, his physical body would become even more solid, laying the groundwork for future rapid progress. Duan Changqiu and Gu Xiaoyu looked at Jiangli with genuine admiration. To remain silent under such excruciating pain required extraordinary willpower. As the ones administering the training, they knew better than anyone how agonizing it was. It was this kind of resolve that had allowed Jiangli to achieve what he had at such a young age. This was no stroke of luck. It's time. Jiangli sensed that his body had reached a critical point, the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Duan Changqiu and Gu Xiaoyu understood immediately and brought over the prepared beast blood essence. The essence transformed into a long river, swirling around Jiangli influenced by the crimson light emanating from his body. The river of blood essence began to flow faster. Swish. With a sound like tearing through the air, Jiangli's physical strength began to surge. His body, already at its limit, broke through its shackles and became even more indestructible. This kid is truly the perfect candidate for cultivating the 9 transformations divine demon body. Duan Changqiu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Whether it was the powerful will required for this technique, or the purity of his blood energy, Jiangli was the best of the best. If he can obtain the later stages of the 9 transformations divine demon body in the future, he might even pioneer a new path in martial arts. What a pity, the inheritance is incomplete. Gu Xiaoyu sighed with mixed emotions. Ideally, the physical body and blood energy should advance together. But on the ancestral star continent, the path of blood energy could be amplified tenfold, or even 100-fold through combat techniques. In contrast, physical cultivation seemed somewhat marginalized. As it stood, Jiangli was like someone guarding a treasure mountain, yet only tapping into its shallowest resources. Even so, his strength was already incomparable to before. If he had the complete inheritance and could fully develop his body's potential, what kind of spectacle would that be? He might even be able to leap across an entire major realm. While the two chatted, Jiangli's transformation reached its final stage. Boom! An invisible wave of energy swept out, the pure force released from his body's qualitative change. Jiangli opened his eyes, joy swirling in his gaze. The first transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body is complete. This meant his physical strength was now on par with that of a peak battle king. Feeling the terrifying power within his muscles, Jiangli grinned. With this foundation, even without the special environment of the Thunder Swamp, his combat strength could rival that of a junior battle emperor. And with the Black Moon battle blade, he would be even more formidable. Seeing Jiangli's significant progress, Gu Xiaoyu felt a mix of emotions. Joy was tinged with a bit of melancholy. In the blink of an eye, the once naive boy had surpassed them. At this rate, when he reached the level of an ultimate battle king, would even Brother Duan have to look up to him? Duan Changqiu was a true ice demon battle emperor, his cultivation reaching the ultimate battle emperor level. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoyu glanced at him. Zhang Li did the same, silently resolving to surpass Duan Changqiu next. Duan Changqiu noticed the thoughts in their eyes and couldn't help but smile. The Battle Emperor realm is not as simple as you think. Generally, entering the realm of intent is enough to reach the threshold of a Battle Emperor. But among the top Battle Emperors, regardless of their blood energy cultivation, they all have one thing in common: intent mastery. In other words, at the Battle Emperor level, the impact of intent on combat power is beyond your imagination. Take Zhang Li, for example. If he were to face a junior Battle Emperor who had just entered the realm of intent, he might still stand a chance. But if the opponent's intent had reached mastery, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Li was surprised. Is the gap between entry-level and mastery-level intent really that big? Duan Changqiu nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Intent is divided into entry, mastery, great mastery, and perfection, each step like ascending to a new heaven. If one day you reach great mastery in intent, the position of a battle god will be within your grasp. Even after years of cultivation, my fist intent is only at the mastery level. The key to intent mastery lies in opening the spiritual bridge within the human body. This is the root cause of the chasm between entry and mastery levels. Zhang Li had never heard of the concept of the spiritual bridge before and looked confused. Duan Changqiu continued to explain. The so-called spiritual bridge is not an actual bridge but a mystical method of connecting the human body with the heavens and earth. As we all know, we draw power from items like energy liquids when practicing guiding techniques. But once the spiritual bridge is opened, you can directly draw endless energy from the heavens and earth. Hearing this, Zhang Li suddenly understood. Drawing energy from the heavens and earth. What did this mean? It meant no longer worrying about energy liquids and being able to practice various techniques without restraint. Although it wouldn't lead to overnight success, removing the bottleneck would undoubtedly speed up progress significantly. No wonder you rarely see scrayed energy liquids on the market, Zhang Li mused. Duan Changqiu nodded. Indeed, scrayed energy liquids are extremely scarce and hardly ever circulate on the market. Only battle emperors who haven't yet opened their spiritual bridge would favor them. But that's just the tip of the iceberg of the spiritual bridge. Once the spiritual bridge is opened, a battle emperor can draw on the power of the heavens and earth during combat, unleashing several times their own cultivation's terrifying power. In fact, when you were manipulating thunder in the Thunder Swamp, it was somewhat similar to opening the spiritual bridge. That's why I say, if you face a battle emperor with mastery-level intent now, you wouldn't stand a chance. Even a junior battle emperor could easily unleash hundreds of thousands, or even millions of calories of blood energy. What would you use to compete? Of course, typically, mastery-level intent is at least at the high-level battle emperor stage, if not the peak. If someone could open their spiritual bridge just after becoming a battle emperor, they would be a ancient century prodigy. Zhang Li nodded seriously. Any trace of arrogance from his recent surge in strength vanished instantly. In this vast world, his martial journey had just begun. He needed to stay grounded and avoid complacency. Seeing Zhang Li's changing expression, Duan Changqiu nodded silently in approval. He had explained everything to make this young man understand his own limitations. By that logic, isn't the ranking within the Battle Emperor level quite chaotic? Gu Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. In that case, wouldn't a junior Battle Emperor with mastery level intent be able to easily defeat a peak Battle Emperor with entry-level intent? While cross-level challenges existed at other stages, they were rare and usually only spanned a minor realm. This seemed far more extreme. She vaguely felt that opening the spiritual bridge was the true new starting point for a martial artist, a necessary step towards higher levels. Faced with the unknown, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement and longing. She knew she was just a step away from that true world. Duan Changqiu chuckled and said, Gu Xiaoyu is right. The warrior emperor realm is indeed a crucial turning point, but it can be quite chaotic. The level of qi and blood can be vastly different from actual combat strength. There was once a proposal to split the warrior emperor rank into two, but it didn't pass. To better assess strength, the Federation subdivided the warrior emperor into 9 stars. A 7-star warrior emperor can earn a title, and I'm currently at that level. An 8-star warrior emperor is also known as an invincible warrior emperor and can even rival a war god. Without connecting the spiritual bridge, one can at most reach 5 stars, the limit of an entry-level warrior emperor. Even if you spend your entire life, you might never reach the war god rank. Zhang Li and Gu Xiaoyu suddenly understood. It turned out that the warrior emperor had 2 sets of evaluation standards, one for qi and blood cultivation and the other for actual combat power. This made the assessment more scientific and reasonable. Duan Changqiu continued, in the Battle of Thunder Swamp, the Red Elder and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf were roughly at the 5 or 6-star level. Zhang Li, with the advantage of timing and terrain, you should be at about 4 stars. As for now, Gu Xiaoyu barely reaches 1 star, while you, Zhang Li, are a standout among the 1-star ranks, though there's still a gap before reaching 2 stars. Zhang Li immediately had a clear understanding of his own strength. His fighting spirit surged like a mighty river. Keep working hard, young man. You have a long road ahead, Duanchang Qiu said with a smile. Despite his words, he had a faint premonition. The next time they met, this young man might stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Duanchang Qiu then imparted some cultivation insights. The three of them knew this was probably their last time together. Before they knew it, it was time for the new students to register at various universities. The next morning, Zhang Li bid a reluctant farewell to Duanchang Qiu, Wang Daoyuan, and others, and piloted the Black Light Fighter straight to Jiangnan Martial Arts University in Changtian City. On board the fighter was also Gu Sheng. Both he and Zhang Li were cultivation enthusiasts, so they rarely chatted and instead focused on their training. In no time, a day had passed. The distance from base 131 to Changtian City was about so far. Beep beep beep. Zhang Li's communicator suddenly rang. It was a message from Ning Jing. Before leaving, they had agreed to contact each other upon arriving at the school. Zhang Li, where are you? Ning Jing's familiar voice came through, brimming with joy. She had made rapid progress recently and had become a newly promoted war king, giving her more confidence about joining the swordbearers. Almost there. Just wait for me at the front gate, Zhang Li replied with a smile. Got it. After hanging up, Zhang Li and Gu Sheng stood by the porthole, looking down at Changtian City. This city was enormous, with a population likely in the hundreds of millions. Compared to it, Nanha City seemed insignificant. No wonder it's one of the Federation's top 5 universities. The scale is astonishing, Gu Sheng said, full of admiration and amazement. Looking out over the city, they saw Jiangnan Martial Arts University situated in the center of Changtian City. The campus had 2 circular areas, one large and one small, covering a vast area comparable to a small base city. That must be the outer and inner campuses, Zhang Li mused. According to the admission handbook, Jiangnan Martial Arts University was divided into inner and outer campuses. The distinction was simple. Only those who broke through to the War King level could enter the inner campus. It was said that the inner campus was the essence of the entire university, offering the best resources and gathering top-notch mentors. Some students couldn't enter the inner campus even by graduation, while others gained this honor as soon as they enrolled. For example, Zhang Li. Gu Sheng felt a bit envious, but quickly reminded himself that he wasn't far from becoming a war king. With diligent training in the first semester, a breakthrough was within reach. Every year, nearly 100,000 new students enrolled in Jiangnan Martial Arts University, with 90 being at the warrior level. The remaining 10 were general-level students, and 90 of them couldn't reach the war king level. To become a war king upon enrollment was indeed rare. As Duanchang Qiu had mentioned, only the heirs of war god families, or those with special constitutions cultivated by the Federation, could possibly be war kings upon entry, and their ranks wouldn't be too high. Thinking of this, Zhang Li felt a sense of pride. His intermediate war king cultivation made him a standout among his peers. Moreover, he was just one step away from becoming a high-level war king. So, Ji Chuan must be an heir of a war god family? Zhang Li thought of the boy who had once been his rival. He could sense that Ji Chuan was also close to reaching the war king level back then. As they landed in Changtian City, the Black Light Fighter attracted countless envious gazes, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Although the fighter could fly over the city, it was forbidden within the university campus. As the fighter slowly descended, more students' attention was drawn to it. Today was the registration day for new students, and the campus was bustling with newcomers. Wow, is that a Black Hawk fighter? You country bumpkin, it's a Black Light Fighter. It's a sibling model of the Black Hawk, and only those who have made significant contributions to the Federation can own one. Could it be a war god level mentor? Maybe, or perhaps someone is dropping off their younger generation. Man, comparing yourself to others can be so frustrating. Students were buzzing with speculation. Ning Jing stood quietly at the school gate. Although the Black Light Fighter was rare, it wasn't something she hadn't seen before. Her years at Jiangnan Martial Arts University had given her a level of insight far beyond that of typical new students. At that moment, the fighter's door slowly opened, and 2 figures leaped out. The new students were all astonished to see that the 2 wore the same insignia as they did, indicating they were also new students. No way, the Black Light Fighter belongs to that guy in white? Maybe his elder didn't get off? Doesn't look like it. The fighter's already powered down. Plus, these vehicles are usually owner-specific. Wow, who is this guy? Regardless, he's really making an impression. Everyone could see that the guy in white, Zhang Li, was the main character. The boy in black, although impressive, was a bit overshadowed. Ning Jing rubbed her eyes when the fighter door opened, thinking she might be seeing things. The white-clad boy in front of her seemed quite different from the young man she had known a month ago. Though his appearance hadn't changed, his aura was worlds apart. Where did this guy get a blacklight fighter? Could he have a twin brother? Ning Jing wondered. As she hesitated, the white-clad boy waved and called out, Jingjia, I'm here. Ning Jing snapped back to reality, her shock beyond words. My goodness, it really was Zhongli. Zhongli gazed at the familiar figure before him, feeling a bit dazed. In just over a month, his life had undergone such a dramatic transformation. During the mock entrance exam, he had thought Ning Jing was incredibly powerful. But now, sensing her aura as a junior battle king, Zhongli merely smiled faintly. Unknowingly, he had surpassed her by a significant margin in terms of cultivation. When it came to actual combat, the difference was even more pronounced. Defeating Ning Jing wouldn't even require a second move. Zhongli, don't you recognize me? Ning Jing couldn't help but call out when she saw Zhongli standing there in a daze. Zhongli snapped back to reality, looking Ning Jing up and down with amazement in his eyes. Senior Ning Jing, you've changed a lot. People who interacted with Zhongli frequently might not notice, but for someone like Ning Jing, who hadn't seen him in a long time, it was immediately clear that Zhang Li's demeanor had transformed significantly. The grueling special training, the bloody battle at the Beast Sect branch, and the unprecedented Beast Tide. All these ordeals had imbued Zhang Li with an aura of lethal resolve. It was forged through countless battles, not something that could be faked. It seems your time at the training camp was quite fruitful, Ning Jing said sincerely, with a hint of envy in her voice. She had fallen behind her peers because she missed that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despite her efforts to catch up, she could only keep pace with the middle and lower-ranked students. Ning Jing led the way. Although Gu Sheng was meeting her for the first time, he was also awed by her formidable aura. No wonder she's an elite from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Even a student has the potential of a battle king, he thought, astonished. Zhongli, on the other hand, remained calm and asked, Senior, how has your cultivation been progressing? From your aura, have you broken through to battle king? Ning Jing's face lit up with a proud smile. Thanks to you. The school rewarded me heavily for recruiting you, allowing me to make a smooth breakthrough. I thought I'd never get into the inner school, but now there's a glimmer of hope. Junior, you should keep pushing forward. With your talent, you'll definitely get into the inner school sooner than I did. When that happens, I'll be counting on you to help me out. Ning Jing encouraged earnestly. In her eyes, although Zhongli had made rapid progress, he was at most at the battle general level. As for the contemplative young man in black, he was probably at the same level. A battle king? She couldn't even fathom it. After all, when the mock exam ended, Zhongli was just a kid who had barely broken through as an extreme warrior. Zhongli merely smiled slightly and said nothing more. He couldn't very well boast that he was already a battle king, could he? That would come off as too arrogant. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, feeling surprised. So this senior doesn't know that Zhongli has already broken through to battle king? Her small sense of pride is quite intriguing. By the way, senior, have you ever mentioned that our school produced an outstanding student named Mu Qingxue? My thunderstorm/technique was won back by her from another school. Zhongli mentioned casually, though his heart was tightly wounded. This was the real reason he chose Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Ning Jing paused for a moment before realizing, oh, I think I did mention that. Why, are you interested in her? Of course. Mu Qingxue is so extraordinary that she could crush the joint challenges of the four great schools. She might even be from our hometown. So, I want to learn more about her, Zhongli explained with a smile. I remember you said your mentor knows some inside information? Ning Jing waved her hand. It's easy to find out. I've heard a bit about it myself, but Mu Qingxue's achievements seem to have been deliberately suppressed. Probably because the other schools were embarrassed and didn't want to publicize it. But my mentor is always well informed. If you really want to know, just ask him after you're assigned to a mentor. Thank you, senior, for the effort. Finally finding a reliable lead, Zhongli couldn't contain his excitement, though he kept a calm exterior. He nonchalantly changed the subject. Senior, where are we heading now? The dormitory area? Ning Jing slapped her forehead. I almost forgot the main task. We're heading for the freshman entrance assessment. Every new student has to re-evaluate their blood energy level and physical aptitude, and then they'll be assigned to different areas based on their strength. The upcoming freshman competition will also be grouped by strength. She looked at Zhongli meaningfully. Do you remember the special admission contract? If your progress is phenomenal, you might even get a better deal. She had high hopes for Zhongli. Although she couldn't gauge his depth, her intuition told her that he was no ordinary talent. Blood energy and physical aptitude assessment? Zhongli's interest was piqued. The special admission contract, which offered 35 million and a discount for the second level of Thunderstorm Slash, was tempting a month ago. But now, it seemed only marginally better than nothing. If he could get a better deal, that would be fantastic. Ning Jing continued, generally, freshmen are divided into 3 groups based on their blood energy levels. Warrior Group, Battle General Group, and the Rare Battle King Group. The accommodation also varies. The Battle King Group not only gets exclusive training villas, but can also directly enter the inner school and enjoy the best resources. Her eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Of course, those who start as Battle Kings are typically the children of noble families and the federal government's top talents. This brings us to another test physical aptitude evaluation. Zhang Li and Gu Sheng both showed attentive expressions. In the training camp, Zhang Li was identified as having a blood energy type physique. But only he knew that it was because he had practiced the Heaven Ascension sect's secret technique, which had nothing to do with his physical aptitude. In the vast sea of people, most are ordinary. But a few are born with extraordinary physiques, possessing various unique attributes. Ning Jing explained, the Federation classifies special physiques into 4 categories: perception, cultivation, blood energy, and attribute. Each category is further divided into 9 levels to indicate their quality. This assessment will determine if any of you have a special physique. Of course, most of us don't have such luck, so there's no need to be overly anxious. Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng was dumbfounded. Exceptional perception, rapid cultivation, pure blood energy, and unique attributes. How come this description sounds so familiar? He instinctively glanced at Zhang Li, only to see a similar expression of speechlessness on his face. Gu Sheng thought to himself, no way, right? This special physique sounds like it was tailored for Zhang Li. Does he even need to be tested? Just as he was lost in thought, Ning Jing suddenly spoke. We're here. Let's go in. The two snapped back to reality and followed Ning Jing into the silver-white twin spherical building ahead. The left side was for blood and energy testing, while the right side was for physical assessment. As soon as they stepped into the left hall, they were met with a chorus of exclamations. Oh my gosh, is this guy from the elite training camp? He's actually reached the level of a mid-tier war general. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. I thought being a high-level warrior was impressive, but now I see I was just a frog in a well. These privileged kids with abundant resources can cultivate so quickly. Don't be bitter. They got where they are through talent and hard work as well. It was the first day for new students to register, and the hall was packed with people shoulder to shoulder. Dozens of machines were set up for testing, and whenever a new student at the war general level or higher appeared, a commotion would inevitably follow. To common folk, breaking through to war general status upon entering school was a rare and astounding achievement. Reportedly, less than 100 students from the Jiangnan elite training camp could reach war general status by the end of their training. These students were then distributed among 5 schools. Across the entire Federation's 36 provinces, there might be barely over 1,000 war general level geniuses among this year's new students, a rarity indeed. Witnessing this bustling scene, Ning Jing sighed. More and more geniuses are emerging in recent years. When I enrolled 3 years ago, there were far fewer war generals. Being a war general right at the start meant that one was among the top students, with limitless potential. At the very least, they'd become an ultimate war king, and many would ascend to war emperor status. As for those who entered as war kings, they were the true prodigies, beyond Ning Jing's wildest dreams. Do you two want to give it a try? She asked Zhang Li and Gu Sheng with a smile. In her eyes, both of them should have reached the war general level, but only the machines could confirm it. Gu Sheng nodded, saying, I'll go first. He knew just how extraordinary Zhang Li was and didn't want to humiliate himself by going after him. Ning Jing's eyes were filled with curiosity, and the new students around them made way, their eyes full of anticipation. Watching others show off their skills was a natural instinct, and some had even camped out here just to rank the top talents. Gu Sheng stepped into the testing area with a sharp aura. Bang, bang, bang. He threw a series of punches, relying solely on his blood and energy without any other enhancements, causing the target to emit a series of muffled sounds. The machine was enveloped in red light, and the display panel flashed with dizzying data, rapidly calculating the results. Everyone was awed by Gu Sheng's punches, holding their breath in anticipation. Even Ning Jing was no exception. She was slightly surprised, realizing she might have underestimated this usually quiet young man in black. Appearances can be deceiving. Could his strength surpass Zhang Li's? She wondered. With a clear beep, the data screen disappeared, revealing the final result. Peak War General. Gu Sheng's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling quite satisfied. He hadn't wasted his time recently. The training camp's resources, combined with rewards from aiding against beast waves, had boosted his cultivation significantly. Though he couldn't compare to Zhang Li, he had made considerable progress. Damn, this guy in black is definitely in the top 10 among the new students. Peak War General? What on earth did he eat growing up? Look at our measly warrior-level blood and energy. It's pathetic. Oh my gosh, this guy is so handsome. I really like him. Dream on. He didn't even look at you. Ning Jing was even more astonished. A new student reaching peak war general status upon entry, what did that signify? At this rate, he could break through to War King within a semester or 2. This kid had been quite low-key, staying silent beside Zhang Li. Ning Jing mused. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight, noticing Zhang Li standing by with a calm expression, seemingly unsurprised. A bold thought arose in her mind. Could it be that Zhang Li's strength surpasses Gu Sheng's? Peak War General? Or maybe even Ultimate War General? Crossing such a significant threshold in just over a month was almost unbelievable. Ning Jing took a deep breath. Extraordinary didn't even begin to cover it. Her curiosity was nearly overwhelming. Just as Ning Jing was about to suggest that Jiang Li also take the test, the entire hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence, followed by a burst of chatter, as if a pot of boiling oil had been splashed with cold water. Oh my God! The first war king among the new students has emerged. An initial war king. Come and see. This guy is a monster. Jichuan, he's not only handsome but also incredibly talented. Did he save the galaxy in his past life? Rumor has it that Jichuan is a direct descendant of the war god family, Ji. Ascending to war god status is a certainty for him. Forget it. Let's all just eat lemons together. The news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone knew. All the new students present were Shekinah War King had appeared out of nowhere. Though everyone had heard that each batch of new students would include such prodigies, witnessing it firsthand was still jaw-dropping. Hearing about it couldn't compare to seeing it with their own eyes. The crowd surged forward, eager to get a look at young Master Ji and see what set a war god family scion apart, what unique skills and extraordinary talents he possessed. The fangirls who had been captivated by Gu Sheng's prowess quickly turned their attention to the new star. The young man in black looked slightly embarrassed, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Jiang Li, however, burst into laughter and gave Gu Sheng a friendly pat on the shoulder. The sudden uproar piqued Ning Jing's curiosity. Why don't we go take a look? She suggested. Jiang Li shrugged indifferently. Whether he tested now or later didn't matter much. Besides, Ji Chuan was an old acquaintance, and meeting him here could be quite delightful. Thus, the three of them joined the crowd moving towards the other end of the hall. At the center of all the attention was none other than the illustrious Ji Chuan. Seeing the results on the display panel, Ji Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After destroying the beast sect's branch, he had returned to his family to focus on breaking through his bottleneck. Hard work had paid off, and he had reached War King status before the start of school. Even as a descendant of the War God family, not everyone could achieve such a feat. Being a War King upon entering school placed him at the pinnacle among his peers, standing out among many prodigies. Thinking of this, Ji Chuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. But soon, the image of Jiang Li surfaced in his mind, deflating his sense of superiority. Brother Jiang must have also broken through to War King by now. Even if he hasn't, I probably wouldn't be a match for him, Ji Chuan thought helplessly. He couldn't forget the time when Jiang Li had decapitated a high-level war king at the Beast Sect's branch. Though he had now ascended, he could only barely contend with a high-level war king. Time had passed, and Jiang Li surely hadn't stood still. Suddenly, Ji Chuan's eyes lit up as he spotted a familiar figure. He couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, "Brother Jiang." This exclamation left everyone in the hall stunned. The scion of the war god family, a newly minted war king, was calling someone else brother? Swish. All eyes turned in unison towards the direction of the call, only to see a young man in white, smiling and waving, exuding calmness and elegance. Ning Jing stared at Jiang Li in disbelief, as if she didn't recognize him. He, Jiang Li, was the brother of a war god family scion? What was going on here? At that moment, tranquility seemed to transcend time and space, making the entire world feel unfamiliar. She couldn't help but doubt whether the Jiang Li beside her was truly the same young warrior she had personally recruited. Even if he had reached the level of a war general, or even an extreme war general, it still wouldn't be enough to make a descendant of a war god family bow to him, right? Ning Jing was utterly bewildered, and a bizarre thought started to form in her mind. The heirs of war god families are incredibly proud. The only thing that could make them bow is someone even more extraordinary than they are. Could it be that Jiang Li is also a war king? Ning Jing was stunned. But judging by all the signs, this seemed to be the truth. That incredibly flashy black light fighter jet, the always inconspicuous Gu Sheng, and the war god family scion who kept calling Jiang Li boss, everything pointed to the same conclusion. No matter how unbelievable it seemed, it was the truth. Gu Sheng looked at the young man in white before him, his eyes filled with shock. Jiang Li never ceased to amaze him. To win over a noble scion of a war god family required not only extraordinary talent and strength, but also an exceptional charm. If Gu Sheng hadn't witnessed Jiang Li's terrifying combat power at base 131 with his own eyes, his reaction wouldn't have been much better than Ning Jing's. The other new students were even more flabbergasted. Apart from a few trainees from Jiangnan Province's special training camp, most people didn't know Jiang Li. But from Ji Chuan calling him boss, everyone instinctively felt that this person had a significant background. Who is this guy in white? How can he make a young master of a war god family obey him? What a hunk. I think he's even more handsome than Ji Chuan. Oh my god, I'm going to faint. Is he also from a war god family? No, he's the top genius of Jiangnan Province, Jiang Li. How is Jiang Li any lesser than a war god family? He's been dominating the training camp, way above everyone else. Exactly, especially his combat power. It's ridiculously impressive. Challenging someone above his level is as easy as eating and drinking for him. Someone gradually revealed Jiang Li's identity. Although he was low-key and not as well known as other war god family scions, upon closer inspection, the new students realized he was anything but ordinary. In a camp teeming with geniuses, to stand out so prominently was no small feat. Jiang Li's aura was so restrained that it was impossible to gauge his true strength. Ji Chuan walked over with a broad smile, not minding at all that he had inadvertently highlighted Jiang Li. To him, reuniting with a friend was a great joy. The memories of fighting side by side in the 10,000 Beasts sect were still vivid, making his heart surge with excitement. Brother Jiang, you came to school and didn't even tell me, Ji Chuan said, his handsome face full of mock displeasure. At this moment, Jiang Li, Ji Chuan, and Gu Shang stood together, each with their unique charm, making the girls present swoon. Oh no, I can't choose, one fangirl screamed, covering her face. Seeing Ji Chuan, Jiang Li was also delighted. I just got to school and was dragged here by Senior Ning Jing. I was planning to find you later, but I didn't expect to run into you here. He was about to introduce Ning Jing to Ji Chuan when a sneering voice came from the doorway. Ji Chuan, you've really disgraced the Ji family. A scion of a war god family, and you casually call some nobody your boss? I can't believe you. The speaker was a short, sinister-looking young man, but his presence was imposing. He was followed by a group of remarkable young men and women. Seeing him give Ji Chuan a thumbs down with a sarcastic expression, it was clear he had witnessed Ji Chuan calling Jiang Li boss and was seizing the opportunity to mock him. Are we in trouble with the war god families now? There's going to be a show. That guy is Qi Xiao, and the Qi family is a sworn enemy of the Ji family. They're evenly matched in status. Looks like he's here to cause trouble. The others are also elite scions of war god families. They might not be as prominent as the Qi and Ji families, but they're not to be underestimated either. Someone quickly identified the newcomers. The eyes of the new students burned with curiosity. Watching such a clash between extraordinary talents was an opportunity not to be missed. Ji Chuan's face darkened, and his eyes showed undisguised disgust as he looked at Qi Xiao. The Ji and Qi families had been at odds for generations, turning into mortal enemies. Now, when the younger generation met, they couldn't help but antagonize each other. Seeing Qi Xiao drag Jiang Li into his mockery just to ridicule him, Ji Chuan coldly replied, Qi Xiao, you persistent pest, wasn't your defeat at my hands miserable enough last time? Who I call boss is none of your business. Are you looking for another beating? Qi Xiao's face flushed with anger, but he still fixed his gaze on Jiang Li and said, I advise you to stay away from Ji Chuan, or you'll get yourself into trouble. His words carried a clear threat. He didn't recognize Jiang Li and assumed he wasn't someone with a powerful background. So what if he had some talent? In this world, background and influence were equally important. Unless he was an exceptional genius, he wasn't worth considering. Ji Chuan was about to erupt in anger, but Jiang Li calmly said with a smile, Ji Chuan, do you hear a dog barking? The security at Jiangnan Martial Arts Academy is really lacking, letting stray dogs in. Ji Chuan burst into laughter. Do I need to hear it? It's so loud even the deaf could hear it. I guess this stray dog was abandoned by its owner, and now bites everyone it sees. Ningjing and Gushang couldn't help but laugh. To openly compare a war god family's young master to a stray dog, only these two would dare. The other new students gaped in astonishment, thoroughly enjoying the rare spectacle of geniuses clashing. Qi Xiao was furious, his face contorted in anger. Trying to maintain his composure, he sneered, Fine, very fine. Let's see what makes this boss of yours so extraordinary. Ji Chuan, don't get too cocky. At the level of a war king, the outcome is still uncertain. With that, he flashed into the blood pressure testing machine. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp sounds of fists and palms hitting the target echoed in the hall. When everyone looked at the display screen, it read Primary War King. Even more astonishing, his score was a few points higher than Ji Chuan's. Qi Xiao looked down at Jiang Li and Ji Chuan from above, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Even a stray dog is stronger than you two. Doesn't that make you less than animals? Qi Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction rising within him. Ever since his defeat at Ji Chuan's hands, he had been harboring a grudge. For this match, he had even begged his father to pull some strings and allocate him extra training resources. Only then did he manage to surpass Ji Chuan by a narrow margin. Seeing Ji Chuan's frustrated expression now, Qi Xiao couldn't be more thrilled, his grin stretching to his ears. So, this is Boss Jiang, huh? Why don't you come up and show us what you've got? He spat out the words Boss Jiang with such contempt that his mockery was unmistakable. In Qi Xiao's eyes, he was born noble, and a mere nobody could never compare to someone from a family of war gods. When Qi Xiao revealed his blood energy cultivation, which was even higher than Ji Chuan's, the freshmen present were all astonished. After all, reaching the level of a battle king at such a young age was no ordinary feat. even for someone from a war god family. At this moment, all eyes were on Jiangli. Everyone was eager to witness the true strength of the top genius from Jiangnan. Although he had been unbeatable in the training camp, a noble from a war god family was on a whole different level. Ning Jing's eyes showed a hint of worry. She knew Jiangli didn't come from a powerful family, and offending the young master of a war god family right after enrolling was far from wise. Although Qi Shao was insufferable, his strength was undeniable. However, Jiangli seemed unfazed. He glanced at Qi Shao and said something that left everyone speechless. A dog is still a dog, even with some cultivation. Qi Shao was livid and was about to lash out when his eyes widened in shock. Jiangli's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the testing apparatus, faint arcs of electricity crackling around him. His speed was astonishing. Ning Jing was also taken aback. In the blink of an eye, Jiangli had moved from her side to the opposite end. Such agility was not something an ordinary person could possess. Everyone's excitement was ignited by Jiangli's actions, especially the freshmen, who were all wide-eyed, afraid to miss any detail. Qi Zhao's earlier move had been too sudden for them to catch clearly. Now that Jiangli was about to be tested, they were all watching intently. The next second, everyone's jaws dropped. Jiangli's fists moved with blinding speed, striking the target continuously. Even with their full attention, it was hard to follow his movements. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid succession of strikes sounded like firecrackers. In an instant, Jiangli had landed dozens of punches. Qi Zhao's pupils contracted sharply. As soon as Jiangli made his move, he realized he had underestimated this seemingly unremarkable guy. Whoosh! Jiangli exhaled softly and retracted his fists. Everyone was in a daze. With a beep, the display lit up with 4 large characters. Intermediate Battle King. The fiery red characters stung every pair of eyes. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this? I'm just an intermediate warrior, and he's 2 whole realms ahead of me? That's insane. I suspect these guys aren't 18 at all. They're monsters. No wonder he swept through Jiangnan. He really has skills. Jiangnan's top genius might be an understatement. I think Jiangli might be the highest-ranked cultivator among us freshmen. Definitely deserved. For a moment, everyone looked at Jiangli with eyes full of awe. Achieving the rank of Intermediate Battle King was truly astonishing. Although it was just 1 small realm above a junior Battle King, the difference was immense. The girls' eyes reddened with desire, wishing they could devour Jiangli. Handsome and powerful, such a godlike figure was irresistible. Ning Jing held her breath. Normally uninterested in boys, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Jiangli. At this moment, he was dazzlingly brilliant. She felt a wave of emotions. The boy who once struggled against an intermediate battle general had now become a powerful battle king, even stronger than her. Thinking about how she had vowed to bring Jiangli into the inner school, Ning Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already qualified to enter the inner school upon enrollment, unlike her who barely made it in her senior year. But then again, she felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, it was her who recruited such an extraordinary talent into the school. If Yiningna knew how formidable Jiangli was, she might just die of jealousy. Thinking of this, Ning Jing couldn't help but laugh. Even Ji Chuan was stunned. He had thought Jiangli's cultivation level was slightly higher than his, but he hadn't expected there to be a whole realm of difference. Back in the 10,000 Beast sect, although Jiangli's combat power was terrifying, his blood energy level was actually lower than Ji Chuan's. Realizing this, Ji Chuan took a sharp breath. In just a short time, Jiangli had surpassed him. Could this guy have a special physique for cultivation? Moreover, if Jiangli, who was once an extreme battle general capable of killing a high-level battle king, had grown this much, he might now compare to a weaker extreme battle king. As he speculated, Ji Chuan saw Qi Zhao's face turn ashen, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily, making Qi Zhao even more dejected. At this moment, Qi Zhao wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had intended to step on Jiangli to curb Ji Chuan's arrogance, but instead, he had hit a brick wall. Intermediate Battle King? How could this kid have such a level of cultivation? Even a junior Battle King seemed to stretch. Yet, here he was, a whole realm higher than Qi Zhao, a feeling more disgusting than swallowing a fly. Jiangli was undoubtedly the center of attention, but Qi Zhao also enjoyed the spotlight, albeit as a cautionary tale. The disdainful gazes felt like daggers, making him wish he could sprout wings and fly away. Even the other young masters from war god families were shocked. Despite their noble backgrounds, none of them had broken through to the Battle King level. At best, they were half-step Battle Kings, still a distance away from a true breakthrough. The war god families had their own hierarchies, and the talents varied greatly. Yet, here was Jiangli, a genuine intermediate Battle King, standing among them. He was undoubtedly a top-tier talent, even among the war god families. In an instant, everyone was filled with curiosity about this low-key genius from Jiangnan. Without a doubt, at this moment, Zhongli was absolutely the center of attention. All eyes were on him, filled with shock, envy, admiration, or jealousy. However, Zhongli remained as composed as ever. He had grown accustomed to such attention ever since he made rapid progress on his martial arts journey. In the beginning, he might have felt a bit proud, but now, he had transcended such feelings. This was a sign of growth, an elevation of his state of mind. Zhongli was no longer the same as before. Let's go for the physical assessment, Zhongli said, turning to his three friends with a smile. He couldn't care less about the stares from others. Even Qi Xiao, who was nothing more than an ant to him, didn't matter. What did it matter who the heir of the war god family was if they dared to block his path? They were no different from stray dogs. If Qi Xiao hadn't picked a fight and put himself in Zhongli's way, Zhongli wouldn't have even spared him a glance. Hearing this, the three finally snapped out of their shock. Ning Jing slapped Zhongli on the shoulder, her straightforward and bold personality on full display. "You little rascal, hiding so much from your senior," she exclaimed excitedly. Jichuan also marveled, teasing, "Brother Jiang, your training speed is like you're on steroids. What kind of miraculous elixir have you been taking? I need to get some too." Only Gusheng remained calm. Having fought alongside Zhongli, he was used to such extraordinary situations. Zhongli laughed heartily, and the four of them headed towards the physical assessment building, chatting and laughing. Seeing Zhongli and his friends heading for the assessment, the freshmen who were still in shock snapped back to reality, and the previously quiet atmosphere instantly became lively. "Oh my god, Zhongli is going for the physical assessment. Let's follow. A genius like him must have a special constitution." Not necessarily. Everyone was tested at birth by the Federation. This is just a formality for 99.999 of us. Who cares? Let's go watch the show. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the assessment hall. Even the freshmen who were planning to test their blood vitality stopped in their tracks, eager to witness the spectacle. A group of young boys and girls standing next to Qi Xiao exchanged glances and asked, "Brother Qi, what should we do now?" Qi Xiao, gritting his teeth, was furious at being repeatedly humiliated by Zhongli. "Let's go. I want to see this so-called special constitution." Humph, dream on. He couldn't wait to see Zhongli test out as having an ordinary constitution, just to soothe his own ego. The crowd poured into the assessment hall, leaving the original freshmen there bewildered. Once they understood the reason, they too gasped in disbelief, staring at Zhongli. A mid-level battle king. What a monster. "Brother Zhongli, please go ahead. Please," one freshman said with reverence, stepping aside to give up his spot. They were next in line for the test, but seeing the crowd, they were intimidated. It was better to give the opportunity to Zhongli. After all, not everyone had the guts to compete with a genius. Zhongli nodded in appreciation. Glancing at the curious eyes behind him, he felt a bit helpless. He hadn't expected such a commotion. Turning to his three friends, Zhongli said with a wry smile, "I'll go first then." They urged him on eagerly, just as curious to see what kind of constitution this prodigy possessed. Zhongli strode into the testing chamber. Unlike the blood vitality test, the physical assessment involved a transparent vertical chamber filled with various energy beams that scanned the subject. This equipment was incredibly expensive, which is why there was only a second chance to test it during the college entrance exams. The powerful aura of the teachers standing nearby was a clear indication of the machine's importance. They, too, were now fully focused on the screen, their previous indifference replaced by intense concentration. From the students' discussions, the teachers had learned that the young man about to be tested was already a mid-level battle king. His cultivation level was almost on par with theirs. To reach mid-level battle king at 18, my goodness, I bet he has a cultivation-type constitution. Otherwise, there's no way he could progress so fast. Absolutely. I've heard there are several special constitutions among this year's freshmen, and now we've got another one here. Our university's recruitment is getting better and better. Indeed, Jiangnan Martial University is on track to reclaim its position as the top of the 5 schools. After so many years, we're finally going to see a resurgence. The senior instructors chatted excitedly, their spirits lifted. They had been teaching at Jiangnan Martial University for many years and had deep affection for their alma mater. Of course, these conversations were conducted using a secret sound transmission method, so no one else could hear. Even gossiping teachers needed to maintain their image, right? Inside the assessment hall, everyone held their breath. A few dozen seconds felt like an eternity. Ningjing, unable to sit still, asked, "Do you think Zhongli has a special constitution? If so, what kind could it be?" Gusheng, usually the quiet one, suddenly spoke up. "Zhongli definitely has a special constitution." Jichuan and Ningjing were stunned, not understanding Gusheng's certainty. He explained, "During our training camp tests, Zhongli showed several times the purity of blood vitality compared to others. The examiner said he had a blood vitality type constitution." Ningjing was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. "Oh my god, a special constitution. How can anyone compete with that? Jichuan suddenly understood. No wonder Jiangli, even at a lower level, could unleash such terrifying combat power. He had suspected something all along, but now it was confirmed. I suspect Jiangli might not have just one special constitution. He could be a composite type. Gu Sheng added another shocking statement, leaving Jichuan in awe. You might be right. His affinity for both lightning and fire elements is extremely high, and his cultivation speed is off the charts. I get it now. This guy is definitely blessed with extraordinary talents. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Gu Sheng allowed himself a slight smile. Keeping these secrets to himself was no fun. Suddenly, he understood why Wang Daoyuan always had that smug look. Joy shared as joy doubled. Jichuan and Ning Jing rolled their eyes in unison. Who would have thought this quiet guy had so many secrets? Just as the three were chattering away, the assessment machine emitted a series of beeping sounds, instantly drawing everyone's attention. All eyes were glued to the screen, holding their breath. Was the result finally coming out? At this moment, everyone was incredibly curious. Could Jiangli, with his extraordinary abilities, possess a special physique? Even the teachers stopped their murmuring and fixated on the screen. The ticking of the instrument indicated that the results were about to be revealed. Truth be told, they had been here almost the entire day without detecting a single special physique. Most students were just going through the motions. Now, Jiangli was undoubtedly the most promising candidate. Beep, beep, beep. The beeping grew increasingly urgent, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. But then, the expressions of the exam proctors suddenly changed. The ticking didn't stop. Instead, it intensified like a runaway horse, echoing throughout the hall. What's going on? One student asked, bewildered. They had been tested before, but it was never like this. Usually, a few beeps would signal the results. Could it be that the instrument reacts differently to special physiques? Just as everyone was puzzled, the teachers rushed over. Then, with a muffled bang, white smoke started billowing from the transparent chamber. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the physique tester exploded. Like an overworked computer, it made a muffled noise and then shut down. The data panel displayed two lines. Physique, level, type. Normally, the panel for an ordinary physique should look like this. Physique, ordinary level, none type, none. But Jiang Li's panel, filled with question marks, was unheard of. Everyone stood in shock. Then, a wave of exclamations erupted. What the heck just happened? Did the instrument break from testing a physique? What kind of physique does Jiang Li have? I've never heard of anything like this. Could it be some kind of god-ear physique? I doubt it. Maybe the instrument was just at the end of its life, and Jiang Li happened to be the unlucky one? That makes sense. Who ever heard of an instrument exploding from a test? It's just too exaggerated. The new students buzzed with chatter. The situation was incredibly surreal, but the teachers were overwhelmed with excitement, as if a storm had been unleashed in their hearts. The freshmen didn't know, but the teachers were well aware these physique testers didn't have a lifespan. The only explanation for this situation was Jiang Li's physique level exceeded the instrument's detection limit. It's definitely a special physique. Physique levels are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. This instrument can already detect most Earth-level physiques. Could Jiang Li be Heaven level? The teacher's eyes gleamed with excitement. A Heaven-level physique is incredibly rare, even across the entire Federation. Regardless of the type, it would be a top-tier existence among peers, far surpassing ordinary people. At this level, every battle god was once an extraordinary genius. Competing with peers was already impressive, but challenging higher levels was even rarer. A Heaven-level physique almost guarantees the ability to fight at higher levels. The more it is developed, the more terrifying its power becomes. And now, such a prodigy appeared in their school. The teachers were trembling with excitement, not even caring about the ruined, priceless instrument. Quick, notify Vice Principal Liu. Have him bring the latest instrument. At Jiangnan Martial University, Vice Principal Liu managed all aspects of school affairs. The principal rarely appeared, leaving major decisions, including resource allocation and student development, to him. If it weren't for the significance of a Heaven-level physique, he wouldn't bother with freshman matters. Hello? Vice Principal Liu? Please come to the physique testing hall immediately. A freshman seems to have a Heaven-level special physique, and the instrument exploded. In his office, Vice Principal Liu was initially calm and composed. But upon hearing Heaven-level physique, he almost jumped up, startling the students nearby. They wondered what could possibly make the usually composed vice principal so excited. Are you sure? This is no joke. Is it really a Heaven-level physique? Vice Principal Liu couldn't hide his excitement. How could we be joking? Come and see for yourself. Even if it's not Heaven-level, it must be at least Earth-level. All right, have the student wait there. I'll be right over. Vice Principal Liu hung up the phone, rubbing his hands in excitement. A heaven-level physique. Jiangnan Martial University hadn't seen such a prodigy in years. The last one he remembered was Mu Qingxue. We must nurture this student well. With this, Jiangnan Martial University can once again stand proud among the four schools. Moreover, with the beast uprisings imminent, having such a genius is a blessing for humanity. Vice Principal Liu made up his mind. If it was indeed a heaven-level physique, he would use all the school's resources to cultivate this talent. Principal, is it really a heaven-level physique? Li Haobai, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. These students were all top talents at Jiangnan Martial University, true prodigies. Some even had special physiques themselves, but even they were stunned. They knew the weight of the term heaven-level physique. It's not confirmed yet. We need to verify it. Haobai, put the five-school tournament on hold. You all carry on with your work. Vice Principal Liu could barely contain his excitement. Even an Earth-level physique would be impressive. We'll go with you. The top students eagerly volunteered. They were also curious about what a heaven-level physique entailed. All right, let's go together. Vice Principal Liu and his group set off quickly. Meanwhile, Jiangli, who had been ejected from the testing instrument, was utterly bewildered. He had been eagerly awaiting the results, only to see 3 question marks and understand nothing. The teachers, with apologetic smiles, explained. Are you Jiangli? There was a small issue with your physique test. We need to wait for Vice Principal Liu to bring another instrument for a retest. So that's what happened. Amidst the commotion, Jiangli finally understood the situation. He widened his eyes in disbelief. My physique broke the instrument? A bold thought flashed through his mind. Could this broken instrument have detected my system as a physique? Zhang Li's hypothesis wasn't without reason. According to his initial estimation, he was most likely to be identified with a special blood and chi physique. After all, with the cultivation of the Ascension Gate's secret art, the intensity of his soul and the purity of his blood and chi had reached 5 times that of an average person. Even among those with a blood and chi physique, he would be considered top tier. Based on the 4 grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, he should at least be at the profound level. But now, according to the teachers, he was at least at the earth level, possibly even heaven level. This was clearly against common sense. Could it be that my system is actually my special physique? Zhang Li pondered. He recalled the time when he ingested the 3-leaf serpent birth flower. As his realm improved, the system's amplification multiplier would continuously break its limits. Although it hadn't manifested yet, Zhang Li speculated that upon reaching the war god level or beyond, the system would undoubtedly upgrade to a new stage. Isn't this process akin to the gradual awakening of a special physique? 10,000 times? 100,000 times? Infinite times? If the system is indeed my physique, why does it manifest in this form? Could it be related to my past life memories? Zhang Li was filled with various conjectures. As his strength improved, especially with the deepening mastery of the Ascension Gate secret art, his soul underwent qualitative changes, and the once blurry memories of his past life became increasingly clear. He vaguely felt that he was close to uncovering the truth about his system. It seems I must diligently practice the Ascension Gate's secret art. Although his intuition did not sense any life-threatening danger, Zhang Li still believed that it's always wise to be prepared. Zhang Li, let's move to the inner room, a teacher said with a gentle smile. The next round of testing wasn't suitable to be conducted in front of everyone. If he truly had a heaven-level physique, word would inevitably spread. If the beast sect got wind of it, Zhang Li's danger level would significantly increase. Everyone, disperse. The machine has malfunctioned. Finish your physique test quickly and then report in. The freshman competition is in a few days, and it will determine whether you can find a mentor you like. So prepare well. Another teacher loudly directed the gathered freshmen. The students looked at each other, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. No one who got into a prestigious school was a fool. They initially thought the machine had broken down, but the teachers' reactions clearly suggested otherwise. Wow, it looks like Zhang Li's physique is something extraordinary. I bet it's heaven level. My God, that's amazing. I think Zhang Li is probably the top genius of our batch. The teacher's attempts to cover it up are so obvious. Who doesn't know what's going on? Everyone was buzzing with speculation, their curiosity piqued. Guessing was one thing, but they needed to see it with their own eyes to satisfy their curiosity. Unfortunately, they could only watch as Zhang Li and Ning Jing followed the teachers into the inner room. If only they could get to know Zhang Li better, they might get some insider scoop. They regretted not getting closer to him earlier. Inside the secret room, a machine similar in appearance to the one outside stood quietly. However, its gleaming metallic exterior indicated it was of a much higher grade. Wait a moment. Once Principal Liu brings the chip, we can retest. This machine can measure up to the heaven level, so it will definitely give us a clear result, a teacher said with a smile. They were all eagerly anticipating the outcome. Ning Jing was inwardly astonished. Unlike the new students, she had been practicing at Wu University for 3 years and knew Principal Lu's status. No exaggeration, Lu Hong, the vice principal, controlled about 80% of the school's affairs. He was one of the top 3 figures at Jiangnan Wu University and only appeared on very significant occasions. For him to personally come for a freshman was unprecedented. This indirectly announced how important Zhongli was. As everyone waited with bated breath, another door opened. A plump, amiable-looking middle-aged man led a group of young people into the room. Vice Principal Lu Hong. Ning Jing immediately recognized him. The people following him were the top students from Wu University's senior class. Their strength placed them among the top few in her batch, all of them prodigies who had already reached the War Emperor level. They came too. Ning Jing was stunned. It seemed Zhang Li's potential was so high that even these prodigies had to take notice. Zhang Li's gaze fell on the young people. In terms of age, they were only 3 to 5 years older than him. But his keen intuition told him they were very strong, extremely strong. 1 or 2 of them even had a presence that rivaled Duan Changqiu. Undoubtedly, they were rising stars, destined to become war gods in the future. No wonder Jiangnan Wu University, renowned across the 5 mountains, was teeming with talent and heroes. Ji Chuan and Gu Shang couldn't help but marvel. The strength of the top 5 schools was not just for show. No wonder even the heirs of war god families considered getting into these schools their top priority. Studying here meant access to the best resources. Meanwhile, the senior students were also sizing up Zhang Li. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Hong's eyes. This kid's aura is exceedingly restrained. Mid-level war king, very likely a heaven-level physique. Even the prodigies couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had initially been skeptical about the so-called heaven-level physique, but seeing Zhang Li dispelled any doubts. Give him 2 more years, and he might reach our current level. What an incredible thought. They had been considered monsters far ahead of their peers in their time. To catch up to them in just 2 years was almost an acknowledgement that Zhang Li's talent might surpass theirs. Zhang Li, right? Don't be nervous. Relax. Whether or not you have a heaven-level physique, the school won't neglect any talented student. Lu Hong said with a smile. He was genuinely interested. Even if Zhang Li only had an earth-level physique, he would still be a rare and exceptional talent. Zhang Li nodded slightly. He wasn't nervous at all, just filled with anticipation. If he truly had a heaven-level physique, the resources and training he would receive from the school would undoubtedly increase. As Principal Lu inserted the chip into the machine, Zhang Li walked in confidently. Whether he had a heaven-level physique would soon be revealed. Principal Lu and the teachers were so excited that their palms were sweating, and the prodigies were incredibly curious. The silver-colored machine began to rotate, and everyone's anticipation soared to its peak. Beeping sounds echoed in the small space. Under everyone's tense gaze, the machine functioned smoothly without any glitches. Beep! With a short, sharp sound, the machine finally stopped. The results appeared on the display panel. Physique. Special. Unnamed. Grade. Heaven level. Type. All-rounder 4 types. At that moment, the room fell silent. Everyone's mouths hung open in astonishment. They stared at the words, hardly believing their eyes. Principal Lu almost dashed to the instrument, scrutinizing Zhang Li as if he were a rare treasure. An unprecedented heaven-tier physique. And it's a 4-fold mastery. What is 4-fold mastery? It means possessing exceptional aptitude in comprehension, cultivation, vitality, and elemental affinity for distinct special physiques combined into one. Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. How many years has it been since Jiangnan Martial University produced such a prodigy? Clearly, the school's fortune has arrived. The Federation just approved a large amount of rare resources to host the 5-school tournament. If we cultivate Zhang Li well, he might just make it in time. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped, staring at Zhang Li as if he were a monster. My goodness, what kind of freak have I admitted to this school? Ning Jing was utterly shocked. This was beyond her wildest imagination. Then, she felt a pang of heartache. How could the school have given so few resources? It was like losing a fortune. Of course, despite her words, Ning Jing was genuinely pleased. Her deep affection for her alma mater made her nearly come to blows over Yi Ningna's sneers. Recruiting such a gem for the school made her truly happy. Ji Chuan, on the other hand, was speechless with shock. He had already imagined Zhang Li to be extraordinary, but seeing 4-fold mastery heaven-tier physique in front of him left him dumbfounded. Damn, even the heirs of the war god families would have to step aside. Ji Chuan muttered to himself. Too bad Qi Xiao isn't here to see this. He'd be scared out of his wits. Only Gu Shang remained somewhat composed. After hearing Ning Jing's explanation of special physiques earlier, he had thought each description sounded tailor-made for Zhang Li. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. Forget it. Why compare to this living legend? I should just focus on surpassing myself. Gu Shang chuckled bitterly. Chasing after someone as extraordinary as Zhang Li was a fool's errand. Even the senior prodigies like Li Haobai were left speechless, their eyes full of shock. At their level, they were already considered strong figures, and few things could amaze them anymore. This freshman is just too monstrous. The pressure is immense. Li Haobai sighed. Even if Zhongli couldn't match them now, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed them. We need to step up our game. Losing to a freshman before graduation would be humiliating. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration for Zhongli. If he had enrolled last year, he might have been the star of the five-school tournament. What a pity. Under the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, Zhongli stepped out of the testing instrument, naturally catching sight of the astonishing results. Fourfold mastery? That makes sense. I'm pretty exceptional in all four areas, Zhongli mused. But is it really just heaven air? With the system's support, my comprehension and cultivation speed far exceed that. Plus, my soul refinement, vitality purity, and elemental affinity are constantly improving. He had a feeling that his potential was far greater. Like scoring a perfect 100 on a test didn't mean the answers couldn't go beyond that. As Zhongli was lost in thought, a chubby, smiling face suddenly appeared, startling him. Zhongli, your physique has never been recorded in the system database. As the first discovered carrier, you have the right to name it. Zhongli was taken aback, not expecting this. After a brief pause, he said, let's call it the infinite physique. His reasoning was simple. With the system's amplification, who knows how many times his abilities could multiply possibly infinitely. The name was a reflection of his aspirations. Infinite physique. Full of limitless possibilities, great name. Principal Liu gave a thumbs up, lavishing praise. The elite students were speechless. Was that really a good name? Even if they wanted to flatter, this was over the top. Normally, Principal Liu wasn't overly stern, but he certainly wasn't this fawning. Seeing him grinning ear to ear now showed just how excited he was. Since that incident, Jiangnan Martial University had been relentlessly targeted by the other four schools. If not for its deep foundations, it might have fallen to the bottom. Even so, it had slipped from the top rank. Now, with Jiang Li's sudden rise, the chances of reclaiming the top spot in the five-school tournament had significantly increased. It wasn't just likely, it was almost certain. How could Principal Liu not be thrilled? Facing Principal Liu's effusive praise, Jiang Li could only smile awkwardly yet politely. Truth be told, infinite physique was something he had simply blurted out. Principal Liu's smile finally subsided a bit. After tapping a few times on his communicator, he looked up and said, Zhongli, I reviewed your special admission contract. 350 million plus a discount on Thunderstrike / second layer. This doesn't match your talent. Though our school upholds the principle of everything depends on oneself, we certainly spare no effort in nurturing talented individuals. You are now an intermediate battle king with a fourfold mastery heaven tier physique. According to school regulations, you are entitled to the highest treatment. Here's the deal. During your battle king phase, you'll receive 100,000 credits annually to use as you wish. Once you advance to Battle Emperor, the school will provide even better resources. Additionally, you can choose one treasure from the Heaven-Ear Vault. After careful consideration, Principal Liu decided not to offer even more extravagant terms. Although the school could afford it, doing so might sap Jiang Li's motivation. Spoiling this genius could result in significant loss. It's better to leave some room for him to strive. This would be more beneficial for his growth. Even so, hearing Principal Liu's proposed plan left everyone with their mouths agape. To them, it was like a fairy tale. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. The whole reason he had displayed his talent so openly was to secure the best resources. 100,000 credits. To my knowledge, one credit is equivalent to 100,000 federal dollars. That means I'll get $1 billion annually. Not to mention, most of the school's resources are rare items unavailable on the market like S-level combat techniques, secret cultivation methods, training rooms for comprehending concepts, and various rare treasures. These are worth far more than $1 billion. And this is just the treatment for the Battle King phase. It will only increase when I become a Battle Emperor. As Jiang Li calculated in his mind, he found it increasingly unbelievable. What excited him the most was the treasure from the Heaven-Tier Vault. Though he didn't yet know what it was, judging by Principal Liu's and the senior students' reactions, it was clearly extraordinary. Such a generous gift underscored his immense value. At this moment, several well-informed senior students, including Li Haobai, were filled with envy and jealousy. 100,000 credits. When they were at the War King stage, the resources they could access were not even a fraction of this amount. Not to mention the privilege of freely entering the Heavenly Treasure Vault to select treasures. This was the most enviable part. Every item in the Heavenly Treasure Vault was a top-tier masterpiece. But no amount of credits could buy you entry. It required outstanding achievements or the completion of special missions to earn such an honor. Among the elite students present, only Li Haobai and one female student had ever been fortunate enough to enter the vault. The others hadn't even seen its door. Yet now, A mere freshman was granted direct access to the heavenly treasure vault. Although they knew that a heavenly physique was extraordinary, they hadn't expected it to be valued so highly. For a moment, jealousy brewed in their hearts. But with Principal Lu present, they dared not show it. Li Haobai smiled bitterly. He had risked his life for a chance to enter the heavenly treasure vault. It was thanks to a treasure from that vault that he had secured his position among the top 3 at Jiangnan Martial University. This kid is really lucky, he thought to himself. Another student, a round-faced girl with short hair named Fang Baiyun, was also curious and observed Jiang Li closely. Her strength was on par with Li Haobai's, and even her usually sleepy eyes were now wide awake with interest. Even Ji Chuan couldn't help but feel envious. Jiang Li had risen to the top in one step. While the war god families might invest billions to nurture a genius, they couldn't offer such rare resources. The treasure Ji Chuan had long coveted was now in Jiang Li's hands on his first day. However, considering Jiang Li's strength, Ji Chuan had to admit he was deserving. Ever since that joint mission to infiltrate the 10,000 Beast sect, he had been fully convinced of Jiang Li's power. In his view, Jiang Li's access to these resources was well-deserved. Jiangnan Martial University's investment would surely yield multiple returns. Everyone had mixed feelings, except for Jiang Li, who was overjoyed. Being valued so highly felt incredible. He was glad he had chosen Jiangnan Martial University, and his sense of belonging to his alma mater grew even stronger. Thank you, Principal Lu, for your kindness. Jiang Li sincerely expressed his gratitude. From the envious looks of the senior students, he could tell how rare the opportunity to enter the heavenly treasure vault was. Principal Lu waved his hand with a smile. You deserve it. No need to thank me. If we let talent go to waste, we'd be a laughingstock. But remember, Jiangnan Martial University is investing heavily in you, so you must bring honor to the school in the future. His tone suddenly became serious. If you become complacent and waste resources, the school won't continue to support you. Conversely, if other freshmen show greater potential, the resources will naturally be allocated to them. I will follow your teachings, Principal. Jiang Li nodded earnestly. Survival of the fittest was an iron law. Resources were limited and must be used wisely. But he was confident that no one could surpass him. Listen, I have high hopes for you. You must aim to be as dominant as Mu Qingxue, outshining the 5 top schools. When that happens, I'll also take pride in being your mentor, Lu Hong said with a broad smile, placing great expectations on Jiang Li. What made him so confident was not just Jiang Li's heavenly physique. On the way here, he had reviewed Jiang Li's records. From simulated exams to training camps and beast-tide rescues, his achievements were nothing short of astonishing. This was the real reason for his generosity. Lu Hong firmly believed that Jiang Li was a ancien millennium prodigy in the Federation. As long as resources kept up, his growth rate would defy all expectations. Lu Hong had missed the opportunity to mentor the legendary Mu Qingxue when he wasn't the principal, a regret he carried. Now that Jiang Li had appeared, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Hearing Mu Qingxue's name, Li Haobai and Fang Baiyun were visibly shaken. They had heard of this legend, often mentioned by their mentors. She was a true genius, dominating the 5 top schools, unmatched by anyone. To think that in Principal Lu's eyes, Jiang Li could be compared to her. Such praise was incredibly high. Jiang Li's heart was also in turmoil. Hearing his aunt's name again, he couldn't help but ask, Principal, I've also heard of Senior Mu Qingxue. Who is she really, to be so mysterious and unfathomable? Others also looked curious. Apart from Li Haobai and Fang Baiyun, who knew a bit more, the rest had only heard occasional mentions of this prodigy. Detailed information was always elusive. Meeting their expectant gazes, Lu Hong pondered for a moment. All right, I'll tell you today. But this involves confidential information, so you must not spread it. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Principal Lu's eyes seemed to gaze into the distance as if lost in memories. You all know that becoming a war god is not the end. But what lies beyond the war god stage? Very few people know. Now I'll tell you. Beyond the war god stage is a forbidden realm. Why is it called forbidden? Because once you step into this realm, you are no longer tolerated by the heavens and earth, and may even be rejected by the home planet. Therefore, forbidden powerhouses rarely appear in the public eye. This also relates to another hidden aspect of the Federation. You are not yet qualified to know the full picture. When you ascend to the war god stage, you will naturally understand. Telling you now would do you no good. Remember, a war god stands at the pinnacle of the human world. Destroying a city with a single blow is trivial. A forbidden existence, however, can cover the sky with one hand, devastating thousands of miles with a wave. This is no exaggeration. Those war god figures in your textbooks are actually at the forbidden level. Everyone was stunned. Even Jiang Li was shocked. A forbidden existence? Not tolerated by the heavens and earth? How could humans contend with the cosmos? Even with his cultivation at the imperial level, he could hardly imagine such a scene. but he had a vague feeling that this revelation might unravel some mysteries in his heart. Could my parents and aunt have reached the forbidden level? Could their disappearance be related to this hidden aspect of the Federation? Zhongli speculated silently. But what does this have to do with Mu Qingxue? Someone asked, puzzled. Lu Hong glanced at the questioner and continued. A family with a war god is called a war god family. A family with a forbidden protector is called a forbidden family. And Mu Qingxue comes from a forbidden family, the Mu family. The forbidden family. The Mu family. Everyone was stunned. Even Ji Chuan, who had his suspicions, was deeply shaken when he heard Mu Qingxue was indeed a descendant of the forbidden family. No wonder there were only bits and pieces of news about Senior Mu in school. It turned out she hailed from the forbidden family. Now, everything made sense. Li Haobai muttered to himself, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. Descendants of the forbidden family rarely appeared, but when they did, they would undoubtedly crush their peers. At this moment, everyone was in shock. Lu Hong had a faint smile in his eyes. These secrets shouldn't be spread, but with the terrifying power of the forbidden family about to emerge, there was no need to hide anything anymore. As for Zhongli, his mind was a blank. The beloved aunt who doted on him was actually a descendant of the forbidden family, and she was so extraordinary outside. No wonder she always said she had to go on a journey. It turned out she was suppressing the geniuses of the other 4 schools. Zhongli couldn't help but grumble internally. Auntie, you're something else. The Mu family. The forbidden family. Mom and Dad. You really are something. Zhongli finally understood that his mother, Mu Hanmei, must be a member of the Mu family, and his father's background was probably not simple either. These old folks. Zhongli was fuming. He had been fighting tooth and nail for resources, only to find out his parents were from a family even more powerful than the war god family. The feeling was really bittersweet, but he knew this was exactly what his parents would do. Though they loved him dearly, they always found ways to make him experience hardships, calling it tempering his mind. However, Zhongli soon felt something was off. Wait a minute. Even if Mom and Dad are unreliable, as members of the forbidden family, they should have arranged everything for me before they left. Auntie wouldn't just ignore me either. Could something have gone wrong? Zhongli frowned, lost in thought. Meanwhile, deep in the forbidden grounds of the Mu family, an old man who used to follow Mu Qingxue suddenly sneezed. He was in seclusion, cultivating, and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Who's talking about me? Shaking his head, the old man looked at the golden elixir floating in front of him, his eyes filled with fervor. The elixir mist bestowed upon me is indeed incredibly effective. Once I refine it, I'll be able to advance further. In at most 2 more months, I'll complete my cultivation and emerge successfully. Beyond the ancestral star is the true world. Unfortunately, my talent only allows me to remain a minor family head on the ancestral star branch. Sigh. The old man sighed deeply. Though the ancestral star was a holy land for humanity, it was a one-way trip. Who would want to be trapped here forever? But then he thought, if he took good care of Zhongli, when Miss and the eldest lady returned, he would surely be rewarded. Perhaps he could advance further. Based on the current timeline, young master should have just entered university. This elixir has taken much longer to refine than expected. Otherwise, I would have already emerged to accompany him. Fortunately, Black 1 and Black 2, 2 peak war god level guards, are by his side. So young master's life is not in danger. However, black armored guards lack emotions, and if young master is wronged, they might not even notice. Thankfully, it's only a matter of 2 or 3 months, so it's not a big problem. Given young master's talent, he shouldn't encounter any high-level figures yet. There's still time. Resolute, the old man focused again, accelerating the refinement of the elixir. Once he emerged from seclusion, he would protect Zhongli with his life. Back at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Zhongli frowned, unable to figure out the details. He decided to stop pondering. Now that he knew his parents and aunt were related to the forbidden family, it was simple. He just had to work hard in that direction. Zhongli gradually calmed down. All right, descendants of the forbidden family are indeed formidable, but you are all exceptional talents as well. With hard work, you might reach that level too. Lu Hong comforted everyone with a smile. Zhongli, in 3 days, the freshman tournament will take place. It's not only about mentor selection, but also has generous rewards. You must show your true skills. With that, Principal Liu and several teachers left, followed by the senior students. No matter how talented they were, the school couldn't protect them from everything. That would be raising spoiled children, not strong warriors. The freshman tournament? Zhongli muttered. He knew it was a tradition at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Every year, a tournament was held at the beginning of the freshman year. Many mentors would come to observe and select their favorite students, and the top 3 would receive incredible rewards. Jiangnan Martial Arts University always adhered to the principle of meritocracy. As Principal Liu said, if Zhongli was defeated by others, the resources would be redirected to those with greater potential. Jiang Li took a deep breath, his eyes burning with determination. He was confident in himself. Crushing his peers was the first step to rising. Whether they were from the war god family or talents cultivated by the Federation, he would cut them all down. Let's go. Jiang Li smiled at Ning Jing and the other two. He still had to visit the Heaven-class treasury. Ning Jing's eyes were full of envy. The Heaven-class treasury is the school's most precious collection, filled with rare treasures. It's not easy for students to get in. I can't believe Principal Liu opened this opportunity for you. No wonder those senior students were so jealous. Jiang Li realized. Ning Jing nodded. Of course, even top talents can't always enter the Heaven-class treasury. They must be envious of you. With this in mind, Jiang Li became even more excited. The group chatted and laughed as they arrived at the small courtyard where the Heaven-class treasury was located. From here, only Jiang Li could go in. Under the envious gazes of the three, he walked into the courtyard, followed the map, and finally found the door to the treasury. It was an ancient and heavy bronze door, exuding an aura of age, completely out of place with the Federation's technological feel. Jiang Li instinctively lightened his steps and even held his breath. But what shocked him the most was the one-armed old man sitting at the door. With just a casual glance, Jiang Li felt his soul tremble, as if facing a black hole that devoured everything. This feeling was something he had never encountered before. Even when Principal Liu was present, he had never experienced such a bizarre sensation. Senior, here is my token. Jiang Li respectfully handed over the token Principal Liu had given him, then stood aside, waiting for instructions. Jiang Li cautiously observed the elderly man before him. The old man's left sleeve hung empty, his skin was etched with deep wrinkles, and his cloudy eyes seemed covered by a veil of dust. At a glance, he looked like a centenarian on the brink of his final days. But Jiang Li dared not underestimate him. This was Jiangnan Martial University. Every person here was a true master. Senior, Jiang Li called out tentatively, finally pulling the old man from his reverie. You're here, the one-armed elder spoke, his voice surprisingly clear. Ah, greetings, senior. My name is Jiang Li. Principal Liu has granted me permission to select an item from the Heavenly Treasure Vault, Jiang Li said respectfully. The old man opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Jiang Li with a smile. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flashed in his gaze. Young Liu has a good eye this time. You may enter. Thank you, senior, Jiang Li said, overjoyed. As the elder's words fell, the ancient bronze door swung open. He eagerly stepped inside. Young man, there are many good things on the top shelf of the 12th row. You might want to take a look. The elder's voice floated from behind. You only have half an hour, so choose wisely and come out quickly. Thank you for the guidance, senior. Jiang Li gratefully imprinted the location in his mind. As soon as he entered, the dim treasure vault lit up with soft yellow lanterns, illuminating the space gently but clearly. Jiang Li scanned the room, astonished by what he saw. Rows of black wooden shelves were filled with various rare treasures, each accompanied by a description plaque. He suppressed his racing heart and began to browse carefully. 1 pound of black Xian gold, a rare mineral excavated from the depths of the wilderness, significantly enhances a warrior's chi. 1 yellow blood fruit, consuming it can purify one's blood to the next level, effective for anyone below the war god level. Thunder armor, wearing it grants combat power comparable to a war emperor, but it requires a massive amount of energy to operate. Puppet stones, sky blue vines. Each treasure left Jiang Li in awe. Just the black Xian gold alone, if integrated into his Black Moon battle blade, could multiply the blade's power several times. And the yellow blood fruit was even more astounding. Consuming it could elevate the blood quality of a war king to that of a war emperor. Though it comes with some drawbacks, the advantage is still terrifying. As for the thunder armor, its power was self-explanatory. Even an ordinary warrior could achieve war emperor level combat power by wearing it. Unfortunately, its energy consumption was too high, and Jiang Li, already at the emperor level, didn't need it. As he went through the treasures, Jiang Li's breathing quickened, and his excitement grew. Jiangnan Martial University's deep heritage was truly impressive, and their collection of treasures was well-deserved. No wonder his senior classmates were so envious. However, he could only choose one. Jiang Li took a few deep breaths, cleared his mind, and began to seriously select the treasure that best suited him. Although all the items were rare, they varied in grade and function. Some enhanced strength, while others provided external power. What he could find depended on his discernment. This was, in itself, a test. After satisfying his curiosity, Jiang Li headed straight for the 12th row of shelves. He couldn't forget the elder's guidance. Moving swiftly past the shelves, he abruptly stopped in front of the target location. A purple knife-shaped jade pendant caught his eye. Knife intent pendant aids in accelerating the comprehension of knife intent, read the brief description. Jiang Li's pupils contracted, and he immediately reached for the pendant. As soon as he touched it, he felt a powerful force hidden within. Simultaneously, The two types of half-step knife intent within him began to stir, far more active than usual. Zhongli closed his eyes to sense it, and when he reopened them, he was overjoyed. The comprehension speed has doubled. Do you know what this means? It means I can achieve small success and even great success in knife intent in half the time. Although the power within the pendant would eventually be exhausted, at this rate, it would last him until he reached great success in knife intent. Such a treasure. Truly a gem among gems. Zhongli smiled with satisfaction. No external power could compare to the improvement of his own strength. Initially, he had expected it would take him several days just to get started. But now, barring any surprises, he could have both his flame and thunder knife intents progressing together before the freshman competition. Moreover, he could continue to use the pendant's power for future training. As he advanced, especially after bridging the spiritual gap, the accumulation of qi and blood would become secondary. The key would be the comprehension of intent. This knife intent pendant was indeed a treasure that would significantly aid his progress. With it, Zhongli's growth speed could reach new heights. He made his decision almost instantly. Who exactly is that senior? Could he be a peerless master among war gods, or perhaps a forbidden existence? Zhongli was deeply moved. The elder had seen through the pendant's suitability for him at a glance, which meant he had fully understood Zhongli's cultivation. Normally, unless he revealed it himself, others couldn't discern his level. Such insight was truly terrifying. With a heart full of respect and gratitude, Zhongli lingered in the vault a bit longer before reluctantly heading out. One day, I'll come back here again, he vowed silently. As he exited, the bronze doors closed gently behind him, making him feel as if he had stepped into another world. The brief half-hour inside the vault had greatly expanded his horizons. It also made him realize that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. Have you chosen? The elder, still kind and gentle, asked. But Zhongli's respect for him had grown immensely. He bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have gained much. May I ask your name? Me? Just call me Dao Lao, the elder replied. Zhongli bowed again. Zhongli greets Dao Lao. Young man, you have a gift for the way of the blade. Train diligently and don't waste it, Dao Lao advised. I will heed your words, senior. I will strive to improve and live up to your expectations. Go on, then, Dao Lao waved his hand, looking somewhat tired, and returned to his meditative state. Not wanting to disturb him, Zhongli quietly left the courtyard. Jiangnan Martial University truly lives up to its reputation. With such profound heritage, he marveled inwardly. Such exceptional treasures would be rare to find even once in 10 years elsewhere. Outside, his three friends were still waiting patiently. Seeing Zhongli emerge, they tactfully refrained from asking about the treasure. Though curious, they respected his privacy and were of good character. Under Ningjing's guidance, they quickly completed the registration process. The distinction between internal and external students would be determined after the freshman competition. For now, the three of them stayed in temporary dormitories. Fortunately, Jiangnan Martial University had plenty of small courtyards, making their stay quite comfortable. Night had fallen by then. Zhongli sat cross-legged, the knife intent pendant around his neck emitting a faint, purple glow. Tonight is the best time for my dual knife intents to progress and achieve a breakthrough. The term, half-step blade intent, doesn't refer to a literal half-step. It signifies a gradual accumulation process from half-step to initial mastery, a process no one can skip. When Zhongli first realized the flame blade intent, he reached this stage. Later, in the Thunder Swamp, he also comprehended the half-step Thunderblade intent. Although he started learning the Thunderblade intent a bit later, Zhongli's remarkable accumulation in Thunderblade techniques has brought the gap between the two intents to a minimal difference. If he continues to train steadily, he could break through both within 3 to 4 days. Now, with the aid of this blade intent pendant, he could seize the opportunity to push both intents to the entry level in one go. Zhongli sat cross-legged, using his soul perception, which was over 5 times stronger than usual, to communicate with the pendant. This was his current limit. If he could increase it by another fold, he would be ready to tackle the 3rd level of the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Buzz. Rings of faint purple ripples emanated from the pendant, slowly surrounding Zhongli. In an instant, he felt his comprehension of blade intent accelerate, advancing further on top of the already 1,000-fold amplification. It was as if a booster had been added, with the essence of the blade continuously flooding his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pendant trembled lightly, and the flame blade intent was rapidly approaching completeness. Although it claimed to double the effect, the pendant's impact from half-step to entry level seemed extraordinarily significant, far exceeding a mere double boost. Time passed second by second. Who knows how long had gone by? Boom. With a thunderous roar, a fiery, burning intent surged through his mind, its momentum several times stronger than before. The flame blade intent had reached entry level. Seizing the moment, Zhongli fully immersed himself in comprehending the thunder blade intent. This time, the progress was even faster. By the time dawn broke and the morning light spread across the land, another deafening roar echoed in his mind. It felt as though the entire world had become clearer. The domineering and violent thunder blade intent intertwined with the extraordinary flame blade intent, creating an unprecedented sense of pressure that even distorted the surrounding air. Both the thunder and flame blade intents had reached entry level. Zhongli opened his eyes and couldn't help but laugh heartily. The difference between half-step and entry level was indeed vast. His strength had advanced further, and according to combat power standards, he could now match a 2-star battle emperor. Feeling the mysterious power in the pendant, which was less than half depleted, Zhongli clutched it tightly. At this rate, it should be enough to train both blade intents to perfection. If only I could find more treasures like this in the future, he mused. Having dual blade intents naturally consumed more resources, which was unavoidable. After this thought, Zhongli drew his black moon sword and began practicing his signature techniques. Even without activating his blood energy, the blade intents alone gave his flame extreme wild blade and thunder annihilation / astonishing power. Red and purple blade auras switched seamlessly, flowing smoothly and showcasing Zhang Li's profound mastery in blade techniques. At this moment, both level combat skills had naturally stepped into the realm of intent due to the entry-level blade intents. After some intensive training and practice, Zhang Li had a clear understanding of the cultivation system. At the Battle Emperor stage, regardless of whether it was combat skills or battle techniques, all roads led to the same destination. For combat skills, the intent level beyond a level skills was essentially the comprehension of intent, such as blade intent or sword intent. Achieving intent level in a level skills inevitably meant that a certain intent had reached entry level. They complemented each other and were indispensable. At this level, a level combat skills had transcended their original scope and could be more accurately described as quasi-level. True level combat skills required not only the refinement of blood energy, but also the foundation of a minor completion level intent. In other words, many battle emperors were not qualified to train in level combat skills. Even if they had access to them, they could only look on in envy. Similarly, S-level combat skills corresponded to complete level intents, which were the domain of battle gods. The reason why it's easier to train in thunder annihilation / separately is that a gradual approach is more conducive to comprehending intent. As for battle techniques, the principle is the same. Micro level corresponds to blood energy techniques, mastery level to the use of momentum, and flawless level to touching upon intent. Ultimately, whether combat skills or battle techniques, the key lies in intent. Whoever can comprehend and utilize intent more deeply and integrate it better with their blood energy will have greater combat power. Therefore, looking at the Battle Emperor level, aside from external factors, a person's strength boils down to two main aspects: blood energy and intent. Of course, there's one more thing worth mentioning: secret techniques. Zhang Li's extraordinary combat power was due to his exceptionally pure blood energy, dual entry-level blade intents, and the robust physique forged by the 9 transformations divine demon body. These factors combined to give him his current terrifying strength, comparable to a 2-star battle emperor. Secret techniques often unleash astonishing power, either by multiplying blood energy in a short time or by maximizing affinity with certain attributes. I'll hold off on spending these 100,000 credits for now. I'll wait to choose a mentor and get their advice on whether to train in secret techniques or level combat skills, Zhang Li thought. After all, once these credits were spent, earning more wouldn't be easy. With only a few days until the start of the semester, he could afford to wait. Moreover, with the freshman competition just around the corner, preparing for that alone was enough to keep him busy. His next training goal was to quickly enhance his blood energy and deepen his blade intents, laying the foundation for training in more advanced combat skills in the future. True masters, though they start by learning from predecessors, eventually blaze their own trails and create their unique combat skills. Over the next 3 days, Zhang Li occasionally hung out with Gu Shang and Ji Chuan, exploring the campus, but he spent most of his time training. After all, it was just a few days before the semester started, and they were among the earliest to arrive. During this period, several prodigious new students appeared, including a few intermediate battle kings and many with special constitutions, creating a spectacular scene. Even Ji Chuan, a descendant of a battle god family, felt the pressure. Although being an initial battle king was rare among the 100,000 new students, breaking into the top 5 in the competition was still incredibly challenging. This batch of new students was extraordinarily talented. In the midst of everyone's nervous yet excited anticipation, 3 days flew by. By morning, the central field was bustling. Not only did the new students flock there, but many seniors also came to witness the rising stars. This was the annual event at Jiangnan Martial University, and everyone wanted to see which prodigious talents had emerged. Zhang Li awoke from his meditation, feeling the surge of his blood energy, and couldn't help but smile. These 3 days hadn't been wasted. His cultivation had reached the high Battle King level. The freshman competition will be the starting point of my rise, the beginning of my renown. His eyes burned with fighting spirit and determination. This battle was a must-win. As the competition approached, Zhang Li's aura was overwhelming, his battle intent surging. The central field is vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 new students and several times that number of spectators. The scale of Jiangnan martial arts university rivals that of a small base city, making the arrangement of such an enormous field a breeze. At this moment, the field is teeming with people at least 300,000. Faces brimming with excitement, these young individuals engage in enthusiastic conversations about their future. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone present is among the Federation's elite, destined to become at least warlord-level powerhouses upon graduation. Zhang Li and his two companions stood amidst the crowd, their eyes filled with amazement. Even Zhang Li, who had experienced the crisis of beast tides, felt his blood boil. The atmosphere of peer competition here was far more exhilarating than in the special recruitment training camp. 1/5 of the Federation's top talents were gathered here, and no one wanted to be outdone. More importantly, the better they performed in the competition, the richer the rewards and the greater the chances of being favored by mentors. Ji Chuan's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. As a descendant of a war god family, he didn't care much for the training camp's resources, but the resources of the top 5 universities were beyond even his family's reach. Gu Shang's desire was even stronger. Coming from a humble background, he hoped to rise above others. Receiving guidance from a gold-tier mentor would be the highest honor. On the high platform, the imposing figures attracted the eager gazes of all the students. Zhang Li and Ji Chuan straightened their backs simultaneously. Ji Chuan explained in a low voice, "The mentors at Jiangnan Martial Arts University are divided into 3 tiers: gold, silver, and bronze. These people will be closely associated with us for the next 4 years and will determine more than half of our future. Every gold-tier mentor is a war god-level powerhouse, silver-tier mentors are at the war emperor level, and bronze-tier mentors are war king level. With nearly 100,000 new students and only a few thousand mentors, the disparity in supply and demand meant that many students would be unable to apprentice under a mentor and would have to attend public classes. This is one of the main reasons for holding the freshman competition. Students choose their mentors, and mentors also select students. Naturally, those with talent and strong willpower are more favored." In the first row of the high platform, Principal Kang Jinyan sat in the central position. Lu Hong asked in surprise, "Principal, why did you personally come to the freshman competition this time?" Kang Jinyan, with a serious expression, simply replied, "I heard there are a few outstanding talents among this year's freshmen, so I came to take a look." However, his heart was in turmoil. Since the end of the federal conference, he knew that time was running out for humanity. The purpose of his visit was to find promising talents to prepare for the impending crisis. After a moment of contemplation, Kang Jinyan made a significant decision. "Old Lu, double the usual credit rewards for this freshman competition. Additionally, the top 10 in the warrior group can enter the human-level treasury, the top 3 in the warlord group can enter the earth-level treasury, and the first place in the war king group can enter the heaven-level treasury." This decision immediately caused a stir. Someone urgently reminded, "Principal, the resources in the 3 treasuries are the result of the school's years of accumulation. If we squander them recklessly, Jiangnan Martial Arts University might decline in a few years." Kang Jinyan smiled helplessly and waved his hand. "I understand the gravity of the situation, but time is running out. If humanity perishes, what use are the resources left behind? In extraordinary times, we can't be too rigid. Let's proceed as planned." Everyone fell silent, realizing that the threat facing the Federation was more severe than they had imagined. The beast disturbance this time was coming with unprecedented ferocity. Seeing the heavy expressions on everyone's faces, Kang Jinyan patted Lu Hong's shoulder, trying to lighten the mood. "All right, don't look so glum. The Federation has accumulated strength over many years. We won't be defeated so easily. Come on, Old Lu, introduce me to a few of the top talents among this year's freshmen." His gaze fell on Zhang Li in the distance, and he couldn't help but be curious. That young fellow looks promising. When the topic shifted to the new students, Lu Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The exceptional quality of this year's freshmen had become a hot topic both on and off campus. The top-tier mentors and school administrators unanimously agreed that this might be the most outstanding batch since the school's founding. In previous years, attracting 3 to 5 top mentors was considered impressive, but this year, 10 had come, drawn by the extraordinary potential of the new students. Kang Jinyan's gaze inadvertently fell on Zhang Li, a detail that Lu Hong immediately noticed. Seizing the opportunity, he flattered Kang, "Principal, your vision is truly sharp. This young man, Zhang Li, possesses an all-type heavenly physique and has already reached the intermediate battle king level. He is undoubtedly a top contender for the championship." "An all-type heavenly physique?" Kang Jinyan's eyes flashed as he scrutinized Zhang Li from a distance. For someone of his caliber, the distance was negligible. His vital energy is well contained. He is indeed a promising talent. However, with an all-type heavenly physique, his cultivation speed should be faster. Why is he only at the intermediate Battle King level? Lu Hong, well-versed in Jiang Li's background, explained. Jiang Li comes from a modest background, and his early resources were somewhat lacking. But that's not a significant issue. It might have delayed him by a month or so. I've already allocated him 100,000 credits, and I believe his progress at the Battle King stage will be rapid. Kang Jinyan nodded approvingly, satisfied with Lu Hong's management. He had always focused on external affairs while Lu Hong handled internal matters, and their cooperation kept the school running smoothly. This young man is indeed a good prospect. Given enough time, breaking through the forbidden realm is within reach. Are there any other notable freshmen? Lu Hong, eager to showcase the talent, began listing the brilliant new stars. From Yin Jun, the prodigious scion of the Yin family, to the Li twins with their dual cultivation of ice and fire, and Yuan Shun, the swordsmanship genius with his near-mastered sword intent, each one was a rare talent. So, is Jiang Li, with his all-type heavenly physique, actually the weakest? Kang Jinyan couldn't help but ask. Lu Hong laughed and revealed the truth. Principal, you might not know, but Jiang Li displayed near-battle emperor strength during the Beast Tide siege at base 131. He even slew an emperor-level beast in the Thunder Swamp. He's definitely the top contender for the championship. Hearing this, Kang Jinyan once again turned his gaze to Jiang Li, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Then I'll look forward to it. Then, Lu Hong soared into the air, overlooking the entire field. He announced the grand rewards for the competition. Not only would the credits be doubled, but there would also be a precious opportunity to enter the treasure vault. This news was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Jiang Li's eyes burned with intense passion. Although 20,000 credits were not particularly enticing to him, the opportunity to access the heavenly treasure vault made his heart race. He silently vowed that the first place would be his. Ji Chuan, although equally eager, was well aware of the gap between himself and the top position. He aimed to rank as high as possible to earn more credits and attract the attention of the top mentors. Boss Jiang, you better watch out. The other four are not to be trifled with, Ji Chuan reminded. Jiang Li nodded slowly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He could feel several intense gazes on him, and a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on. Fight. At that moment, everyone's fighting spirit reached its peak, fueled by the rich rewards and the thrill of competing with their peers. High above, Lu Hong watched the enthusiastic freshman and loudly declared, "Then, I announce that the freshman entrance competition officially begins." As Lu Hong finished speaking, the central field underwent a remarkable transformation. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, the lush green lawn neatly subsided, and 100 square platforms, each 100 meters wide, slowly rose in an orderly fashion, perfectly positioned at the focal point of everyone's view. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he marveled at the technological prowess of Jiangnan Martial Arts High School. Despite his awe, both he and Gu Sheng remained composed, patiently awaiting their turn. The competition was divided into 3 levels: the Warrior Group, the War General Group, and the War King Group. The event began with the Warrior Group, which had the largest number of participants. Although this level might not seem impressive to true prodigies, it was the most engaging for the majority of freshmen. Jiang Li quietly observed as one ambitious figure after another leaped onto the platforms, reflecting on how these seemingly ordinary contestants at Jiangnan Martial Arts High School would be considered top talents at other schools. Without the help of his system, he doubted he would even qualify for the top 5 martial arts schools. The harsh reality of the martial arts world was that a small difference in talent could lead to vastly different destinies. The Warrior Group competition concluded swiftly, with a striking young girl emerging as the champion. Her performance was so outstanding that a silver medal instructor immediately took her on as a disciple, stirring envy among the freshmen. Next up was the War General Group. The platforms transformed again, merging into 10 larger arenas. Gu Sheng, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, bid farewell to his friends and charged into the battlefield without hesitation. Jiang Li and Ji Chuan cheered him on, while also carefully observing each match to enrich their own martial arts knowledge. Gu Sheng's performance was commendable as he advanced through the rounds. His potential was so remarkable that even the head of the Blade Martial Institute, Liang Yong, took notice, secretly deciding to admit this young talent into the institute. However, in the round of 16, Gu Sheng faced an heir from a war god family. This opponent not only had peak war general level blood energy, but also displayed strength comparable to a war king. Despite his valiant effort, Gu Sheng was narrowly defeated. Returning to his seat, Gu Sheng felt a tinge of regret but remained undeterred. Ji Chuan sincerely praised him. "Gu Sheng, you're incredible." This heartfelt compliment held significant weight, as Ji Chuan, being an heir to a war god family himself, was usually quite proud. Their friendship was largely thanks to Jiang Li, but today, Gu Sheng proved his own worth through his fierce battles. Zhang Li also smiled and praised. Not bad, old Gu. I bet even Ding Bian wouldn't be a match for you now. Their conversation was filled with mutual respect and camaraderie, showcasing the deep bond between them. With the war general group concluded, the atmosphere in the arena heated up. All eyes were now on the massive arena formed by the merging of 10 platforms. This 1,000-meter square stage stood tall, heralding the imminent War King group competition. These prodigies, standing at the pinnacle of the Federation, were each one in a billion, representing the nation's future. Even the previously relaxed upperclassmen straightened their backs. Principal Kong Jinyan, along with other school leaders and gold medal instructors, watched with eager anticipation. These War King-level prodigies were the school's most valuable assets, and who would ultimately rise to the top depended on their true capabilities. Lu Hong's resonant voice echoed through the sky once more. I declare the start of the War King group in the newcomer tournament. 32-16, first match, Zhang Li versus Qi Xiao. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned, surprised to be the first to compete. Ji Chuan and Gu Sheng exchanged a knowing look, silently sympathizing with Qi Xiao's luck. How many moves do you think? Ji Chuan asked with a smile. Gu Sheng, rare to smile, replied, I bet one. Ha ha ha, great minds think alike. They laughed together, feeling a hint of pity for the unfortunate Qi Xiao. Poor guy, Qi Xiao. Zhang Li versus Qi Xiao. As Lu Hong's voice echoed, the arena erupted in excitement. In just 3 days, the freshmen had already figured out who the true prodigies were. The names of the 5 great prodigies had spread like wildfire, and today, the standout among them, Zhang Li, would make his debut. In the audience, discussions were rampant. Some marveled at Zhang Li's exceptional test scores, others admired his handsome features, and there were even infatuated girls screaming their hearts out for him. Amidst the noise, a few discordant voices could be heard, casting skeptical glances at the young man standing under the spotlight. Li Haobai sat calmly in a corner and turned to ask the drowsy Fang Baiyun beside him, who do you think will win? Fang Baiyun lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, isn't it obvious? It has to be Zhang Li. Li Haobai nodded slightly but pondered to himself. Qi Xiao hails from a family of war gods. His strength is not to be underestimated. If Zhang Li wants to prove he's worthy of the prodigy title, he'll need to show some real skill. On the 1,000-meter stage, Qi Xiao lightly tapped his toes, and fiery wings unfurled from his back as he gracefully landed in the center. This move immediately drew gasps from the crowd, with a hint of pride flashing in Qi Xiao's eyes. He calculated silently, though his cultivation was only at the War King level, he was confident he could challenge even a high-level War King. The 5 great prodigies? Today, he would prove that title was nothing but a joke. Zhang Li, come up here and accept your defeat. Qi Xiao shouted provocatively. The crowd buzzed, the air thick with tension. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned, but then chuckled softly. If you're so eager to lose, I'll grant you that wish. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Li transformed into a streak of purple lightning, appearing instantly opposite Qi Xiao. This astonishing speed left the freshmen in awe, filling them with anticipation for the upcoming battle. Qi Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but quickly returned to normal. He sneered, grant me a defeat? Zhang, you must be deluded by the title of the 5 great prodigies. Today, I'll show you what a war god's family is capable of. Zhang Li raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, do you think the 5 great prodigies are just a bunch of nobodies? Qi Xiao's face changed instantly, hastily defending himself. Don't twist my words. It's you I look down upon, Zhang Li. Do you even deserve to be among the 5 great prodigies? You've lowered their standards. Take this. As Lu Hong's countdown ended, Qi Xiao made the first move. His metal staff erupted in flames, a powerful fire-based staff technique that grew stronger with each strike. Qi Xiao knew his strengths and weaknesses well, opting to strike first to build momentum. Boom! Flames roared, engulfing half the stage. The freshmen were left in shock, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Zhang Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise, silently praising. As expected of a war god's descendant, he has some skill. Yet, he felt no pressure, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and unperturbed. In the audience, someone mocked, Zhang Li really is lowering the standards of the 5 great prodigies. Even I, a mere warrior, can see that Qi Xiao is building momentum, and he can't? Ridiculous. Ji Chuan glanced back and said softly, isn't it possible that Zhang Li isn't unaware but simply doesn't bother to interrupt? Gu Sheng, rarely disagreeing, retorted. You really think you know it all, huh? Ji Chuan and Gu Sheng exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They understood Zhang Li's intention, to crush his opponent at their peak moment. They eagerly awaited to see how this duel would astound everyone. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the duel between Zhang Li and Qi Xiao reached a fever pitch. On the arena, The two figures clashed like blazing flames, one standing tall with pride, the other poised to strike. The air was thick with a suffocating tension, as if the next moment would unleash an earth-shattering collision. Qi Zhao's aura had peaked, surpassing the typical level of an advanced battle king. His arrogant gaze swept over Jiangli, who stood with his hands behind his back, and he laughed in his fury. Very well. You'll pay for your arrogance and conceit. With a roar, Qi Zhao leapt into the air, wielding his long staff that transformed into a massive fiery arc, bearing down on Jiangli. The surging flames formed a colossal shadow, so overwhelming that the surrounding warrior-level newcomers instinctively stepped back. However, just as the massive flaming staff was about to descend, an extreme sharpness burst forth from Jiangli. It was a wild and scorching power, capable of incinerating everything in its path, embodying an infinite sharpness, the intent of the flaming blade. Everyone was stunned. The newcomers were left speechless, and even those who had previously dismissed Jiangli now closed their mouths. This wasn't just a mere hint of blade intent. It was the true entry-level blade intent. Jiangli's gaze remained calm, a stark contrast to Qi Zhao's ferocious expression. He smiled slightly and said softly, "Playing with fire in front of me? Then let me grant you defeat." Before his words faded, the flaming blade intent erupted, its sharp power surging forth like a tidal wave, pushing back the flaming staff shadow inch by inch. Jiang Li didn't even draw his blade. He simply extended his jade-like right hand and made a slight downward slash. A small flame knife, about the size of a palm, appeared. It was the deadly move from the Extreme Flame Blade technique, Extreme Flame Burst. The crimson knife, filled with terrifying blade energy, seemed like a docile beast in Jiang Li's hand, gracefully charging towards the massive staff shadow. With a thunderous crash, the flame knife collided with the flaming staff shadow. In an instant, searing flames erupted, and the blade energy roared out. The seemingly insignificant knife unleashed Niroya-level power. Under this terrifying force, the massive staff shadow shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into sparks that vanished into the air. The flame knife, undeterred, flew towards Qi Zhao. His face turned pale with terror. He couldn't believe his full-force attack was so effortlessly neutralized. Frantically, he swung his long staff, his blood energy surging, but the flame knife relentlessly targeted his throat, sending chills down his spine. Finally, just as the flame knife was about to reach Qi Zhao, it suddenly dissipated. Qi Zhao, feeling like he had narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground. He cast a resentful glance at Jiangli before fleeing the arena without looking back. Jiangli frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed. At Jiangnan Martial Arts High School, even the families of battle gods dared not act recklessly. Lu Hong announced loudly, "First match of the top 32 to top 16. Jiangli wins." The spectators finally snapped out of their daze, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Jiangli. Without a doubt, Jiangli had proven his worth as one of the 5 prodigies with his strength. At this moment, no one doubted Jiang Li's strength anymore. With that earth-shattering strike, Jiang Li stepped on Qi Zhao's head, proving his prowess with undeniable power. The intent of the blade. And it wasn't just a hint of it. This alone was enough to silence all the naysayers. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. That strike just now was close to emperor level. Even Yuan Shen, one of the 5 prodigies, had to reassess this opponent. He thought to himself, close to emperor-level strength is not to be underestimated. However, going all out from the start is not wise. Yuan Shen adhered to a low-key and conservative approach, determined to reveal his true strength only at the critical moment. The twin sisters, Li Yutong and Li Yumeng, exchanged glances, their contrasting physiques giving them extra confidence. Li Yumeng smiled and said, "Sister, this Jiang Li seems even stronger than Yin Jun and Yuan Shan. The mastery of blade intent makes him difficult to deal with." Li Yutong, with a frosty demeanor, calmly replied, "He is indeed strong. But if that's all he has, he's not yet my match." Unexpectedly, Yin Jun, the human juggernaut, was thrilled. He laughed heartily, his muscles rippling with immense power. "Great. The stronger, the better. I can't wait to see if your blade intent is stronger or my fists are harder." Instantly, the battle intent of the 5 prodigies soared, causing ripples in the air. Other warlord-level talents were not to be outdone, joining the fray eagerly. The new students were all excited, itching to jump onto the stage and showcase their skills. This scene brought smiles to the faces of the school's upper management. Principal Kong Jinyan's eyes were filled with delight. "These youngsters are extraordinary. I can't wait to see who will emerge victorious." Then, Lu Hong announced the next matchup. One was a descendant of the God of War family, and the other was someone with a special constitution cultivated by the Federation. As soon as the match started, both fighters unleashed their skills, battling fiercely. In the end, the one with the special constitution narrowly won. Thus, One intense battle after another unfolded, leaving the audience enthralled. Zhang Li watched intently, constantly absorbing insights. He could feel his foundation deepening, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Finally, Ji Chuan took the stage. Zhang Li and Gu Sheng cheered for their friend. Ji Chuan's strength was formidable, steadily overpowering another descendant of the god of war family and advancing to the top 16. Zhang Li could see clearly that Ji Chuan's spear techniques had reached perfection, and he was on the path of mastering spear intent. The last 4 battles featured the remaining 4 prodigies. Li Yuming was the first to take the stage, facing an entry-level warlord. Her smile was radiant, but her methods were astonishing. Purple flames seemed ready to incinerate everything, perfectly combining her fire attribute special constitution with her combat skills. With one punch, she unleashed near-emperor level power, instantly defeating her opponent. Li Yutong glanced proudly at Zhang Li, a slight smile on her lips, as if to say, "See, I'm not weaker than you." In the following matches, the prodigies displayed their unique abilities. Yin Jun opted for close combat, resolving his fight with a single whip kick. Zhang Li's eyes lit up, noticing that Yin Jun's physique seemed to integrate with his blood energy in a special way. Inspired, Zhang Li immediately closed his eyes to comprehend, afraid of missing this sudden enlightenment. Li Yutong's attack was even more domineering. With a single point, the white profound ice power seemed ready to freeze everything, easily defeating her opponent. Yuan Shun, on the other hand, took a more conventional approach, defeating his opponent without revealing much of his strength. Thus, the top 16 were decided. Meanwhile, Zhang Li remained in his state of enlightenment. At this moment, Zhang Li's mind was brimming with various flashes of inspiration. Within his body, his blood flowed like a mighty river, continuously washing through his meridians. His originally robust and resilient physique began to undergo an inexplicable transformation. A mysterious connection started to form between his physical strength and his blood energy, as if they were about to merge. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Zhang Li controlled his blood energy, pushing it to the limit. If he succeeded, his formidable body, cultivated through the 9 revolutions divine demon technique, would no longer just serve as an aid but would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Meanwhile, high above, Principal Lu announced the start of the top 16 advancing to the top 8. This kid seems to be having an epiphany. Lu Hong was taken aback. He had initially planned to have Zhang Li open the first match, but upon noticing Zhang Li's epiphany, he immediately changed his mind. Epiphanies are rare and precious opportunities. Interrupting one could make it difficult to resume. Laughing to himself, he began choosing other participants. The selection of the top 16 to top 8 competitors was not random but based on evaluations by the school's senior officials, with Lu Hong merely announcing the results. However, minor adjustments to the order posed no problem. The battle for the top 8 officially began. Without a doubt, the freshmen who made it to the top 16 were all prodigies, strong even among the war kings. They were more powerful than many instructors from the special training camp. Each match thrilled the new students, filling them with anticipation and the hope that one day they too could be that strong. The 5 champions continued to impress. Except for Yuan Shun, who took a bit longer to defeat his opponents, the other 3 were overwhelmingly dominant, finishing their matches in just a few moves. This solidified their status as the top 5, far surpassing other geniuses. Yuan Shin, however, faced increasing skepticism. Many doubted his abilities, suspecting he was overrated. But Yuan Shan remained calm, reflecting on his performance after each battle. Ji Chuan, unfortunately, was eliminated in the top 16. Despite his strength, his opponent was equally formidable. Among the 16, several had reached the intermediate war king level. Ji Chuan faced one such opponent and narrowly lost. However, his performance was outstanding, even making a breakthrough at a critical moment, almost grasping the essence of the spear technique. This caught the attention of a distinguished spear-wielding instructor, who immediately took him on as a student, earning the envy of many. After all, everyone fought hard to gain the favor of the elite instructors. With personal guidance from a war god, one's martial path would be much smoother. Ji Chuan had taken the first step, his face full of joy. Though defeated, he had achieved his goal. His talent in spear techniques was exceptional, and with ample time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Soon, the final match arrived. Only Zhang Li and a dark-skinned boy remained. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the battle. In the previous round, Zhang Li's stunning performance, where he instantly defeated Qi Xiao with his flame blade technique, had won him a large fan base, especially among the girls, who became his loyal supporters. Now, they eagerly awaited his appearance. Lu Hong pondered whether to interrupt Zhang Li's epiphany. Fortunately, Zhang Li's epiphany was nearing its end, and the mysterious aura around him gradually dissipated, allowing Lu Hong to breathe a sigh of relief. This kid, what did he realize? He wondered with a smile. Announcing loudly, The final match of the top 16 to top 8, Zhang Li vs. He Wuxiang. The crowd erupted with excitement, the atmosphere more electric than ever. Zhang Li's extraordinary talent, strength, and handsome appearance had made him even more popular than the other four champions, rivaled only by the twin sisters. The dark-skinned boy named He Wuxiang clenched his fists, feeling a bit nervous. Zhang Li's earlier display was astonishing, his near-royal level combat power creating immense pressure. My blood purity is 4 times that of an average person. I'm best at close combat. If I can get in close, I might have a chance, He Wuxiang thought. He possessed a special blood constitution, with incredibly pure blood energy and several close combat techniques. His fists were as hard as a great alloy. Without a word, He Wuxiang stepped onto the stage, feeling the pressure from the cheers for Zhang Li. At the same time, Zhang Li awoke from his epiphany, a hint of regret in his eyes. It's a pity, I only managed to initially combine my blood energy with my physical strength, not as perfectly as Yin Jun, he thought. If Yin Jun knew this, he would probably curse on the spot. I've spent over a decade perfecting my technique, and you almost mastered it in one epiphany? And you're still not satisfied? Zhang Li licked his lips and smiled, looking forward to a potential match with Yin Jun to further refine his skills. If not in this tournament, he would seek out Yin Jun in the future. Once his 9 revolutions divine demon body fully merged with his blood energy, his strength would skyrocket. Even now, Zhang Li's combat power had significantly increased. He smiled, lightly stomped his foot, and soared into the air, landing steadily in the center of the stage, drawing gasps from the audience. This was the result of his recent epiphany, the combination of physical strength and blood energy. Experts could immediately tell his prowess. He Wuxiang's pupils contracted, impressed by Zhang Li's pure blood energy and formidable physique. Yin Jun, in the audience, stood up in disbelief. How could he know? This technique is a closely guarded secret of my family. Instantly, Zhang Li's importance skyrocketed in Yin Jun's mind. Is it a coincidence? Or has my family's secret been leaked? Yin Jun decided to investigate after the tournament. Yin Jun suppressed his agitation, focusing on the match. Zhang Li, noticing He Wuxiang's calloused fists and pure blood energy, felt a surge of excitement. Having just completed his epiphany, facing a close combat expert was perfect timing. Both fighters' eyes gleamed with battle intent. Fight! With no further words, as soon as Lu Hong's countdown ended, they charged at each other, transforming into 2 blurs heading for a clash. As the eyes of countless freshmen watched in awe, a breathtaking duel erupted on the arena stage. Zhang Li and He Wuxiang clashed like 2 bolts of lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving only fleeting afterimages crisscrossing in the air. Their movements resembled 2 ferocious beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle, engaging in a suffocating close-quarters combat. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed like a torrential downpour, reverberating above the arena and striking a chord in every spectator's heart. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Li did not unleash his fearsome flame blade technique. Instead, he chose the most primal and pure form of Combathandahand. This decision brought a flicker of joy to He Wuxiang's heart, as close combat was his pride and specialty. Arrogant, He Wuxiang thought, his eyes cold as steel. His fists, seemingly forged from iron, roared through the air, creating visible ripples. However, when Zhang Li met his attack with equal ferocity, a sense of unease crept into He Wuxiang's heart. Those seemingly slender fists contained terrifying power, each strike capable of tearing through the air and shaking the surroundings. The audience was left slack-jawed, their breaths caught in their throats. They had initially thought Zhang Li's decision to forego his flame blade was overconfidence, but now they witnessed his formidable prowess in close combat. Beneath his white training uniform lay a body harboring strength comparable to that of a peak battle king. Not only did Zhang Li hold his ground, but he also steadily gained the upper hand, shattering everyone's expectations. Yin Jun stood to the side, his eyes sharp and focused on Zhang Li's every move. He keenly observed that while Zhang Li also pursued the path of combining physical strength and vital energy, there were subtle yet crucial differences from the Yin family's ancestral techniques. This discovery brought both relief and intense curiosity. His regard for Zhang Li soared to unprecedented heights, surpassing that for the other 3 prodigies. I must fight him one day, Yin Jun silently vowed, his blood already boiling with anticipation. The battle grew increasingly intense, with sonic booms from the tearing air creating a violent symphony above the arena. Zhang Li fought with mounting vigor, clearly sensing his own progress. The fusion of his physical body and vital energy became increasingly seamless, and his strength seemed to grow visibly. In stark contrast, He Wuxiang felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. As Zhang Li's opponent, he keenly felt the suffocating pressure. From barely holding his own at the start to now being completely overwhelmed, He Wuxiang's shock was beyond measure. He finally realized the insurmountable gap between himself and a true prodigy. High above, Lu Hong and the others were dumbfounded. Zhang Li's display was not just of unparalleled close combat skills, but also of astonishing insight. Principal Kong Jinyin was ecstatic, his eyes gleaming with pride. The head of the Blade Martial Arts Academy was equally pleased, as if he could already see the boundless potential of the future. Finally, Zhang Li unleashed a punch that stirred up waves of air, resembling a white tsunami. He Wushang was blasted off the stage by the terrifying blow, falling under the stunned gazes of the crowd. However, this exhilarating battle seemed merely an appetizer. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhang Li looked towards Yin Jun, his eyes burning with unfulfilled desire. Their gazes locked, and the battle intent in their eyes erupted like a volcano. No words were needed, their thoughts were already aligned. The atmosphere in the arena instantly ignited, the audience's enthusiasm surging like a tidal wave. At that moment, Zhang Li laughed heartily, his voice brimming with fighting spirit and desire. Yin Jun, dare you face me in battle? The arena erupted in a frenzy. On the stage, Zhang Li and Yin Jun were like two towering pillars of fire, their intense energy interweaving in the air to create a spectacular scene. This was the result of their unique technique of merging physical strength and vital energy, a display so powerful that the surrounding freshmen had to take several steps back. Yin Jun's massive, bull-like frame shook with laughter as he responded with bravado, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Having witnessed Zhang Li's astonishing physical prowess, he was more eager than anyone for this showdown. Two of the five great prodigies were about to clash, and the entire crowd erupted in excitement. Initially, everyone was speculating about the matchups for the semifinals, but no one expected Zhang Li to issue a direct challenge. Standing tall on the stage like an unsheathed sword, he drew everyone's attention. The audience was abuzz with admiration for Zhang Li's courage. Zhang Li truly deserves to be the leader of the five great prodigies. His boldness is unmatched, someone exclaimed. Yin Jun isn't a pushover. For Zhang Li to challenge him directly, he must be very confident, another person analyzed. However, some were more cautious. Courage alone isn't enough. We need to see their actual performance. Besides, will the school even allow a change in the scheduled matches? All eyes turned to Lu Hong, waiting for the school's decision. After a quick discussion among the high-ups, Principal Kong Jinyin made the call. Let them fight. I want to see who will be the king of physical strength this year. With approval granted, Lu Hong announced loudly, "All right, the match is on." First battle of the quarterfinals. Zhang Li versus Yin Jun. The crowd went wild, their eyes darting between the two competitors, speculating who would emerge victorious in this first clash among the five great prodigies. The other three prodigies watched intently. Li Yutong's icy expression turned serious, Li Yuming dropped her usual nonchalance, and even the meditative Yuan Shun opened his eyes to witness the spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin Jun leaped into the air like a cannonball, landing heavily opposite Zhang Li. His body radiated a palpable power that made the air tremble. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he projected an invisible pressure that was hard to ignore. With a ripping sound, Yin Jun tore off his shirt like a wild beast, revealing his rock-like muscles. The sight was so shocking that some freshmen subconsciously swallowed hard. Cracking his neck with a series of bone-chilling pops, Yin Jun laughed maniacally. "You're strong, but I'm stronger." Zhang Li's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He could sense the unique power surrounding Yin Jun, which excited him. "Yes, this is it," he thought, then dashed forward like lightning to answer his opponent's provocation with action. Their figures collided in an instant, and the impact sent shockwaves across the arena. The display of power left many geniuses in awe, especially He Wushang, who clenched his fists in frustration, realizing that Zhang Li had not even used his full strength in their previous encounter. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of their punches and kicks echoed, almost surpassing the speed of sound. Zhang Li's eyes were cold and focused, his powerful soul perception capturing every fluctuation of Yin Jun's energy, drawing endless inspiration. Suddenly, Zhang Li's blood-red punch landed on Yin Jun's chest, but instead of a solid hit, it felt like striking tough hide. He sensed a mysterious force weakening his attack. Yin Jun grinned menacingly. "Feels good, doesn't it? Now it's my turn. You're just starting to combine physical strength and vital energy." Before he finished speaking, ripples of power surged across his body, his strength multiplying several times over. Yin Jun's right leg came crashing down like a battle axe, its force so immense that even Zhang Li couldn't help but be startled. Boom! Zhang Li narrowly dodged, but the leg's impact left a small crater in the sturdy stage. The crowd gasped in amazement. This is terrifying, like a battle between two warlords. Yin Jun's physical strength is incredible. Zhang Li seems to be at a disadvantage. Could Zhang Li actually lose? The freshmen discussed fervently, their eyes filled with shock. Zhongli and Yin Jun were like two humanoid beasts, their fierce battle sending ripples that made the onlookers' hearts race. At this moment, with Yin Jun in full force, Zhongli was being thoroughly suppressed. Everyone's hearts were gripped with tension. Could it be that Zhongli was about to be defeated? Everyone's attention was captured. On the stage, the duel between Zhongli and Yin Jun had reached a fever pitch. The terrifying sounds of their clashes were incessant, and the platform was pockmarked with craters, as if it had endured a meteor shower. Yin Jun laughed heartily, his voice like thunder. Zhongli, you better use your blade intent. You can't match me with just your physical body. Each of his moves was powerful, his peak-level warrior body combined with mid-level warrior blood energy, unleashing the strength of a one-star battle emperor. Such power would have easily dominated past tournaments. However, Zhongli remained silent, seemingly in a mystical state. His soul perception was at its peak, constantly tracking the trajectory of Yin Jun's power. Zhongli thought to himself, just a little more. His body moved and twisted, as if dancing with Yin Jun's attacks. At that moment, Zhongli felt a mysterious power surging within him, unsure if it was the system's function or something else. The amplified prompts in his ears were so loud that he decided to shut them off. His eyes burned with intensity, as if flames were ignited within them. Seeing Zhongli still holding on, Yin Jun finally lost his patience. Not using your blade intent? Then be defeated, he roared, launching a blood-red fist at Zhongli. This strike contained all of Yin Jun's strength, its momentum so overwhelming that even Li Haobai on the sidelines was taken aback. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Was Zhongli really going to lose? Even if he unleashed his blade intent now, it might be too late. He Wushang's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. After all, he didn't want to see the person who defeated him fall so easily. To everyone's surprise, the blood-red fist didn't take Zhongli down. Instead, it stopped midair. Another equally terrifying fist met it hidden. Zhongli had finally fused his physical body and blood energy at the critical moment, achieving Yin Jun's level. The collision of their powers sent shockwaves through the entire stage. Yin Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhang Li's eyes blazed with determination. A smile playing on his lips. Yin Jun, it's my turn now. He reveled in the powerful force coursing through him, a strength he dubbed physical prowess. Zhang Li's body radiated a blood-red glow, his aura so intense that even Yin Jun couldn't help but change his expression. At this moment, Zhang Li's physical prowess alone could unleash the power of a two-star battle emperor. The tide had turned. Zhang Li, who was once suppressed, now had Yin Jun on the defensive. The spectators were stunned, swallowing hard. They couldn't believe how quickly the battle had shifted. Someone exclaimed, Zhang Li is incredible, breaking through mid-fight and making an epic comeback. However, a keen observer noted, this isn't just a comeback. Remember, Zhang Li hasn't even used his most powerful flame blade intent yet. At this, everyone gasped. Indeed, Zhang Li hadn't revealed his trump card, yet he was already this strong. How terrifying must his true strength be? On the stage, Yin Jun was being pushed back, blood seeping from his body. He roared in anger, trying to break through in the heat of battle, but it wasn't that simple. Zhang Li fought with increasing vigor, delivering a blood-red dragon punch. Be defeated. Boom. Yin Jun's face paled, and he used his last ounce of strength to resist, but against this terrifying blow, his defense was futile. The blood-red energy exploded layer by layer, causing some spectators' hair to stand on end despite the energy barrier. In the end, Yin Jun's robust body collapsed like a puddle of mud, falling heavily off the stage. The first battle of the top 5 prodigies, Zhang Li wins. Among physical prowess, Zhang Li reigns supreme. At that moment, the entire crowd was in awe. The duel between Zhang Li and Yin Jun was like a battle between gods and demons, culminating in Zhang Li completely overpowering Yin Jun in his most prized domain of physical prowess. In this fight, Zhang Li indisputably proved himself to be the king of physical strength among the new students. Amidst the tidal wave of cheers, Zhang Li remained calm, though a hint of joy for his breakthrough flickered in his eyes. His 9 transformations divine demon body had finally taken a crucial step, beginning to truly integrate with his vital energy and blood. Though only partially successful with just a 30% fusion, it already unleashed such terrifying power. Zhang Li secretly wondered what it would be like if he could achieve full integration. He vaguely sensed that this path, though arduous, could become one of unparalleled strength, rivaling even his mastery of the blade. Leaping off the platform, Zhang Li walked towards Yin Jun under the gaze of the crowd and extended a hand to help him up. This gesture demonstrated genuine respect from the heart. Your physical strength is impressive. Let's spar again sometime, Zhang Li said with a smile, feeling grateful. Without encountering Yin Jun, his formidable 9 transformations divine demon body might not have been fully tested. Yin Jun grinned wryly, clearly having endured a lot. His emotions were mixed, not expecting to be so thoroughly crushed in his strongest domain. Though he had anticipated defeat, he hadn't imagined it would happen this way. Nevertheless, he genuinely admired Zhongli. To break through in the midst of battle, such talent was truly astonishing. All right, next time, I'll win for sure. Yin Jun laughed heartily. You're always welcome, Zhongli responded with a smile. As he turned away, Yin Jun suddenly whispered, watch out for Yuan Shan. That guy is sneaky and has hidden a lot of his strength. He had his reasons for knowing Yuan Shan well and wanted to give a heads up. In his view, the final battle for the championship would be between Zhongli and Yuan Shan. Zhongli was slightly taken aback, but then nodded. Thanks. Though confident, he did not underestimate his opponents. His gaze inadvertently swept towards Yuan Shan, meeting those seemingly unremarkable gray eyes. The look in Yuan Shan's eyes was restrained and fleeting. Their eyes met briefly, but both acted as if nothing had happened. Zhang Li's act of helping Yin Jun won him even more admiration from the crowd. His humility and composure were rare qualities. The girls in the audience looked at him with stars in their eyes, wishing they could devour him whole. He Wushang let out a long sigh of relief. I don't feel bad about losing. Even Yin Jun, who is much stronger than me, was defeated. How could I not lose? The twin sisters looked serious. Li Yuming exclaimed, Zhang Li must have reached the level of a 2-star battle emperor. Do you think you can beat him, sister? Li Yutong's expression was equally grave. I'm not sure. If he's using his current abilities, the outcome is uncertain. Moreover, I suspect he's holding back. Really? Li Yuming found it hard to believe. It's very likely. Can you sense his level of vital energy and blood? Li Yutong asked firmly. Li Yuming was speechless. Yuan Shun's mind was in turmoil. At the moment he locked eyes with Jiang Li, his hair stood on end, as if facing a terrifying beast. He was extremely sensitive to danger, and that moment made him highly alert. This Jiang Li was far from simple. While the prodigies each had their own thoughts, the school authorities could barely contain their shock and joy. Lu Hong took a deep breath, being one of the few who understood Jiang Li's transformation. He had witnessed Jiang Li's journey from realization to breakthrough. In such a short time, Jiang Li's strength had fundamentally changed. Is this the full potential of a heavenly physique? Even more terrifying than Mu Qingxue? It's unbelievable. Could Jiang Li be more than just a heavenly physique? He marveled. I need to make proper arrangements for this kid as the principal. The quarterfinals continued. The next 3 matches featured the top 5 prodigies against second-tier talents. Though not as intense as Jiang Li and Yin Jun's duel, the audience remained focused, eager to gauge the strength of the other prodigies and predict the final winner. In the second match, Li Yuming shone brightly, her combat prowess on par with Yin Jun's, securing an easy victory. However, the gap between her and Jiang Li was still evident. In the third match, Yuan Shan took the stage. This battle completely overturned everyone's perceptions. The audience realized that Yuan Shan was the most underestimated of the top 5 prodigies. At the beginning, Jiang Li faced the most skepticism. However, he shattered all doubts with a powerful, decisive victory over Qi Xiao. From then on, Jiang Li surged forward like an unleashed stallion, defeating He Wushang and Yin Jun in succession, emerging as the most promising contender among the 5 great prodigies. In stark contrast was Yuan Shan. Although he never struggled in his matches, his performance was consistently lukewarm, lacking the brilliance of his peers. Some even questioned whether he deserved the title of one of the 5 great prodigies, suggesting he should be removed from the list. However, this match completely overturned everyone's impression of Yuan Shan. Initially, he maintained a balanced pace with his opponent, gradually gaining the upper hand. Just when the audience thought it would be another unremarkable victory, an unexpected twist occurred. His opponent, on the verge of defeat, suddenly erupted with power, nearing the threshold of a star emperor. Although not as formidable as Yin Jun or Li Yuming, it was enough to make people take notice. This sudden change left the audience holding their breath. Yet, Yuan Shan's performance once again shattered all expectations. His presence was like a suddenly awakened dragon, and his elusive, half-step sword intent was like a drawn blade, suffocating his opponent. He maintained his deliberate rhythm, methodically pushing his opponent into a corner. Ultimately, he perfectly replicated the outcomes of his previous matches, securing another victory. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Yuan Shan anymore. The shock in their eyes revealed their newfound understanding. Yuan Shan was the one who had been hiding his true strength all along. His power likely rivaled Jiang Li's. His ability to precisely suppress his opponents each time was astonishing. Coupled with his ever-emerging trump cards and snake-like calmness, he was truly fearsome. As a result, the seemingly predictable competition suddenly became unpredictable. Yuan Shan's displayed potential was enough to rival Jiang Li, making the final championship outcome highly anticipated. Watching Yuan Shan slowly descend from the stage, Jiang Li's eyes narrowed slightly, finally showing a hint of seriousness. To be honest, Yuan Shan's half-step sword intent wasn't an earth-shattering skill, but the potential it hinted at was truly daunting. Zhang Li recalled Yin Jun's warning. Yuan Shan still had hidden cards. This realization didn't deter Zhang Li. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He thought to himself, the more hidden cards, the better. The stronger, the better. Otherwise, defeating you wouldn't be much of an achievement. Just like crushing an ant brings little satisfaction, only defeating a formidable opponent brings the ultimate joy and sense of accomplishment. Zhang Li's gaze shifted to the cold, stunning girl. In terms of looks, these twin sisters were second only to his aunt, among the most beautiful women Zhang Li had ever seen. Their talent and strength were equally impressive. On the stage, the last match of the quarterfinals was in full swing. Li Yutong's strength clearly surpassed her sister Li Yuming's. The icy power swirling around her seemed to freeze the air itself, faintly showing the prowess of an ice emperor. Of course, with Li Yutong's talent, surpassing Duan Changqiu was only a matter of time. She was undoubtedly one of the Federation's top geniuses. Principal Kang Jinyan watched the intense battle on stage and commented with a smile. Li Yutong's strength is indeed impressive. Among the 5 great prodigies, Zhang Li has a slight edge, Li Yutong and Yuan Shan are neck and neck, and Yin Jun and Li Yuming are slightly behind. His eyes sparkled with joy. Even the weakest Yin Jun and Li Yuming could dominate their peers in previous years. Jiangnan Martial Arts High School truly produces outstanding talents. This trip was worth it. Other school officials nodded in agreement, especially Blade Martial Academy's principal Yang Yong, who couldn't stop smiling. As for the top mentors, they had already started competing to recruit these prodigies, with Zhang Li being the most sought after, leading to heated arguments. Finally, Kang Jinyan intervened with a smile, calming the rising tension. The competition isn't over yet, so there's no need to rush. After the tournament, each of you can make your offers, and the students will decide for themselves. As the school officials chatted and laughed, Li Yutong successfully defeated her opponent, advancing to the semifinals. With that, the semifinalists were confirmed. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Lu Hong's voice echoed through the venue. I announced that the 4 semifinalists of this freshman tournament are Zhang Li, Yuan Shan, Li Yutong, and Li Yuming. You may take a 15-minute break before the championship matches begin. This match was crucial, not only determining the champion but also setting the stage for the final battle. Giving the prodigies a short break to adjust and face the challenge in their best condition was a wise decision. After all, they had expended some energy in the earlier rounds. With Lu Hong announcing the semi-finalists, the crowd erupted in excitement. Not just the freshmen, even the upperclassmen couldn't contain their enthusiasm. In such a fervent atmosphere, with one intense match after another, even the calmest person couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Li Haobai clenched his fists, trying to calm his racing heart, a wry smile forming on his lips. He hadn't expected to be so affected by these freshmen's battles. He turned to Fang Baiyun again and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Fang Baiyun, no longer as composed, had a hint of shock in her eyes. For once, she didn't refute Li Haobai but fell into deep thought. After a moment, she slowly said, "Zhang Li has the best chance. Why? Because he has a full-spectrum heavenly physique?" Li Haobai pressed, "Have you ever seen him reveal his physique?" Li Haobai's words were like a thunderclap, reminding him of what he had almost forgotten. Their conversation was just a microcosm of the crowd. Everyone was fervently discussing, guessing who would make it to the finals and who would ultimately claim the championship. I still think Zhang Li has the best chance. Zhang Li is strong, but can you say Yuan Shan is weak? He's like an unfathomable abyss. I think the outcome is still uncertain. You have a point, but I still think my reasoning is better, haha. Anyway, Zhang Li securing a top 2 spot shouldn't be a problem. I think you're all underestimating the 2 goddesses. Li Yutong's strength isn't weak. She has a good chance of winning too. Simp, get lost. Simps must die. The students were completely immersed, cheering for their favorites and even arguing passionately. This had become an annual grand event at Jiangnan Martial Arts High School, with an extremely lively atmosphere. Lu Hong watched the enthusiastic students, his eyes full of satisfaction. He knew that a school's prosperity relied not just on a few geniuses, but also on creating an environment where these geniuses could inspire the entire school. That was the key to the school's development. Time passed quietly, and Lu Hong's voice rang out again, loud and full of passion. Time's up. The championship matches begin now. First match, Li Yuming versus Yuan Shan. Wow, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch instantly. Among the 32 new students at the Battle King level, those who made it to the top 4 are undoubtedly extraordinary talents. Each match is like a mental feast, mesmerizing the audience. After the pinnacle battle between Zhang Li and Yin Jun, another showdown between 2 of the 5 great prodigies is about to unfold, gripping everyone's hearts. With a command from Lu Hong, Yuan Shan and Li Yuming appeared on the stage like streaks of light. The audience erupted in excitement, and even the usually composed Jiang Li couldn't help but hold his breath. Although confident in his abilities, he knew that these two prodigies each had unique skills that might provide unexpected insights. Just as Yin Jun's physical strength combined with his blood energy technique had inspired Jiang Li to unlock the potential of the 9 turns divine demon body, Yuan Shun, known for his low-key and reserved nature, wasted no words and immediately entered battle mode. Li Yumeng, surrounded by purple flames, showcased her unique fire attribute physique combined with her specialized combat skills. She decided to go all out from the start, hoping to catch her opponent off guard. Even if she couldn't win, she aimed to force out his true abilities, providing valuable intel for her sister's future battles. The purple flames spread rapidly, covering most of the arena. Enhanced by High-Level Battle King's blood energy, the fire's power reached the level of a 1-star battle emperor. The audience was in awe, realizing the terrifying potential of a special Earth-grade physique. A regular Battle King would be instantly incinerated upon contact with even a single spark. As everyone held their breath, the purple flames formed a roaring dragon, charging toward Yuan Shan. A flash of seriousness crossed Yuan Shan's eyes, and his half-step sword intent erupted, as agile and elusive as a snake. To everyone's surprise, his blood energy also burst forth without reservation, reaching the realm of a high-level Battle King. Lu Hong laughed heartily. I knew this kid was hiding his true strength. He's definitely not just a mid-level Battle King. The crowd was shocked, realizing that Yuan Shun had been concealing his true power until now. Sword intent soared to the sky, transforming into visible sword beams that clashed fiercely with the purple flame dragon. The sound of dragon roars and sword clashing filled the air, with terrifying shockwaves shaking the spectators to their core. The spectacle was no less thrilling than the previous battle between Jiang Li and Yin Jun. However, the most astonishing aspect was Yuan Shun's performance. He maintained his calm and composed demeanor, his agile sword energy weaving an invisible web that skillfully suppressed his opponent. His strength consistently outmatched Li Yuming's, seemingly without limit. Li Yuming's eyes widened in shock. Despite giving her all, she could barely force Yuan Shin to reveal his true power before being firmly suppressed. At this moment, she finally recognized the gap between them, feeling both admiration and frustration. Sister, this is as far as I can go. Li Yuming sighed inwardly. The purple flame dragon's power waned, unable to withstand the relentless sword energy striking its vital points. Eventually, under a vast net of sword energy, the flame dragon let out a mournful cry and dissipated into the air. With a bitter smile, Li Yumeng softly said, I lost. Yuan Shun, slightly out of breath but still composed, replied calmly, thank you for the match. This scene left everyone in awe. Yuan Shun had proven through his strength what true low-key and reserved meant. He had defeated one opponent after another, silencing many doubters. Even if he didn't ultimately claim the top spot, his performance was impressive enough. His seemingly slender figure now appeared towering and formidable in the eyes of the crowd, inspiring respect and awe. He had demonstrated the demeanor of a future unrivaled powerhouse. The audience's gaze lingered on Yuan Shan as he returned to his seat before slowly shifting to Lu Hong. With one spot in the new student finals decided, the final and crucial battle was about to begin. Jiang Li versus Li Yutong. This showdown was even more anticipated. Jiang Li had been unstoppable, crushing his opponents like a storm, starkly contrasting Yuan Shan. He had even defeated Yin Jun, another of the 5 great prodigies, making him the favorite to win in many people's eyes. Even Yuan Shun was seen as merely a worthy opponent for him. Li Yutong, the elder of the twin sisters, possessed an ice attribute Earth-grade special physique. Her strength was unmatched among females, making her an idol for many girls. This battle between two prodigies promised to be even more exhilarating than the previous one between Yuan Shun and Li Yuming. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. On the stage, Li Yutong, exuding an icy aura, faced Jiang Li. She felt the immense pressure from her opponent, who stood tall like a towering mountain, a stark contrast to Yuan Shan. Her eyes filled with seriousness, knowing this was the strongest opponent she'd faced in her 18 years. I know you're strong, but the tactics you used against Yin Jun won't be enough to defeat me. Li Yutong spoke calmly, not out of arrogance but as a statement of fact. As soon as she finished speaking, a layer of fine white frost rapidly formed on her body, creating an ice armor. The sheer coldness indicated its formidable defense. Clearly, Li Yutong was prepared for Jiang Li's terrifying physical strength, knowing she couldn't endure a direct hit like Yin Jun. The sound of cracking ice filled the air as Li Yutong's mastery over her ice power reached its peak. Before her, a silver-white ice wolf materialized, lifelike and howling to the sky, its roar echoing. Jiang Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise, recognizing some of the traits of the legendary Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. This solidified ice wolf was far superior to Li Yuming's flame dragon, showing Li Yutong's respect for Jiang Li's strength by starting with a killing move. Show me your true power. Li Yutong's eyes burned with fighting spirit. She craved victory and a battle with a true prodigy. Feeling the fervent fighting spirit from the beautiful girl before him, Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the next moment, flames erupted around him, cloaking him in a divine fire armor, his presence unmatched. As you wish, Jiang Li howled to the sky, unleashing his flame blade intent at full force for the first time. This would be the ultimate showdown between ice and fire. Wow! Seeing the two of them start off with a powerful move left everyone stunned. On the stage, the duel between Jiang Li and Li Yutong was like a breathtaking song of ice and fire, captivating every spectator. Li Yutong's frost armor and giant wolf were like creations of a winter spirit, with ice crystals dancing in the air, showcasing her masterful control over ice. She had maximized her unique ice attribute, demonstrating an astonishing affinity and control over it. This talent was the result of the Federation's meticulous cultivation of special physiques over the years, a culmination of countless predecessors' wisdom. In contrast, Jiang Li's flaming blade intent was like an invisible giant blade slicing through the void, its power even surpassing the purple flame dragon previously displayed by Li Yutong. Thanks to a 10,000-fold amplification and the support of the blade intent jade pendant, Jiang Li made remarkable progress in the path of blade intent in just 3 days. His current outburst was nothing short of earth-shattering. Among the various blade intents, elemental blade intent is known for its low entry barrier and high potential. With his exceptional elemental affinity, Jiang Li had pushed the flaming blade intent to its peak. The air was filled with tiny flaming blades, each exuding a searing heat and sharpness, all aimed at Li Yutong. Facing such a formidable opponent, a hint of solemnity appeared on Li Yutong's cold face. Her eyes flickered with shock, but she remained calm. You're indeed strong. But this alone is not enough. As her words fell, the giant frost wolf let out a deafening roar and lunged at Jiang Li. Frost fell from the wolf, merging into the void, while tendrils of cold air flowed into its body, keeping it at peak condition. This giant wolf, formed purely from cold air, was no less powerful than a real emperor-level beast. However, Jiang Li showed no fear and instead laughed heartily. I've slain real emperor-level beasts before. Do you think I'd be afraid of you? He swung his battle blade, moving like lightning, each strike imbued with the terrifying power of his flaming blade intent. The sharp blade light on the blade's edge cut into the frost wolf, producing a piercing hiss as white mist enveloped the stage. The giant wolf staggered back under the assault, its frost beams easily deflected by Jiang Li. At that moment, he appeared like a blade god bathed in holy fire, his fighting spirit soaring to its peak. Flames and frost clashed continuously, shrouding the stage in white mist, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. With only mid-level Battle King cultivation and the full support of his flaming blade intent, Jiang Li unleashed combat power comparable to a 2-star battle emperor. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, cracks began to appear on the giant frost wolf's body, fine and orderly like a spider web. Finally, with Jiang Li's last strike, the giant frost wolf could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded, scattering fragments of ice in all directions. The sound of ice shards clinking filled the air, gripping the hearts of every spectator. Li Yutong's strength was extraordinary, and her giant frost wolf had nearly reached the threshold of a 2-star battle emperor, far surpassing Yan Jun and Li Yameng. However, in the battle emperor stage, even a 1-star difference was like a chasm, making it difficult to bridge the gap. Though not entirely overpowered, in a heated clash like this, defeat seemed inevitable. In the audience, someone murmured, "Is Li Yutong going to lose?" The shock in everyone's eyes was palpable. This battle was too astonishing, and Jiang Li once again demonstrated his overwhelming superiority. Just when everyone thought the outcome was settled, Li Yutong's aura suddenly surged, her cultivation soaring to the peak Battle King level. She had been hiding her true strength all along. The crowd was dumbfounded. Even the school authorities couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary talents of this year's students. In previous years, it was rare to see even one genius reach the 1-star battle emperor level, but this year, not only did they appear one after another, but there was also combat power comparable to a 2-star battle emperor. Li Yutong chuckled softly, a hint of confidence flashing in her eyes. I told you, show your true strength. Defeating Yan Jun alone isn't enough. As her words fell, the surrounding void was instantly enveloped in frost. Countless fine white ice crystals danced in the air, making her look like a noble and aloof ice queen. Everyone held their breath, their hearts filled with excitement. This prodigious talent was finally going to show her true power. Wow. Raintong is amazing. The audience erupted in astonishment. So this is her true power. Li Yutong unleashed her peak Battle King aura, combined with her mastery of ice control, instantly elevating her combat strength to the level of a 2-star battle emperor. Even as a high-level Battle King, She was close to this level, but this small breakthrough took her power to a whole new level. On the stage, fine white frost began to gather madly, and the power of the profound ice grew even stronger. Roar. The deafening roar shook the entire venue as three even fiercer profound ice wolves appeared out of thin air, howling towards the sky. Clad in her ice armor that perfectly outlined her graceful figure, wielding a frosty long sword, Li Yutong looked like the queen of ice herself. Attack. With a command, the three wolves lunged at Zhongli, forming a tight encirclement. Strands of profound ice power pierced through the air, leaving lingering white trails. Zhongli, however, laughed heartily and swung his blade to counter. Intense flames from his blade rained down like a storm, filling the air with countless fiery daggers. Clang. The sounds of fire and ice clashing echoed continuously, shrouding the entire stage in white mist. The battle grew fiercer as Zhongli faced the four opponents without losing ground. He felt his mastery of the flame blade technique advancing rapidly and was thrilled. Only such an opponent could truly challenge him. Zhongli used Li Yutong and the three profound ice wolves as whetstones, continually refining his understanding of the way of fire. Li Yutong was stunned. She had gone all out, expecting to suppress Zhongli, but they were evenly matched. Even more terrifying, Zhongli was constantly improving. For the first time, she began to doubt herself. The tall, handsome young man before her seemed almost prophetic, displaying astonishing combat skills. As the battle continued, the situation became clear. The alloy stage was repeatedly covered in frost and shattered, while fiery blade marks scarred the surface. The three profound ice wolves were covered in wounds, and Li Yutong was in disarray, her hair messy, and her ice armor shattered. Zhang Li's fiery blade aura grew more ferocious, shifting from a balanced fight to complete domination. The audience was dumbfounded. Li Yutong had shown her peak Battle King prowess, yet she was still overpowered. They marveled. Just how strong is Zhang Li? He's unfathomable. Experts like Li Haobai, Fang Baiyun, and the school leadership were even more shocked. They clearly saw Zhang Li's monstrous growth during the battle, shifting from an even match to overwhelming dominance, which was more shocking than any hidden trump card. Yuan Shan watched silently from the side, his heart in turmoil. For the first time, he felt such intense pressure from a peer and vowed to give his all. In the final strike, Zhang Li's fiery blade aura engulfed the three profound ice wolves like a tide. Though Li Yutong was unwilling, her eyes still burning with fighting spirit, she was powerless to resist, gently knocked off the stage by a blade aura. Her eyes were complex, filled with both reluctance and relief. Losing to such a prodigy was no disgrace. The entire arena fell silent for a moment before erupting in deafening cheers. Lu Hong stood stunned for a moment, then loudly announced, "In the second match of the top four, Zhang Li wins." The once silent central field instantly boiled over. The final showdown for the championship was set. Another victory. Zhang Li's prowess is simply awe-inspiring. In the audience, the freshmen were abuzz with chatter, their eyes filled with a mix of admiration and envy. They couldn't help but exclaim, "It's like he's from another world, a completely different dimension. How can the gap be so huge when we're all freshmen?" Even the goddess Yutong, despite her incredible strength, was defeated, which only highlighted Zhang Li's terrifying power. The crowd sighed, "It's not that we're too weak. It's that Zhang Li is just too strong." As the final match approached, the entire central field was electrified. This year's freshman competition was nothing short of exhilarating, with prodigies and geniuses taking the stage one after another, leaving the spectators in awe. Even the upperclassmen, who initially came just for the show, were holding their breath. The performance of the top 5 prodigies had already surpassed most of the upperclassmen. Among the sophomores, only a handful could suppress Li Yutong and her peers. Given a few more months, even this slight advantage might vanish. The showdown for the top spot was about to begin, and everyone's anticipation had reached its peak. Zhang Li versus Yuan Shan. This was a clash between the two most extraordinary freshmen. One was unfathomable, crushing all opponents along the way. The other was reserved and strategic, constantly revealing new surprises. How could such a match not be eagerly anticipated? Principal Kong Jinyan beamed with joy. The more exceptional the students, the happier he was. He turned to the deans beside him and asked, "Who do you think has the best chance of winning?" Dean Liang Yong of the Swordsmanship Academy quickly replied, "It's got to be Zhang Li. In terms of both strength and attitude, Zhang Li far surpasses Yuan Shan. I even suspect that if he were placed among the sophomores, he would dominate them all." Dean Li Zhuang of the Blade Academy was immediately displeased. "Nonsense. Yuan Shan has mastered the rare Shadow Sword intent, which is far superior to Elemental Sword intent. Once he unleashes it, the outcome is still uncertain." The two old men argued heatedly, nearly coming to blows. Finally, the principal stepped in to mediate. "Since each of you has your own favorite, why not place a bet on your chosen one?" The dean's eyes lit up, and they immediately placed heavy bets. Liang Yong wagered half a pound of red flame gold, while Li Zhuang put up a piece of shadow stone. The principal, smiling broadly, took on the role of the referee. As the rest period ended, the match was about to begin. Lu Hongfei soared into the sky and loudly announced, "The showdown for the top spot, Jiangli versus Yuan Shen. The match begins now." The crowd erupted, with supporters shouting in unison, their cheers almost overwhelming the entire field. This was the final battle of the freshman competition and promised to be the most spectacular. Who would claim the highest honor of being the freshman king? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Jiang Li leaped into the air, his flaming wings unfurling as he ascended. Clad in his fiery battle armor, he looked like a god of flames, unmatched in power. Yuan Shun was not to be outdone. No longer hiding his sharpness, his powerful aura surged, enveloping him in a gray light. He resembled a warrior from the abyss, both formidable and mysterious. Yuan Shin spoke, "Jiang Li, you're strong, but I have a reason I must win. In this battle, I'll give it my all and then defeat you. That's the greatest respect I can show you." Jiang Li laughed heartily, looking down from above. "I don't care what your reasons are. If you want to defeat me, show me your true strength." Their auras clashed, stirring the winds and changing the sky. At the critical moment, they struck simultaneously. Boom! Two figures exploded into action, transforming into streaks of red and gray light that intertwined in the air. Fight! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an earth-shattering duel erupted on the stage. Two streaks of light, one red and one gray, clashed like meteors, moving so fast that eyes could barely follow. In the span of a single breath, Jiang Li and Yuan Shun had exchanged dozens of blows. The blade and sword energies intersected in the air, leaving the freshly repaired alloy stage riddled with cuts and scars once again. "This is incredible," the freshman exclaimed, as the scene before them resembled a battle between two warlords. The intensity of this clash even surpassed the duel between Jiang Li and Li Yutong, making them doubt their own eyes. Even the sophomores were rendered silent, inwardly sighing. With such strength, he could easily rank in the top 3 of our year. Jiang Li's eyes burned with excitement as he finally experienced the power of the shadow sword intent firsthand. This unique sword intent could hide in the shadows and strike unexpectedly, making it even more deadly than elemental sword intents. It was the perfect opportunity to gain experience for mastering new blade intents. Interesting, Jiang Li thought with a smirk. Thunder and flame blade intents alone aren't enough. I've been exploring other special blade intents, like destruction and slaughter blade intents. These are harder to grasp, and I've only scratched the surface. Experiencing the shadow sword intent firsthand gives me valuable insights. With a powerful slash, Jiang Li's blade radiated overwhelming force, and the flame blade energy swept across dozens of feet, forcing the crowd to retreat. The ferocious blade energy crushed everything in its path, leaving the shadowy sword intent nowhere to hide, even in the shadows. It was sheer brute force overpowering finesse. Yuan Shun's face changed dramatically as he finally comprehended Jiang Li's terrifying power. The endless flame blade energy was suffocating. Using ultimate moves as basic attacks was simply unreasonable. Despite pushing his half-step shadow sword intent to the limit, Yuan Shun felt powerless against Jiang Li's overwhelming dominance. Suddenly, Jiang Li dashed forward like lightning, appearing beside Yuan Shun in an instant. A cold blade swung horizontally, making Yuan Shun's skin crawl. Jiang Li's eyes were icy, continuously pushing Yuan Shun to his limits. The stronger Yuan Shun became, the better he served as a whetstone. Feeling the imminent blade, Yuan Shun was gripped by fear. A strong sense of danger locked onto him, and he dared not hold back any longer. With a roar, he unleashed his peak Battle King aura, surging skyward. The crowd was stunned. Lu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? This kid's been hiding his strength by 2 whole levels." Sword Martial Academy's Dean Li Zhuang's eyes lit up with joy, provocatively glancing at Blade Martial Academy's Dean Liang Yong. "See, I told you Yuan Shun had more up his sleeve." A peak Battle King Jiang Li's in trouble now. Liang Yong snorted, though surprise flickered in his eyes. What's there to be smug about? A peak Battle King is only on par with an intermediate Battle King. And how do you know Jiang Li hasn't been hiding his strength? As Yuan Shun revealed his true power, the tide of the battle shifted instantly. Both fighters' strength broke through the 2-star War Emperor threshold, with Yuan Shun's shadowy sword energy becoming increasingly eerie, occasionally striking from the void, making even Jiang Li wary. The crowd held their breath as Jiang Li seemed to be at a disadvantage, his raging flame blade energy significantly diminished. Yuan Shun's supporters cheered excitedly, faces flushed, while Jiang Li's fans clenched their fists, a hint of worry crossing their minds. However, this situation didn't last long. Jiang Li's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, "The more Yuan Shun reveals, the happier I am." How else can he be a worthy whetstone? It's time to raise the stakes. With a light tap of his toe, Zhongli effortlessly dodged the shadow sword energy emerging from beneath the stage and sliced it apart. Then, to everyone's shock, Zhang Li's aura surged, revealing his advanced Battle King level. The crowd erupted. Even the top sophomores couldn't remain calm. This guy is a monster. He could easily rank in the top 3 of our year. Boom. Zhang Li bathed in flames, his aura overwhelming. His eyes were deadly serious, as if saying, keep hiding, and I'll break through your defenses. This look made Yuan Shan shiver, feeling as though he was staring at his own demise. Zhang Li slashed out, and the solid blade energy nearly cut off a corner of the stage. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. Try hiding again, and I'll break through your defenses. Zhang Li's words cut like a blade. Yuan Shan's heart churned with shock at his opponent's dominance. Despite unleashing his peak Battle King strength, he was still being thoroughly suppressed. It felt as if he were being used as a mere whetstone. Rage burned in Yuan Shan's eyes, yet it also cleared his mind. He scrutinized Zhang Li, searching for any flaw. Suddenly, a fiery blade aura whizzed past his cheek, leaving a bloody mark. The spectators gasped, but Yuan Shan remained unfazed. Like a lurking beast, he patiently awaited the perfect moment to strike. On the arena, their battle had reached a fever pitch. Blades and sword auras crisscrossed, each strike carrying the force to devastate. Newcomers were left speechless, awestruck by the intensity of the fight. In that instant, Yuan Shan's eyes gleamed with determination. He seized the moment when Zhang Li's old strength waned and new strength had yet to emerge, unleashing his ultimate move Shadow Thousand Stabs. In a flash, countless sword auras surged from the shadows, resembling a tidal wave of charging soldiers. This move was not only ferocious, but also lightning fast. Zhang Li's supporters stood up in anxiety, fearing he couldn't counter such an attack. Yet, Zhang Li displayed his astonishing prowess. His fiery wings flared up, and with a swift move, he retreated to the edge of the arena. Then, he slashed out Inferno Burst. A crimson flame blade materialized, small but immensely powerful, surpassing Yuan Shan's thousand sword auras. The clash echoed through the air, mesmerizing everyone with its brilliance. Zhang Li pressed his advantage, his fiery wings spreading wide as he dove down for another strike. Yuan Shan barely dodged, alarmed. He couldn't fathom how Zhang Li could repeatedly unleash such potent attacks so effortlessly. Forced into a corner, Yuan Shan gritted his teeth and swung his sword again. Thousands of shadow sword auras merged into one, forming a massive blade aura spanning several dozen meters. But it still wasn't enough. Zhang Li's flame blade relentlessly bombarded the giant sword aura, shattering it completely. Yuan Shan was thoroughly overpowered, his heart filled with dread. In mere moments, both had revealed their trump cards. The sky above the arena sparkled with light, captivating the audience. Zhang Li remained unyielding, his inferno burst rendering Yuan Shan defenseless. In his desperation, Yuan Shan roared internally, I can't lose. I mustn't lose. His eyes bloodshot. A mysterious gray aura surged from within. The crowd watched in shock as Yuan Shan seemed to transform into a warrior returning from the abyss, exuding a fearsome aura. Principal Kong Jinyan stood up abruptly, worry flashing in his eyes. This kid is forcing a breakthrough with a secret technique. It's too risky. Zhang Li sensed Yuan Shan's change and knew interrupting now could ruin his opponent's martial path. He chose to stand still, contemplating the fusion of lightning and fire. Seeing this, Kong Jinyan and others praised Zhang Li's composure. The students admired him even more. The title of King of the Newcomers was within reach. Yet Zhang Li showed remarkable magnanimity. On the arena, Yuan Shan's breakthrough reached its climax. The gray aura cocooned him, then suddenly contracted and reabsorbed into his body. Under everyone's astonished gaze, a terrifying sword intent soared skyward. Yuan Shan had truly succeeded in his breakthrough. Shadow sword intent, mastered at last. He had turned the tables from the brink of defeat. Yuan Shan opened his eyes, the blood-red hue within them now gone, replaced by a complex mix of emotions. He was fully aware that using a secret technique to break through was an extremely dangerous move. However, his desire for victory was overwhelming, and he had even anticipated that Zhang Li might interrupt him, leaving himself a contingency plan. But to his surprise, Zhang Li had no intention of stopping his breakthrough. Thank you, I owe you one, Yuan Shan said sincerely, giving a respectful sword salute. Haha, what debt? Sparring with a sword genius like you is a huge gain for me. Zhang Li laughed heartily, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Come on, let's continue our battle. This time, give it your all. Hearing this, Yuan Shan was shocked. Zhang Li's words clearly treated him as an equal opponent. A surge of indescribable emotion rose in his heart. He took a deep breath, his gaze firm. All right, this fight, I will give it my all. Prepare yourself. Before the words even finished, Yuan Shun had already made his move. A long sword appeared out of thin air, its blade enveloped in eerie shadows. It was the entry-level shadow sword intent, far more powerful than before. This strike instantly approached the level of a 3-star battle emperor. 1,000 layers of shadow stab. Intense sword energy attacked from all directions, like a powerful army, unstoppable. Hidden within the shadows were countless tiny sword lights, aiming at Jiang Li's vital points with deadly precision. What a formidable move. The spectators were on the edge of their seats, and even the observing deans were deeply moved. Who would have thought this kid could fully comprehend the shadow sword intent in a life-or-death situation? It looks like our sword martial academy has gained another formidable warrior. Li Zhuang stroked his beard, smiling proudly. Beside him, Liang Yong snorted. If it weren't for Jiang Li showing mercy, your disciple wouldn't have even retained half a step of sword intent. Li Zhuang's face changed slightly at these words. He knew Liang Yong was right. If Jiang Li hadn't been generous, Yuan Shun wouldn't have had a second chance to strike. The audience was abuzz with discussion. There's no way, no way. This time, Senior Jiang Li might actually lose to Yuan Shun. Come on, if Senior Jiang Li wanted to take advantage, Yuan Shun wouldn't have had a chance to turn the tables. In my opinion, Senior Jiang Li is the true victor of this battle. Loyal Jiang Li fans couldn't stand the criticism and voiced their support for him. On the stage, the battle intensified. The power of the 1,000 layers of shadow stab forced Jiang Li to retreat step by step. Even with his affinity for attributes, he couldn't withstand such a relentless assault. Yuan Shun seized the opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. His eyes were blazing with fighting spirit, determined to redeem his past failures. Just as everyone was worried for Jiang Li, suddenly, boom, an aura even more terrifying than the shadows erupted at it was Thunder Blade intent. The entire arena was in an uproar. Jiang Li had unleashed a second blade intent at the brink of life and death, and it was Thunder attribute. What kind of talent was this? What level of achievement? The spectators couldn't help but gasp, and even the deans were stunned. This kid has actually mastered Thunder Blade intent to the entry level? Kong Jinyan jumped up, eyes gleaming. This is incredible. Everyone knew how difficult blade intent was to cultivate. For a genius, mastering one blade intent to the entry level was already a lifetime achievement. But Jiang Li? Fire and thunder, 2 blade intents advancing together, both reaching the entry level. This was beyond comprehension. On the stage, thunder and fire intertwined, transforming into dazzling, unstoppable blade lights. Despite Yuan Shan's best efforts, he couldn't withstand the fearsome power of dual blade intents. The shadow sword intent, no matter how strong, could not resist the overwhelming force of fire and thunder combined. Jiang Li struck once, twice, 3 times. Each strike left deep fissures on the stage. Under such an onslaught, Yuan Shun could no longer defend himself and could only resist desperately. Finally, with a deafening roar, the massive blade energy of thunder and fire descended from the sky, overpowering and unstoppable. Yuan Shun was blasted off the stage by this ultimate strike, crashing heavily to the ground. The shadow sword intent shattered, lifeless. For a moment, the arena was silent. Only the residual power of thunder echoed through the air. It was Jiang Li. Jiang Li had won. At this moment, everyone realized that a legend was born. The students below the stage were in awe, their hearts filled with admiration. This was their image of the most powerful and dazzling hero. And Jiang Li, clad in black, stood tall against the wind, surrounded by fire and thunder, like a deity descending to earth. Jiang Li, our new king. At that moment, the young boy standing in the ring became the idol of everyone present. Even the naysayers, silenced by Jiang Li's overwhelming presence after his victory, dared not utter a word. That youthful figure, in the eyes of the crowd, began to merge with the image of a future peerless warrior. People were almost certain that Jiang Li's future would far exceed the title of mere war god. The twin sisters had different expressions. Li Yuming, the younger sister, was filled with extreme curiosity, while the elder sister, Li Yutong, uncharacteristically cold, had a glimmer of something unusual in her eyes. Yin Jun was genuinely convinced. The mere advantage of physical strength seemed insignificant before Jiang Li. With such a disparity, what was there to dispute? Yuan Shun's emotions were the most complex. He had risked breaking through the martial path, only to be defeated by Jiang Li. Watching Jiang Li's back, he clenched his fists, then slowly released them. With a bitter smile, Yuan Shun's eyes turned resolute. I will defeat you one day, he vowed silently, determined to work even harder to catch up to Jiang Li. Gu Shang noticed Yuan Shun's expression and chuckled, shaking his head. Kid, you're still young. Once you've faced setbacks like mine, you'll understand not to take things too seriously. Ji Chuan was utterly shocked. The boy he had met during his training had turned out to be such a prodigy. Even though he had already held Zhongli in high regard, he was still left speechless at this moment. "Give us a break," someone shouted from the audience, voicing the sentiments of many. Even the senior students could only exchange bitter smiles in silence. After all, top students like Ning Jing only broke through to War King in their senior year. But Zhongli? He hadn't even enrolled yet, and his strength already surpassed most of the senior students. Ning Jing was already in a daze, unresponsive to her friends' calls. Only one thought echoed in her mind. Is this really the prodigious genius I recruited for 35 million? At this moment, the host, Lu Hong, finally regained his composure and announced loudly, "I declare Zhongli the champion of this year's freshman tournament." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in cheers. People chanted Zhongli's name, aspiring to achieve fame and glory just like him. Zhongli's lips curled into a slight smile. The joy of victory surged within him. This was the best affirmation of his hard work and further solidified his martial path. Though much of his success was attributed to the 10,000-fold amplification system, his effort was equally indispensable. As the champion, Zhongli will receive 20,000 credits and another opportunity to enter the heavenly treasure vault. Lu Hong continued to announce. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. Zhongli had just been to the heavenly treasure vault, and now he had another chance. Zhongli couldn't contain his joy. The blade intent pendant he obtained last time had benefited him greatly. There was no way he would miss this opportunity. It was the perfect springboard for his rapid progress. In comparison, the 20,000 credits seemed less significant. After all, he still had 100,000 credits. Of course, this was just for Zhongli. For other students, even 2,000 credits would be a fortune. Seeing the unprecedented excitement in the crowd, Lu Hong was also delighted. He announced the rewards for others and then shifted the focus. Next, let's welcome the gold medal mentors. The War King level freshmen on stage were all brimming with anticipation. Gold medal mentors were top-tier war gods. Being accepted as their disciple would save them from many detours. This was one of the reasons everyone had fought so hard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost before Lu Hong finished speaking, 10 gold medal mentors couldn't wait to rush down and surrounded Zhongli in the blink of an eye. Each of them eagerly spoke up, resembling vendors haggling in a marketplace. "Zhongli, I'm Wang Qi, an expert in blade techniques. Become my disciple, and I guarantee you'll become a war god." Get lost. Who doesn't know Zhongli is destined to be a war god? Does he need your guarantee? Zhongli, join my sect, and you'll have your pick of female disciples. Scram. What's a sword dancer doing here? Swords and blades are interlinked. Don't you know? Stop pushing. You bunch of old tricks, what underhanded schemes are you playing at? The scene left all the students dumbfounded. Weren't war gods supposed to be lofty figures? Why did they look like street vendors, their faces flushed as they scrambled for a disciple? And they were supposed to be gold medal mentors. Are these really gold medal mentors? I didn't know they were so down to earth, someone whispered. Get out of here and try it yourself. I bet you'll get beaten up. They're only behaving this way because of Zhongli. If it were anyone else, you'd never see this treatment. Everyone was envious and jealous. Most people would be thrilled to even get close to a gold medal mentor. But Zhongli had 10 war gods scrambling to be his master. Comparisons truly are odious. But on second thought, everyone understood. It wasn't that the gold medal mentors were shameless. It was that Zhongli was simply too extraordinary. His breakthrough to war god was a certainty, and he had a high probability of surpassing that realm. If a mentor could train a disciple to such heights, wouldn't that be a glorious achievement? This was the fundamental reason they were willing to put aside their pride and fight for Zhongli. At that moment, the other new students at the King of War level were green with envy at the spectacle around Zhongli, especially Qi Xiao, who was so furious that he could almost grind his teeth to dust. He had just returned and couldn't believe his ears when he learned that Zhongli had won the top spove, thought he must have misheard. Seeing Zhongli being courted by so many top-tier mentors only fueled Qi Xiao's jealousy to a peak. Damn it, why is he number one? Qi Xiao cursed viciously. The more talented they are, the quicker they die. I hope the beast sect targets you and hunts you down. Zhongli, on the other hand, was both amused and exasperated. While he had anticipated being noticed by a few top mentors, he hadn't expected this scene. Surrounded by 10 war god-level mentors, he felt like a helpless little rabbit. Please, let me think it over, Zhongli said, clearing his throat and speaking slowly. All the top mentors turned their gazes to him, watching him intently as if he might run away. Zhongli felt a chill down his spine under their stares. Damn, it seems no matter who I choose, I'll offend the other 9. Of course, offending them wasn't exactly the right term. These top mentors weren't that petty. However, Zhongli was indeed in a tough spot. Several of the mentors were highly suitable for him. For instance, Wang Qi, who excelled in blade techniques, Guan Zisheng, who was one of the top 3 in strength, and Yuan Tianxing, who was a master of thunder techniques. Who should he choose? Just as Jiang Li was caught in a dilemma, a hearty voice suddenly rang out, leaving everyone in stunned silence, including the top mentors. If you haven't decided yet, how about becoming my disciple? Everyone turned to the source of the voice, their jaws dropping. It was none other than Principal Kong Jinyan. Principal, didn't you say you wouldn't take any more disciples after accepting your last one 10 years ago? Lu Hong asked, bewildered. Kong Jinyan looked at him, smiling. Nonsense, you remembered wrong. Taking in Jiang Li now will be my true final disciple. Lu Hong felt a chill under Kong Jinyan's gaze and quickly smiled to cover his unease. Right, I must have remembered wrong. The top-tier mentors exchanged looks, inwardly cursing Kong Jinyan for being so shameless. 10 years ago, he had taken his last disciple, and now he was here to compete for another one. With the principal stepping in, what was the point of competing? In terms of cultivation, they couldn't compare. In terms of resources, the difference was astronomical. Was there even a choice? Principal, can't you give us a chance with this promising student? Wang Qi said, looking bitter. Jiang Li's talent and blade techniques had greatly tempted him, and he had been ready to go all out to recruit him, only for Kong Jinyan to swoop in. Isn't it up to Jiang Li to choose? Kong Jinyan said, feigning ignorance. Don't worry, I'm also a top-tier mentor. I know the rules. Let's all give it a shot. Everyone inwardly cursed at his pretense, but gave up the fight. How could they compete with the principal? The other king of war-level new students were almost consumed by jealousy, nearly wishing Jiang Li would disappear. If looks could kill, Jiang Li would have died 1,000 times over. Being personally accepted by the principal meant unparalleled prestige, resources, and connections. Just the thought made their hearts race. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with joy. In his moment of indecision, the principal had offered to take him as a disciple. Was there even a choice? Seeing Kong Jinyan's smiling eyes, Jiang Li understood and stepped forward to bow. Disciple Jiang Li greets master. Kong Jinyan burst into laughter. Good. Lu Hong and the others could only sigh and offer their congratulations. Congratulations, principal, on finding another excellent disciple. Kong Jinyan was all smiles. Meanwhile, Li Zhuang, the head of the Sword Martial Academy, glared at him with resentment. Only now did Li Zhuang realize that the principal had always intended to take on another disciple. The bet with Liang Yong had been a setup. What a cunning move. Li Zhuang thought, feeling a pang over the half-bound of red flame gold he had lost. Liang Yong, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Although he had also fallen into the principal's trap, he didn't mind. Seeing Li Zhuang's sour expression made him happy. Besides, Jiang Li would still join the Blade Martial Academy, so it was a win-win. Kong Jinyan looked Jiang Li up and down, increasingly satisfied. He took out the red flame gold from his storage ring and said, Jiang Li, this is a gift from Dean Li. It's enough to forge a fine set of battle armor. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He had learned from Duan Changqiu about the art of forging and knew that red flame gold was a precious material, especially effective for fire attributes. Thank you, Deans, for your generosity. Jiang Li bowed to Li Zhuang and Liang Yong. Liang Yong waved it off with a smile, while Li Zhuang grudgingly forced a smile. Jiang Li, do you have any connections for forging the battle armor? If not, I can arrange it, Kong Jinyan asked. Please, master, I would appreciate your help. Jiang Li said joyfully, handing the red flame gold to Kong Jinyan. As for auxiliary materials, just deduct it from my credits. Don't be silly. Kong Jinyan patted his shoulder. How can a disciple not receive a gift from his master? He'll also give you half a pound of thunder pattern ore, perfectly matching your thunder and fire attributes. With those words, half a pound of precious ore was gifted, showcasing his generosity. Jiang Li thanked him repeatedly, deeply moved by his master's care. Visit the heaven-level treasure vault and seek advice from Old Blade. Come to my house at this time tomorrow. He'll introduce you to your senior brothers, Kong Jinyan instructed. Jiang Li nodded eagerly and left, heading straight for the heaven-level treasure vault, under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone around. Heavenly treasure vault. The familiar tranquil courtyard and the ancient gate stood before Jiang Li once again, sooner than he had ever expected. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he walked towards the courtyard. As he crossed the serene courtyard, an old figure with one arm soon appeared in front of him. Junior Jiang Li greets you, Elder Blade. Jiang Li said with utmost respect. Elder Blade snapped out of his trance, his cloudy eyes reflecting countless battling figures, which left Jiang Li astonished and even more curious about his identity. It's you again. How did you get another chance to enter the treasure vault so soon? Elder Blade's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I was fortunate enough to win the new student competition, so my master granted me access to the heavenly treasure vault, Jiang Li explained. Master? You took that brat Kong as your master? The prestigious principal of Jiangnan Martial Arts High School was referred to as that brat Kong by Elder Blade, making Jiang Li chuckle inwardly. Seeing Jiang Li nod, Elder Blade rarely smiled. Then go on in. Zhang Li didn't rush in. Instead, he retrieved a fragrant bottle of old wine from his storage ring. My master advised me to seek your guidance, Elder Blade. Here is some fine wine I came across in my leisure time. Please enjoy it. Elder Blade laughed heartily, nodding at Zhang Li with a look of approval. He eagerly took a sip, closed his eyes in satisfaction, and motioned for Zhang Li to go in. You practice both lightning and fire attributes. Coincidentally, there's a treasure that suits you well. It's in the box on the bottom shelf of the 26th row. Go check it out. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. What kind of treasure could it be, related to both lightning and fire? Thank you for the guidance, Elder Blade. I'll bring more wine next time, Zhang Li said, then quickly walked into the treasure vault. His eyes scanned the shelves as he headed straight for his destination. Here it is. Zhang Li squatted down and carefully picked up a dusty, ancient wooden box. Destruction Scroll of Lightning and Fire. This scroll contains a trace of the essence of lightning and fire. Only those with extraordinary talent can benefit from it. Handle with care. Reading the introduction, Zhang Li's curiosity piqued. Such a warning indicated a treasure with a high threshold. Gently opening the box, an ancient scroll appeared. Zhang Li's heartbeat quickened inexplicably, drawn to the scroll by an indescribable attraction. Boom! As he unfurled the scroll, an invisible roar erupted. Zhang Li saw a flash of white light and found himself in a mysterious space. A grandiose scene unfolded before his eyes. Countless divine thunders descended from the sky, transforming into thunder dragons, phoenixes, and exotic beasts, all terrifyingly powerful. In the void, numerous flames appeared, white and cold, green and eerie, golden and sacred. The intertwining of lightning and fire seemed capable of destroying the world, leaving Zhang Li in awe. The myriad thunders and flames reflected on Zhang Li's soul, flooding him with sudden insights. Lightning can generate fire, and fire can generate lightning. They are companions by nature. They can exist independently or merge into one. Boom! A moment of enlightenment struck Zhang Li. His mind went blank, yet it felt extraordinarily clear. The insights about his lightning and fire blade intents instantly fell into place. During his battle with Yuan Shen, his blade intents of lightning and fire were on the verge of breaking through. Now, this destruction scroll of lightning and fire provided the final push. Buzz! Invisible waves emanated from Zhang Li as his blade intents of lightning and fire manifested, causing the air in the vault to become extremely agitated. Soon, these two fierce blade intents began to merge. Did I underestimate this kid? Elder Blade looked toward the vault in surprise, pointing a finger to isolate Zhang Li's breakthrough waves to avoid damaging the treasures. He's a promising talent, Elder Blade muttered, feeling pleased. With fine wine and a prodigious talent in front of him, how could he not be content? As Zhang Li's aura surged, a new, more powerful blade intent began to form. Lightning and fire blade intent. Dual element blade intent. It not only possessed the speed of lightning, but also the ferocity of fire, its power far exceeding even a doubled effect. Zhang Li opened his eyes, feeling the immense power of the lightning and fire blade intent within him, filled with joy. Ever since he mastered the lightning blade intent, he had wanted to merge the two. Now, with the help of the destruction scroll of lightning and fire, his efforts had finally paid off. With this, Zhang Li's strength surged once more. During his fight with Yuan Shen, his dual blade intents had merely resonated. But now, with their fusion, their power even surpassed that of Shadow Sword intent, touching the threshold of a 4-star battle emperor. This destruction scroll of lightning and fire is truly a supreme treasure. Zhang Li was overwhelmed. He felt that the insights he gained from the scroll were just the tip of the iceberg. Even so, it had helped him develop the lightning and fire blade intent. Continuous study could bring unimaginable benefits. He might even create his own combat techniques or achieve further breakthroughs in his understanding of lightning and fire. Zhang Li felt immense gratitude towards Elder Blade. This was indeed the perfect treasure for him. Elder Blade's guidance had paved the way for his martial path. Zhang Li vowed never to forget this kindness. After merging the essence of Thunder and Fire Blade, Zhang Li could separate them into Thunder Blade Essence and Fire Blade Essence at will. However, to maximize the power of the Blade Essence, his combat techniques must also possess both Thunder and Fire attributes. Dual attribute techniques are rare, so Zhang Li needs to start creating his own techniques early to enhance his foundation. Only self-created techniques will be the most suitable for him and allow him to fully unleash the power of his Blade Essence. Comprehending the Thunder-Fire Annihilation diagram is a top priority. Zhang Li calculated inwardly. Just a brief glance has already made my Thunder-Fire Blade Essence progress by leaps and bounds, even giving my self-created technique a rudimentary form. Such a treasure cannot be easily overlooked. He respectfully bowed to Dao Lao, thanked him profusely, and carefully stored the diagram in his storage ring before reluctantly taking his leave. After today's battles, you should rest early, young friend, Dao Lao said with a cheerful smile, watching Jiang Li leave with a heart full of emotions. Such a prodigious disciple is destined to become a legend in the future. Jiang Li walked out of the heavenly treasure vault, his mind racing. Two opportunities: first the blade essence pendant, then the annihilation diagram. These are treasures beyond his wildest dreams. If used wisely, breaking through to the Battle Emperor realm is just around the corner. Back at his residence, Jiang Li eagerly plunged into his training. He devoted himself to comprehending attributes, understanding blade essence, studying combat techniques, training his physical body, and observing the annihilation diagram. Each training activity made his life rich and fulfilling. As for visiting the sect tomorrow, there's no need to be too nervous, Jiang Li reassured himself. My senior brothers and sisters must also be extraordinary. Being accepted by Principal Kong means they all have their unique strengths. With these thoughts, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel excited about the future. With such a brilliant sect, what could be beyond his expectations? The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Jiang Li, filled with excitement and curiosity, walked towards Kong Jinyan's residence. The inner school was picturesque, lush, and verdant. Sunlight filtered through layers of green leaves, casting golden rays on the ground. The deeper he went, the more serene it became. Eventually, a quaint and elegant pavilion came into view, exuding an extraordinary aura, instantly catching Jiang Li's eye. Young master, the master is waiting inside. A lifelike robot greeted him respectfully and led Jiang Li into the courtyard. As he pushed open the door, Jiang Li felt several probing gazes, some curious, some joyful, some serious. Kong Jinyan sat at the head, while the other three looked to be in their late 20s or early 30s. Jiang Li maintained his composure and bowed. Jiang Li greets master, senior brothers, and senior sister. Oh my, is this the new disciple master has taken in? Such a handsome appearance, truly enviable. A charming female voice spoke first. Jiang Li looked up to see a beautiful woman smiling at him with interest. Kong Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoya, don't be so frivolous. You're not a young girl anymore. So this lively senior sister was named Li Wangyue. She stuck out her tongue and playfully winked at Jiang Li. If not mentioned, one wouldn't guess she was past 30. Greetings, senior sister Wangyue, Jiang Li responded with a smile. It seemed his seniors were quite friendly, making him feel much more at ease. I have 5 disciples in total. The eldest, Luo Tong, is guarding the border and will meet you another day. Kong Jinyan pointed to a tall man beside him. This is your second senior brother, Fong Hancheng. He is currently one of the 4 swordsmen. The 4 swordsmen. That meant they were at the level of war gods. Jiang Li's heart raced. His senior brothers and sisters had such impressive backgrounds. Greetings, second senior brother, Jiang Li respectfully greeted. Fong Hancheng, already serious, became even more stern but couldn't hide his concern in his words. Little junior brother, with your exceptional talent, if you ever want to join the swordsmen, second brother will recommend you. There's no rush now. Kong Jinyan waved his hand. Once you break through to the Battle Emperor realm, you can go to the swordsmen for some training. So that's the plan. Jiang Li nodded. Though he didn't fully understand the reasoning, he trusted his master's judgment. Today, he wasn't just here to meet his seniors, but also to seek advice on cultivation. Even with a 1,000-fold increase, if the direction is wrong, it's all in vain. This is your third senior sister, Li Wangyue. Kong Jinyan continued. In our school, she's considered a small staff member. What do you mean small staff member? Li Wangyue protested. I'm a proper head of the logistics department. Little junior brother, you can come to me anytime, and I'll help you out. Jiang Li quickly nodded in agreement. Having such a helpful senior sister would surely make future requests easier. Suddenly, a young man in casual attire chimed in. Third senior sister, you're being biased. When I joined, you weren't this enthusiastic. Turning to Jiang Li, he smiled. I'm your fourth senior brother, Bai Tian. I recently earned some merits in the military and got promoted to general. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to me, and I'll take care of them. That's right. Li Wangyue laughed heartily. Little Bai, if you were half as handsome as junior brother Jiang, I'd be biased towards you too. Bai Tian was speechless, feeling a bit awkward. Though he considered himself quite good-looking, compared to Jiang Li's exceptional features, he was clearly outmatched. What a superficial woman, he muttered under his breath. But under Li Wangyue's stern gaze, he had to shut up. Jiang Li stifled a laugh. It seemed his senior brothers and sisters were not only highly skilled but also very approachable. Having such a harmonious sect was truly a blessing. As everyone became more familiar with one another, smiles spread across their faces. Kong Jinyan, with eyes full of affection, said to Jiang Li, from now on, you are my 5th disciple. We'll call you Xiao Wu. Kong Jinyan took great pride in his disciples. His first disciple, Luo Tong, was a standout among warriors. His second disciple, Fong Hancheng, was a legendary swordsman. His third disciple, Li Wangyue, managed school affairs at a young age with a promising future ahead. And his fourth disciple, Bai Tian, was extraordinarily talented, becoming a revered warrior in his early 20s. Now, his newly accepted fifth disciple, Zhongli, showed even greater potential than Bai Tian. At just 18, Zhongli was already a high-ranking battle king and had mastered dual blade techniques, nearing the realm of the forbidden. Kang Jinian spoke seriously. Xiao Wu, I called you here today for two reasons. First, to introduce you to your senior brothers and sister so you can support each other in the future. And second, to discuss the path of cultivation with you. Zhang Li's spirits lifted. Please guide me, master. Are you familiar with the concept of the spirit bridge? I've heard a bit about it. If one can connect the spirit bridge when their blood energy reaches the level of a battle emperor and their intent is perfected, they can harness the power of the heavens, greatly enhancing their combat strength. Exactly. I want you to ensure that you master the blade intent while still at the battle king level, and connect the spirit bridge as you break through to the battle emperor. Only then will your foundation be solid. Xiao Si neglected this and must serve as a warning to you. Bai Tian immediately burst into tears. Master, haven't I been working hard enough? Your expectations are too high. The three senior disciples were all astonished. They knew their junior brother was exceptionally talented, but mastering blade intent as a battle king? That seemed far-fetched. Ignoring Bai Tian's complaints, Kang Jinian continued, your blood energy is pure, and you have ample resources. Reaching the peak of the battle king level is within your grasp. The key now is to build a solid foundation. Additionally, your physical strength complements your blood energy, showing great potential. I'll give you access to the library, but the rest is up to you. Zhongli took note of everything, deeply grateful for his master's teachings. Such generous guidance was beyond any measure of academic credits. Let's have your senior brothers and sisters see what you're truly capable of. Kang Jinian's eyes gleamed. I know you held back during the new student competition. This time, give it your all. The four senior disciples perked up at his words. They were already incredibly curious about their talented junior brother, and now they had the chance to witness his skills firsthand. It's my turn. Finally, it's my turn. Bai Tian was ecstatic. When he first joined, he had been beaten up by the third senior sister. Now, he could finally have his fun with the junior brother. Zhongli shivered involuntarily. Is this fourth senior brother a sadist? Haha, look at you. So eager. Li Wangyue slapped Bai Tian on the back. Don't bully our junior brother just because you've been here longer, or I'll have your brother-in-law deal with you. Exactly, don't go too hard on him. Fang Hanqing chimed in with a laugh. Bai Tian burst into tears again. You heartless lot. Back when I was getting beaten up, you laughed the hardest. The double standards are too much. Everyone burst into laughter. In no time, the group arrived at the training ground in the backyard. With a point of his finger, Kang Jinian activated the mechanism, and the alloy floor tiles flipped open, revealing the training area. On the training field, Kang Jinian made a few gestures, and alloy floor tiles flipped over, covering the ground and extending far into the distance. Be careful with your strength. This is enough for two people to spar, he advised Bai Tian with a smile. Don't underestimate your junior brother. Let me tell you, he showed power comparable to a 3-star battle emperor in the freshman competition. You are only allowed to use the strength of a beginner battle king, understood? The purpose of sparring was never to overpower. Although Bai Tian was a battle god, if he used his full strength, Zhongli would be easily defeated. Even with just the power of a beginner battle king, his strength would be comparable to a 5-star battle emperor. Don't worry, master. I wouldn't dream of bullying our little junior brother. Bai Tian squinted and smiled. As a battle god, how could he possibly lose in such a sparring match? Outside the field, Kang Jinian and 2 other disciples watched with amusement. Master, you know junior brother's strength best. How many moves do you think he can withstand? Fang Hanqing asked. Kang Jinian pondered for a moment. Xiao Wu held back in the freshman competition yesterday. I estimate his strength to be close to that of a 4-star battle emperor. If Xiao Si only uses the power of a beginner battle king, the match should be decided within 100 moves. The 2 disciples were astonished. They hadn't expected their master to rate the junior brother so highly. They were even more shocked to realize that, at just 18, he possessed such terrifying power. No wonder their master demanded he grasped the essence of blade intent, while still in the battle king realm. Zhongli and Bai Tian were already ready to fight. Junior brother, you better give it your all. I won't be holding back. Bai Tian chuckled. Finally seizing the opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip away. After 10 years of waiting, he had finally gotten a junior brother and was determined to give him a proper welcome. Zhongli smiled lightly. Then I won't hold back either, 4th brother. As soon as the words were out, their auras surged to their peaks. Facing Bai Tian, the battle god, Zhongli felt both excitement and immense pressure. Even though Bai Tian was holding back, he was still a true battle god. His blood essence purity and mastery of intent were far beyond that of an ordinary battle king. Boom! With a roar in his heart, Zhongli revealed all his cards. Having trained in the ascending heaven gate secret technique, his blood essence purity was nearly 6 times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his thunderfire blade intent, once unleashed, it created a storm, its power terrifying. In an instant, Zhang Li's full strength was on display. At this moment, hiding anything was pointless. Only by giving his all could he allow his master to accurately judge his future martial path. Moreover, he wanted to know just how far he could go. Fight. With the thunderfire blade intent empowering him, Zhang Li swung his blade effortlessly. Thunder and fire wings spread out behind him, carrying him at extreme speed directly towards Bai Tian. Bai Tian was shocked by the overwhelming momentum rushing towards him. Good grief. This is too intense. This isn't a junior brother. This is a monster. Such terrifying power was clearly at the level of a 4-star battle emperor. If he were careless, it wouldn't just be a loss. He'd lose face entirely. Clang. Bai Tian didn't use a weapon. His fists, enveloped in golden light, met Zhang Li's blade. The clash of blade and fist produced a deafening roar, with blade energy and fist light scattering everywhere. This strike was evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other. With thunderfire blade intent enhancing him, Zhang Li seemed like a battle god incarnate. Lightning and flames intertwined around him like a magnificent war robe. Each swing of his blade melded thunder and fire, its power awe-inspiring. Though he hadn't yet created a technique perfectly suited to the thunderfire blade intent, he had long been adept at their initial fusion. Back in the training camp, he had already attempted to merge thunder and fire blade energy. Over time, he had made some progress. He had transformed Thunder Dragon Break into Thunderfire Twin Dragons. One swing of his blade sent a Thunder Dragon and a Fire Dragon intertwining, their power multiplying several times. He had also turned Thunderwing Flash into Thunderfire Twin Wings. These were just the initial applications of thunder and fire fusion, not yet involving blade intent. If he could one day fully harness the Thunderfire blade intent, it would be in strength battle technique. On the field, the clash of blades and swords continued, their movements swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 moves. The more Bai Tian fought, the more astonished he became. He had initially thought he could take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly defeat his junior brother, but he found that even while suppressing his power, he could only manage a draw. Inwardly, he shouted, "What a freak!" Meanwhile, the 3 spectators were already slack-jawed, stunned into silence. "Master, is this what you meant by close to a 4-star battle emperor?" Li Wangyue turned mechanically, muttering. Even the usually stern Fong Hanqing showed rare signs of shock. "This is monstrous. I know Xiao Xi's strength well as a battle god. Even if he's holding back, an 18-year-old shouldn't be able to contend with him. Yet, this scene is shattering my understanding." Kang Jinyan could only smile wryly at his 2 disciples' reactions. "I thought Xiao Wu held back in the freshman competition, but I never imagined he was hiding this much. It seems that competition was child's play for him." Thunderfire blade intent. Xiao Wu has grasped Thunderfire blade intent. Kang Jinyan's eyes sparkled. To integrate thunder and fire so seamlessly, his comprehension is astonishing. The power of Thunderfire blade intent even surpassed that of special intents like Shadow Sword intent. Undoubtedly, Zhang Li's potential had risen another notch in Kang Jinyan's mind. If before he believed Zhang Li had a high chance of reaching the forbidden realm above Battle God, now it seemed almost certain. He couldn't help but laugh heartily at his wise decision. Snatching this prodigy from among the many elite instructors was indeed the smartest move. With proper training, a forbidden powerhouse would surely emerge. This would be a monumental achievement in both personal accomplishment and network building. The 3 spectators watched the battle intently, increasingly astonished. Kang Jinyan, in particular, observed every detail of Zhang Li's moves, already formulating a meticulous plan to guide this prodigious disciple to the pinnacle. At this moment on the battlefield, the fight between Zhang Li and Bai Tian had reached an intense climax. The techniques Zhang Li displayed left the 3 onlookers utterly stunned, with the 2 disciples who were witnessing Zhang Li's combat for the first time left in a daze. Even those who had seen many extraordinary things had never encountered such a prodigious young man. His pure and intense life force, his terrifyingly strong physique, and his mastery of the Thunderfire blade intent, which had already reached an extraordinary level, all indicated the exceptional nature of this junior disciple. What was even more frightening was Zhang Li's incredibly skilled combat techniques and his instinctive battle awareness, as if he was born for combat. Hiss! The 2 onlookers couldn't help but gasp, their shock evident. On the battlefield, Bai Tian was even more horrified, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Having personally fought Zhang Li, he could more directly feel the abnormality of this junior disciple. The sheer combat prowess left no room for any pretense. Thinking back to his earlier confident declaration to educate Zhang Li, Bai Tian wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Forget about educating him. He couldn't even suppress him and could only barely hold his own. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fists clashing with blades echoed in the courtyard. Zhongli fought with increasing vigor. Even though Bai Tian was suppressing his power to the level of a junior battle king, Zhongli found the experience immensely beneficial, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This junior disciple was a bona fide battle maniac. Bai Tian smiled bitterly, never imagining that when it was his turn to enforce the sect's rules, he would encounter such a prodigy. This fight was nothing short of torture. As a battle god, to be fighting a junior to a standstill if word got out, he would be a laughingstock. Bai Tian could almost feel the mocking gazes from his two senior disciples, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this moment, Kang Jinyan called for a stop, finally allowing Bai Tian to escape from this torturous battle. All right, stop, Kang Jinyan said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. He had seen enough of Jiang Li's abilities, and continuing the fight would be pointless. Bai Tian, feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, eagerly stepped out of the combat circle, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow and complaining, "Master, you must have known how abnormal this junior disciple is, which is why you only let me use the power of a junior battle king. This is too unfair." Kang Jinyan chuckled awkwardly. In truth, even he hadn't expected Jiang Li to have so many hidden cards. All right, don't beat up on fourth brother too much. Fang Hancheng and Li Wangyue laughed heartily. Fourth brother, you had ulterior motives, so now you see how formidable our junior disciple is. Everyone looked at Jiang Li with eyes full of admiration. They had already been overjoyed at the arrival of this junior disciple, and now, seeing his astonishing talent, their joy doubled. Jiang Li sheathed his battle blade and respectfully bowed to Kang Jinyan. Please guide me, master. Sweat glistened on his forehead, and his chest heaved. The recent battle had been a full-throttle effort, exhilarating and thoroughly satisfying. Kang Jinyan patted Jiang Li's shoulder as they walked. I have seen your progress. For your future training, I have a few suggestions. In terms of life force cultivation, you should steadily improve using the Academy's facilities. As for physical cultivation techniques, besides the Academy's library, I will find a way to obtain the secret techniques of the Yen family to assist you. Hearing Kang Jinyan's generosity, Zhang Li felt a surge of warmth. The cost of obtaining such secret techniques from a family of battle gods was considerable, and his master's willingness to go to such lengths was truly commendable. Kang Jinyan continued, your Thunderfire Blade intent is exceptional. Just continue down this path. You can train in the Blade Martial Institute, which has treasures to help you understand blade intent. Lastly, let's talk about combat techniques. Kang Jinyan's gaze turned serious. Have you ever practiced strength techniques? Seeing Jiang Li shake his head, he advised earnestly, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, you must carve your own path. Top-tier techniques all bear the imprint of their creators. If you practice them carelessly, it may hinder your future development. Jiang Li suddenly understood. The choice of combat techniques was more intricate than he had imagined. Without Kang Jinyan's guidance, he might have gone astray. Kang Jinyan concluded, so, you can reference strength techniques, but do not copy them entirely. You must integrate and develop your own unique skills. As your mentor, I can guide you and provide some resources, but ultimately, the path of cultivation is yours to walk. Remember this well. Jiang Li nodded repeatedly. Although they had just met, he could already feel Kang Jinyan's sincere care. Your 120,000 credits must be carefully planned. If you run short, you can always seek help from your third senior sister. As soon as Kang Jinyan finished speaking, Li Wangyue chimed in with a smile. Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior sister won't let you suffer. As for fourth brother, he might need a bit of a hard time. Everyone laughed, and Bai Tian's face scrunched up in distress. He had hoped that the new junior disciple would elevate his status, but instead, it had made things worse. Jiang Li expressed his gratitude repeatedly, feeling a deep warmth in his heart. Having such a loving and supportive sect was a great fortune. Suddenly, Kang Jinyan slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot something important. With a swipe of his storage ring, a purplered battle armor appeared, radiating an aura of thunder and fire, incredibly striking. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the red flame gold he won yesterday would be turned into a magnificent battle armor so quickly. Take a close look at this battle armor. The chest plate is adorned with a beast's head, exuding both ferocity and dominance. The armor extends down to the wrists, providing solid protection. Even the elbows, shoulders, and knees are equipped with short, backward-facing spikes, adding a lethal touch. Zhang Li fell in love with the powerful and stylish armor almost instantly. His eyes lit up, and he wished he could put it on immediately. Seeing his disciple's excitement, Kang Jinyan felt gratified and said with a smile, yesterday, the heads of the Sword Martial Academy and Blade Martial Academy lost a bet and gave you half a pound of red flame gold. I added another half a pound of Thunder Vein Stone to serve as the main components of this armor. As a result, it not only offers formidable defense, but also enhances your thunder and fire attributes. This armor will suffice even until you reach the Battle King stage. Consider it a gift from your master. Thank you, master. Zhongli accepted the armor with excitement and gratitude. Such a treasure would be hard to find even in a heavenly treasure trove. With it, he would be invincible among 4-star battle kings. Fang Hanqing pondered for a moment before taking out a blood-red bead from his storage ring and handing it to Jiang Li, Little 5. This is a fierce beast's blood essence bead I seized from the beast sect. You need fierce beast blood to cultivate your divine demon body, right? Take this as a gift from your second senior brother. Upon receiving the bead, Jiang Li gasped in astonishment. The energy emanating from the bead was extraordinary, clearly the blood essence of a divine beast. Second senior brother, you're amazing. Divine beasts are no easy foes, Jiang Li marveled, gaining a new appreciation for Fang Hanqing's strength. Little 5. I'll give you 100,000 academic credits as a gift, Li Wangyue said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Li noticed a substantial increase in his credit account. 100,000 credits. That was no small amount. Jiang Li quickly calculated in his mind. This would not only allow him to train without worry, but also buy the best qi and blood pills for Li Wanhe. Ha! You all are so generous. If I give something ordinary to our little junior brother, I'll get thrown out, Bai Tian said, clearly envious of the gifts. He then took out a golden red arrow about half a meter long, its tip glowing intensely. Little 5. This flaming arrow is a treasure I found in a secret realm. It can only be used once, but even a 7 or 8-star battle king can't withstand it. Keep it for self-defense. Such a high-level treasure was beyond Jiang Li's wildest dreams. He quickly expressed his thanks, realizing that despite Bai Tian's carefree appearance, he was thoughtful and had prepared a life-saving gift for him. Kang Jinyan watched his disciples interact like family, feeling immensely proud and content. Each of them was his pride and joy. After dinner, everyone exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. Zhang Li returned to his dorm and, as usual, tried to contact Li Wanhe. As the phone rang, his anxiety grew. Ever since he promised to find qi and blood pills for Li Wanhe, he had been trying to reach him, but there had been no answer. Just when he thought he would fail again, the call connected. Li Wanhe's face appeared on the screen, instantly lifting Jiang Li's spirits. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.